Yu Jie traversed to the early days of Marvel, unexpectedly acquiring a beautiful wife, who turned out to be Hela, the goddess of death from the Nine Realms. Simultaneously, he activated a daily sign-in system, which bestowed him with gifts each day. However, Yu Jie, a laid-back individual, harbored but a singular desire, to indulge in a life of leisure with his wife and children, relishing the warmth of home. Little did he anticipate the arrival of Thor, Iron Man, and the Hulk, not to mention the impending threat from the likes of the Purple Potato Demon. His initial aim to live a carefree existence now compelled him to save the world. Chapter 1. My wife is Hela. The Ferrari glided out of the estate, and Yu Jie could not help but steal a glance at the enchanting woman beside him. Reflecting on his past, everything felt rather fortuitous. Yu Jie was not originally from this world. He had traversed from another realm, one that was rather absurd a Marvel universe. Though he had not awakened any extraordinary powers or technologies upon his arrival, fortune smiled upon him as he inexplicably acquired a wife, Hela. This Hela was not the same as the one from Asgard. They merely shared name. His wife, with her exquisite features and alluring physique, was the epitome of a goddess. Aside from her slightly aloof demeanor, she was indeed the ideal partner. "What's the matter, Yu Jie?" Hela inquired, noticing her husband's gaze shift towards her from the passenger seat. Such moments were seldom experienced, and even Hela felt a twinge of bashfulness. "Because you are my wife. And honestly, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you become," Yu Jie remarked as he gently caressed Hela's hair. "You always know what to say. Just focus on driving." Though her words suggested annoyance, a subtle smile crept across Hela's lips as she relished Yu Jie's compliments. "It's nothing, we're merely signing on some Caribbean pirates this time," Yu Jie said, reaching out once more to stroke Hela's hair. Hela nodded in acknowledgement. As a person who had traversed realms without any notable skills, Yu Jie felt he could only be a mere imitator. Fortunately, this world lacked such constraints. He had thoroughly absorbed the tales of Song of Ice and Fire, Pirates of the Caribbean, and The Lord of the Rings, which had enabled him to precariously ascend to the upper echelons of society. He had acquired both the Ferrari and the estate. Meanwhile, Hela discreetly observed the man beside her. As the eldest daughter of Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, she was the prime heir to the throne. Her past battles had severed ties with her father, leading to her being sealed away by Odin himself. Only recently, due to a slight loosening of her seal, had she managed to escape. Yet, such freedom came at a great cost. Her powers were significantly restricted, and her body had endured unimaginable turmoil, culminating in her fall to Earth. Nonetheless, Hela considered herself fortunate for having encountered Yu Jie. Reflecting on the moments spent with him, a rosy hue crept upon her cheeks, and her heart raced. It is truly a source of great shame as a renowned deity of death across the Nine Realms. How could she find herself so entangled with a mere human? In times past, had any man dared to approach her in such a manner, the outcome would have been singular death. Yet, it is evident that Yu Jie is unlike those other men. In the warmth of their interactions, she feels not only no aversion, but also a profound enjoyment of their shared moments. Perhaps this is what one refers to as the sensation of love. Hela, who has never before experienced the delights of romance, revels in the time they spend together. The streets are bustling with traffic, yet Yu Jie expertly navigates his vehicle with remarkable control. In the past, he would never have dared to take a Ferrari out into the world. With his modest fortune of several billion, venturing without bodyguards in this realm would be tantamount to courting death. Previously, he had employed bodyguards, but everything changed after he met his wife, Hela. It is not that Hela possesses the capability to protect him given her delicate demeanor. He would struggle to ensure her safety. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that when Hela became his wife, the essential golden finger of a transmigrator finally manifested alongside him. This system, devoid of any peculiar abilities, is refreshingly straightforward. Each morning upon waking, he would receive a variety of items that Doraemon's dorayaki, Yasuo's boots, exquisitely stimulating Yushi cigarettes, Annie Bear's pajamas. Of course, these trivial rewards are merely appetizers. As time progresses, Yu Jie begins to acquire some unexpected boons. The Sword Saint's Path of Ultimate Freedom, The Complete Guide to Wolf Hunting by Pleasant Goat, Nobita's Bamboo Copter, The Pinnacle Techniques of Flirtation, DC Superman Template. The Superman template represents Yu Jie's greatest source of confidence. Bodyguards can be entirely discarded. After all, the might of Superman is undeniable, and even though Yu Jie has only recently acquired this template, the solar energy he has absorbed, albeit not at its peak capacity, places him in a position of formidable strength. Yet, in the current state of the world, there are few who pose a genuine threat to him. Iron Man remains preoccupied with his extravagant lifestyle, while that whimsical purple potato creature continues to drift aimlessly through space. However, Yu Jie harbors little interest in donning a cape to save the world. He finds far greater joy in the warmth of home, surrounded by his wife and children. As for that purple potato creature, should it ever decide to select a lucky audience member, he would likely find himself able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Given his current capacity to gather solar energy, defeating such an adversary would merely take seconds. As thoughts flit through his mind, Yu Jie accelerates the Ferrari, overtaking vehicles with ease. Before long, he arrives at the film company's premises. Barely out of the car, Yu Jie turns to Hela and suggests, "My dear, shall you indulge in a coffee next door first?" Yu Jie had not forgotten that Hela was disinterested in such matters. However, if they were to stroll through the shops, Hela would certainly not be idle. Women possess an unimaginable potential when it comes to shopping. Hela nodded, yet at that moment, she suddenly glanced up at the window. As the god of death among the 9 realms, her sensitivity to malice far exceeded that of others. After a brief contemplation, Hela smiled at Yu Jie and said, Finish up quickly and come down." Yu Jie adjusted his glasses and planted a gentle kiss on Hela's cheek, remarking, "You remain as enchanting as ever." At this, Hela blushed and turned away. She was indeed a true deity of death. Yet before Yu Jie, she was merely a young girl. For a literary ghostwriter, acquiring the film adaptation rights is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor deserving of serious consideration. However, upstairs, a group of men in black observed Yu Jie, who had just entered the elevator below, their predatory glances betraying their intentions. "That fool has arrived, you all must be ready," one of them commanded. "Remember, this time he cannot escape." The leader of the men in black menacingly spoke into a walkie-talkie. Clearly, this negotiation for the rights was far more complicated than Yu Jie had anticipated. Chapter 2. The pacifist enthusiast Jean Bing discarded his cigar with a flick of his wrist, gazing intently at the subordinates before him, and spoke slowly, this time. "Do not let me down." The matter concerning Yu Jie had drawn the attention of this underground emperor of Apple City. As a recently ascended Chinese writer, Yu Jie was known for his immense wealth and talent. For someone like Jean Bing, this presented an unparalleled opportunity. After all, seeking profit through others could be a protracted endeavor, requiring time and perhaps even more than that. Yet, with this individual, there were no substantial psychological burdens to bear. Most importantly, he was merely a Chinese. Could a Chinese even be considered a person? After his subordinates had merely alluded to this matter, Jean Bing began to plot. To ensure the smooth execution of his plans, he devised numerous strategies. Fortunately, everything remained firmly within his control. Even this scheme had been meticulously calculated in advance, rendering it virtually foolproof. Undoubtedly, no one could thwart this plan. Meanwhile, in a nearby CAF, Hela sipped her coffee, her brow furrowing slightly. She sensed an entirely different aura, or rather, a malevolent presence. As the god of death from the 9 realms, though unfamiliar with many matters, she was keenly attuned to this particular energy. Without a doubt, someone had sought her out. Recalling the initial seal, Hela swiftly retrieved the phone Yu Jie had previously configured for her. "I must return. There is something I need to attend to." She was reluctant to reveal her identity in this setting. Naturally, aware of the impending danger, she wished to keep Yu Jie out of harm's way. Yu Jie, who had not yet reached his partner's office, was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, "All right. I understand. Be careful on your way." With that, he promptly set his plans in motion. Hela departed swiftly. Upon arriving at the office, Yu Jie felt a subtle shift in his demeanor even before entering. He sensed something unusual, a strange force. No, it was an overwhelming malevolence directed at him. Thanks to his superhuman template, he could perceive anomalies to the fullest extent. For instance, he could detect the malice emanating from others at close range. As soon as someone harbored ill intentions towards him within a certain proximity, his body would instinctively provide him with feedback. Before long, he knocked on the door. 2 figures clad in black swiftly opened it. The moment Yu Jie laid eyes on them, his expression shifted uncontrollably. He reacted almost instantly. Where had these men in black emerged from? They were clearly not the attire of legitimate bodyguards. They had come here to cause trouble. Upon entering, Yu Jie quickly discerned the truth. Where have the partners gone? The partners that once resided in my memory have seemingly vanished. Before me now stands a complete stranger, a middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Yu. My name is Kinji." Without waiting for Yu Jie to inquire, the man, identifying himself as Kinji, commenced his introduction. Yu Jie, observing the man with a hint of confusion, responded, "Who are you?" Kinji, nodding while gazing at Yu Jie, replied, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. What you must understand is that the adaptation rights to all your works should be entrusted to me, free of charge." With that, Kinji promptly pulled a chair beside him and seated himself, exuding an inexplicable languor. Unbeknownst to him, his words had ensnared him in an unforeseen abyss. Yu Jie, who had been standing, now slowly removed his glasses, the calmness in his eyes entirely dissipating. Since you enjoy creating such chaos, let us commence. As soon as his words fell, he sprang into action. With a single punch, the nearest man in black was sent flying. Kenji, perceiving Yu Jie as merely an intellectual, believed him to be utterly powerless. After all, he was merely a man of Chinese descent, often regarded as the epitome of fragility in the Western world. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yu Jie would strike? Kenji's expression shifted, and in the next moment, he waved his hand, asking, "Are you provoking me?" As he spoke, his demeanor continued to change. His subordinates brandished their weapons, for this was an affront that could not be tolerated. The formidable Mr. Jean would not permit any faltering on his part. All the men in black drew their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at everyone, as the atmosphere threatened to erupt. However, even amidst this tension, Yu Jie remained unfazed. Kenji could sense something was amiss. This man exuded an unusual tranquility, unlike any normal reaction under such circumstances. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a window shattered. A figure clad in black stormed in, bearing a strikingly different appearance from the others. "I have long been aware of your plans," the new arrival declared. At that moment, Yu Jie sprang into action. His speed was so astonishing that none in Changda could have anticipated such a turn of events. With a powerful surge and decisive timing, he seized every possible advantage. His ferocity was utterly ruthless. It appeared as though Yu Jie remained motionless, yet upon closer inspection, all who had approached or attempted to instigate trouble lay incapacitated on the ground. In that room, only Yu Jie remained standing, having accomplished this in a mere 10 seconds or less. It must be said that the occurrence of this scene far exceeded everyone's expectations. Yu Jie first approached Kenji, expressing his desire to prevent such events from transpiring. Similarly, he then walked over to the figure cloaked in black behind him, stating, "You are the daredevil. I am aware of your identity, and I hope you do not disturb me or your associates." Yu Jie spoke softly, yet his words seemed to emanate a decisive aura of ruthlessness. Both Kenji and the daredevil were acutely aware of this. Soon after, Yu Jie departed, while the daredevil rose from his stance, determined to eliminate all individuals present. This was his necessary follow-up. In Chapter 3, it is revealed that neither of the couple is virtuous. Hela casually selected a spot and summoned her divine powers. Meanwhile, the group of black-clad figures soon realized that the Hela they had been tailing had inexplicably vanished. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had encountered a ghost. Logically, she should have been right there, and given the trail they had followed, she ought to be in proximity. The leader among them hastily retrieved his phone. "Boss, we've lost track of her," he exclaimed. "What a bunch of incompetence. How could you lose her? We were right on her tail. But do not give me excuses. Return to her residence at once." "Understood. We're heading there now." The leader hung up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Undoubtedly, he perceived that even a phone call from Jean Bing could convey an overwhelming sense of intimidation. That was the essence of true terror. Only those who truly understood Jean Bing recognized the magnitude of his fearsome reputation. The title of Underground Emperor was never a jest. Consequently, this reality compelled their immediate action. High above, at an altitude of 30,000 feet, lay the current headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most formidable power apparatus in Nick Fury's possession. Its existence was fundamentally to safeguard the Earth, while also collaborating with other organizations inclined toward violence. This was, without a doubt, unquestionable. Nevertheless, Nick Fury maintained his own convictions, particularly concerning the need to continuously understand the formidable beings endowed with super abilities. Their existence was intricately linked to the fate of the Earth, and Nick Fury was no stranger to tumultuous experiences. His connection with Captain Marvel was particularly profound. At present, he roamed the skies above Earth, vigilantly monitoring humanity. Soon, he summoned his subordinates, seeking a means to engage with the author in question. Little did Yu Jie anticipate that his hard-won efforts would unfold right beneath another's gaze. However, even if he were to become aware of it, he would remain indifferent. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. The most evident realization is that one's strength is steadily augmenting with the persistent exposure to the sun. Presently on Earth, only the likes of Magneto, those ancient relics, may pose a challenge. However, that is of little concern. All it requires is a little more time. While not aspiring to become the legendary Golden Superman, a single punch to the Earth should undoubtedly be within reach, correct? This understanding brings clarity to him. He merely needs a modicum of time to evolve into a more formidable version of himself. Nevertheless, Nick Fury has resolved to confer with Yu Jie here. Ideally, the other party would join his organization, which would be Nick Fury's greatest aspiration. Such an alliance would undoubtedly enhance the deterrent power of S.H.I.E.L.D. It must be acknowledged that he possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts and minds. Meanwhile, amidst the orderly unfolding of events, an undeniably troublesome incident occurred. Jin Bing's subordinates directly approached the estate, Yu Jie's estate. Hela, wielding her divine powers, swiftly returned to the manor. She felt the need to rest for a while. However, no one anticipated that shortly after lying down, a surge of malevolence would return. At this moment, her expression drastically changed. Upon first sensing the malice, she contemplated taking action. But it was not the appropriate moment for her. Her body was not yet at its peak condition. Even now, she was far from optimal. Most notably, should her strength be revealed here, it would likely attract her father's gaze. Odin might be aware of her departure, or perhaps he is not. Yet, once he learns of her absence, he would undoubtedly come here. At that time, nothing would be within her control. Conserving her energy is truly what she must focus on. Before long, a terrifying force began to awaken in this vicinity. An unexpected and fearsome power permeated the entire estate. Just as Jin Bing's subordinates entered the manor, countless black blades appeared in the sky, unbeknownst to Hela. These blades fell like raindrops, and in the next moment, an explosion of power ensued. They witnessed some individuals erupting in fury. What is this? Is it not supposed to rain? My body. It is gone. Damn it, what is happening here? These individuals roared and bellowed, utterly unaware of the nature of their predicament. Yet, given the unfolding events, they had no choice. The incessantly falling blades from the sky pierced through their bodies. Where the blades passed, not even a blade of grass remained. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise for them. Even they themselves drew in a sharp breath. Yet, such a gasp could only come after death. A terrifying force erupted. Even the final struggles were futile, unbeknownst to them. After their demise, flames began to rise from their bodies with astonishing swiftness, a force they could not possibly withstand. In the next moment, everything vanished entirely, as if they had never set foot in this manor at all. At this moment, Hela's gaze shifted to the distance, and she could not help but think of her husband, the man still outside. Hela felt a tinge of doubt. Were these individuals truly here for her? Did that not imply that Yu Jie was also destined to suffer this undeserved calamity? An even more terrifying power surged within her. She turned her gaze fiercely toward the sky. She knew she must recover, must return to Asgard. For the multitude of events she had encountered suggested she would require more time. The throne of the God King seemed to demand further opportunities. It remained to be seen if more unforeseen occurrences awaited in the future. Chapter 4. The unusual individual Jin Bing was feeling a slight headache. The first group had perished. Initially, he believed that merely moving his little finger would compel his opponents to submit. But it appeared otherwise. This was no jest. After Yu Jie departed, Jin Bing received the news and hurried over. To his astonishment, he found no one in sight. His subordinates seemed to have vanished without a trace. Now, even Jin Bing felt something was amiss. Most notably, Yu Jie was merely an ordinary man. This fact was one Jin Bing had acknowledged countless times. Moreover, for this plan, he had undertaken numerous attempts. Yet now, not only was Yu Jie absent, but even his own subordinates had seemingly disappeared. What could possibly be more outrageous than this? As Jin Bing began to ponder the perplexing situation, he received yet another alarming report. A different group sent to find Yu Jie's wife had also vanished. If the earlier disappearances were mere accidents, then what did it signify that his own men were now also missing? Jin Bing immediately sensed something was wrong. Logically, such individuals should not simply vanish. However, whether it should or should not have happened, the situation had unfolded. Not only that, but even the things he had firmly grasped seemed to have changed. As his expression shifted, Jin Bing felt a growing uncertainty. What could be the cause of this? Thoughts began to swirl in his mind. As the underground emperor, he understood well. Some matters were inherently designed to impose constraints. Could it be that those self-righteous vigilantes had intervened? Jin Bing could not help but contemplate this possibility. However, even they should be aware of certain processes. At the very least, they ought to be able to receive some information. Yet, why is it that I have received none? Jin Bing is utterly perplexed. What a convoluted predicament this is. Nevertheless, despite the current circumstances, Jin Bing remains resolute in seizing the opportunity. He is acutely aware of what actions to take and what to refrain from doing. The wealth of Yu Jie serves as the imperative reason to pave his path. Such a being has no necessity for survival. To fulfill oneself is the utmost glory in these individuals' lives. Meanwhile, Yu Jie encounters personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he arrives at the entrance of his estate, two figures clad in black materialize before him. At this moment, even Yu Jie senses an unsettling disturbance. Are you truly courting death? He utters these perilous words. Previously, when he faced such chaotic situations, he would always ponder the identity of the fool who dared to provoke him. Yet amidst the current undercurrents, even he remains oblivious. However, this does not deter him from adopting a strategy of patience. His reasoning is simple. As long as I do not provoke you, you shall not provoke me. Let each of us coexist in peace. Yet, should you seek to trouble me, be prepared for your ashes to be scattered. It was one thing for this group of black-clad individuals to have sought him out before, but now they dare approach again. To say they are seeking death would be an understatement. Apologies for the intrusion, but we are S.H.I.E.L.D., not Jean Bing. The leader of the black-clad figures, observing Yu Jie, naturally contemplates the latter's current psychological state. However, upon uttering his words, he abruptly realizes that Yu Jie remains unchanged. In truth, Yu Jie is indifferent to the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D. And even if they are indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. So what? It is not as though he is obliged to work for them. I wonder if Mr. Yu has any interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. to contribute to the peace of Earth? Upon witnessing Yu Jie's reaction, the figure swiftly reveals their intent. However, upon hearing this, Yu Jie begins to laugh. This discourse is reminiscent of the old Avengers. Regrettably, Yu Jie harbors no aspirations to shine for all of humanity. If trouble arises, he will simply step forward to address it. If you intend to stir up trouble here, exert your efforts elsewhere, even if the purple potato essence were to arrive. By that time, his super template would have absorbed ample energy. Snatching an infinity gauntlet would be child's play. No need. I find my current existence quite satisfactory. And I hope you will not disturb me. As he speaks these words, Yu Jie gazes skyward, laden with meaning. In the next moment, a surge of power begins to coalesce around him, and astonishingly, he ascends into the air. It was merely a fleeting moment. This individual had astonishingly soared to a position unseen by the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As Yu Jie showcased this formidable power, the agents finally became aware of it. Yu Jie appeared to be far more powerful than what the record suggested. Surely, this was not a strength that a mere human should possess? One must ponder, in today's world, aside from those wretched mutants, who among humanity possesses such strength. Most crucially, it seemed that Yu Jie had not even unleashed his full potential. This was tantamount to conveying to S.H.I.E.L.D. You shall handle your own affairs. Simultaneously, high above at 30,000 feet, Nick Fury gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. Were these individuals insane? What manner of beings were this couple? He could hardly comprehend Yu Jie's power. Not only Yu Jie, but even Hela's prowess was within his keen observation. How could he forget the force Hela had employed to annihilate those Asgardians? In retrospect, Yu Jie was indeed the epitome of someone who kept his true capabilities concealed. The relationship and the power dynamic between the two left Nick Fury utterly perplexed. He truly could not fathom the current situation and how he ought to respond. Undoubtedly, it was time for him to reconsider his stance. It is well known that anyone seeking to stir trouble or harbor ideas in this vicinity is engaged in contemplation. Nick Fury was a man fond of thought. For now, maintaining a cordial relationship with Yu Jie would be his wisest course of action. Soon, Yu Jie descended from the air and addressed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents directly. Leave. This place is not welcoming to your kind. Upon hearing this, the two agents exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Are we not normal? The only abnormal one here is you. Chapter 5. The exiled underground emperor. Before long, Yu Jie returned home, only to sense that something was amiss. Most notably, the bodyguards who had previously been present seemed to have vanished. After surveying the surroundings, he found no sign of the guards. A hint of confusion crept over him. In his mind, these bodyguards should have been at home at all times. Why could he not find any trace of them? Had they perhaps been called away on some errand? After considering this, Yu Jie chose not to dwell on it too much. However, recalling the events he had recently endured, he hurried towards the bedroom to check if Hela was still there. Upon ascending the stairs and opening the bedroom door, he discovered signs of Hela's presence. She was still sound asleep, evidently having encountered no mishap. Relieved by this realization, Yu Jie swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the security company. In contemporary times, the current assembly of bodyguards fails to meet his expectations to a certain extent. Consequently, he feels compelled to replace them with a new cadre of protectors. Once this task is completed, Yu Jie approaches Hela directly. At this moment, Hela furrows her brow slightly. In truth, she had awakened upon Yu Jie's return. However, due to previous events, she deemed it unnecessary to reveal certain truths. Thus, she opted to feign slumber. Though the commotion from Yu Jie's phone call inevitably roused her, this, in fact, was one of the pivotal reasons for her decision to remain in the guise of sleep. After all, Hela could observe clearly the consequences of her past actions. Having personally eliminated the group of black-clad assailants, the bodyguards had also sprung into action. This realization ignited within her a desire to eradicate any possibility of her existence being discovered, even if the bodyguards were entirely innocent. As Yu Jie reclines, Hela's thoughts gradually quiet down. Meanwhile, on another front, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., finds the current situation utterly untenable. He never anticipated the sheer terror that both Yu Jie and his wife could instill. Previously, he had only perceived Yu Jie as somewhat outrageous. But the events captured on surveillance have confirmed his suspicions. If it were merely Yu Jie acting out, matters could be more easily managed. However, it appears that his wife also possesses formidable powers, causing Fury considerable distress. Considering the prevailing trends on Earth, while there is no immediate danger, he is acutely aware that if these unknown forces remain unchecked, it could lead to unforeseen calamities. Reflecting on the strength of his adversaries, Fury falls into silence. He understands that if the current trajectory persists, his own influence might not suffice to alter the course of events, and he risks invoking Yu Jie's disdain. As Fury grapples with his mounting concerns, one of his subordinates notices the director's evident discomfort and promptly speaks up. The Underground Emperor is notably unstable and has previously provoked Yu Jie. If this underground ruler is allowed to continue his machinations, it is likely that their opportunity will slip away. It must be said that the subordinate's proposition is remarkably innovative. Fury had not considered this angle before. He had thought that merely focusing on Yu Jie would suffice. However, spurred by his subordinate's insight, Fury realizes he could pursue a different course of action, perhaps a more indirect approach. What truly needs to be accomplished is not merely to recruit Yu Jie into S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather to provide Yu Jie with a sense of security. According to Fury's conjecture, as long as Yu Jie's actions align with the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the organization refrains from posing a threat to him, a favorable relationship could be cultivated. It is abundantly clear that Yu Jie will align himself with his own interests. Such a development is remarkably congruent with the current situation. Soon, Nick Fury dialed Jean Bing's number. He needed to discuss with this corpulent figure the implications of being referred to as the Underground Emperor. In truth, Jean Bing, as the Underground Emperor, was presently devising a means to contact that insufferable group of mutants. As the circumstances surrounding him grew increasingly perplexing, Jean Bing quickly discerned that Yu Jie was not quite as he appeared. The force exhibited by Yu Jie was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This uncontrollable power was particularly vexing. Moreover, as the Underground Emperor, Jean Bing understood better than most that certain matters, once provoked, necessitate prompt and decisive action to eliminate the threat entirely. Though he had not personally encountered Yu Jie, the events reported by his subordinates vividly illustrated that Yu Jie was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Any misstep on Jean Bing's part could provide Yu Jie with an opportunity to strike. This realization compelled Jean Bing to conclude that, should he choose to act, he must decisively neutralize Yu Jie. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Jean Bing promptly reached out to his contacts in the black market. Unfortunately, under the leadership of the Doctor and Magneto, the current state of the mutants had rendered the entire black market somewhat unstable. If these two were to join forces, it would be manageable. However, they seemed intent on further complicating matters. One could only wonder why they would disrupt the market when it was already in dire need. Jean Bing felt a growing anxiety at the prospect. Nevertheless, when he saw Nick Fury's name flash on his phone, he was taken aback but ultimately answered the call. After all, Fury was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and his words were not to be taken lightly. You must keep your distance from Yu Jie if you wish to survive, Fury warned as soon as the call connected. This revelation astonished Jean Bing. He was taken aback that Yu Jie could command such attention from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, as the Underground Emperor, Jean Bing felt no compulsion to cower. He retorted, if that is the case, can I still maintain control over this territory? It seems you are pushing me toward a dead end. As for Yu Jie, Jean Bing remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Following Jean Bing's brash words, Nick Fury decided it was futile to engage further with this erratic individual. He bluntly stated, if you truly wish to perish, then so be it. Anyone can become an Underground Emperor, should I choose to allow it. Chapter 6. Laser Eye. After reflecting on Nick Fury's statements, Jean Bing ultimately chose to remain silent. He understood that Fury was not jesting. S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed undeniable power across the globe, and if Fury had no influence, he would not have made such declarations. Moreover, it is worth noting that some time ago, Kingpin had dealings with Nick Fury. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power that lay behind his adversary. Although he felt immense anger, he ultimately relinquished any thoughts of causing chaos in this realm. Just as he resolved to remain calm, an unexpected visitor arrived, startling him to the core. Upon awakening, Yu Jie bid farewell to Hela once more. For his previous encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. had unveiled the identity of the troublemaker, none other than the corpulent Kingpin. Yet, under the condition that he would not provoke his foe, it was astonishing that Kingpin would seek him out. Did this not imply a desire for his own demise? As the adage goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yu Jie steadfastly adhered to this principle and boundary. Regrettably, just as he aimed to lead a peaceful and uncomplicated life, an unwelcome presence arrived at his doorstep. Swiftly, he leveraged his connections with an S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive at Kingpin's residence. As dusk fell, the streets were sparsely populated, and the towering skyscrapers loomed like steel prisons. Yet, to Yu Jie, these so-called steel fortresses appeared utterly inconsequential. In the next moment, Yu Jie soared into the air, a terrifying power erupting from within him. Though he had yet to fully unleash the extent of his Superman-like abilities, he understood that with the passage of time and the accumulation of solar energy, he would undergo profound transformations. Upon discovering Kingpin's whereabouts, Yu Jie opted for a violent entry. Simultaneously, as he breached Kingpin's abode, a throng of men in black stood agape, utterly astonished that someone would audaciously storm into their boss's residence. It was not long before each of them brandished firearms, with a mere command from their boss. They would open fire without hesitation. Yu Jie regarded these individuals with little concern and charged forth. The black-clad men, who had initially planned to await their boss's orders, found their composure shattered. Their intention was to act only upon receiving the command, yet their opponent advanced without reason, displaying a readiness to wreak havoc. How could a rational individual dare to stir trouble on such lofty heights? They recognized that their adversary was akin to a mutant and understood that such beings were not easily subdued by ordinary humans. Consequently, almost without the need for a command, everyone commenced firing. The bullets from their firearms cascaded forth like a torrential downpour, heedless of cost. Alas, these projectiles could not penetrate Yu Jie's body in its current state. Having acquired the Superman template, while his strength had not yet reached the level of contending with formidable foes like the purple potato essence on this earth, few could rival him. Only Magneto and his shameless mutant kin could pose a challenge. As for others, they stood virtually no chance. Moreover, Yu Jie firmly believes that, given another month, even the so-called nuclear threats would pose little challenge to him. The terrifying power manifests within Yu Jie, as every bullet disintegrates before it can even approach him. These projectiles arrive rapidly yet depart just as swiftly, and by the time his subordinates comprehend the situation, they discover their firearms have mysteriously vanished, leaving only a pile of scrap metal in their wake. The cloaked figures stand before this bewildering scene, momentarily dazed. However, a glimmer of brilliance begins to flicker in Yu Jie's eyes. This is the infrared gaze of a superhuman, a reservoir of energy harnessed from the sun over the course of a day. Until now, Yu Jie has refrained from unleashing such power. But compelled by the actions of Jin Bing, he resolves to hold nothing back. With lethal intent, he declares that those who delight in making foolish mistakes in this domain shall face the dire consequences in the depths of hell. As his words resonate, Yu Jie's strength erupts in full force. The entire 32nd floor succumbs to the radiation of his laser eyes, a power far exceeding expectations. Both Jin Bing and the onlookers are utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force. Yu Jie, with no thought of lingering to tidy the scene, leaps down and vanishes. Not long after Yu Jie's departure, a colossal figure emerges from the rubble of the room. This individual is none other than Jin Bing, who, having just been vanquished by Yu Jie, now comprehends the gravity of the situation. He finally understands why the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously contacted him with such urgency. A being like Yu Jie is beyond his capacity to confront. Based on the information at his disposal, even the most formidable mutants pale in comparison. Who could have anticipated that a mere wealthy individual he sought to exploit would possess such terrifying might? In an instant, Jin Bing realizes the course of action he must take. In a surprising maneuver, one that even Yu Jie would not have foreseen, he dispatches his subordinates to remain in the vicinity of Yu Jie's estate. While he may have been unaware of earlier events, he is acutely aware of the necessity to act decisively now. It is prudent to avoid provoking an entity as formidable as Yu Jie. Should any foolish individuals dare to confront him, Jin Bing must swiftly advise them to retreat. Otherwise, given the sheer power Yu Jie has displayed, a massacre of New York City would seem inevitable. As the underground emperor, he cannot permit such a calamity to unfold. Not only must he dominate the underworld, but it must also endure. Otherwise, as unforeseen calamities multiply, the very essence of the underground may vanish, leaving him, the emperor, devoid of purpose. An emperor must possess his own territory. Yet Yu Jie remains unaware that Jin Bing possesses an escape strategy akin to the cicada shedding its shell. According to his previous thoughts, Jin was dead, and thus he believed he could enjoy a period of tranquility in the days ahead. However, upon returning home, Yu Jie discovered his wife, Hela, engrossed in a television broadcast. To his surprise, the news was announcing Stark's impending venture into war-torn regions to promote his weaponry. As he watched this report, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Yu Jie's eyes. He understood that the narrative of Iron Man was about to unfold. In truth, with Stark's entry into the conflict zones, the subsequent events would inevitably converge towards the Avengers storyline. It could be said that the entire universe was beginning to intertwine at this moment. Yet, Yu Jie felt little enthusiasm as he observed Hela's attentiveness to the news. He approached her and could not help but inquire if she found the news particularly intriguing. or if she wished to see it for herself. Hela merely glanced at Yu Jie before shaking her head. She remained indifferent to the happenings on Earth. In truth, her thoughts were solely occupied with Yu Jie, and anything unrelated to him held no significance in her eyes. Nevertheless, her dismissive gesture prompted Yu Jie to step closer, cradling her face in his hands and planting a passionate kiss upon her lips. He could not fathom why he felt his wife grew more exquisite with each passing day, continually captivating him. Because of this, he turned his gaze back to the television, recalling that now was the opportune moment to acquire shares in the Stark family. With Iron Man's entry into the tumultuous regions, news of his presumed death would soon spread, leading many to believe he had perished. Consequently, the value of the entire family's shares would plummet to unprecedented lows. Seizing this opportunity would undoubtedly yield substantial wealth in a short time. As for the notion of rushing to the disaster zones to rescue Iron Man, that was a near impossibility for Yu Jie. He was quite different from others. While many who traversed into this world would rush to the conflict zones to rescue Stark and gain favor, he had no such need. Each day, he received a variety of rewards, which would only multiply with time. Moreover, the existence of the Superman template provided him ample reason to refrain from stirring trouble. It was entirely possible that one day, a character akin to Doraemon might emerge. Certainly, Stark himself would not be inclined to seek favor with him, but acquiring shares in the Stark family was entirely feasible. Furthermore, his current liquid assets were substantial. Thus, accumulating more was undeniably beneficial. He had no desire to resort to robbery using his superpowers, as that was not his intention. Presently, the warmth of family life had dulled his ambition for power struggles, a sentiment he had never truly harbored. Upon the Earth, an immense armor has emerged. Should Hela be present, she would undoubtedly recognize this sudden apparition as the Destroyer. Indeed, the armor of the god King Odin. Indeed, as the narrative of Iron Man unfolds, so too does the tale of Thor commence. Currently, Asgard is devoid of significant warfare or calamities. However, Thor does not align with Odin's expectations, at least not from Odin's perspective. Thor is perceived as inferior even to his eldest daughter. Hela's existence instilled in Odin the hope of a worthy successor, yet her temperament is far too volatile, diverging greatly from the future Odin envisioned. Consequently, Odin ultimately chose to seal Hela away. Nonetheless, Thor possesses commendable qualities in other respects. Yet his indecisiveness in matters of conflict renders him untrustworthy in Odin's eyes. Despite this, Odin resolved to grant Thor a more favorable opportunity. He exiled Thor to Earth, hoping that he might forge his own path, shape his own destiny, and harness his own power. Simultaneously, the god of mischief, Loki, Hela and Thor's brother, was poised to stir trouble. Loki has long aspired to ascend to the throne of God King, yet he recognizes that both his sister and brother represent formidable rivals, with the latter being currently dispensable. After all, Loki is keenly aware of his brother's reckless nature, which he believes disqualifies him from governing Asgard. However, Loki harbors a deeper fear of his sister. As the god of mischief, his network of information is vast. He has even learned that his sister has escaped from her imprisonment. Presently, only Odin is privy to this secret in Asgard. By a stroke of fortune, Loki has discovered that his sister has broken free and may soon return to Asgard, potentially reigniting the wars of millennia past. Loki's reasoning is straightforward. He must secure his claim to the throne without affording his siblings too much opportunity. Thus, he ventured into Odin's vault and pilfered the Destroyer. Having witnessed Odin's punishment of Thor, Loki understands that his brother is currently a mere shadow of his former self, incapable of mounting a defense. Deploying the Destroyer would bestow significant leverage upon Thor. However, Loki is acutely aware of the adage that failing to eradicate the root of a problem only allows it to resurface. Should he take action, it must be with the intent to utterly annihilate Thor, lest the latter stage a dramatic return to challenge his position. After stealthily placing the Destroyer on Earth, Loki issued a directive. Thor must be eliminated, for at this moment, Loki is resolute in his intentions. As long as the god of thunder meets his demise beneath the Destroyer, the throne of the All-Father is assuredly destined for me. After all, while my elder sister possesses daunting power, Odin would never permit her to inherit the throne. This opens a realm of infinite possibilities for me. All I need to do during this time is to win the favor of my father and mother. It must be said that Loki, the god of mischief, harbors some intriguing thoughts. Alas, he remains oblivious to the unexpected events unfolding around him, such as his sister being on Earth. Furthermore, his second brother seems poised to encounter her. Meanwhile, a cascade of unforeseen incidents is transpiring in Asgard. Odin has directly opened his realm. As the sovereign of the 9 realms, he possesses the ability to observe all that transpires within them. The myriad events currently unfolding lie beneath his vigilant gaze. Chapter 8. The arrival of Black Widow. Yu Jie is unaware that while he indulges in affectionate displays with his wife, a series of events are unfolding across the 9 realms. However, even if he were aware, Yu Jie would likely remain indifferent. His sole desire is to live peacefully within his modest domain. The affairs of others hold no significance for him. On the other hand, the god of thunder has successfully arrived on Earth, oblivious to his father's intentions. In truth, he mirrors the Thor depicted in the films. He is exceedingly content with his lineage, yet struggles to comprehend his parents' choices. Why impose so many constraints when he could have it all? Do these limitations promise unforeseen delights? Thor is perplexed, yet he chooses not to seek understanding. Since his father has cast him upon this planet, he merely needs to continue living in a state of complacency. In this regard, the events of his past life remain unchanged. Conversely, Iron Man's narrative has reached a pivotal juncture, just as Yu Jie witnessed in the previous film. An ordinary individual like Iron Man requires merely an opportunity to unveil the entirety of their potential. Iron Man is no exception. Yu Jie could hardly have anticipated that. Within a mere 2 months, the Stark family would undergo another transformation. Iron Man has successfully emerged before the public in his heroic guise. With his return to the city, everything has indeed undergone a monumental shift. The most conspicuous change is observed in the stocks Yu Jie had previously purchased, which began to fluctuate. Upon receiving the news of Iron Man's demise, a wave of shock spread throughout the nation. After all, Iron Man's existence ensured substantial profits for the Stark family. Regrettably, with his death, a decline in stock value was inevitable. Yet, who could have anticipated that this news was false? This led to a dramatic reversal in the previously languishing stock prices. It has not only surpassed the previous highest price but also exhibits a tendency for further ascent. Closely associated with Iron Man is none other than his armor. With its unveiling before the public, the interest in Stark Industries has been rekindled in a manner entirely distinct from before. It is well understood that the emergence of Iron Man has, to a significant extent, directly set the trend. This time, the trend promises to astonish the world. Concurrently, Stark Industries promptly invited numerous luminaries into its opulent residence. On one hand, it was to celebrate his resurrection. On the other, to invite shareholders to partake in his grand banquet. After the news of his faked death circulated, the entire Stark family experienced a remarkable elevation in status. Indeed, even he himself did not foresee that, upon the revelation of his revival, he would surpass others to become the wealthiest individual in the country. He harbored a premonition that if he continued on this path, his stature might rise even higher. For during Iron Man's moment of crisis, Yu Jie purchased shares in the company. Although the quantity was not substantial, Yu Jie became one of Stark Industries shareholders. This time, he would attend the banquet alongside Hela. However, before the festivities commenced, Yu Jie sensed something amiss. The gathering at Iron Man's residence was indeed rather crowded. Among those he recognized was Black Widow. Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with Natasha, yet he could not shake the feeling that her gaze lingered upon him, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Did she perhaps harbor some thoughts about him? Just as he excused himself to the restroom, Black Widow unexpectedly approached him, catching him off guard. This left Yu Jie momentarily speechless, as he had never anticipated her presence at that moment, nor in such an amusing manner. Subsequently, Black Widow, with a hint of apology, spoke. "I am sorry. It was not my intention. I hope you can forgive my impetuosity. If it were an ordinary man, he might have succumbed to the allure of such a woman without her needing to utter a word." Alas, Yu Jie was already married to a wife as beautiful as a flower. He had no desire to engage in conversation with her, instead granting her ample space before returning to the parlor. This occurrence was something Natasha could never have anticipated. Known as Black Widow, Natasha was fully confident in her allure. She believed that all men in the world were the same. With a little maneuvering, they would inevitably fall at her feet. However, it is astonishing that someone like Yu Jie remains unperturbed, and he even seems to perceive that the gaze directed towards him is utterly inappropriate. In mere moments, he disregards her allure entirely, as if she were not a woman in his eyes at all. Such occurrences have been gradually confirmed by the Black Widow during their subsequent encounters. She could hardly believe that her charm had no effect on men, especially not on such an exceptional man as Yu Jie. The Black Widow is acutely aware that no matter how remarkable a man may be, even the most distinguished cannot resist the temptation of beauty. Yet, despite her presence before Yu Jie, he seems oblivious to her existence, displaying an oddly peculiar demeanor. Could it be that this man truly only has eyes for his wife? With this thought, the Black Widow could not help but cast her gaze towards Yu Jie's companion, Hela. Sensing the scrutiny from the Black Widow, Hela turned her head for a moment. Although initially puzzled, it did not take long for Hela to notice the intensity of the Black Widow's gaze, which was not solely directed at herself but also at Yu Jie. This revelation shifted Hela's perspective entirely. She had never experienced jealousy before, but Yu Jie belonged solely to her. No one could take him away from her grasp. A formidable force was slowly brewing within Hela. Just as this power was on the verge of erupting, Yu Jie wrapped his arm around Hela's shoulders. This gesture brought Hela back to her senses, reminding her that she was not in the familiar realms of the Nine Worlds. She was on Earth, and the man beside her remained present. Chapter 9. Mutants. Although Hela dispersed her power, The manifestation of her strength had not gone unnoticed by the Black Widow. As a spy, she possesses a keen intuition for danger. She could feel as though she had been teetering on the edge of death. Most notably, her back was inexplicably drenched with sweat. The gown she wore was not overly revealing, or rather, it was a subtly translucent black dress. The back was not designed to be sheer. Thus, the moment she felt the dampness, she realized what was happening. She could sense that this strange woman, Hela, exhibited an exceptionally terrifying power while observing her. This force bore resemblance to the abilities of mutants, causing her brow to furrow slightly. She did not wish to seek a breakthrough through Hela, as that was simply impossible. If one desires to win a man's heart, it is never wise to target the women surrounding him. Cultivating a rapport with this woman might yield some hope, but it could just as easily inadvertently create an adversary. The Black Widow understood this better than anyone. Thus, after a brief contemplation, she shook her head. She deemed it unnecessary to dwell on this matter any further. In any case, with time on their side, the Black Widow swiftly turned away. Meanwhile, Yu Jie shook his head as he watched her retreating figure. The appearance of the Black Widow before him was something Yu Jie could never have anticipated. However, this did not deter him from speculating about the formidable entities lurking behind her. For instance, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously communicated with him. Yet Yu Jie had declined the demands presented. Given the director's tenacity, it was likely that he would persistently urge Yu Jie to join the so-called Avengers, all in the name of safeguarding Earth's peace. One must wonder how Yu Jie could ever be naive enough to entertain such notions. Shortly thereafter, he sensed someone observing him from a distance. Upon turning, he was astonished to find an old acquaintance. While others might remain oblivious to the hidden identities of mutants, such distinctions held no significance to Yu Jie. With just a glance, he could discern the true identity of the individual scrutinizing him, none other than the doctor currently observing him. Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with this doctor. In fact, he recognized him as a person of considerable leadership acumen. Yet, the doctor's behavior exhibited certain irregularities. Naturally, in Yu Jie's estimation, there was no necessity for him to engage with these mutants. He had already rebuffed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation. So why should he linger among them? With this thought in mind, Yu Jie proceeded directly toward the main venue. At that moment, Iron Man appeared exceedingly exuberant, his complexion flushed with excitement. It was evident that he had indulged excessively in libations that evening. Nevertheless, regardless of the number of toasts raised in his honor, he would unerringly consume them all in one gulp. Indeed, who wouldn't he respond with such fervor when encountering Iron Man in such a context? After all, surviving a near-death experience was truly worthy of celebration. Moreover, for Iron Man, such an escape was merely the beginning. With the invention of his armored suit, he could foresee a future filled with promise. At this juncture, Yu Jie raised his glass, and Iron Man, in turn, approached him with his own drink. Although there was some distance between them, upon Yu Jie's gesture, Iron Man abandoned his other companions to stand before Yu Jie, insisting on sharing a toast. Iron Man then spoke, "Mr. Yu Jie, I must express that your novels are exceptional. In disaster-stricken areas, I have relied on your works to survive. It is evident that I have become one of your ardent admirers." Yu Jie was taken aback by Iron Man's words. But even more surprising was the revelation that he was a fan of his writing. Yu Jie raised his glass in response, clinking it with Iron Man's. After witnessing Iron Man down his drink, Yu Jie naturally mirrored the action. He then addressed Iron Man. "Having a fan like you is indeed an honor." It must be said that after their exchange, smiles graced the faces of both parties. Although their interactions had been minimal, and their communication had only commenced that very evening, both individuals sensed that the other was a worthy companion for deeper friendship. Perhaps they could gradually evolve from mere acquaintances into the closest of friends. To Yu Jie's astonishment, Iron Man had transformed in such a manner. In fact, throughout Iron Man 1, 2, and 3, he was depicted as a person of extreme aloofness. It would have been impossible to claim that he opened his heart to those around him. Following the death of his parents, Iron Man had, in many ways, become a figure resembling his father, if not even more exacting. He was acutely aware of what friendship entailed, yet he understood more than anyone else what it meant to him personally. It was precisely this understanding that led him to shy away from forging friendships with others. However, the events he encountered in the disaster-stricken areas had begun to alter his worldview, albeit slightly. Everything depicted in Yu Jie's writings mirrored his deepest aspirations. Some experiences in life may remain unattainable, yet within the pages of a book, one can find ample solace, something Yu Jie had not anticipated. Meanwhile, a gathering of mutants commenced. This time, a sizable number of mutants attended, many of whom had engaged with Iron Man as well. However, Iron Man's attitude towards the mutants was decidedly ambiguous. Their exchanges were not particularly profound, yet he did not entirely sever ties with them. They were not exactly partners, but maintained a relationship akin to that of allies. Due to the recent assassination of political officials, mutants had become figures of public disdain. They were well aware that the adversities they faced were largely deserved. Nevertheless, they yearned to live in the light, which prompted this gathering. On the surface, it appeared to be a mere reception hosted by Iron Man, but in truth, it was a banquet orchestrated by the mutants for their own futures. They sought guidance on their next steps and aspired to meet more human elites at this event, hoping to expand their influence as much as possible. Chapter 10. Schemes events on Earth were unfolding. Simultaneously, unexpected occurrences transpired in Asgard, one of the 9 realms. Odin had long been aware of his daughter's flight. Yet, he chose not to pursue her immediately. The 1,000-year seal had made Odin acutely aware of the debt he owed to Hela. A father's role transcends mere stern guidance. It necessitates a gentle hand to lead one's child along the right path. Yet, due to the turmoil across the 9 realms, Odin and Hela had remained embroiled in conflict. Even if they harbored thoughts of reconciliation, they had been deprived of the opportunity to communicate. Odin naturally took this into consideration. Thus his thoughts were straightforward. If possible, he should engage in a heartfelt conversation with Hela. After all, she is his daughter. Simultaneously, the most formidable sorceress, Freya, grasped Odin's hand at that moment. Odin had been observing all matters across the 9 realms, a fact that Freya understood better than anyone else. However, Freya was more concerned about herself. She pondered the state of affairs regarding the men in her life. On the very day Hela had fled, it was not just Odin who was aware of the situation. Freya had also come to know of it. Yet, instead of pursuing her, Odin had inexplicably halted at that time, which only solidified Freya's belief that Odin was not as indifferent as she had imagined. To a certain extent, he yearned to be present in his daughter's life. Consequently, Freya resolved to confront Odin directly about Hela. Sometimes, family can be stubborn, necessitating someone to act as their bridge. Until now, Freya had lacked the opportunity to do so. Hela's escape, however, presented a serendipitous chance that should be seized with fervor. Freya's thoughts were indeed astute, and in reality, what she proposed aligned perfectly with Odin's long-held desires. Odin's gaze shifted to Freya, but for him, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. They would need to navigate through numerous complexities before simplifying matters. From the very beginning, Odin had contemplated various possibilities, yet these remained mere musings within his mind, never translated into action. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Odin, in another realm, the frost giants were gradually awakening, the very kin of Loki. At this moment, Loki was oblivious to the fact that Asgard was veering into an unforeseen direction. Enveloped in an extraordinarily bizarre atmosphere, Odin wished to converse earnestly with his daughter, yet he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to initiate the dialogue. Ironically, Hela seemed intent on continuing her evasion, rendering their thoughts increasingly perplexing. Yu Jie was unaware of the myriad events unfolding while he indulged in leisure, still toasting with Iron Man. Although he had long understood the nature of Iron Man, he was astonished to discover, through their continued drinking and conversation, that the man was even more exceptional than he had anticipated, not only in matters of conduct but, more significantly, in character. He did not seem nearly as extreme as depicted in the films. It is noteworthy that prior to becoming Iron Man, he was portrayed as an exceedingly aloof individual, making friendship with him appear nearly impossible. His priorities seemed to revolve around self-interest, suggesting that only substantial benefits could forge a bond with him. In the later stages, the other party would eventually evolve into an individual surrounded by companions. However, Yu Jie never anticipated that the current Iron Man would appear to be adopting a demeanor inclined towards forging friendships, particularly with none other than himself. To this end, they have exchanged contact information, and Iron Man has taken the liberty of draping his arm over Yu Jie's shoulder, inviting him for a drink. Following this gathering, he hopes for an opportunity to engage in a candlelit conversation with Yu Jie. This invitation took Yu Jie by surprise, yet he did not decline it, for he perceived that such an offer could potentially lead to greater financial gain, an opportunity not to be missed. On another front, the gathering of mutants has reached a climactic point. The Doctor has summoned the mutants with a singular objective, to unite them into a cohesive force capable of confronting the increasingly dire circumstances they face. Prior to this, the Doctor had never anticipated that mutants would become pariahs, universally scorned. Yet, who could have foreseen that among them, a few would engage in self-destructive behavior? Given the precarious situation of the mutants, it was unexpected that an unforeseen disruptor would emerge amidst their ranks. With this disruptor's antics, the survival of the mutants has once again plunged into jeopardy, as humanity continues to relentlessly undermine their existence. Meanwhile, those mutants who have gradually slipped from control seem poised to take aggressive action against humanity, leading the Doctor to realize that matters are far more complex than he had envisioned. Initially, he believed that while the situation might evolve, it would remain manageable. He would not permit any developments to stray from his carefully laid plans. Yet, These individuals appeared determined to exacerbate matters. This realization has solidified the Doctor's resolve to sever ties with Magneto entirely. To some extent, Magneto has propelled humanity in a divergent direction, and the rift between them has become irreconcilable. This conflict may prove even more convoluted than depicted in films. However, the turnout of mutants at the gathering was less than expected. The Doctor had anticipated at least 70 attendants, yet the reality was below 50. This dismal turnout has plunged the Doctor into despair, as he understands that if this trajectory continues, it could lead to an untenable extreme. One that society would find impossible to accept. If feasible, he wishes to maintain a firm grasp on the situation. The Doctor has begun to contemplate whether the mutants should remain in a state of calm for a while, effectively rendering themselves inconspicuous. He believes that avoiding public exposure is crucial, for once they are thrust into the limelight, the consequences could spiral even further into chaos. Chapter 11. The Old Shadow Versus. Magneto. At this moment, the Doctor remains blissfully unaware that his arch-nemesis, Magneto, is concocting schemes nearby. Magneto contemplates the possibility of transforming mutants into weapons at his disposal. However, the troublesome reality is that this weapon does not wield as effortlessly as he had envisioned. From Magneto's perspective, he requires additional time to refine this weapon to his satisfaction. This very uncertainty leaves him increasingly anxious. What if the other mutants fall under the sway of those troublesome X-Men? It would be prudent to minimize the likelihood of such events transpiring. Only by doing so can he ensure that unforeseen complications arise less frequently. It must be acknowledged that Magneto's thoughts on this matter are quite extensive. As a villain, he believes that any means to achieve his aims are justifiable, as long as the end result benefits him. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated the grand event scheduled for that evening. Just as Iron Man's celebration is about to commence, Magneto receives the news. He learns that the Doctor is preparing to lead all mutants in a private assembly. It is worth noting that Magneto has long awaited an opportunity to ensnare everyone in one fell swoop. The waiting has been arduous, and his patience has yielded little hope thus far, which is certainly disheartening news for him. Who could have foreseen that, at the moment he contemplated surrender, he would receive an unexpected revelation? The Doctor is poised to engage in a reckless endeavor, initiating the so-called mutant conference. Consequently, Magneto promptly begins his preparations. He intends to deliver a surprise to the Doctor and, additionally, to Iron Man. Neither of these individuals is easily dismissed in Magneto's eyes. If possible, he wishes to capture both at the earliest opportunity. After all, their formidable powers are readily apparent, and according to Magneto's current reasoning, he suspects that the Doctor has likely allied with Iron Man. After all, why would the mutant meeting be held at Iron Man's estate? This perplexing detail eludes him. However, since you have chosen to gather together, I shall certainly provide you with an even greater surprise. It must be said that this situation is, in many respects, exceedingly exhilarating. The opportunity that Magneto has yearned for has finally presented itself, and it is far more thrilling than those that came before. Both individuals are adversaries he despises. If given the chance to ensnare them both, the mutants' expansion plans could once again be set into motion. He firmly believes that at that juncture, there will be no distinction between so-called normal humans and mutants. The era of mutants shall soon dawn. Magneto's thoughts are indeed numerous. Not only that, but Magneto has meticulously prepared for every eventuality. This is something even the Doctor could not have anticipated. In his perspective, this gathering is exceedingly clandestine. Regrettably, the Doctor overlooked a critical point. If they are all mutants, why could there not be a traitor among them? Even within human society, traitors exist. Naturally, this gathering also harbors a traitor, an insider working for Magneto, who has divulged all the details of tonight's proceedings to him. Magneto now awaits a signal from his ally. The Doctor surveyed the mutants before him, yearning to assert with confidence that the opportunity lay before them. All they needed was to take the first step to unlock boundless possibilities. However, thoughts remain mere thoughts. These individuals seemed indifferent to his proposal, which caused the Doctor to harbor doubts. Could something have transpired? Their attitude should not have been so dismissive otherwise. Meanwhile, Yu Jie and Iron Man had nearly finished their drinks. Under Hela's persuasion, Yu Jie reluctantly bid farewell to Iron Man. While drinking is of significance, nothing is more important than matters concerning one's wife. Thus, after parting ways with Iron Man, Yu Jie followed Hela as they departed together. At that moment, Hela could not resist glancing back at Iron Man's estate. This fleeting glance surprised Yu Jie. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, the effects were negligible due to his superhuman strength. A slight acceleration of blood circulation could diminish the alcohol's influence to almost nothing. Observing Hela, Yu Jie could not help but inquire, "What is it? Did something fall?" Hela shook her head in response, remaining silent, yet a subtle smile graced her lips. In terms of perception, Hela had always kept her divine sensing abilities muted. However, compared to Yu Jie, her perceptive powers remained formidable. She had drawn Yu Jie out because she sensed an ominous presence surrounding the estate. This malevolence appeared directed at the manor, and she believed an unforeseen battle would soon unfold here. Hela hoped this conflict would not disrupt the tranquility she and Yu Jie cherished, preferring to maintain their previous idyllic existence. Noticing Hela's silence, Yu Jie wrapped his arm around her waist and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. He chose not to press further. If his wife was unwilling to share, it must be for a compelling reason. There was no need for him to pursue the matter, for she would surely confide in him when ready. With that, Yu Jie and Hela exited Iron Man's estate, and shortly thereafter, Magneto made his entrance. Magneto, this time, commands a cadre of his finest warriors, including many of the most formidable mutants among them. His intent is straightforward: to amass all his strength and utterly eradicate the Doctor. This individual has become exceedingly bothersome. The United States Sentinels have effectively obstructed all his avenues of approach. As fellow mutants, why must they tread a path of coexistence with humanity? Mutants inherently possess an air of superiority. Having transcended humanity, they are, indeed, above it. The discord between the two factions has inevitably precipitated this conflict. Magneto swiftly encircled the entire estate, gathering a dreadful power that began to coalesce around him. Meanwhile, the Doctor, still engaged in the gathering, furrowed his brow. Chapter 12. A cunning rabbit has many burrows. Yet Iron Man must be consulted. The Doctor had initially intended to further inspire the mutants, to help them grasp that the current circumstances were not as dire as they seemed. If they united, they could maintain a harmonious and peaceful coexistence with humanity. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such power? It appeared that some unusual individuals had infiltrated their midst. The Doctor had invested considerable effort into organizing this meeting, meticulously planning every detail, all to provide the mutants with a new sanctuary. However, he never imagined that, in such an environment, someone would seek to disrupt it. In mere moments, Magneto had completely surrounded the area. The original plan had disintegrated, and the Doctor's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with despair. Yet, this was not the most disheartening aspect. Now that Magneto approached, evasion was no longer an option. What weighed more heavily on his mind was who had leaked this information. After all, the endeavor had been executed with utmost discretion. The opponent's mindset revealed that Magneto was thoroughly prepared, likely intent on executing a decisive strike here. For the Doctor, such incidents had occurred numerous times, but this one was particularly grave, for his trust had been betrayed. However, he was no fool. He refrained from excessively searching for the so-called traitor. The immediate priority was to evacuate the other humans. Indeed, the foremost thought in the Doctor's mind was to ensure the safety of all ordinary individuals present. This was imperative, especially given the recent assassination of a high-ranking human official, which had severely eroded humanity's faith in mutants. Should the mutants engage in battle again, resulting in further loss of human life, their fate would be all too predictable. Magneto might not care, but the Doctor was acutely aware of the stakes at hand. Should such matters continue to deteriorate, both parties would indeed find themselves at an impasse. At that juncture, no words could possibly mend a rift. It is precisely due to this reality that even the lives of his own kin could be at stake. Yet he remains unable to concern himself with their fates. His sole focus must be on ensuring the survival of humanity. Only if humanity persists will the existence of mutants hold any significance. It must be acknowledged that the Doctor possesses a distinct perspective in matters of grave importance. However, his greater concern lies with Iron Man. The latter must not encounter any misfortune. He instructs everyone to tend to the ordinary humans. Yet he himself hastens toward Iron Man's location. Others may face peril, but Iron Man must not bear any cost in this conspiracy. Even the loss of a single hair could unleash unforeseen calamities. The Doctor can already perceive that, to some extent, Iron Man has been thrust into the limelight. This exposure may yield unpredictable consequences for humanity. If this opportunity were to present itself before him, and he failed to seize it, allowing it to vanish entirely, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. Despite Iron Man now possessing armor as his weapon, his overwhelming joy upon encountering Yu Jie led him to indulge in copious amounts of alcohol. Technology offers little recourse against alcohol, and as of now, he has yet to devise a means to counteract its effects. Outside, the clamor escalates. Humanity has suffered catastrophic blows. Yet, Iron Man remains blissfully unaware, having consumed far too much wine. At this moment, the Doctor approaches Iron Man, unceremoniously commanding those around him to hoist Iron Man away. There is no time for explanations. An immediate evacuation is imperative. The longer they linger, the greater the impending peril becomes. Who knows how long Magneto has been orchestrating this plan? Even now, the Doctor remains oblivious to the schemes Magneto has concealed. These machinations may exact a toll, but they could also be rendered to ashes. Both outcomes are plausible. Ultimately, it hinges on an individual's ability to navigate choices effectively. The Doctor's speed is remarkable. In a brief span, he successfully rescues all the humans. Even Iron Man remains at his side, and through a previously established secret passage, they manage to escape the estate. Indeed, in hosting the banquet, Iron Man had also secured an escape route for himself. The tribulations faced in war-torn regions instilled in him the understanding of the necessity to retain a retreat in critical moments. Previously, he deemed such a fallback unnecessary. However, upon confronting death in its stark reality, Iron Man comprehended the paramount importance of having an exit strategy. Consequently, he has ensured that every estate, every mansion, is equipped with a contingency passage, his proverbial escape route. This escape route had been communicated to the doctor beforehand. After all, engaging with mutants during this exceedingly sensitive period could potentially lead to dire consequences. If the authorities were to intervene, even Iron Man would find it challenging to provide a satisfactory explanation. Thus, it was imperative for him to inform the doctor about this hidden passage. Who could have anticipated that this concealed route would become his lifeline at a critical moment? Upon awakening, Iron Man reflected on this with a sense of poignant irony. Consequently, he underwent an unexpected transformation that even Yu Jie could not have foreseen. In the aftermath of the conflict, Iron Man evolved into a figure who valued life to the utmost degree. Not only that, but he also took measures to fortify the secret passage. Moreover, who would have imagined that the internal strife among the mutants would inadvertently involve him? Iron Man felt that a solitary escape route might prove insufficient. Should chaos ensue, the likelihood of being affected was high. Therefore, it was essential for him to prepare additional avenues of retreat. After all, who could guarantee that luck would be on his side every time? Meanwhile, Yu Jie and Hela had returned home, unaware that Iron Man's estate had just faced a catastrophic blow. The mutants, after all, were exceedingly ruthless in their dealings with humanity. This brutality extended not only to humans, but also to their own kind. Yet, these matters no longer concerned Yu Jie. Chapter 13, Encountering a Man. Magneto was filled with rage. He could not fathom how his meticulously devised plan had once again faltered. He questioned whether it was his own folly or merely the doctor's fortuitous luck. Despite having meticulously prepared everything, he ultimately failed to secure his target, and the human casualties were disappointingly minimal. This rendered his original plan a complete failure on multiple levels. Iron Man, too, had found no traces of his presence. Magneto surmised without hesitation that his adversary must have escaped at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. However, if this opportunity slipped away, he would have to seek new ones. After all, failure is merely a temporary setback, with success always lurking in the shadows. Embracing this mindset, Magneto quickly reached out to others, for his dealings with the Doctor were far from over. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that, merely half a month later, he would come across a startling piece of news regarding Iron Man. This announcement was published across various major newspapers, and even the Doctor would have been astonished by its content. It declared that the Stark family would no longer engage in any dealings related to Magneto or the mutants supporting him. This proclamation sent shockwaves through both the human realm and the mutant community. Who could have predicted that Iron Man would boldly declare war on the mutants? For humanity, this news is not particularly distressing, as the general sentiment towards mutants is rather indifferent, most merely observed with detached curiosity. For Doctor Strange, however, this development is akin to a timely assistance in a snowy landscape. Previously, he had endeavored to cultivate a rapport with Iron Man, but his attempts had been met with a steadfast resistance. Who could have anticipated that Magneto's sudden actions would forge a bond between them? Now, Doctor Strange longs to meet Magneto, expressing gratitude for the fortuitous alliance he has found. Conversely, Magneto is consumed by a malevolent fury. He is well aware of Iron Man's identity and the formidable legacy of the Stark family. He comprehends that in this nation, wealth can indeed alter circumstances, including the perception of mutants, which could be reshaped under the influence of money. In the absence of pressing necessity, Magneto prefers to avoid provoking formidable entities like Iron Man. Yet, his overwhelming power breeds a certain blind confidence. He believes that with such might, no one would dare to declare war against him without cause. While the corporations wield terrifying financial resources, they generally prefer to foster amicable relations. Individuals as unyielding as Iron Man are rare. Nevertheless, despite sensing that the situation is amiss, Magneto sees no avenue for redress. If he can push his adversary towards conflict, he might as well allow events to unfold as they will. However, what astonishes Magneto is the realization that there are unseen forces at play behind the scenes, though their identities remain unknown to him. Meanwhile, Thor, who finds himself in a state of destitution among mortals, is beset by a headache. Initially, he believed his father's decree to send him to Earth was merely a formality. Who could have foreseen that he would not only have his divine powers stripped away, but would also find himself unable to summon his enchanted hammer? It is crucial to understand that the hammer is not solely dependent on divine strength for its invocation. When his father bestowed the hammer upon him, it effectively transferred ownership. Yet now, The hammer seems to resist his commands, responding not at all to his calls, which only solidifies Thor's conviction that circumstances have indeed changed, leaving him feeling utterly isolated on Earth. At this juncture, he receives an unexpected piece of news. His elder sister has emerged. This revelation takes Thor by surprise, not simply because she has reappeared, but because he is taken aback by the realization that he has another sister. During his time on Earth, he has wallowed in self-pity, a fact not unnoticed by Odin, who has long kept the matter of Hela buried deep within his heart. However, observing Thor and Loki seemingly intent on causing further chaos on Earth, Odin resolved to instigate some changes. He could no longer allow these two sons to languish in such idleness. Of course, Loki was not included in this assessment. But Thor's demeanor was simply intolerable to Odin. In Odin's eyes, Hela and Thor epitomized two opposing extremes. Hela was eager to ascend to the throne of the god king, even attempting to incite her father in the process. As for Thor, he displayed none of the attributes befitting a god. Were it not for his lineage, it was likely he would not even entertain the notion of divinity. Each day was spent in lethargy, and witnessing such a state of affairs tormented Odin's soul. He felt a desperate urge to strike down this unfortunate son. The aspirations that others yearned for were effortlessly within his grasp, yet Thor not only failed to cherish them, but also resolutely turned his back on them. This compelled Odin to reveal Hela's existence to Thor in an attempt to rekindle his son's fighting spirit, yet the ensuing events only led to Odin's regret. For upon hearing this news, Thor descended further into apathy. Previously, he had at least taken pleasure in meandering about Earth, even taking the time to meet new acquaintances. Now, he seemed to have transformed into a legendary slothful recluse, spending his days glued to the television and indulging in soda, while his physique expanded in a rather alarming manner. It was likely that Yu Jie had not anticipated that the events which unfolded within the Avengers would manifest in Thor's narrative, all due to his own wife. As for Yu Jie, life was quite pleasant. He no longer had to worry about much. His days were spent as a scribe, selling copyrights, and enjoying an unabashedly blissful life with his wife. It was simply delightful, until one fateful day, the arrival of a man altered everything. Chapter 14. The Hulk. Yu Jie regarded the man before him with a hint of uncertainty. This man seemed familiar, yet he could not ascertain whether he was indeed the one he suspected. His gaze also lingered on his wife, Hela, for as he noticed the man, Hela's attention was similarly fixed upon him. However, Hela had never cast more than a glance at this stranger. Instead, her focus remained on Yu Jie. Her eyes filled with confusion and intrigue. At that moment, Yu Jie realized that, in some respect, his wife had undergone a transformation. Had he misinterpreted the situation? He promptly spoke, "My dear, it is not as you think. I do not know this individual. He may have been lying at our doorstep last night, and I only just saw him upon stepping outside." In response to Yu Jie's clarification, Hela offered no words but instead smiled faintly, casting a meaningful glance at the man lying on the ground. Then, she turned and proceeded back to their estate. Originally, Yu Jie intended to venture out to discuss copyright matters, but he shook his head in resignation. There was no choice, since the other party had arrived. He could only invite them into the proverbial trap. This man, Yu Jie had come to ascertain, bore a striking resemblance to the Hulk. Clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, his visage nearly identical to that of Dr. Banner. However, based on Yu Jie's understanding of the Hulk, it was unlikely that such a being would appear in the vicinity of his estate. It seemed more plausible that the creature was currently on the run. The Hulk, after all, was a tragically misunderstood figure, initially driven solely by a quest for scientific understanding. Who could have foreseen that in his pursuit of knowledge, he would nearly lose himself? Though he had gained formidable and terrifying power, it came at the cost of the very intellect that Dr. Banner relied upon for his existence. For them, certain sacrifices were acceptable, yet others were not. The events unfolding now were not merely matters that could be resolved through relinquishment. Yu Jie's gaze was fixed intently upon Banner. In truth, he had yet to confirm whether the other had come to him as a result of his transformation. Yet, if the transformation had indeed occurred, how was it that he had not heard such a cacophony? For an extended period, Yu Jie had been absorbing the sun's energy, and the essence of Superman was subtly manifesting within him. The most evident change was in his strength. Some alterations were visible to the naked eye, such as the transformation of his physique. Previously, when confronted by the minions of Jean Bing, he had needed to strategize and summon a certain degree of power to give them a chance. Now, however, Yu Jie was wholly confident that even a single punch would suffice to dispatch those troublemakers effortlessly. In fact, even in the face of a raging Hulk, Yu Jie possessed the means not only for self-preservation but also for annihilation. This was the terrifying might of Superman. With the continual absorption of solar energy, his power was poised to escalate to an extraordinarily formidable level. Of course, if it were merely a matter of strength, Yu Jie might not have been overly concerned. Yet it was not solely about strength. Even in terms of perception, Superman's abilities would gradually enhance over time. For instance, Yu Jie had never tested his laser vision. But based on the current trajectory of his power growth, he fancied that he could gaze upon the moon with ease. This seemed a trivial matter indeed. After pondering for a while, Yu Jie shook his head. This situation was still too complex for him to comprehend. In any case, the other party had entered his home, and ruminating on inconsequential matters was of no significance. It would be far more prudent to wait until the other regained consciousness to inquire further. Subsequently, Yu Jie assisted the individual back into his abode. As he stepped inside, Hela's gaze swept over him, causing a chill to creep down Yu Jie's spine. Though Hela's demeanor appeared nonchalant, a mere glance revealed to her that matters were far more complex than they seemed. Yu Jie soon realized that a woman's words may not align with her true thoughts. Her seemingly indifferent expression was, in fact, a subtle plea for him to resolve the predicament swiftly. Having brought her back, Yu Jie suddenly felt as though he had made a grave miscalculation. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that this individual held some significance in his life, as they had crossed paths before. She was a person of profound literary knowledge. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, Yu Jie found himself left with no alternative but to press on, albeit with trepidation. Yet, upon uttering his thoughts, Hela revealed a rather displeasing smile, subsequently ignoring him and ascending to the bedroom on the second floor. It dawned on Yu Jie that the dynamics had indeed shifted. Casting a glance at the green giant he had carelessly left on the sofa, and then at his wife making her way upstairs, he ultimately decided to follow her. If his wife harbored doubts about him, it was imperative that he demonstrate, through actions, that certain matters were not as she perceived them. Even with a green giant downstairs, the soundproofing in their room was remarkably effective, an observation supported by the presence of numerous bodyguards around the house. After all, with so many people around, it was inevitable that they would overhear certain unmentionable sounds. Therefore, Yu Jie had invested significantly in ensuring that their home sound insulation was exceptionally robust. Presently, even if several bombs were detonated in the bedroom, it would likely go unheard outside. The two engaged in an extended battle of endurance, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber after 2 hours. Yu Jie, unable to contain himself, lit a cigarette, sinking into profound doubt. Was the issue truly his fault? Or was Hela acting with intent? Perhaps she was dissatisfied with his performance the previous night, and the recent situation contradicted his expectations. He had initially thought it would take time for her to revert to her former self, yet who could have anticipated that upon entering the house and encountering her, her fiery enthusiasm would suddenly ignite? Hela had always been like an iceberg, even in their intimate moments. However, it seemed that her warmth had been thoroughly awakened after just a brief encounter, leading Yu Jie to question whether he had been deceived. Chapter 15. The challenge of the Green Giant. For the time being, Hela's affairs were set aside. But the emergence of the Green Giant appeared to signify something significant for Yu Jie. According to the original narrative, the Green Giant should have been pursued by the military at this juncture. Yet, why had this fugitive appeared at his doorstep? He had sensed nothing amiss. Yu Jie was not one to dwell on the changes of certain situations, yet that did not imply he was a fool. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Jie suddenly realized something significant was amiss. It was highly probable that an extraordinary event had transpired. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the emergence of a green giant in this place. At this moment, the Hulk gazed upon Yu Jie with a hint of perplexity. In truth, after being struck by gamma rays, he began to harbor a sense of regret. He could have been an ordinary doctor, diligently pursuing his research. Yet his insatiable curiosity about the unknown led to his current state, a being neither entirely human nor ghostly. Presently, the Green Giant had not yet merged his consciousness with that of the Hulk. From his own perspective, he suspected he might be suffering from a form of dissociative identity disorder, for how else could he explain the existence of this other self? In fact, within his current environment, the Green Giant found himself unable to exert control over his actions. Even the most fundamental emotion, anger, eluded him. Due to the early stages of his transformation, he could not comprehend when the Hulk would manifest. He might be engaged in conversation one moment, only to become the Green Giant uncontrollably the next. Upon considering this, the Green Giant began to formulate a hypothesis regarding his sudden arrival in this place. Perhaps it was this unforeseen change that had brought him here. He observed Yu Jie, who had reacted with remarkable swiftness. Yu Jie was a figure he recognized, a hotly debated character across the entire nation of Eagle Country. His novels had achieved immense popularity. One might not know the president, but it was impossible not to be familiar with Yu Jie. The narratives he crafted painted an unexpectedly vast canvas, and following the release of adaptations into film, public curiosity about him had surged anew. It was remarkable that a mere person of Chinese descent could possess such profound knowledge of Western tales and create narratives that even Westerners struggled to surpass. The two men regarded each other in silence, neither inclined to initiate dialogue. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Green Giant could no longer contain himself. "You should not have brought me here," he said, "for I am uncertain whether I can still be considered human." Yu Jie, taken aback by the green giant's words, chose not to dwell on them. Instead, he shook his head. Your status as a human is of little consequence to me. All I know is that you are a stranger who collapsed before my estate, and I merely acted out of a sense of humanitarianism. However, if you feel this way, you are free to depart my home. Farewell. Yu Jie's response was unexpected for the green giant, who was astonished by the promptness of his dismissal. The green giant looked at Yu Jie with a hint of confusion, but soon he recalled Yu Jie's identity, a writer. The arrival of the individual may have inadvertently disrupted the creative flow of another, perhaps even eliciting a fleeting expression of regret upon the visage of the Hulk. Subsequently, the Hulk shook his head, recognizing that the current circumstances were indeed unsightly, yet not entirely dire. For instance, he had failed to notice that General Ross was in pursuit. And suddenly he recalled certain previous events. In the face of peril, he often lacked the ability to sense danger, yet the Hulk possessed an extraordinary intuition, a terrifying prescience when it came to impending threats, coupled with a formidable strength that surpassed ordinary limits. Now, Dr. Banner contemplated that his presence here was likely due to the Hulk's emergence. He instinctively believed this to be a safe haven, but in reality, it was merely the residence of Yu Jie. Could Yu Jie truly provide him with a sense of security? Not long after his arrival, the Hulk began to feel as though his mind was slipping from his control, a profound and inexplicable fury brewing within him. He never anticipated that the Hulk would manifest at this moment within Yu Jie's abode, which stirred a flicker of anger within Dr. Banner. Unbeknownst to him, this very anger catalyzed the Hulk's emergence. In an instant, the Hulk materialized, and Dr. Banner's consciousness was utterly extinguished. Before Yu Jie now stood the formidable Hulk, a sight that had previously been anticipated. The Hulk beckoned to Yu Jie with a crook of his finger, a gesture that Yu Jie found perplexing. However, he surmised that the Hulk likely wished to engage him in a contest of strength. Unable to suppress a grin that revealed his pearly whites, Yu Jie spoke with a hint of menace, expressing surprise that the Hulk had taken the initiative to challenge him. He admitted uncertainty about the extent of his own powers, but suggested they seek a more suitable location for their impending clash, as this was his home. Yu Jie quickly grasped the Hulk's intent to fight, but he was acutely aware that such a confrontation could not occur within his residence, especially after having lulled Hela to sleep. What would happen if she awakened? Moreover, Yu Jie was reluctant to prematurely unveil his true identity, as maintaining the facade of a writer was already a sufficient burden. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered these words, Hela upstairs had slightly opened her eyes. Though she had fallen into slumber, she remained partially alert. Any hint of disturbance outside would rouse her from her dreams. She sensed the Hulk's presence and the terrifying power he exuded. Yet she was utterly unprepared for the realization that her partner seemed unconcerned and even inclined to engage in battle. At this moment, Hela found herself increasingly bewildered about the true nature of her companion. Having previously sensed that he harbored hidden secrets she could not fully comprehend. It is no longer a secret, so simple that he can even sense something lingering within Yu Jie. Chapter 16, The Battle Commences. Hela has developed a slight curiosity towards Yu Jie. However, since Yu Jie has not voluntarily revealed anything to her, Hela naturally refrains from inquiring, as it is ultimately a matter concerning her man. What truly matters to Hela is that Yu Jie is willing to step forward and share with her. Otherwise, it would feel as though she were coercing him to speak. One must admit that Hela possesses a touch of pride. Perhaps even Yu Jie himself did not anticipate the arrival of the Hulk. This revelation threatens to unveil the true selves of the couple. Soon after, Yu Jie and the Hulk vanished without a trace. Hela cast a brief glance, but did not dwell on it. After all, if the intruder dared to enter her home, he must have come prepared. Yet, it is perhaps Yu Jie's unwavering confidence that holds greater significance. Throughout, Yu Jie has exhibited an air of mystery that eludes her comprehension. However, this does not imply that matters will remain obscure. In fact, Hela believes Yu Jie must have a plan and intentions, though it will require but a little time for her to grasp them. Hela remains motionless, turning instead to resume her slumber. Meanwhile, Yu Jie, accompanied by the Hulk, arrived at a rather desolate location. In this country, such areas are abundant, facilitating the duo's clandestine activities in the wild. Yu Jie shifted his body slightly, feeling a surge of power gradually swelling within him. The Hulk's gaze remained fixed upon Yu Jie. He has always been attuned to the Hulk's state. Something felt amiss, yet due to his experience, Yu Jie comprehends himself far better than the Hulk does. For instance, the Hulk's strength has always stemmed from rage. Sufficient fury can elevate his power to unfathomable heights. Presently, although the Hulk is not enraged, his scrutinizing gaze reveals an undeniable desire for combat, truly a dichotomy. The Hulk seems to yearn for battle, almost wishing for a death within it, while Dr. Banner embodies caution. Nothing appears to stir his attention. Instead, he is preoccupied with researching what he can comprehend. Even if certain phenomena are beyond his grasp, he strives to uncover them nonetheless. With a resounding roar, the Hulk finally sprang into action. Unwilling to forego the opportunity to engage with a formidable opponent. One cannot deny that despite the Hulk's colossal stature, beneath such bulk lies a formidable power. Just as the manifestation of this force emerged, even Yu Jie could not help but furrow his brow. Yu Jie refrained from speculating on any disparity in their powers. Instead, he merely inferred from the display of the Hulk's strength. Immediately, Yu Jie shook his head in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the Hulk could amass such formidable power in this locality. Moreover, this force seemed to be incrementally intensifying. As the Hulk's fist thundered against the air before him, Yu Jie instinctively took 2 steps back. He then shook his head, feeling a twinge of astonishment at the emergence of this power, though it was merely surprise. True strength does not manifest so swiftly. It was not just Yu Jie who entertained such thoughts. The Hulk, too, sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Power inherently exists in reciprocity, influencing one another. If the opponent's strength could not withstand his own, then when his might collided with them, they would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic consequences due to his overwhelming force. Yet, the Hulk discovered that when his strength struck Yu Jie, the latter showed no signs of retreating whatsoever. This further solidified the Hulk's belief that his opponent's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. In mere moments, the Hulk unleashed another assault on his adversary, his power immense. With each punch, his speed escalated, while Yu Jie merely raised his arms to shield his face, allowing the force to wash over him. Soon, approximately half a minute later, Yu Jie deftly evaded the Hulk's heavy blow. He shook his head slightly, having already experienced much of the Hulk's strength. Nevertheless, for Yu Jie, this power was insufficient to defeat him. However, given his opponent's eager engagement, he could not disappoint. At that moment, the essence of Superman's strength manifested within Yu Jie. The next second, the Hulk could distinctly perceive a significant alteration in Yu Jie compared to before. Superman's power had always been within Yu Jie. Yet the force emanating from his exterior and that which resided within him were entirely different notions. Typically, Yu Jie would not unleash his internal strength completely. Yet now, he had allowed this power to permeate the space surrounding his body as soon as he conceived a thought that strength would erupt instantaneously. Subsequently, Yu Jie charged at the Hulk, his power far more terrifying than the latter had anticipated. Initially, before Yu Jie had unleashed his strength, the Hulk might have thought he was merely overestimating his opponent. After all, he was just a human. However, now, Yu Jie, who had once been at a considerable distance, had suddenly closed the gap, his fist colliding with the Hulk's arm, causing him to stagger back, even flying backward. The Hulk was utterly unprepared for such terrifying power. He knew Yu Jie had just gathered some strength, but he was also controlling his own power, ensuring he would not be repelled. Yet, in reality, from the moment the Hulk first struck Yu Jie, he noticed that Yu Jie showed no signs of retreat. However, now that it was Yu Jie who began to launch an offensive, to his astonishment, the Hulk found himself retreating. In an instant, the Hulk felt the vast chasm of disparity between them. This was something the Hulk could hardly accept. He had instigated this battle, yet he would not concede easily during the fight. After all, Yu Jie was merely a human, an insignificant insect. How could he possibly fall here? He needed to make it abundantly clear that the Hulk was the strongest. Chapter 17, Transformation. General Ross. Rage continued to build within the Hulk, while Yu Jie looked on in astonishment. It was evident that the Hulk's anger had significantly amplified his strength. Previously, Yu Jie had understood that the Hulk's power stemmed primarily from his own fury. As long as he remained sufficiently enraged, the strength he unleashed would far exceed his limits. It could be said that he was a limitless beast. As long as his anger persisted, his power would continuously escalate, evolving into an exceedingly terrifying force. Due to this realization, Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head. The Hulk's strength was indeed formidable, yet he himself had not yet deployed his true power. He had merely revealed a fraction of his capabilities. There was no doubt that his full power would gradually intensify over time. However, it was equally true that every individual's attitude could alter their strength. Yu Jie's thoughts were straightforward. Since the power he had exhibited was insufficient to subdue his opponent, he would simply elevate his own strength in tandem with the Hulk's increase. The Hulk's power was on the rise, and this was a force that Yu Jie regarded as an adversary, further augmenting the Hulk's might. He had not anticipated that Yu Jie would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Once more, his fist swung as they exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Before long, the Hulk's expression shifted again. He had not expected the strength Yu Jie was revealing to be so outrageous. He had lost count of how many times he had bolstered his power. Yet it was undeniable that with each surge, his strength evolved over time, while his opponent's strength was also fluctuating. Not only was Yu Jie keeping pace, but he was also demonstrating signs of wanting to suppress the Hulk. Realizing this, the Hulk shook his head, fully aware that he could not afford to lose his composure. After all, to some extent, Yu Jie's strength was not inferior to his own. In fact, it might even surpass it. With this thought, The Hulk felt his inner fury swell even more. He had sensed this power escalating long before. However, he could never have anticipated that his opponent's power had not only increased, but was even more terrifying than he had demonstrated. The Hulk took a deep breath. And to his astonishment, a radiant light began to flicker around him. Yu Jie observed this scene with a hint of surprise, for in his memory, the Hulk was supposed to rely entirely on his physical prowess in battle. Why then was the Hulk now exhibiting an even more formidable and unfathomable force? Could it be that an unexpected transformation was occurring within him? Was the Hulk on the verge of undergoing another mutation, akin to becoming a mutant? Though uncertainty lingered in his mind, it was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by Yu Jie's resolve. If his adversary could manifest greater strength, it implied that he too could elevate his own power in this encounter. Soon, a brilliant light shimmered in Yu Jie's eyes, signaling an impending eruption of their combined might. He relentlessly launched attacks against his opponent, reminiscent of the Hulk's earlier frenzy. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their speed and strength escalating to their limits. In that moment, Yu Jie noticed the light emanating from the Hulk gradually fading. As he unleashed a fully charged punch, the Hulk was unexpectedly sent hurtling backwards. The tremendous force within him began to dissipate, and his once mighty form began to diminish, ultimately transforming back into Bruce Banner. Yu Jie gazed at this transformation with a measure of confusion. Could it be that the Hulk lacked perfect control over his own powers? Yet, it seemed unlikely. The fury that had fueled such a display of strength could not simply vanish under those circumstances. While Yu Jie pondered these possibilities, he ultimately shook his head, acknowledging his ignorance regarding the true effects of gamma radiation on the Hulk. Undoubtedly, there were aspects of the Hulk's condition that eluded his understanding. He looked at the unconscious Banner and decided to carry him back to his estate. For Yu Jie, whether it was the Hulk or Bruce Banner, neither held significant importance. Even within his estate, they posed no threat. Meanwhile, following Yu Jie's battle with the Hulk, the military received a new piece of intelligence. Surprisingly, even Yu Jie had not realized the substantial connection between the Hulk's reappearance and General Ross. The Hulk's recent transformation was likely triggered by General Ross's involvement. Due to a mishap in Banner's experiments, he had morphed into the Hulk, which, for the military, was news with potential benefits outweighing the drawbacks. After all, the discovery that gamma radiation could yield such significant advantages posed a formidable question. Who could stand against an army of beings like the Hulk on the battlefield? Ideas are beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. The Hulk remains the Hulk, but Dr. Banner is still the same Dr. Banner. Upon realizing the military's sinister intentions, he promptly abandoned the notion of allowing further research on himself. He must escape, even if it means never transforming again. Even if he is no longer the distinguished doctor he once was. As long as he can live quietly, that is sufficient. It must be said that Dr. Banner contemplates many aspects, to the point where even he appears somewhat inscrutable. The myriad events occurring within him have rendered his situation far more complex than mere anxiety. Meanwhile, the military, having detected the Hulk's signal once more, swiftly commenced their operations. They must capture the Hulk again in the shortest time possible to thoroughly study him. Only then can they hope to replicate a warrior akin to the Hulk. The military had previously conducted similar experiments, but that endeavor was merely a beginning. However, this beginning birthed an entity like Captain America. Yet, this time, the experiment made them realize that, in the presence of the Hulk, Captain America is utterly ineffective. Chapter 18. The terrifying Hela. Yu Jie hesitated slightly, as everything surrounding the Hulk left him feeling uncertain. However, it was but a fleeting moment of doubt. After all, keeping the Hulk in the estate's rear could prove useful in critical situations, serving as a shield against bullets. Yu Jie soon returned home, casting a glance at the sleeping Hela, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He feared that she might awaken in the middle of the night, searching for him. At that point, even jumping into the Yellow River would not suffice to explain his absence. He then returned to Hela's side, gently caressing her and kissing her forehead. As they drifted into slumber together, Hela had long been aware of Yu Jie's return. In fact, she had sensed his battle with the Hulk. Once she learned that he was not in grave danger, the Hulk's menace diminished significantly. While the Hulk exhibited immense power, escalating with his fury, facing the god of death from the Nine Realms required little strength to render the Hulk into oblivion. Furthermore, Yu Jie was her man. Only she could bully others. And anyone wishing to bully her man would at least pay with their life. If possible, Hela would extract their soul, making them understand that death is merely a beginning. General Ross, upon discovering that the Hulk had not vanished entirely, was exceedingly excited. According to his plan, he would soon locate the Hulk's traces, capturing him once more. Ideally, the military would swiftly develop even more formidable weapons through their research on the Hulk. This was crucial, especially since the military strength had significantly diminished due to various unforeseen events. This led General Ross to feel that, in many respects, his problems were still too numerous. The modern military did not necessitate a so-called transformation. What it truly required was a formidable weapon. Previously, the Russian generals were oblivious to the essence of a weapon. Until the emergence of the Hulk illuminated the truth, wasn't the Hulk the most optimal weapon available? Moreover, if the military could harness the Hulk's powers for themselves, no adversary, domestically or globally, would dare to voice dissent. For instance, not long ago, Iron Man had been flaunting his prowess on the military side. General Ross was skeptical that Iron Man could contend with a being of the Hulk's magnitude. To reassure himself, he mused that he need not possess an army of Hulks. Perhaps merely 20 or 30 such entities would suffice to convey the significance of his name, General Ross, to the entire world. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Yu Jie, he had unwittingly caught the military's attention. Time flew by rapidly. Another fortnight passed, and Yu Jie once again reaped countless rewards through the sign-in system. Some of these rewards bore some utility for him, while others were mere scraps of iron, perhaps even less valuable than that. Notably, however, his relationship with the Hulk was gradually becoming more amicable. In truth, prior to the Hulk's last bout of amnesia, he had left a fragment of memory regarding Yu Jie with Dr. Banner, indicating that Yu Jie was no ordinary individual, and if possible, it would be wise to maintain a certain distance from him. This was one of the significant reasons why Dr. Banner had not been as enthusiastic upon awakening. However, as he spent more time in Yu Jie's company, Dr. Banner realized that Yu Jie was merely a simple novelist, far from the daunting figure the Hulk had suggested. In Dr. Banner's eyes, the Hulk seemed to wish to sever ties with human society, transforming into a beast akin to his own form, a notion Dr. Banner could never endorse. He believed his life could be far better without the Hulk. As long as the latter was absent, his existence remained blissful. Subsequently, he came to discover a terrifying reality. Within the confines of the estate, he had not once transformed back into the Hulk, not even a single time. At least during his conscious moments, he remembered that previously, when transforming into the Hulk, he would lose fragments of memory or consciousness. This time, however, was entirely different. Having spent over half a month at Yu Jie's estate, he was constantly exposed to novel experiences. Each day, he engaged in self-reflection, leading him to suspect that this estate truly harbored something extraordinary. In actuality, Dr. Banner retained memories of the daytime but lacked recollections of the night. As he began to sense that Yu Jie was somewhat different, the memories belonging to the Hulk within him began to awaken slowly. He exhibited a certain uniqueness, and it was highly likely that remaining here would lead to trouble. Hence, he chose to transform into the Hulk on the night when Dr. Banner was fast asleep, intending to make his escape. However, just as he was about to leave, the sudden appearance of a woman thwarted all his plans. This woman was none other than Hela. Although she was unaware of the Hulk's intentions, it was evident that something was amiss with him. Nonetheless, this was not a significant concern, as she had not caused any trouble within the estate. This realization assured Hela that there was no immediate need for any conflict between them. Naturally, she hoped that the Hulk would not disrupt their solitary lives. Yet, since Yu Jie had not raised any objections, what right did he have to leave? Upon arriving at the estate, he should have at least consulted the owner, shouldn't he? The Hulk felt a twinge of resentment. He longed to engage in a contest of strength with Hela, eager to discover whose power was superior. After all, only the strong have the right to speak. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that his strength was utterly insignificant before Hela. She merely extended her hand, and a terrifying force enveloped him, gradually intensifying. Not only did this burgeoning power begin to take effect on the Hulk, but it also made him realize that before Hela, he was perhaps no more than a child, utterly incapable of retaliation. In light of this, the Hulk had no choice but to remain compliant, for Hela's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. Chapter 19. S-H-I-E-L-D. The Hulk was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Hela's power. It was worth noting that when facing Yu Jie, he had only felt a slight pressure. As long as his rage was sufficiently potent, Yu Jie would undoubtedly be no match for him. Yet, the power Hela displayed was beyond his comprehension, a force that was simply incomparable. The disparity in strength between them was glaringly apparent. Just as he had amassed enough power to unleash his might, Hela had already approached him, demonstrating what true terror meant. Hela was indifferent to the Hulk's thoughts. For her, many matters were far more complex than they appeared. Moreover, in a strictly defined sense, the Hulk's situation was not for him to ponder. It was to be decided by Hela. Since Yu Jie had already brought the Hulk back, it was now his responsibility to address all related issues. However, if Yu Jie chose not to intervene, he should simply wait a while rather than allowing the situation to spiral out of control. Perhaps even Yu Jie himself had not anticipated how domineering his wife could be. The formidable Hulk, having encountered Hela, found himself devoid of any thoughts of escape. Meanwhile, General Ross initiated his own actions. Utilizing cutting-edge technology, he successfully pinpointed the Hulk's location. For him, the paramount objective was to locate the Hulk and capture him. ensuring the infallibility of his grand scheme. The current state of the military was far from favorable, bordering on disarray. Although the military had previously faced various challenges, they were conspicuous and unlikely to escalate into a catastrophe in the near future. However, with the emergence of the Hulk, an alarming awareness had taken hold. Maintaining a simplistic mindset in hopes of improving the situation was nothing short of a far-fetched fantasy. Thus, why not consider alternative approaches? Seizing the opportunity at hand was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. General Ross's strategy was commendable, and he swiftly assembled a sufficient number of personnel. For him, capturing the Hulk was the only goal that mattered. The military's strength paled in comparison to that of S.H.I.E.L.D., as the latter dealt with matters involving beings akin to mutants. In truth, a comparison between the two entities could only yield a battle to the death. On the other hand, Nick Fury was promptly informed of the military's maneuvers. Having encountered the military's actions before, Nick was no stranger to their pursuit of the Hulk, which he had previously attempted to recruit into S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, this ambition had not materialized, as he discovered the Hulk had become a mindless beast, devoid of human instinct and intellect, consumed solely by a thirst for destruction. Given this, there was no reason to retain him. Conversely, the military seemed to harbor some intentions regarding the Hulk. Historically, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had been at odds, yet Nick Fury believed that if they could improve their mutual circumstances and attitudes, it would ensure minimal unforeseen complications. It must be acknowledged that Nick Fury harbored numerous ideas, and for the sake of his vision, he resolutely relinquished the Hulk. With relations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military entering a phase of détente, if the military sought to obtain the Hulk, he would simply extend a favor. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury departed. However, little did he anticipate that after his exit, the Hulk would inadvertently encounter Yu Jie. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D., stationed high above the earth, was swiftly apprised of this development. Unlike the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been consistently monitoring the planet, remaining informed of all occurrences, great and small, in real time. For instance, the events that are currently unfolding have elicited a measure of astonishment among them. They promptly sought out Nick Fury, believing it imperative to inform the director of this matter. It must be said that these individuals are diligent in their duties. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury himself was taken aback. In his view, the Hulk should have long been apprehended by the military for experimentation. Who could have anticipated that their adversary would possess such remarkable fortune? They had actually discovered Yu Jie's estate, and, astonishingly, managed to survive. Nick Fury's stance towards Yu Jie is rather ambiguous. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer for the latter to join their ranks. At the very least, he desired to maintain a semblance of alignment with him. However, the emergence of the Hulk has introduced a degree of uncertainty into this plan, leaving Nick Fury questioning the correctness of his initial actions. Nonetheless, he understands that it is of utmost urgency to alleviate the tension between Yu Jie and the military. Should the military breach Yu Jie's estate, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation. To this day, Nick Fury remains unaware of the true extent of Yu Jie's capabilities, particularly concerning that peculiar wife of his. In truth, prior to this, Nick Fury had only conducted an investigation into Yu Jie, during which he was astonished to discover that Yu Jie exhibited traits of an eccentric, perhaps even an unconventional mutant. However, the power displayed by his wife, Hela, was far beyond what any mutant should possess. Contemplating this formidable force, he pondered whether it would be prudent to approach Yu Jie, ideally with the intention of encouraging a separation from Hela. After all, the presence of someone like Hela on Earth posed a significant risk. A series of events seemed to have been orchestrated in advance, culminating in Nick Fury's current predicament. For him, this is the most unexpected twist of fate. Yet, he does not perceive it as entirely detrimental. Rather, he is contemplating how to weave all these threads together. Only by doing so can he ensure the seamless execution of his meticulously devised alliance plan. Otherwise, given the present circumstances, no one can guarantee against unforeseen complications. Should such eventualities arise, how he would navigate them remains an open question. It must be acknowledged that Nick Fury is a man of many thoughts. Chapter 20. General Ross's nightmare. At the moment Yu Jie and Hela decided to indulge in a shopping excursion, the Hulk remained behind in the estate. In fact, the current iteration of Dr. Banner has developed an affinity for his present lifestyle. After all, for him, the days spent in hiding yielded no benefits and were fraught with exhaustion. But now, the situation has changed. Within Yu Jie's estate, he enjoys a life of ease, where every need is met without the burdens of daily existence or threats to his life. It seems life ought to be this way. And the Hulk senses a subtle transformation within himself. However, this situation did not persist for long. The arrival of General Ross shattered everything just as Dr. Banner decided to take a nap. He felt the sound of the helicopter beginning to resonate in his ears. Instinctively, the Hulk leapt from the bed. He hurried to the window, and, upon glancing up, spotted the aircraft. Observing this scene, he instinctively sensed a significant change in the dynamics. To his astonishment, General Ross had emerged once more. Initially, he believed that hiding here would pose little issue. Yet, it now seemed that he had been overly naive. How could the adversary possibly allow him to remain unscathed? After all, in strict terms, he had likely brushed against some unforeseen rules. Moreover, within the same environment, the threat emanating from the military was incomparable. The Hulk now felt a tinge of uncertainty. This situation was supposed to have improved. Why had it taken such a turn? Meanwhile, perched in the helicopter, General Ross directed his gaze towards the estate. He had learned prior to departure that this estate belonged to Yu Jie. As for who Yu Jie was, even General Ross had heard whispers, but to him, it was of little consequence. He regarded the individual merely as a novelist. Worst case, he could destroy the estate and then engage in dialogue. General Ross had reason to believe that an ordinary human would not dare oppose the military. After all, the military wielded considerable authority in this world, while the Hulk felt a growing fury brewing within him. It was imperative to note that since the Hulk had arrived at Yu Jie's residence, the most notable change was the apparent establishment of a communication channel between Dr. Banner and the Hulk. On several occasions, Dr. Banner had conversed with him. A great battle seemed imminent. Meanwhile, Hela, who was out shopping, suddenly furrowed her brow, catching even Yu Jie off guard. Shortly after, Hela turned to Yu Jie and said, "I need to use the restroom. Dear, please wait for me." Curiosity piqued. Yu Jie wondered why Hela suddenly needed to go. However, he thought little of it and nodded, indicating that she could find a restroom in the mall. Simultaneously, Hela hurried away. Yet, as she departed, a flicker of anger crossed her face. She was quite fond of everything within the estate. It was precisely for this reason that she had left some arrangements in place. Should the estate face any threat, these arrangements would promptly alert her. Thus, it was with this connection that Hela instantly sensed the occurrences within the estate. She could hardly believe that these damn humans dared to assault her in Yu Jie's home. Was this not a transgression against divine authority? Humanity remains profoundly fragile, oblivious to the specter of mortality. For Hela, this abode has become the sole refuge for both her and Yu Jie. Yet, the sanctity of this haven is threatened by external forces, igniting a flicker of indignation within her. More crucially, she is resolute in her determination to prevent this transgression from occurring. A sinister power begins to coalesce within her as her heart beats with intensity. In an instant, Hela vanishes from the marketplace and reappears within her estate. She gazes at the transforming Hulk and casts a glance at the helicopter hovering above. A faint smile graces her lips. It is undeniable that humanity has made commendable strides in recent years, revealing an unexpectedly formidable stance. However, should humanity believe that such power suffices, it is indeed a whimsical delusion. A dreadful force continues to amass within Hela. Those who have ventured into her domain have effectively resigned themselves to the embrace of death. If these individuals fear not for their lives, why should she allow them to remain? A black longsword materializes in the sky, and at Hela's command, the swords begin to rain down. In swift succession, helicopters and countless soldiers plummet beneath the onslaught of the falling blades, fleeing in desperation. Among them, General Ross stands momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the existence of mutants within this estate. According to the intelligence he has gathered, there should only be a novelist and his wife residing here. Yet, both have departed long ago, leaving only the Hulk, a fact he had previously been aware of. However, the unfolding events have become a relentless nightmare, one that refuses to dissipate. As he hears the anguished cries of his soldiers, General Ross's expression darkens. He never anticipated such chaos would erupt here, yet, paradoxically, this situation is not beyond his capacity to accept. In fact, it ignites within him a desire to instigate further conflict. For General Ross, the paramount principle in this world is power. With power, one possesses everything. He promptly issues a retreat order, recognizing that he cannot afford to engage in this conflict at present. The descending black swords seem to hang ominously above him. He senses that any attempt to confront the Hulk must be meticulously prepared. Otherwise, initiating hostilities in their current state would be utterly impossible and could lead to unforeseen calamities. Must he truly activate that plan? General Ross finds himself uncertain. Nevertheless, the withdrawal is executed swiftly, for he understands that any endeavor to instigate turmoil here requires substantial initiative. Should any misstep occur, it could result in unimaginable disaster. Chapter 21. The birth of abomination. General Ross could never have anticipated how ludicrous his meticulously devised plans would ultimately prove to be. In the original plan, the assault on Yu Jie's estate appeared to be devoid of any complications, whether confronting the Hulk or facing Yu Jie himself. There was ample confidence in defeating the adversary. The Hulk, though undeniably formidable, was met with the understanding that the military was far from inept. After all, within General Ross's strategy, capturing the Hulk alive was deemed the optimal outcome. Should that prove unattainable, eliminating him would suffice, as research materials could be derived from his remains. Nonetheless, for the majority, the ideal scenario remained the live capture of the Hulk, ensuring minimal unforeseen consequences. Conversely, for others, unexpected events were likely to transpire. Yet, this was not the case. Yu Jie had never anticipated that General Ross would launch an assault on the estate at this juncture. Even more surprising was the swift return of his wife to the estate upon sensing the impending crisis. At that moment, the Hulk regarded Hela with a newfound docility. Hela's gaze was fixed upon him. Previously, she had assumed that retaining the Hulk was Yu Jie's intention. However, given the circumstances, it was apparent that the Hulk's situation was far more dire than she had imagined. His ability to incite a widespread hunt in this world attested to his prowess as a warrior, hinting at a modicum of potential utility. Yet, this fleeting thought quickly faded from Hela's mind. While she yearned to reclaim her position as the ruler of Asgard, she recognized that her physical form had yet to fully recuperate. Moreover, with Yu Jie residing on this planet, why could she not accompany him through this transient yet protracted life? The Hulk, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Hela, utterly unprepared for her return at this moment. He refrained from speaking, merely shaking his head in confusion. Suddenly, Hela vanished from sight, prompting the Hulk to revert to Bruce Banner. Doctor. Banner surveyed his surroundings with a sense of perplexity. He recalled that there were matters left unresolved prior to this transformation. Presently, he was acutely aware that the Hulk seemed to have completely detached from him. Indeed, this resolve appeared to be primarily driven by the Hulk. He discovered that the memories associated with his transformation into the Hulk were dissipating. Previously, he could still perceive the consciousness and recollections tied to becoming the Hulk. Yet now they had vanished entirely, as if the Hulk existed as a separate entity from Bruce Banner. This realization brought Dr. Banner a mixture of relief and astonishment. He felt grateful that the Hulk seemed willing to remain hidden away. To one's astonishment, it appears highly probable that one is on the cusp of becoming an ordinary human being. This is the essence of Dr. Banner, whose singular desire as the Hulk is far removed from his aspirations. In his perspective, being the Hulk is exceedingly unconventional, rendering it nearly impossible to exist in this world. Meanwhile, Yu Jie finds himself in a state of uncertainty. After all, Hela has been away for an unusually extended period, and just as Yu Jie considers checking on her, Hela approaches him with a smile, dispelling any lingering doubts. For Yu Jie, the warmth of family and domestic comfort is paramount. With his superhuman template and the ability to draw inspiration from various novels, he envisions a life of comfort and security for his later years. That suffices for him. However, at this moment, he notices a familiar figure. A black man strides directly toward him. To his surprise, it is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yu Jie never anticipated that the director would seek him out at this moment, and Fury's demeanor suggests he has something significant to discuss. Casting a glance at Hela, Yu Jie apologetically states, "I have encountered a friend and need to converse with him. Please wait here for a moment." Hela, intrigued by this friend of his, refrains from prying further, simply nodding in acknowledgement as Yu Jie and Nick Fury move aside. In truth, Nick Fury did not intend to approach Yu Jie at this juncture. His original plan was to draw Yu Jie into S.H.I.E.L.D. once the Avengers were nearly established, at which point they would have had sufficient credentials to extend an invitation. However, recent events have compelled Fury to reconsider. It has become evident that Yu Jie must be recruited without delay. The occurrences surrounding Yu Jie indicate that unforeseen events are continuously unfolding, which may significantly impact the future of Earth. Fury addresses Yu Jie. "Hello, I am Nick Fury. You may refer to me as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We previously extended a sincere invitation for you to join our organization, which you declined. It seems our agency's reputation may not be as formidable as we believed." Listening to Fury's jest, Yu Jie shakes his head, responding with a smile. "I harbor no intentions of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as I am quite content with my current life. I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing me in the future." S.H.I.E.L.D. has approached him on multiple occasions, but to Yu Jie, their invitations hold no significance. Moreover, their actions have encroached upon his personal boundaries, and he has never entertained the notion of safeguarding the Earth. If the Earth were truly to face a crisis that threatened its very existence, it would undoubtedly rise to the occasion, rather than merely joining some organization to sacrifice itself. Yu Jie's statement left the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. somewhat astonished, as his gaze fixated on Yu Jie, attempting to discern his underlying thoughts. However, this scrutiny was fleeting, as Yu Jie shifted his attention elsewhere. Chapter 22. Everyone is up to something. General Ross never imagined that this couple would be so outrageous. While he acknowledged the formidable power exhibited by his adversaries, he believed they were not his match. After all, he was the head of the military. As long as the full might of the military erupted as he envisioned, even those so-called mutants would stand no chance against him. However, it must be said that General Ross was rather fanciful in this matter. He had not even considered that both the Hulk and Yu Jie's wife were quite unreasonable. Nevertheless, after departing, he had managed to compose himself. Previously, at Yu Jie's estate, General Ross had felt a twinge of fear, for he knew that, with his current power, he could indeed conquer all of humanity. He simply required a more opportune moment. However, upon encountering his adversaries, everything changed. He realized that something was amiss, as his former plans seemed to have been thrown into disarray. This was the aspect he found utterly unacceptable. He was certain that the power displayed by that woman undoubtedly belonged to the mutants. How could mutants possibly intermingle with humans? This was the perplexing aspect for General Ross. In his memory, mutants were a group of self-serving monsters. They would never place their trust in humanity. They could not even bear to associate with humans. For in their narrow and filthy hearts, humans could never serve as their refuge. It must be noted that thoughts are often subject to unexpected turns. Regrettably for General Ross, his thoughts did not encounter any surprises. Reality simply doused him with a cold dose of water. Meanwhile, Yu Jie had also caught sight of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he did not dwell much on the director's words. Yu Jie was unaware of what secrets Hela was concealing, yet to him, Hela had consistently appeared as a gentle and lovely girl. However, there were always those who sought to stir trouble. They would often emerge to speak of nonsensical matters. Yu Jie contemplated whether he should unleash the power of the Superman template once more next week to have a serious discussion with S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since he had absorbed a considerable amount of solar energy during this period. This solar energy could swiftly transform into an incredibly terrifying combat prowess, as long as he could gather this power diligently. In the present day, the only beings capable of posing a threat to the Earth are the mutants. However, given the current circumstances, it is highly unlikely that they will seek trouble with me, as they are already overwhelmed with their own issues. These lunatics are preoccupied with their own chaotic endeavors, believing that their most pressing concerns are either defeating rival mutants or simply biding their time in a state of lethargy. This understanding is quite clear to Yu Jie. In his recollections, the most harrowing aspect is not the events themselves, but the fact that these mutants operate without any semblance of rules or decorum. Previously, he could ensure that no unforeseen incidents would arise in a short span of time. Yet, who could have anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would harbor intentions toward his wife? This implies that in the foreseeable future, unexpected events may indeed transpire. In light of this realization, Yu Jie could no longer maintain his composure. After all, he is acutely aware that under the current circumstances, addressing any unforeseen complications necessitates meticulous planning. It is at this juncture that Yu Jie returned home, uncertain if Hela had overheard his recent conversation. However, this was not of paramount importance. As long as she did not seek trouble for him or Hela, he could afford to consider the possibility of eliminating her adversaries in due course. Yet, at this moment, Thor found himself embroiled in yet another unexpected predicament. For Thor, his arrival on Earth was intended as a mere indulgence in idle existence. Little did he know that a sister was lurking in the shadows, her power formidable enough to potentially end his life in a matter of moments. Faced with this realization, Thor resolved to adopt a more passive approach. If this continued, one could only speculate whether his sister would make her move. Previously, Thor had little regard for the lives of ordinary mortals, but upon arriving on Earth, he discovered the joys of simplicity in their existence. Ordinary people revel in their mundane pleasures, enjoying their daily comforts while finding unexpected ease in life. Meanwhile, in Asgard, both his father and unfortunate brother were constantly scheming against him, compelling him to abandon his previously contemplated plans. Unbeknownst to Thor, at this very moment, his unfortunate brother Loki had also arrived on Earth. Loki's intentions were straightforward, to ensure that no unforeseen events disrupted his plans, allowing him to eliminate Thor while no one was the wiser. In doing so, the throne of Odin would rightfully belong to him. As for the sister he had yet to encounter, what relevance did she hold for him? By the time she sought him out, Odin would have ascended to a state of supreme dominion, having ascended to the status of a god-king. He could hardly believe that even the might of all Asgard could not vanquish his opponent. If that were indeed the case, how formidable and terrifying must this sister be? It must be said that Loki's thoughts were exceedingly beautiful, for he believed that no unforeseen circumstances could arise. Alas, no matter how exquisite one's thoughts may be, reality must always be acknowledged. It was precisely due to this reasoning that the destroyer armor was fully activated. However, in the absence of any trace of Thor, Loki resolved to play a small jest upon Earth, specifically to unleash the destroyer armor to wreak havoc across the globe. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki set this plan into motion. The horrifying power, in alignment with his will, began to manifest upon the Earth. Meanwhile, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to detect the arrival of the destroyer, which had never before made an appearance. Chapter 23. The Assault of the Destroyer. Thor reclined lazily upon the sofa, sipping a sugary beverage while watching anime, exuding an air of utter leisure. After all, at this moment, nothing could disturb his tranquility. He simply wished to be a blissful couch potato. Even though Odin had warned him repeatedly that his sister had emerged, Thor felt utterly powerless. Even in the face of the grim goddess Hela, Odin had withdrawn his divine powers and had chosen to live as a mere mortal upon this earth, wandering the streets. Were it not for the embarrassment of serving humanity, he might have even sought employment among them. However, Thor's current profession was far from illustrious. He had become a beggar. Who could have imagined that the renowned god of thunder from Asgard would find himself reduced to a slothful beggar on Earth? Moreover, Thor whimsically chose to work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, taking the weekends off. On days when the weather was unkind, he might even forego begging altogether. Odin observed all these scenes with a growing sense of frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to wield Mjolnir and strike down this unfortunate and ungrateful son. Reluctantly, he had informed Thor about Hela, hoping to instill a modicum of urgency in his child, but who could have anticipated that this would not create any sense of crisis? Thor had completely devolved into a state of ineptitude, and at this moment, he lacked even the inclination to stir up trouble. Odin found himself perplexed by the entire situation. Though Thor had always exhibited certain flaws, he had consistently managed to rise to the occasion for Asgard in the past. Yet now, upon arriving on Earth, he had transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. In Odin's eyes, the current Thor was nothing more than what humanity would deem a failure, an unfortunate failure who was, to his dismay, his own son. As for Thor's mother, the mightiest sorceress in the 9 realms, Frigga, she chose not to voice her thoughts. She understood that this was her child's decision. Moreover, in contrast to Odin, she possesses the ability to perceive far more emotions. She can even discern that her children had not experienced joy in Asgard. However, upon their arrival on Earth, it seems they have reclaimed all the happiness that had once slipped away. Indeed, the formidable Hela, the goddess of death, once dared to oppose her own father. Yet this is not something of particular concern. It is essential to recognize that Odin expended immense power to confine Hela. Yet this does not imply he lacked the capacity to eliminate her. Rather, it is rooted in Odin's reluctance to part with his progeny. For each of these 3 children holds a distinctly different significance to him. Most importantly, they are his children. And thus Odin could never bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Interestingly, this very sentiment has simplified matters. Odin need not exert excessive force to restrain Hela. Should she dare to emerge at this moment, the people of Asgard would ensure she learns the meaning of failure. In light of various perspectives, she contemplates the notion that her children being perceived as ineffectual is not inherently negative. After all, Odin has invested the most hope in Thor. Given sufficient time, Thor is destined to become a being of pride for both parents. Unbeknownst to Thor, his parents have once more paved a clear path for him in Asgard. For him, a simpler life is preferable and existence on Earth is filled with joy. He receives ample rewards without the necessity of labor. These rewards enable him to indulge in a life of leisure. The once valiant warrior of Asgard has faded, replaced by a lethargic figure. Yet, Thor harbors little concern for his current circumstances. He understands that maintaining a low profile in this environment poses no issue. However, while Thor enjoys his idle existence, S.H.I.E.L.D. becomes increasingly active. Initially, they believed that, despite the potential for unforeseen events, these occurrences were manageable, particularly regarding the so-called mutants. It must be acknowledged that the powers possessed by mutants can indeed wreak havoc in a remarkably short time. Nevertheless, as these matters pertain to humanity itself, S.H.I.E.L.D. is reluctant to intervene. At least for now, they do not harbor significant thoughts on the issue, but the emergence of the Destroyer shatters this illusion. They are left bewildered, unaware of the Destroyer's origins or its motives for wreaking havoc on Earth. Meanwhile, Hela, residing in the manor with Yu Jie, suddenly narrows her eyes. Previously, she sensed an eerily familiar power, seemingly emanating from her father. Yu Jie, taken aback by Hela's sudden change, cannot help but inquire, "What is it? Did something happen?" Regarding Yu Jie's inquiry, Hela simply shook her head. Those matters, to put it plainly, still pertain to Asgard. Nevertheless, even so, she was disinclined to delve into what had transpired. After all, her powers had yet to be fully restored. Engaging in any undertakings within such an environment would likely lead to numerous unforeseen complications. Moreover, her father might already be aware of her escape from prison. Should he decide to pursue her, Hela felt she stood little chance of success. After all, she had been sealed away by him once a millennium ago. This time, she had paid a steep price to gain her freedom. Yu Jie was somewhat perplexed by Hela's sudden transformation. However, since she was unwilling to speak further, he saw no reason to press her. This was her personal affair, and she would surely divulge it when she deemed it appropriate. Forcing the issue would yield no answers. Yu Jie maintained a commendable mindset, yet on the other hand, the Hulk found himself rather innocent in this scenario. In truth, Hela's presence had been a constant disturbance to him. Whenever an unexpected event occurred, the Hulk was always the first to respond, as it was one of the facets of Bruce Banner's personality. Even when Banner was conscious, the Hulk could keenly sense changes in the environment. Of course, this sensitivity stemmed from Hela. Any hint of her being out of sorts required the Hulk to react instantly, for he was uncertain whether she intended to harm him. Chapter 24. I am worthless. The Hulk was already acutely aware of Hela's formidable power. If Yu Jie's strength could slightly contend with his, Hela could effortlessly break his wrist in an instant. This he could affirm without doubt. Because of this understanding, the Hulk clandestinely observed Hela through Banner's body every day. If Hela exhibited any signs of distress, he would need to contemplate fleeing, for no one could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly lose her temper. Moreover, given Hela's current demeanor, it was easy to surmise that she harbored feelings for Yu Jie. Thus, the Hulk was certain that Hela would not trouble Yu Jie. However, she would undoubtedly channel any ensuing troubles onto him. When that time came, it would be he who would suffer. With his exceptionally keen intuition, the Hulk believed it crucial to anticipate her thoughts. Life, at that moment, had grown somewhat tranquil. Yet it was during this period that the power of the Destroyer surged once more. After Loki completely unleashed the Destroyer, he was astonished to discover that the creature's terrifying strength seemed slightly amiss. With each act of carnage, it appeared to gain even more power. Loki was unaware of how Odin had originally forged this armor. If Hela were present, she would undoubtedly reveal to the others that the true origin of this armor lies within herself. For it was during the very moment of its creation that Hela infused her own formidable power into it. With Hela's strength, this armor harnesses various terrifying abilities through its relentless battles. Among its most formidable traits is its capacity to absorb combat experiences, thereby growing increasingly powerful with each encounter. Unbeknownst to Loki, the Destroyer possesses such immense strength. However, for Loki, this realization is fortuitous, for as the Destroyer continues to grow in might, its capacity to wreak havoc on Earth will inevitably increase. Odin summoned Thor to Earth, primarily hoping that he would come to understand his true nature while there. It is this very notion that ignites Loki's ambitions. He contemplates that since their father desires Thor to embody humanity on Earth, he would undoubtedly wish for him to lead a tranquil existence, ideally without causing any disturbances. Yet, who could have anticipated that Loki would suddenly emerge and exacerbate the situation? The arrival of the Destroyer has plunged Earth into an unimaginable predicament, at least for the current SHIELD agents. This necessitates the deployment of additional weaponry. However, what astonishes SHIELD is the military's unexpected stance. Unlike their previous engagement with the Hulk, where they displayed a modicum of interest, this time the military has chosen to remain entirely uninvolved. Observing this, the agents of SHIELD grow increasingly perplexed. They approach their director to voice their concerns. They speculate whether the military has some new developments in motion or if, as they suspect, this group of unpredictable individuals might seize this opportunity to instigate trouble, possibly even in clandestine ways. Historically, the military has been adamant about preventing any unforeseen incidents within their purview. It is undeniable that their recent actions have been somewhat excessive. As his subordinates articulate these concerns, Nick Fury narrows his eyes, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He is well aware of their sentiments. However, he also understands that maintaining a peaceful relationship between SHIELD and the military is paramount. SHIELD has not yet attained the level of dominance to act unilaterally. Should he allow matters to spiral out of control, the possibility of returning to a previous state would be lost. Given that the military has managed to remain quiet, it is prudent for SHIELD to permit them to operate unimpeded until they formulate a clearer strategy. Although the personnel at SHIELD have numerous thoughts regarding the military's current stance, they are acutely aware that expressing these thoughts must be done with discretion. After all, maintaining the delicate relationship between the military and SHIELD has been a challenging endeavor. Even the director of SHIELD must adhere to prior agreements. General Ross is certainly cognizant that something seems amiss within SHIELD. However, this is not his primary concern. Presently, His mission to capture the Hulk has reached a pivotal juncture. His initial plan has already faltered, and he is resolute in preventing any further mishaps. If possible, he aims to quash any unforeseen complications before they arise. It is undeniable that General Ross's resolve is commendable, and he has chosen to act independently. Meanwhile, the military research facility swiftly provided General Ross with new findings. The cells and gamma rays extracted from the Hulk have been successfully replicated. Now, all that is needed is a fearless volunteer to test this newfound accomplishment. Indeed, General Ross has returned with a newfound clarity. He has come to the realization that relying solely on the military's current capabilities would render it impossible to capture the Hulk. Given this limitation, why not endeavor to create an even more formidable Hulk? Should this venture succeed, the new Hulk could facilitate the acquisition of further research data in a short span of time, thereby simplifying their efforts. Nevertheless, they remain committed to the original plan of capturing the Hulk, fully aware that he is the true source. Without the original's physical form, many outcomes would deviate from their initial expectations. While the concept may seem straightforward, actualizing it demands considerable time. Consequently, General Ross has resolved to lay all possibilities, both feasible and improbable, before him. He refuses to entertain the notion of further setbacks. Chapter 25. Countdown to destruction. Unexpected occurrences often manifest when least anticipated. For instance, the emergence of the destroyer has significantly disrupted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans. It is important to note that prior to this, S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded control over the entirety of Earth. However, at that time, they also bore their own burdens. Regardless of the obstacles that arose, they typically managed to resolve them swiftly. Yet this time is markedly different. Despite their preparations and predictions regarding potential events, the terror induced by the destroyer far exceeds their expectations. In just half a month, 3 cities in the south have been completely annihilated. S.H.I.E.L.D. had anticipated the nature of the unfolding events and had conducted disaster assessments. Yet, when the actual events unfolded before them, they realized just how ludicrous their previous notions had been. The most conspicuous example of this was the fact that, during the occurrence of this calamity, they found themselves bereft of sufficient time to confront the disaster at hand. Nevertheless, the S.H.I.E.L.D. did not relent. They relentlessly dispatched additional personnel to the battlefield to confront the destroyer, while also actively seeking alternative strategies. After all, their understanding dictated that resolving the threat posed by the destroyer in such a short span was evidently unrealistic. Achieving this would necessitate a multitude of possibilities. Consequently, the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. became exceedingly busied, for the magnitude of the situation far surpassed their prior estimations. On another front, General Ross's experiments reached a pivotal juncture. According to his assessments, instigating trouble with the Hulk was patently impractical. However, if a being could be discovered that rivaled or even surpassed the Hulk in strength, the task would become significantly simpler. Thus, General Ross commanded that a satisfactory answer must be delivered within a brief time frame. Undoubtedly, his ambition was commendable, and he had escalated the issue to utmost priority. The experimental team did not disappoint the general. Within merely 3 days, the first specimen had been successfully engineered. Upon witnessing the creation, General Ross was taken aback. For in his recollections, the Hulk's might was formidable, yet devoid of intellect, merely a mindless harbinger of destruction. However, the specimen before him was strikingly different. This creature managed to retain a semblance of rationality, seemingly possessing human instincts. General Ross, observing the spectacle, felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he understood that the implications of this development could be profound. He even contemplated the potential outcomes when confronted with the Hulk. Nevertheless, the emergence of this specimen had undeniably fulfilled all of General Ross's aspirations. In his estimation, this painstakingly crafted specimen might indeed surpass the very birth of the Hulk. Setting aside considerations of destructive capability, the intelligence exhibited by the specimen was readily apparent. It was evidently a fitting candidate, as it could accomplish numerous tasks under the influence of this newfound power. This realization instilled a sense of confidence within General Ross. However, he did not allow this achievement to satiate his ambitions. In his mind, this was merely the first step to improve the situation further. He sought to amplify the terror associated with this initial phase. Thus, experiments centered around this specimen commenced anew. Even the experimental personnel were caught off guard by General Ross's urgency. Nonetheless, recognizing it as his vision, they did not resist, but rather welcomed the challenge with enthusiasm. To their perspective, while the first experimental subject was indeed commendable, the very essence of experimentation implies the potential for continual improvement. Previously, General Ross required significant time, but now he has laid all possibilities before them, signifying ample opportunity to enhance the situation, as researchers who would not wish for such an occurrence. Meanwhile, within the estate, Yu Jie and Hela continued to relish their intimate world, though the presence of the green giant acted as an unwelcome interruption. Yu Jie was engrossed in a news report on television, aware that the emergence of the destroyer had captivated public attention. As the populace had never anticipated such an armored figure appearing on Earth, intent on annihilating humanity. Given the destructive power displayed by the destroyer, it was evident that its objective was likely the eradication of humankind. After all, why else would it devastate 3 cities, where countless individuals had already sacrificed their lives in the struggle against it? Unlike others, Yu Jie quickly realized upon glancing at the report, was this not the destroyer? Yet, why had the destroyer manifested here? Had Thor and the others already arrived? Yu Jie distinctly recalled that the destroyer had been pilfered from his father's treasure vault by Loki, who had orchestrated such actions primarily to confront Thor. With the destroyer now unleashed and exhibiting signs of uncontrollability, it was impossible to ascertain the full scope of the situation. The events involving Thor had likely already transpired. However, the question lingered, why had Thor not yet made an appearance? In fact, Thor himself was watching the same report on television, but he perceived little relevance to his own circumstances. He had even begun to speculate that this was a notion conceived by his father. It was probable that Odin believed Thor appeared too mundane in the realm of mortals. Thus, he had unleashed the destroyer, though such a motive seemed excessively grand. Humanity had committed no wrongdoing yet now faced divine retribution. Thor found this notion increasingly intolerable, but this sentiment was fleeting, quickly dismissed by his own reasoning. He was no fool. If he could conceive such thoughts, it was certain that his father had as well. Odin was likely still plotting against him. With this realization, Thor couldn't help but shake his head. If they perceived this as a game, then let them continue to play. It was of no concern to him. Having uttered these words, Thor switched channels, resuming his daily routine of indulgence. Chapter 26. Magneto's daydreams. Odin had been closely monitoring the situation on Earth. In fact, the moment the destroyer appeared, he had already perceived its significance. This was his armor, one with which Odin was exceedingly familiar, because it is not merely his armor, but also the link between himself and Hela. Gazing upon this armor, Odin found himself at a loss for words. However, he was acutely aware that it was highly likely that Loki was the one instigating trouble. After all, what other reason could there be for the destroyer to manifest on Earth, displaying such a frenzied demeanor? For Odin, this situation bore both positive and negative implications. The positive being that it might guide Thor onto the path of righteousness, while the negative suggested that Earth could suffer greatly as a result. Yet, considering Thor's current state, Odin ultimately steeled himself and chose not to intervene. Given the circumstances, it seemed probable that Thor would still come to the aid of humanity. It must be said that Odin possessed a profound understanding of his offspring. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that Thor, after departing from Asgard, had developed a near-total lack of attachment to his homeland. In his view, Earth was the true source of joy, rendering Asgard akin to a prison. Odin ultimately opted to observe the unfolding events, while on Earth, mutants became aware of the destroyer's emergence. To the mutants, the sudden appearance of the destroyer felt decidedly amiss. Moreover, the destroyer seemed intent not only on targeting humans, but also mutants, a revelation that even Magneto had not anticipated. Upon discovering the destroyer, Magneto's first thought was to ponder its origin and intentions. As he sensed a shift in dynamics, he felt a surge of excitement. In his eyes, the destroyer would likely annihilate enough humans, leading to a significant decline in their numbers, thus heralding the dawn of an era for mutants. Consequently, Magneto made a bold decision. He sought to communicate with the destroyer to see if they could align their objectives. After all, despite their lack of prior interaction, their goals were congruent, suggesting a potential for collaboration. It must be noted that Magneto's idea was indeed commendable, and according to his perspective, events would ultimately unfold as he envisioned. Regrettably, he remained unaware that the destroyer lacked any semblance of consciousness. From the moment Loki unleashed the destroyer, its sole purpose became clear: to eradicate every life form that stood before it, regardless of identity. Any being daring to appear at that moment would face the destroyer's lethal wrath. It must be said that Magneto's notion was rather fanciful, resulting in the tragic loss of dozens of mutant lives. These mutants approached the destroyer as per Magneto's directive. However, before any dialogue could ensue or their plans could fully materialize, the destroyer struck without hesitation. In the eyes of the destroyer, mutants and humans were indistinguishable. Both were merely life forms, and if they were indeed life, their fate was singular: total annihilation. This circumstance incited great fury in Magneto. Yet upon reflecting on the adversary's demeanor, he ultimately refrained from directly intervening. In his perspective, given that the opposing party exhibited such disregard for both mutants and humans alike, It was highly probable they would seek to trouble humanity in the near future. There was no necessity to impede their progress, should he thwart them. They would merely delve deeper into their path of annihilating humankind, a scenario he was loath to witness. Consequently, this consideration led Magneto to entertain a plethora of divergent thoughts. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had successfully located Thor, who himself was taken aback by this turn of events. He had been peacefully watching television at home when S.H.I.E.L.D. unexpectedly knocked on his door. In the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D., which monitors all matters pertaining to humanity, there are hardly any occurrences that elude their notice. Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonished to find Thor's sudden appearance rather peculiar, as this individual seemed to have been entirely absent from human records. Hence, S.H.I.E.L.D. formulated a bold hypothesis. This fellow was likely not of earthly origin. To this, Thor graciously conceded, acknowledging both his identity and the existence of the destroyer, which further exhilarated S.H.I.E.L.D. From their standpoint, since Thor was aware of the destroyer's existence, he would naturally possess knowledge on how to control it. It was even conceivable that he could vanquish the destroyer, a notion that reflected S.H.I.E.L.D.'s optimistic aspirations. However, they were utterly oblivious to the fact that the Thor before them had devolved into a mere idler, living a life of complacency. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, seeing himself as nothing more than a simple ne'er-do-well. Any matters at hand bore little relevance to him. All he desired was to recline in peace, allowing others to engage in their affairs without involving him. After all, there was a certain joy in being a layabout. Upon learning of Thor's stance, S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a quandary. They had finally stumbled upon an opportunity and were aware of the subsequent steps to take, yet they never anticipated encountering such a slacker as Thor. As a deity, one would expect him to act in ways that mere mortals would not dare. Yet, astonishingly, Thor had indeed achieved that, even in instances where humans would likely falter. Their actions completely subverted everyone's expectations. Nevertheless, within this context, Thor considered that a judicious intervention might still be warranted. After all, the human realm was quite appealing. Should it face destruction, it would mean the obliteration of the very place where he idly existed. A commendable thought, yet the reality was harsh. When S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to persuade Thor to take action, he realized a particularly crucial truth. He now possessed no real power. He was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary human, who at least had the capacity to instigate change. But what of Thor? The thunder god, stripped of even his divine power, found himself incapable of summoning his iconic weapon, the hammer of thunder. This predicament laid bare the truth of his situation, a desire to combat evil, yet powerless to effect any change. Chapter 27. The request of the Black Egg. Are you certain there is no way for you to assist us? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired. Observing the thunder god, humanity is in dire need of your strength. If you persist in this obstinate demeanor, the earth shall suffer. To the director, it appeared that the thunder god harbored no ulterior motives. Rather, it seemed he resisted aiding humanity out of sheer unwillingness. The thunder god, feeling a surge of frustration, longed to strike this unyielding figure. To him, the director's lack of faith was an affront. After all, he was a deity, and it was natural to wish to intervene. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in his intentions, but in his present inability to act. The thunder god addressed the director directly. I implore you to abandon your delusions. Had I the strength to intervene, I would have done so long ago, for the earth has treated me well, and I hold it in regard. He spoke the truth. His previous inclinations had indeed been to assist. In his initial plans, he had resolved that should humanity face peril and require his aid, he would rise to the occasion without hesitation. However, the pressing reality was that he lacked the requisite power to instigate any change. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, the director understood that if the thunder god truly wished to help, he would have already done so. It was evident that the thunder god was acutely aware of his diminished capabilities. The director felt a profound sense of despair. Yet he was acutely aware that the destroyer continued to wreak havoc upon human cities, slaughtering innocents. In a moment of inspiration, the director recalled Captain Marvel. He believed that summoning her back to Earth was a viable option. Her formidable powers could potentially turn the tide, making the threat of the destroyer seem trivial. However, the director was painfully aware that Captain Marvel was currently engaged in safeguarding cosmic peace, and her schedule might not permit her to return to Earth. This thought weighed heavily on the director's mind, as the situation had surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, he recalled Yu Jie, who possessed extraordinary powers among humans and appeared to have no connection to mutants. This distinction was evident from prior investigations. In the director's eyes, mutants represented a perverse anomaly, devoid of professional ethics, hope, or faith. It seems that they will pursue anything advantageous to them, and in this regard, Yu Jie stands in stark contrast. His sudden emergence is quite unexpected, and he harbors little contemplation regarding most matters. This very quality instills a sense of uncertainty within the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who wonders if he might seek out Yu Jie for assistance. With this thought in mind, he decides to bring Thor along to the estate. Upon their arrival, Thor feels an unusual disquiet in his body. He senses a strangely familiar aura, peculiar yet profoundly terrifying, which compels him to glance around, eager to identify whatever has triggered his instincts. Although he has lost his divine powers, his senses remain intact. As he surveys the estate, he ultimately shakes his head. Having seen nothing, perhaps his instincts had erred. The realization brings a self-deprecating smile to his face. Who would have thought that losing his godly abilities would render him so paranoid, a sentiment typically reserved for mortals? On the other hand, Yu Jie remains unimpressed by the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D. To him, the man appears utterly deranged. The last time he visited was to undermine Yu Jie's marriage, and now he likely harbors ulterior motives. Consequently, Yu Jie has no intention of engaging in conversation. The director, after observing Yu Jie, realizes that the latter likely harbors a psychological resistance towards him. Otherwise, he would not be so reticent. This leads the director to shake his head in frustration. He proceeds to inform Yu Jie of the current state of the Earth, emphasizing the dire implications of ongoing destruction. Should this annihilation persist, Earth would stand no chance. Yu Jie, however, dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand. He sees little reason to protect the planet. After all, isn't the supreme sorcerer capable of handling such matters? He trusts that those formidable beings will not remain idle. Thus, Yu Jie refrains from acquiescing to the director's request. At this moment, the director notices with surprise that Thor, who had been following him, has seemingly vanished. Initially, he believed Thor's presence would be beneficial, at least to facilitate a dialogue with Yu Jie. The director had hoped for Thor to convey the grave threats posed by the destroyer, prompting Yu Jie to take action to safeguard Earth. Yet now, not only has Yu Jie outright rejected his plea, but even the ally he brought along has seemingly disappeared, leaving the director with a burgeoning headache. He discovered that none of the recent events had brought him any sense of satisfaction. Even here, he was oblivious to the whereabouts of the god of thunder, while Hela had already established a barrier above the building. She gazed at the god of thunder before bursting into laughter, and then she addressed him directly. "Hello, my dear brother. I never expected you to come knocking on my door before I even sought you out." The bewildered expression on the god of thunder's face was now replaced by astonishment. He was utterly perplexed as to how he had suddenly found himself in this room. Upon seeing Hela and hearing her words, realization struck him like lightning. He had been transported here by his unfortunate sister. Suddenly, the expression on the god of thunder's face shifted dramatically. Chapter 28. A series of unfortunate events. The god of thunder looked at Hela, unsure of what to say. He knew his sister was no ordinary being. Long ago, their father had warned him of the terrifying nature of the goddess of death. She had previously annihilated countless races within the cosmos, leading to the complete extinction of some. If he had even a modicum of his former power, he might have engaged Hela in conversation, for his pride still lingered. However, the current state of the god of thunder was that of a mere slothful recluse. He waved his hand dismissively at Hela, unwilling to converse further with this sister he had never met. In his view, he felt utterly powerless and resigned to his fate. Yet, recalling certain past events, he could not help but voice his concerns to Hela. "Though I would prefer not to divulge this, it is highly likely that our father is still watching over me. I know you escaped, but if he discovers you're here, it's almost certain that you will meet the same grim fate as I." The god of thunder's sudden declaration caught Hela off guard. Yet considering their father's temperament, she could not help but shake her head in response. She had no intention of answering his inquiry. After all, she had already contemplated that very question. Having the audacity to bring the god of thunder to this place meant she had anticipated what would unfold next. She had adequately prepared for this moment. Having elevated her powers to a remarkably formidable level, this stage was sufficient to create a barrier, one so potent that even Odin, the All-Father, would be unable to perceive anything within it. This was the source of Hela's greatest confidence. In her eyes, their father was certainly not one to indulge his offspring. Thus, he would undoubtedly be surveilling the god of thunder, simplifying matters further. It must be said that Hela had foreseen much of this scenario. Yet, she had underestimated Odin. In truth, the moment he witnessed the god of thunder's disappearance, he had already anticipated Hela's emergence. His thoughts were straightforward. Hela would likely not disregard Odin entirely, and thus she might not immediately execute the god of thunder. He held no significant thoughts regarding the events transpiring upon the earth, nor did he wish to speculate on their implications. With the harbingers of destruction now present on the planet, it was inevitable that the trio of siblings would soon converge. Engaging in such contemplations bore no merit. Rather, he deemed it wiser to adopt a stance of patient observation. Odin's perspective was refreshingly straightforward. Should you choose to create chaos, your actions would not concern him, provided your merriment remained intact. However, certain matters required his sanction, such as the throne of the divine king, which was rightfully his to bestow. Should you covet what he had not granted, and seek to usurp it, you must confront the consequences of your transgressions. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately beheld Thor outside the manor, though the god's appearance had undergone a notable transformation. Gone was the former visage of despondency. He now resembled a deity with a hint of renewed vigor. Although the specifics of Thor's metamorphosis eluded him, the director could not shake the image of Hela from his mind. In his estimation, the most enigmatic presence within the estate was undoubtedly the wife of Yu Jie. The director had previously witnessed Yu Jie's formidable prowess and recognized the staggering potential he possessed. As long as Yu Jie remained complacent, S.H.I.E.L.D. would refrain from excessive interference. Yet, Hela represented an unpredictable variable. Her demonstrated power had been monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. only for them to discover with astonishment that their assessments were fundamentally flawed. They could not rely on their own surveillance to ascertain the true extent of Hela's might. This realization left the director somewhat averse to the prospect of encountering Hela that day. He believed a mere meeting with Yu Jie would suffice, while avoiding Hela would be preferable. Regrettably, all prior intentions seemed somewhat laughable in the current context, as no plans had come to fruition. Meanwhile, General Ross's schemes progressed steadily, and he began to contemplate that his experimental subjects had been perfected under his meticulous crafting. Consequently, he pondered whether it might be prudent to simplify matters, perhaps by orchestrating a few unexpected incidents or by provoking the harbingers of destruction. Few could have anticipated that the first to confront the harbingers would be General Ross, whose motivations were far removed from the lofty ideals of humanity's future or world peace. Instead, his true aim was to establish the military as the most formidable force on the planet. Thus, he covertly dispatched operatives to assault the harbingers, as numerous individuals across the globe had already initiated their attacks against them. However, these individuals left no stone unturned, covertly taking action. Even Iron Man has intervened a few times, yet he was astonished to discover that his aspirations were somewhat fanciful. Despite modifying his armor thrice, he was unable to vanquish his opponent. The destroyer's armor, which appeared devoid of any soul, was particularly terrifying. Iron Man faced failure in 3 consecutive assaults, and on several occasions, he nearly fell to his adversary. This experience caused a slight tremor in Iron Man's resolve to save the world. He had never anticipated the existence of such a formidable armor. However, his sentiment was more one of surprise than disappointment. In his heart, he believed that his Iron Man suit possessed ample potential for further advancement. No one could have foreseen that the emergence of the destroyer would inspire Iron Man in such a manner. Perhaps even Odin, the master of the armor, could not have imagined that Iron Man would abandon the idea of continuing his endeavors. He chose to calmly await the right moment. Or perhaps he began to mirror General Ross's approach. He aimed to forge an even more powerful suit, one capable of confronting the destroyer. Chapter 29, New Power. The arrival of the Life Codex. Iron Man had commenced his research to create the armor, while General Ross's momentum had not entirely ceased. In his view, the Hulk's experimental subject must undergo real combat to ascertain its true potential. As for seeking trouble with the Hulk, that was clearly a path to self-destruction. Subsequently, the Hulk contemplated many matters, the most significant of which was pondering why he had appeared in that manner. The arrival of that peculiar woman had elucidated everything. At least in General Ross's mind, he leaned towards the belief that her inherent power was exceedingly abnormal, particularly evident in the fact that the Hulk willingly concealed himself within the manor. This alone seemed profoundly unusual, and General Ross had not previously given this matter much thought. Thus, he had not considered the potential troubles it might bring him. However, upon calming down, he recognized a crucial point, one that became alarmingly significant. The most pressing question was, what kind of power did that giant possess? The Hulk's strength had undergone numerous tests, a fact General Ross was more acutely aware of than others. Moreover, it was not merely this. He had sought to understand this matter as thoroughly as possible. Yet, he also realized that as events shifted in another direction, he was likely to miss out on the so-called opportunity. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his desire to comprehend Hela's strength. Previously uncertain and unclear, his thoughts had now crystallized, with just a fleeting notion in his mind. He could definitively conclude, Hela was an anomaly among humans. Why did the Hulk choose to remain in that manner? The military has consistently maintained surveillance over Yu Jie Manor, perceiving a necessity to discern the unique attributes of this establishment. Presently, General Ross feels he has acquired the answers he sought. the most glaring of which is the formidable power possessed by the other party. Undoubtedly, the strength of Hela surpasses that of the Hulk, which explains why the Hulk would choose to linger within the manor. Otherwise, given his destructive nature, he would never permit any human to occupy the same vicinity. Furthermore, he would certainly not remain docile within the manor. Consequently, General Ross has resolved that, barring dire circumstances, it is prudent to avoid provoking the manor. For who knows what terrifying forces could be unleashed from it. At least until his monstrous army is assembled, he will refrain from seeking confrontation. Of course, once the army of aberrations can be mobilized swiftly, he will strive to avenge the indignities he has suffered. It is likely that Yu Jie never anticipated that his inadvertent actions would catalyze transformations in individuals such as Iron Man and General Ross, leading them down an entirely misguided path. However, this development is of little concern to Yu Jie. Throughout the recent days of attendance, he has been bestowed with increasingly potent rewards, the most significant of which is the Codex of Superman's life. This artifact harbors an awe-inspiring power, capable of elevating Superman's strength to an unprecedented zenith. If Yu Jie previously believed that few on Earth could pose a threat to him, the emergence of the Life Codex instills in him the confidence that even the so-called Supreme Sorcerer may not be his adversary. Superman's innate power is formidable, and as he absorbs more solar energy, the potential for his terrifying strength to escalate becomes increasingly alarming. With the Life Codex now in his possession, the situation could deteriorate further, yet Yu Jie remains unperturbed by these developments. To him, as long as this new reality does not encroach upon his existence, it is inconsequential. Even the entity known as Purple Sweet Potato can be vanquished at his discretion. It is worth noting that prior to this, Yu Jie contemplated the possibility of seeking the Infinity Stones, which would have augmented his power in a short span. However, with the advent of the Life Codex, he finds solace in simply being a passive observer, for his strength is steadily on the rise. Yet, apart from the Life Codex, he has scarcely received any truly valuable rewards during this period, merely socks, garments, and even an excess of undergarments, leaving Yu Jie at a loss for words regarding these trivial acquisitions. Before me, two formidable forces had already infused themselves into my being. What need had I for a bicycle? At that moment, the military unexpectedly interrupted with an announcement, a message that spread widely not only through television but also via radio. General Ross was solely focused on launching a surprise attack on the destroyer to assess the efficacy of his experimental subjects. However, as the intentions of the monstrous army began to unfold, General Ross realized he had made a grave error in judgment. If he intended to showcase the strength of the monstrous army, he should have presented these experimental subjects to everyone beforehand. It must be said that General Ross's idea was commendable. Even Yu Jie was somewhat astonished upon learning of this unexpected yet rational decision made by the general. After all, Yu Jie had always perceived General Ross as somewhat eccentric. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would take such a remarkably sound and conventional action? Furthermore, this decision was likely to yield unforeseen results in the forthcoming events. Contrary to Yu Jie's perspective, the majority of ordinary citizens felt that the military had finally made a commendable choice. In recent years, the military's credibility had been called into question, as it had never truly considered the needs of the common people. This very sentiment led the ordinary citizens to yearn for a different side of the military to be revealed. Meanwhile, General Ross opted for a live broadcast of the impending battle. He sought to instill hope within the experimental subjects and to inspire confidence among the ordinary populace. Thus, the monstrous army would be able to take shape in a short span of time. This was General Ross's plan to achieve two objectives with a single stroke. Regrettably, he appeared to underestimate the might of the destroyer. There were also naysayers who believed the destroyer to be even more formidable, especially since it had already commenced the annihilation of the fifth city. Following the destruction of the third city, the power of the destroyer had ascended to a new zenith. Chapter 30. Abomination of the Destroyer. The armor of the destroyer not only possessed the strength of Odin, the king of the gods, but also bore the power of Hela, the goddess of death. Moreover, to augment the armor's might, an exceedingly mysterious force had been infused within it. This force, known as growing stronger with each battle, ensured that as long as the destroyer remained unscathed in combat and secured sufficient victories, its power would grow without limit. On an ordinary battlefield, the threat posed by this armor was, in fact, quite limited, for it was Odin who donned it, and thus it did not unleash an overwhelming menace. Now that Odin no longer commanded it, the destroyer was allowed to proceed with its path of devastation. This very fact had elevated the destroyer to a truly terrifying degree. It is noteworthy that within the span of 2 months, the destroyer had obliterated the first city in a mere 3 weeks, approaching a month. However, following the destruction of the first city, the destroyer annihilated the second city in just 2 weeks. In just a week, the third city fell, and the fourth succumbed in a mere 3 days, a span of time that is truly alarming. This reality is not lost on S. H. I. D. L. D, which finds itself in a state of considerable distress. They are acutely aware that the destroyer is exhibiting profoundly abnormal behavior. Any involvement in combat seems to enhance its capabilities. This augmentation manifests in an exceedingly terrifying manner. It is precisely for this reason that SHIELD is relentlessly pressuring its offensive strategies. They understand that a direct assault prior to this juncture might have been feasible, yet as time elapses, such an approach appears increasingly fanciful, bordering on naive. However, this navet has materialized in General Ross, who has chosen to broadcast this battle live. His intention is undoubtedly to garner the support of the general populace, thereby enabling the military to secure greater backing for forthcoming actions. The destroyer has already emerged on the battlefield, and at this moment, the first subject of General Ross's experiments makes its entrance in a manner unlike any other, having been liberated from a colossal confinement. Through ongoing experimentation with these monstrous entities, researchers have discovered the potential to inject them with even more formidable materials. These substances enhance the subject's strength and even their desire for combat, a peculiar phenomenon that can transform an ordinary individual into a bloodthirsty beast. It is a grotesque endeavor, one that only the military would dare undertake. This very principle has been imparted to the experimental subjects by the Russian general. As the experimental subject enters the fray, it lets out a thunderous roar, emanating a terrifying power that radiates from its being. This force coalesces around it, causing the subject's size to inexplicably swell. Originally standing at approximately 5 meters, it now towers at 8 meters, an increase of 3 meters. Though this may seem a modest increment, it represents a significant augmentation of muscle mass and strength, elevating it to a more formidable stage. Feeling the surge of power coursing through its body, the subject charges forward, intent on obliterating the armor of the destroyer, who is keenly aware of its approach. At this moment, the destroyer remains composed, for its armor is not merely a terrifying weapon, it also allows for a level of detachment in the face of adversaries. This is largely attributed to Odin, who invested immense power into this armor, imbuing it with the crucial enchantment of absolute calmness, an extraordinary magic bestowed upon him by his wife. As long as the armor is engaged in battle, it maintains this unyielding tranquility, devoid of any rashness. Now, as the opponent draws within mere centimeters, the destroyer suddenly springs into action. He extended his hand, seemingly aimed at the chest of the specimen, and in the next moment, flames erupted from his palm. The specimen was utterly unprepared for such a terrifying surge of energy at such close proximity. By the time he regained his composure, his chest was already charred by the flames. He lightly brushed his fingers over the scorched area and then shook his head. This power, though somewhat fearsome, seemed insignificant in light of his current capabilities. During this period, the specimen had been subjected to a myriad of experiments. Although these experiments were derived from other specimens, everyone still remembered that he was experiment number 1. Therefore, any new findings were immediately applied to him. Ordinary energy attacks had ceased to affect him, and his cells were adept at absorbing this energy as much as possible. After taking a deep breath, the specimen launched another assault on the destroyer, yet this time, the destroyer did not adopt the fiery offensive stance from before. As the adversary charged forward, the destroyer merely employed the strength of his armor to counter, and thus, a brutal melee ensued. Observing this scene, General Ross couldn't help but smile. Only he understood the true terror of the specimen. It was known that the specimen was derived from the Hulk, a veritable abyss of strength. General Ross was unaware of the source of the Hulk's power, but he knew that his own specimen could unleash increasingly formidable might the longer a battle persisted. Because of this, General Ross believed that the destroyer was likely to be thoroughly defeated by the specimen. After all, the opponent had chosen a path to destruction, while on the other side, Yu Jie and Hela were watching the live broadcast. The two paid little attention to the unfolding spectacle, with Hela casually kissing Yu Jie's cheek. To her, this battle seemed utterly meaningless, akin to a ludicrous circus act. As one of the creators of the destroyer, she was acutely aware of the true horror concealed within that armor. It was important to note that even more power remained untapped within its depths. The real show had yet to begin. Chapter 31, The Broadcast Incident. General Ross's retreat. The conflict between the destroyer and the specimen raged on, and at that moment, General Ross uncorked a bottle of champagne. In his view, the destroyer was merely a figurehead, and he felt inclined to mock SHIELD for their prior attempts to neutralize the opponent, which had evidently failed. To General Ross, SHIELD appeared to be a collection of inept individuals, for only the inept would struggle to contend with such a creature. However, this worthless individual is certainly not aligned with the military, for the power currently displayed by the armed forces is more than sufficient to utterly annihilate any adversary. General Ross is exceedingly confident in this regard, otherwise, he would not be preparing to pop champagne in celebration. The researchers beside him wear expressions of profound astonishment, for only they comprehend the immense significance of this battle. In their eyes, seizing this opportunity means that subsequent subjects will undoubtedly improve and potentially evolve in a more advantageous direction. Embracing such thoughts, they have resolved to slightly increase the dosage in the forthcoming experiments, aiming at least to elevate the subjects to the level of a destroyer. The data on the destroyer has been meticulously gathered prior to this, and in their perspective, the destroyer represents a model to emulate. Should they grasp this chance, they could replicate the destroyer's power within their subjects. Meanwhile, the subject takes a deep breath, sensing an unsettling anomaly in the power of his opponent. Though it merely feels somewhat off, to think that he could be defeated by this power here is a mere folly. He must concede that the destroyer is the strongest adversary he has encountered since his creation. However, to assume that such power could instigate any meaningful disruption is clearly a delusion. It must be acknowledged that, to some extent, the subject has inherited the military's unwavering pride. When faced with any opponent, they exhibit a wild fervor, even believing they could eliminate all adversaries, until suddenly, an exceedingly brilliant light erupts from the destroyer. Upon its emergence, flames erupted from the joints of the destroyer's armor. Initially red, these flames soon revealed black streaks on their outer layers, which gradually spread, piquing the curiosity of all present. Nevertheless, General Ross remains unconcerned. In his view, the opponent's actions are futile, resembling a desperate struggle. He possesses ample confidence in his subject, yet thoughts are merely thoughts. The moment the destroyer unleashes another surge of flames, the subject instinctively retreats. To his astonishment, as the opponent manifests this blaze, he senses an ominous threat. As if proximity to the flames would result in his annihilation, this instinct arises too suddenly for him to fully believe it, yet he quickly shakes his head. How could he possibly be defeated by such so-called intuition? Transforming from human to monster is certainly not his desire. But it is not something he finds exceedingly difficult to accept. After all, he can obliterate his adversary with his own strength. A terrifying force has erupted at this moment. Seemingly ignited by the sudden appearance of the destroyer's flames, the experimental subject feels a sense of being underestimated as a specimen. He does not believe he can be vanquished by his opponent. After all, his power is sufficiently formidable. Once one attains a level of extraordinary strength, no adversary can hope to defeat him in an instant of unleashed energy. The destroyer senses a surge in his opponent's power within a short span. However, he remains unfazed as flames begin to envelop him entirely. At this moment, the destroyer bears no trace of armor. He appears as a blazing inferno, with red flames at its core and a black exterior. This fire, as time progresses, grows increasingly ferocious. In this moment, the experimental subject charges toward his adversary, only to be engulfed by flames in the next second. This scene catches everyone off guard, save for Hela, who watches the spectacle from the manor with a slight smirk. While others may find this scene peculiar, he understands it is quite normal. The power inherent in the destroyer is vastly different from what they imagine. Within the destroyer lies a terrifying magic, an absolute annihilation crafted by his stepmother, the most powerful witch of the 9 realms. This destructive force can unleash an overwhelming power against any opponent. The most crucial aspect of this magic is that if the adversary is sufficiently strong, the flames will erupt directly, unleashing even greater power than that of the opponent. This is precisely why the destroyer has become Odin's most cherished armor, providing both offense and defense while offering immense convenience to its master. It must be said that anyone attempting to cause trouble here will face consequences. The experimental subject is currently being consumed by flames. General Ross's champagne has been shattered in this instant. He never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events in what should have been a surefire situation. How could this be? He had calculated everything perfectly, believing failure was impossible. Furthermore, the destroyer was not previously a match for the experimental subject. How could he be defeated in such a short time? This reality is difficult for General Ross to accept. However, due to the prior events at the manor, he does not dwell on it for long. He shakes his head and chooses to exit this live broadcast. What began as joy has transformed into a nationwide live incident, and it would be disingenuous to claim he is not furious. Yet, he is acutely aware of what he must do now: salvage all possible outcomes. He must ensure no further mishaps occur. Of course, all these matters will ultimately yield an answer. If he cannot resolve them himself, he shall leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Are they not fond of these matters? Chapter 32, The Awakening of the Thunder God. General Ross never anticipated that his experiment would ultimately fail within the confines of his original plan. The destroyer, despite its formidable strength, would undoubtedly falter under the hands of the experimental subjects, yet it was unforeseen that after such persistent efforts, the outcome would still be failure. The spectators watching this live broadcast were momentarily stunned. In truth, the destroyer, even without directly invading their lives, remained an unfathomable distance away. Nevertheless, they could sense the terror it exuded, far surpassing the frightfulness displayed by the mutants previously. This realization left the audience feeling somewhat oppressed, as a crisis had already encroached upon their existence. Who could say whether this crisis would manifest beside them come dawn? There was a very real possibility that while they slept soundly, they might be obliterated by this impending threat. It is noteworthy that despite this battle's defeat, the researchers promptly retrieved their creation. They understood better than anyone that the remaining corpse still held potential for utilization. General Ross quickly withdrew, while S.H.I.E.L.D. began formulating a new strategy. Observing the military's movements, S.H.I.E.L.D. contemplated whether their adversary might have displayed an unexpected benevolence by stepping forth to assist humanity. It dawned on them that the apparent generosity of their opponent was, in fact, quite absurd. Given the strength they had exhibited, the destroyer was far more powerful than initially imagined. At the very least, S.H.I.E.L.D. realized that any attempt to act at this moment would require considerable caution. In that instant, S.H.I.E.L.D. deployed its most advanced weaponry. Yet as S.H.I.E.L.D. began to mobilize, the military made yet another decision. Although General Ross had experimented with his creation, this endeavor left the military feeling somewhat discomfort. After all, according to their plans, this was meant to be a moment for the military to showcase its prowess. However, instead of demonstrating their might, they had been thwarted by their adversary, which stripped away their final semblance of dignity. It must be said, the military often struggles with the notion of defeat. Having lost face, they would not simply retreat as General Ross might have envisioned. Instead, they resolved to escalate the situation, intent on making it increasingly severe, even contemplating the use of nuclear weapons. This was an exceedingly perilous decision, for the destroyer was alarmingly close to human cities. The deployment of nuclear weapons in such proximity would likely endanger several urban areas, and the general populace was well aware of the destructive power and radiation associated with nuclear arms. Given the rate of destruction exhibited by the destroyer, the military could not feasibly evacuate a significant number of individuals in a short time frame, leaving countless innocent civilians to bear the consequences. Within the estate, Yu Jie and Hela had just concluded watching the live broadcast. Yu Jie, personally, did not harbor any profound feelings. He understood that the destroyer was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, the power exhibited by the destroyer far surpassed his expectations. He was aware that this was Odin's armor, and he recognized that this armor, too, was not merely what it seemed. Yet, he pondered why the strength emanating from this armor was so formidable, completely diverging from his previous impressions. In his prior world, he had witnessed the god of thunder and had come to understand the true extent of the destroyer's might. The internal power was, at the very least, manageable. If the military's experimental subject was the abomination, there was a significant probability that the destroyer could be vanquished. Regrettably, even with the abomination's intervention, the adversary remained undefeated. This left Yu Jie in a state of uncertainty. He suspected that perhaps unforeseen events had transpired. Otherwise, the destroyer would undoubtedly not be a match for the abomination. However, it now appeared that circumstances had shifted. Odin's absence was peculiar to Yu Jie, who viewed Odin as a deity that revered peace. Initially, it was plausible that he orchestrated events across various realms, yet in later stages, he had transformed into a benevolent and compassionate god. He held a favorable view of Earth. Yet the situation had escalated dramatically. Yu Jie was unaware of the precise casualty figures, but the destruction of so many cities was likely directly linked to Odin, who remained conspicuously absent. This perplexed Yu Jie. Unbeknownst to him, Odin's reluctance to intervene stemmed from his concern for his sons and daughters. Hela, too, had witnessed the power of the destroyer and possessed the most direct understanding of its capabilities. Yet, she harbored a curiosity about whether her father had secretly altered the destroyer. Otherwise, its strength should not have escalated so swiftly. She had seen the destroyer at its zenith and comprehended the terrifying power it wielded at that time. Nonetheless, in Hela's mind, the destroyer required ample time to unleash its full potential. Yet, within a mere few months, it had ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. Moreover, within this phase, the possibility of further unforeseen occurrences loomed. It must be said that the events unfolding now had, in some respects, surpassed Hela's expectations. However, gazing at Yu Jie beside her, Hela ultimately shook her head. Even if unexpected events were to occur, what did it matter? As long as it did not disrupt her personal world with Yu Jie, he could proceed as he wished. Her immediate priority was to restore her strength and return to Asgard to inform her father that he had been seated for far too long. It was time for a change, perhaps one that involved her. At this moment, the mutants embarked on new actions, whether it be the Doctor or Magneto. Both perceived the emergence of the destroyer as an opportunity. For the mutants, it presented a rare and advantageous chance. Magneto believed that if the destroyer could annihilate more thoroughly, it would afford him ample room for maneuvering in the future. The Doctor, on the other hand, resolved to directly thwart the destroyer's path of aggression at this critical juncture. Otherwise, humanity might face an overwhelming catastrophe, a fate he, being sympathetic to humankind, could not permit. Therefore, he promptly dispatched Cyclops and Wolverine, intending to utilize their prowess to halt the destroyer. Chapter 33. The Awakening of the Mutants. Wolverine and Cyclops possessed formidable strength. Whether through their superhuman abilities or their innate physical prowess, they were exceptionally terrifying. Thus, when confronting the destroyer, they could unleash a more dreadful force in a brief span, which was precisely the Doctor's strategy. His affinity for humanity compelled him to obliterate the destroyer expeditiously. Otherwise, as he had previously contemplated, the human world would suffer dire consequences. The Doctor, who had long desired peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, would not allow any extraneous factors to undermine his plans. Upon learning of the Doctor's intentions, Wolverine and Cyclops swiftly made their way to the city where the destroyer resided. In previous broadcasts, they had witnessed the extent of the destroyer's power, understanding how terrifying it truly was. However, the reality before their eyes was far more daunting than what had been depicted in the livestream. Merely catching a glimpse, they could sense that the destroyer was far more formidable than they had previously imagined. It seemed as though an even more terrifying force coursed through the destroyer's being. Previously, they had refrained from speculating on the nature of this power, for they were not participants in the battlefield and were no match for the destroyer. Now, standing before the destroyer, ready to engage in battle, they could immediately discern the overwhelming aura it radiated, capable of igniting the very earth in an instant. Exchanging glances, Wolverine and Cyclops separated, intent on coordinating their attack. They understood that launching a simultaneous assault from a single direction could lead to entrapment if they failed to overpower their opponent. Their strategy was commendable in theory, yet the reality was unyieldingly harsh. Just as Wolverine sought the opportune moment to strike, the destroyer abruptly turned to face them. Indeed, Wolverine chose to launch his attack from behind the destroyer. However, as the destroyer turned, a terrifying blaze erupted once more from its armor. This inferno was remarkably similar to the flames faced earlier by the abomination. Despite Wolverine's impressive physical prowess, his healing factor could not entirely shield him from the numerous blackened marks that marred his body. A wave of agony surged through him, reverberating in every limb and bone. He had never anticipated that, in the very moment he unleashed his power, his opponent would seize the opportunity. Among all mutants, Wolverine's timing in battle is a fearsome talent. Having fought in countless skirmishes, his true strength lies not in sheer force or speed, but in his adaptability in combat. He possesses the remarkable ability to discover the most suitable tactics during a fight. Alas, even with such an advantage, he could not find an opening against the destroyer. The flames from the destroyer effectively thwarted his advance. At that moment, Cyclops' eyes ignited with a crimson glow, seemingly intent on obliterating the destroyer. Yet, the destroyer appeared acutely aware of his adversary's intentions. It raised its hand and relentlessly advanced toward Cyclops. The beam of light struck the destroyer's hand, yet its armor remained unscathed. The destroyer continued to march forward, and before Cyclops could react, an even more terrifying force erupted. He was struck squarely in the abdomen by a powerful blow from the destroyer. The disparity in physical ability between Cyclops and Wolverine was significant, resulting in Cyclops being sent hurtling through the air. As he soared, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He recognized the immense strength of his foe and understood that the destroyer was no mere creation of the human realm, yet the terror it exuded was beyond comprehension. Unable even to approach his opponent, he had been utterly overwhelmed. While confusion flashed through his mind, flames erupted once again from the destroyer. Both Cyclops and Wolverine found themselves engulfed in the inferno, and the destroyer's demeanor had shifted dramatically. This time, it unleashed flames in all directions. Neither Cyclops nor Wolverine was spared from its range, daring to stand their ground. As sentient beings, they were destined to pay the ultimate price. In just 2 brief exchanges, neither Wolverine nor Cyclops had gained any advantage. Both bore various wounds, and they soon found themselves entangled once more. This time, they exchanged glances, and both could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. Who could have anticipated the formidable strength of their adversary? Initially, they believed there was a glimmer of hope to instigate some form of upheaval. Yet, it soon became evident that such notions were merely farcical. They were utterly incapable of approaching the destroyer. The might the destroyer exhibited was overwhelmingly powerful. After exchanging a knowing glance, the two resolutely decided to retreat. They understood that persisting in battle would only lead to their demise, for they were no match for the destroyer. Relying solely on their own strength to vanquish such a being was patently impossible. It was far wiser to withdraw. After all, whether mutants or humans, each had their own destiny. While they yearned to save humanity, sacrificing their lives for such a cause was undeniably irrational. Rather than squander time and life on such endeavors, it would be more prudent to await another opportunity. They were confident that the doctor, upon learning of this conflict, would devise a superior strategy in due course. Otherwise, they would remain hopelessly outmatched, as the destroyer was no ordinary human or mutant that could be easily defeated. The sheer terror of the power wielded by their opponent shattered all remnants of their pride in an instant. Chapter 34. The shield's contemplation unbeknownst to many. The destroyer had become the most fearsome entity in the minds of all. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military recognized the alarming impact the destroyer had on the current landscape. In light of the prevailing circumstances, there was no feasible way to confront this foe directly in the near future. S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun to mobilize other forces, seeking to eliminate this sudden threat expeditiously. Similarly, the military felt that the waiting period was interminable. They deemed it necessary to employ nuclear weaponry to neutralize this adversary. Given the current assessment, the destroyer posed an escalating threat that could manifest at any moment. Had they considered this matter sooner, they might have been better prepared. For some time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not abandoned their efforts regarding Thor. They sensed that the god of thunder was intricately connected to this situation. If they could fully enlist Thor's aid, perhaps the calamity brought by the destroyer could be resolved swiftly. This realization prompted S.H.I.E.L.D. to curry favor with Thor. The god of thunder, however, was acutely aware of their intentions but remained indifferent to their advances. To him, it seemed he was merely biding his time on earth, living a life of leisure. Who could have guessed that his father desired him to be embroiled in constant turmoil? Although it was a source of considerable frustration, Thor refrained from acquiescing to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s requests, for he believed that, based on his current assessment of his powers, he was no match for the armor of the destroyer. Once one truly confronts the words of another, it is highly probable that one may find oneself stripped bare. It appears that S.H.I.E.L.D. has sensed the profound concerns of Thor. They wish to assist the god of thunder in alleviating these apprehensions. Unfortunately, the perspectives of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor are entirely misaligned. While there may have been some semblance of communication between the two parties previously, it has now deteriorated to the point where dialogue is deemed unnecessary. To Thor, it seems that they expect him to take a stand against the destroyer armor, yet the power it wields is far beyond what any ordinary deity could contend with. After witnessing his father's might, Thor finds a certain comfort in embracing a more laid-back existence. After all, a languid life can be quite delightful. This very sentiment has exacerbated the headaches of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, the estate of Yu Jie remains a sanctuary of tranquility. Yu Jie is well aware of the havoc wreaked by the destroyer. As long as the destroyer does not encroach upon his estate, he remains unconcerned. Living a carefree life with his wife is quite satisfactory. Given the current trajectory of the destroyer, it may take a while before it reaches his doorstep. However, Yu Jie is more preoccupied with the notion that the destroyer may not persist for much longer, especially considering the current stance of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the military. He can surmise that it is merely a matter of time before these titans of the human realm rise to confront the destroyer. With this in mind, Yu Jie feels little anxiety. Conversely, Hela finds herself engulfed in uncertainty. She is unaware of the true reason behind the destroyer's appearance on Earth. Yet, an instinct within her suggests that it is likely her father who is in search of her. Hela never anticipated that she had a brother, especially one so fervently inclined to stir chaos. In the presence of his two elder sisters, he seems intent on escalating matters to monumental proportions. At this moment, Yu Jie is oblivious to his wife's contemplations regarding these developments. From his perspective, while circumstances may be shifting, as long as his life remains unaffected, there are no significant issues. Another week has passed. During this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor have engaged in multiple exchanges, each hoping that Thor will step forward. The destroyer has recently laid waste to 2 cities in succession. If this trend continues, it may very well obliterate the entire nation by next month. Remarkably, with each city it devastates, the power it displays grows exponentially stronger. Some matters may go unnoticed until they manifest in reality, at which point S.H.I.E.L.D. finds it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Only the military momentarily hesitated at this juncture. Initially, they regarded the emergence of the destroyer as an ominous sign, necessitating their intervention with nuclear capabilities. However, shortly after this notion arose, they were astounded to discover that the destroyer's power seemed to have significantly escalated once again with the passage of time. It could be said that all their previous strategies had been utterly disrupted by the burgeoning strength of the destroyer. Had the destroyer's power not increased, they might have dismissed the situation entirely. Yet, in light of this newfound potency, a reassessment of the effectiveness of nuclear weaponry became imperative. They needed to evaluate just how much impact it could have in this confrontation, should their plans not unfold as intended. The prospect of formulating new strategies in the near future would be bleak. Consequently, the military relinquished the idea of deploying nuclear weapons. After all, the use of such weapons was far more complex than they had initially envisioned. Amidst this turmoil, Thor stepped forward. Indeed, under the persuasive rhetoric of S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor ultimately chose to compromise. The destroyer had to be confronted. Otherwise, who could guarantee that unforeseen calamities would not befall them again? Thor sensed the destroyer's escalating power with the passage of time. Should this surge continue, even if he were to regain his strength, it would likely be insufficient to thwart the adversary. Although Thor currently lacked any power within him, he resolved to take a gamble. He believed that his father would not so easily abandon him. Chapter 35. Awakening. Ultimately, Thor departed at the behest of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the present circumstances, unexpected events were bound to occur. Hence, it was imperative that he act swiftly to mitigate any unforeseen developments. Thor had been aware of the destroyer's increasing strength, yet he also understood that, as time progressed, the destroyer could unleash even greater threats. Engaging in conflict at this moment could very well lead to outcomes far from his expectations. There was even the possibility of seizing this opportunity to reclaim his powers from his father, not out of a mere desire for strength, but rather due to a growing sense of peril on Earth. A moment's inattention could result in catastrophes akin to the destroyer's devastation. Possessing a weapon and wielding it are two distinct concepts. This was the first lesson Thor learned on Earth. He realized that only by reclaiming his powers could he hope to maintain his former state in the face of impending danger. Thor's intentions were commendable, yet when he finally stood before the destroyer, he acknowledged his true allegiance. He could sense that the power emanating from the destroyer was somewhat amiss. Previously, he had glimpsed the destroyer within his father's treasury, aware of the formidable strength it possessed. However, the knowledge he held then was entirely different from his current understanding. The most apparent distinction was that this power had far surpassed his utmost comprehension. In earlier times, he had entertained certain speculations regarding this. Even during a live broadcast, he had witnessed the destroyer's might. Yet at that moment, Thor believed the destroyer had merely undergone a slight transformation. This change was visibly perceptible, and he thought it would not cause him any trouble in the near future. Yet, upon reflecting now, he felt as though he had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. The state in which the destroyer presently manifested made him feel that it could easily annihilate him within a short span. In an instant, Thor was struck by the desire to flee. However, at that very moment, members of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared behind him. Just then, Thor turned to glance at S.H.I.E.L.D. with a sigh. Ultimately, despite his initial urge to escape, he stood firm. Fleeing was no longer an option. Had he not stepped forward, many matters could have been resolved with simplicity. Nevertheless, since he had already emerged, even without the strength he once possessed, the issues at hand still required resolution. Closing his eyes slightly, Thor took a deep breath and charged forward, disregarding any reservations. S.H.I.E.L.D. had speculated whether Thor had some hidden ace, which prompted him to stand and assist them against the destroyer. Yet, they never anticipated that Thor would entertain thoughts of his own in the face of the destroyer. He merely pondered briefly before rushing ahead. It was indisputable that Thor was a deity, for no one would willingly expose their identity. Aside from the gods themselves, S.H.I.E.L.D. had confirmed this fact. However, could a once mighty deity still be considered a god? In their assessments, they found that Thor was no longer the formidable being he once was. He had lost his former strength, rendering him akin to an ordinary man. Moreover, he resembled a lethargic individual, his power exceedingly limited. To navigate such an environment and instigate events, strength was paramount. If one possessed sufficient power, troubles would be non-existent. Yet, lacking the requisite strength while attempting to instigate conflict was indeed a whimsical notion. Thor's speed was not remarkable, and by the time he reached the destroyer, its offensive stance unexpectedly halted. This left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were observing from afar, utterly bewildered. It was the first time they had witnessed the destroyer refrain from launching an attack against an opponent, in contrast to its previous engagements, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had diligently monitored the entire battlefield. They were eager to witness the true essence of the destroyer and the formidable power it could unleash when confronted by an adversary. However, without exception, all those who attempted to stir trouble in this domain had been thoroughly schooled by the destroyer. Whether they were mutants, military personnel, or even some formidable beings that had appeared in Hanzhong, all had been dealt with decisively by the destroyer. This reality instilled in them an unwavering certainty that their ambitions were somewhat presumptuous. The crux of the matter lay in the sheer magnitude of the destroyer's strength, which was overwhelmingly potent. Should the destroyer choose to engage, it could vanquish them in the briefest of moments. Yet, in the face of Thor, the destroyer astonishingly maintained its composure and refrained from immediate confrontation, thereby skewing their expectations. In the next instant, the destroyer sprang into action. Thor remained silent, displaying no outward reaction, and was effortlessly sent flying by a single punch. The terrifying power erupted instantaneously, continually escalating. After taking a deep breath, Thor instinctively touched his chest, which still throbbed with pain. He had not anticipated that the armor of destruction could unleash such horrifying strength in such a short span of time. This exceeded his utmost comprehension. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option for him. In fact, Thor's mindset had undergone a significant transformation since his arrival. Initially, he had approached the situation with a casual sense of experimentation, but now, facing the destroyer, his entire outlook had shifted dramatically. For instance, if he were truly to instigate chaos here, why wait any longer? Furthermore, given the exhaustion that both gods and humans felt, perhaps it would be better to perish. After all, his father incessantly orchestrated troubles for him. This predicament had left Thor quite exasperated. No one could have foreseen that, in the face of the destroyer, Thor would entertain thoughts of wishing for death. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been quietly observing the battlefield, narrowed his eyes at that moment. He prided himself on understanding his son well, but upon a mere glance, he realized that something was amiss. He could even perceive the subtle changes unfolding within Thor. Ultimately, Odin shook his head. The transformations in his child were beyond his foresight. Yet, since Thor did not wish to instigate any turmoil, Odin resolved to give him a nudge to incite action. Soon, thunder crackled across the sky. Odin beheld this tempest, but chose to close his eyes. Chapter 36. The return of power, be they mortal or ethereal, all were displaying their prowess, while Thor found himself enduring blows. The destroyer refrained from employing its energy or flames, opting instead to relentlessly assault Thor with the sheer force of its physical might. Thor, too, exhibited slight differences in demeanor. However, recalling that the destroyer was in fact his father's armor, he had begun to make certain assumptions. Most likely, he thought, it was this very armor that led it to believe it could obliterate him here. Yet, these musings bore no direct relation to his current predicament, as Thor has truly ceased to care. At the same moment, Shield has noticed something unusual about him. Thor's current state is starkly different from before. They can sense a hint of despondency in him, as he harbors no intention of engaging the adversary. From the onset of the battle until now, Thor's power has been swirling around him. Strictly speaking, he possesses little of his former strength within him. He is, in essence, merely an ordinary man. Nevertheless, the majority of Shield has placed their hopes upon him, anticipating that he might unleash a terrifying force in an instant. Yet, some are acutely aware that Thor now resembles an ordinary human almost entirely. Perhaps he was once a deity or wielded formidable power, but in this conflict, he holds no advantage. Since the battle commenced, the destroyer has relentlessly slaughtered Thor without mercy. Countless wounds have marred his body, blood continuously dripping from him. Look, is there not a flash of lightning in the sky? No, something is amiss with that lightning. Someone from Shield spoke up, drawing the gaze of everyone. They all looked up, and indeed, a visible dark cloud seemed to be forming in the sky. This cloud was changing colors, typically black, yet it now exhibited hints of blue. Spectators could even see purple lightning entwined with the cloud, which ominously hovered over Thor's position. Initially resigned to endure punishment until his demise, Thor suddenly lifted his head. He felt a surge of power returning. It must be remembered that upon leaving Asgard, he had been stripped of all his might by his father, Odin. His strength remained within him, but a means of release was required, one that only Odin knew. Even Thor himself was unaware of it. However, he could now sense that once the thunder from the heavens struck him, all his seals would be undone. His entire power would return, and he would once again transform into the god of thunder of Asgard. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected resolve erupted within Thor. Had he not witnessed his own power prior, he might not have cared too much. Yet now, he has seen his strength and his past. He no longer has the luxury to maintain a mindset of idly waiting for death. Soon, the thunder descended. This time, the bolt, as large as a barrel, enveloped Thor, leaving most of Shield in stunned silence. They were aware that the emergence of thunder was peculiar and suspected that it would likely unleash rays in this vicinity. However, no one could have anticipated that this sudden manifestation of thunder would strike the god of thunder himself. What could this force possibly signify? At that moment, they observed that after the god of thunder endured the baptism of this lightning, he underwent a dramatic transformation. Clad in tattered garments, he appeared to be an ordinary, slovenly individual. Yet, as the thunder crashed upon him, the once unremarkable figure of the god of thunder vanished. Even his once corpulent physique began to diminish, giving way to a muscular and formidable deity before their eyes. Adorned in sleek black armor, complemented by a billowing crimson cape, the god of thunder reclaimed his might. Moreover, he sensed, perhaps due to some illusion, that not only had his strength been restored, but it had also surged to unprecedented heights. Taking a deep breath, the god of thunder smiled. The distinction between wielding power and being devoid of it is stark, now that his physical prowess had returned. He was poised to demonstrate to the accursed armor what true ferocity entailed. From the onset of the battle, he had been the one on the receiving end of relentless blows. How could he possibly accept such a fate? If the adversary sought to instigate chaos, then he would oblige. For in their tumult, who would fear whom? With a breath, an even more terrifying force erupted from the god of thunder. This power ascended to a higher echelon, and in his grasp, his legendary hammer reappeared. It could be said that the god of thunder had reached his zenith. As if sensing this transformation, flames began to flicker on the destroyer's armor. The god of thunder noticed this anomaly, yet his thoughts diverged sharply from those of others. He sensed that this manifestation of power was likely a result of his father's influence, and the destroyer's armor had not harnessed any energy during their earlier clash. It was evident that the adversary had discerned his identity, likely under the watchful gaze of his father, who had seized this opportunity to impart a lesson. Now, with his strength restored, his father seemed eager to assess the extent of his enhancement, permitting the destroyer's armor to wield this newfound force. One must acknowledge that even a seemingly ineffectual being possesses a remarkably astute mind. Even Odin could not have anticipated that his subtle machinations had been unraveled by the god of thunder. What transpired next left Odin utterly astounded. As the god of thunder swung his hammer with fervor, blue lightning enveloped him completely. He transformed into a veritable embodiment of thunder. The instant the hammer struck the destroyer's chest, the god of thunder unleashed a torrent of lightning, encasing the destroyer entirely within its luminous grasp. This force continues to amplify, incessantly provoking the destroyer, with the power of the thunder god erupting forth. Chapter 37. The Return to Normality. The might exhibited by the thunder god is remarkably formidable, even catching Odin's attention. However, as Odin observes this scene, disbelief is etched upon his face. He never anticipated that the thunder god would possess such extraordinary power. Reflecting on the thunder god's actions on earth, Odin finds himself somewhat perplexed. He has always kept a watchful eye on the thunder god, despite being unaware of where his elder daughter and younger son were causing mischief. Nevertheless, his primary focus remains on the thunder god, as he senses that the thunder god's deeds on earth are actions that only a fool would undertake. Even an ordinary human could not replicate the thunder god's exploits, yet he has surprisingly accomplished these feats. Following these events, the thunder god unleashes a terrifying surge of power. Odin had anticipated the strength the thunder god was capable of, believing that ultimately the destroyer would need to take matters into his own hands to reclaim it. However, judging by the power the thunder god now exhibits, it is evident that not only has there been no diminishment, but he possesses an extraordinarily fearsome strength. This leaves Odin in a state of uncertainty. Clearly, this child has not engaged in much combat here, yet he has observed the thunder god's actions daily. He is fully aware of what the thunder god has done in this battle. Yet, he is certain that the thunder god has not utilized any of his inherent power, which renders the thunder god even more unpredictable at this moment. Meanwhile, on Earth, the battle between the thunder god and the destroyer is nearing its conclusion. The thunder god has restored his former powers, and with this enhancement, the possibilities before him are vast. Indeed, as Odin surmised, the thunder god has elevated his strength by at least 30%, if not more. This realization creates a flicker of uncertainty in Odin's mind. However, the thunder god quickly dismisses these thoughts, for he believes he must resolve the matter with the destroyer first. Lightning dances around the destroyer, and the self-awareness of the destroyer begins to wane. In truth, the thunder god is now somewhat uncertain whether this armor was indeed conjured by his father. As he gradually erodes the opponent's consciousness, he discovers that it is alarmingly feeble. Beneath the heavy armor, the consciousness concealed within is minuscule. It is clearly not his father's essence, but rather resembles the mischief of other deities. Suddenly, the thunder god realizes that the destroyer appearing in the human realm is likely not orchestrated by his father. Instead, it is the unfortunate brother, the god of mischief, Loki. Only he would engage in such actions, perpetually concocting a myriad of chaotic schemes. These matters are of no concern to Thor. Yet his adversary appears to relish the idea of stirring trouble in this realm. Upon contemplating this, Thor merely shook his head. It is only the weak who resort to such so-called cunning strategies. The strong never allow such trivialities to occupy their thoughts. For instance, even though he is now aware that this is his brother Loki, Thor remains unfazed. Should his brother wish to incite discord, he is welcome to do so. Thor will ensure that his brother comprehends the true meaning of ruthlessness. With the consciousness of the destroyer's armor extinguished, Thor swiftly stowed it away. eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, the moment Thor commenced battle, they had begun to doubt whether he would survive this confrontation. After all, the image of Thor as a slovenly figure had nearly taken root in their minds. Yet, who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, Thor would unleash such formidable power, obliterating the destroyer in an instant? It must be said that Thor's reputation among the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel was steadily ascending. Furthermore, upon the restoration of his powers, the excess weight he bore was entirely dissipating. Thor soon approached the gathered agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., smiling as he spoke. My strength has been restored, and thus the earth is no longer suited for me. However, you have gained the friendship of Thor. Should you require my aid, summon me, and I shall appear. With these words, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and in that moment, Thor vanished without a trace. Many could not help but slap themselves in disbelief, unable to fathom that Thor would disappear immediately after vanquishing the destroyer. However, his disappearance signified a lull in the tumult, allowing for a return to peace. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. exhaled in relief, while Nick Fury, the director, felt a shift in his thoughts. He sensed that the attack of the destroyer had sounded an alarm for him. Long before, he had contemplated assembling what he termed the Avengers, for he could feel that the events transpiring on Earth far exceeded his expectations. There was a possibility that one day he would awaken to an unspeakable catastrophe, a calamity beyond the capacity of humanity to withstand. He must swiftly form a cohesive team capable of safeguarding the Earth and assisting humanity in resisting the majority of threats. It must be said that the director had indeed conceived a formidable plan, yet disasters tend to brew in the shadows. Within the manor, Yu Jie remained oblivious to the destruction of the destroyer, while Hela suddenly lifted her gaze to the sky. She sensed the abrupt disappearance of the destroyer's presence. In fact, prior to this, the mere emergence of the destroyer had captured her attention, and her previously indifferent attitude had begun to shift, albeit slightly. In Hela's perspective, if the destroyer could not be halted, it was highly probable that it would manifest within her estate. At that point, her quaint manor would face annihilation, a fate she was loath to witness. As for the protection of humanity, that had never been a concern for Hel. However, once the essence of the destroyer dissipated entirely, Hel came to realize that it was most likely her brother who had intervened, astonishingly managing to restore his divine powers. With this thought, Hel could not help but shake her head, for it was evident that these matters were likely orchestrated by Odin. Chapter 38. The rebellious children. Although curiosity stirred within her, Hel refrained from delving deeply into the unfolding events. In her view, until her powers were fully restored, most external affairs held little relevance to her. The current trajectory of the situation was not particularly dire. All she needed was to seize the opportunity. According to her own reasoning, it was imperative to regain her strength swiftly, rendering her even more formidable. This was of utmost importance, for any delay could invite unforeseen consequences. Previously, she had not pondered the implications of the situation nor its potential outcomes. However, as she encountered more challenges, uncertainty began to creep in regarding what unexpected events might arise. Meanwhile, Yu Jie remained oblivious to matters concerning his wife. With the Superman template combined with the Codex of Life, these two forces had seamlessly integrated into his being. As he absorbed increasing amounts of solar energy, Yu Jie could distinctly sense that few could resolve his issues on this Earth. If trouble were to arise, it was likely to stem from that wretched group of mutants. Yet, should the mutants, driven by rivalry, seek to confront him, they would most likely be delivering themselves to their own demise. Yu Jie had never contemplated his own power, for he understood that as the duration of his sign-in extended, the rewards he reaped would multiply. The number of those capable of challenging him dwindled. Before acquiring the Codex of Life, he believed he stood little chance against even a mere purple yam spirit. Now, should such a spirit appear before him, he felt confident he could vanquish 10 with ease. This was no exaggeration. The perfect fusion of the Codex of Life and the inherent strength of Superman was beyond imagination. Nevertheless, as time evolved, Yu Jie discerned that unforeseen events on Earth seemed to be increasing. Yet, his mindset remained unchanged. If a situation did not confront him directly, he felt no need to concern himself. However, should a threat emerge, jeopardizing himself or his family, Yu Jie would unleash a tempestuous wrath to impart the true meaning of despair to his adversaries. Thor swiftly returned to Asgard, feeling somewhat bewildered by the recent events that transpired on Earth. He suspected that his father had played a subtle yet significant role behind the scenes. However, it was undeniable that both his sister and brother had been pivotal in this affair. Upon his return to Asgard, Thor chose not to seek an audience with his father immediately. Instead, he opted to converse with his mother first, feeling a compelling need to share certain matters with her. Yet, their exchange was brief, and soon, under his mother's gentle urging, Thor proceeded to meet Odin. As Odin beheld Thor for the first time, he squinted slightly, sensing an aura reminiscent of his daughter emanating from Thor. Could it be that his daughter had encountered Thor on Earth? While his eyes narrowed in contemplation, Odin refrained from speaking, leaving Thor to address him directly. If you do not keep a closer watch on your sons, they may find themselves embroiled in trouble. I can sense that one of them is on a destructive path. Though Thor refrained from uttering Loki's name, he knew his father would comprehend whom he referenced. Odin nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the implications behind Thor's words. However, he understood that Loki had endured considerable hardships. I will handle his affairs. But do you not think you owe me an explanation? Odin inquired, his curiosity piqued about what had transpired with Thor. From Thor's various tribulations on Earth, Odin had surmised that his son had faltered in strength. Yet, in confronting the destroyer, he was astonished to witness a remarkable surge in Thor's power. Odin scrutinized his son closely, detecting subtle, yet undeniable changes in his physique. Most notably, the raw energy emanating from Thor was palpably more potent than before. Intrigued by this transformation, Odin pondered the nature of Thor's newfound strength. I cannot say for certain, perhaps it is a gift of destiny. After all, I am the god of thunder. Acquiring strength is only natural, Thor replied, leaving Odin taken aback by such a response. Odin scrutinized Thor's eyes, seeking the truth behind his words, yet after a moment, he shook his head. The transformation in his son was indeed substantial compared to the past. Thor appeared to be on the path of maturation, prompting Odin to feel reassured. Perhaps he need not fret. Allowing his child to develop independently might be the wisest course, for they would inevitably return to him in due time. It must be said that Odin's thoughts were indeed commendable. After bidding farewell to Odin, the god of thunder once again opened a spatial tunnel. He intended to visit the mortal realm, eager to see his sister. Since their last parting, the god of thunder had harbored certain contemplations within his heart. However, more significantly, he believed that since she was his sister, there was no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Even though he was acutely aware of the irreconcilable conflicts between Odin and his sister, he still regarded them as family. In high spirits, the god of thunder arrived at the estate. Considering the relationship with his brother-in-law, he transformed his appearance. Upon entering the manor, his gaze immediately fell upon his brother-in-law. Yu Jie. Yu Jie was taken aback, wondering how a stranger had suddenly appeared in his estate. At that moment, Hela emerged as well. Yu Jie felt perplexed. Given their past interactions, he had chosen not to employ any security measures at the manor. He had been residing there continuously, and with the presence of the Hulk, the estate was undoubtedly a secure location. Nevertheless, the unexpected intrusion prompted Yu Jie to speak up, declaring that this was private property. You must be my brother-in-law. Greetings. I am your brother. Your wife is my sister, the god of thunder said, exhibiting a degree of familiarity stemming from his previous life on Earth. Yu Jie, however, looked at him with uncertainty. In his recollection, his wife was an orphan with no relatives to speak of. He turned his gaze towards Hela, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. The sudden appearance of a brother left Yu Jie somewhat bewildered. Would he soon be encountering his in-laws as well? Hela, while unable to hear the thoughts of mortals, would certainly commend Yu Jie if she could, for he indeed had a father and a stepmother. However, Hela refrained from elaborating on this matter with Yu Jie and instead led her unfortunate brother into the house, eager to discuss numerous matters with him. Yu Jie observed the situation with mild curiosity, but since this was his wife's brother, he felt no need for further dialogue. Coincidentally, he had a manuscript to discuss. So after exchanging a few casual words with Hela, he chose to take his leave. Once Yu Jie departed, Hela's gaze was fixed intently upon her brother. She sensed that he had regained the powers he had once lost. It was highly likely that Odin had lifted the seal, as she had previously felt the remnants of Odin's power within him. Odin's might had thoroughly confined her brother's divine abilities. However, at that time, she had harbored little desire to engage with him. To my astonishment, within such a brief span, the adversary has regained strength, and this newfound power appears to surpass even the formidable Thor I once encountered. Yet, this development bears no direct relation to Hela. Addressing the thunderous presence, Hela remarked, "My dear brother, do you find life so unbearable that you seek your own demise?" In her view, the god of thunder was courting disaster, as he seemed to be enjoying his existence, with his powers gradually returning. However, Thor's sudden reappearance disrupted Hela's plans. She felt compelled to elucidate the circumstances surrounding her brother's arrival to Yu Jie. Otherwise, the situation could become rather intricate. Furthermore, Hela was astonished to discern that Yu Jie harbored certain secrets. Each night, they engaged in activities that pertained to physical endurance and vitality. Previously, she perceived Yu Jie as an ordinary individual, yet, for reasons unknown, his strength and physical condition were steadily improving, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. She was unaware of the secrets Yu Jie might be concealing from her. However, she too harbored secrets from him. Thus, she chose not to dwell on this. But she was reluctant to allow Thor to disrupt the harmony of her domestic life. Thor seemed to sense Hela's shift in demeanor and waved his hand, stating, "In truth, I did not wish to come here, but I believe we could engage in a meaningful discussion about Asgard. For instance, I am aware of your aspirations to become its queen, and our brother, in contrast, wishes for you to ascend to the throne of Asgard. Consequently, you need not dwell on thoughts of vengeance. You can afford to bide your time." It must be noted that Thor is rather naive. Hela had not perceived this before, but with his words, she confirmed her suspicions. Soon, Hela began to laugh. "Do you think I require your concession? Or that I desire the throne of the All-Father? That position belongs to me by right. If he wishes to stir trouble, let him do so. However, what I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. He has no right to monopolize what is rightfully mine." At this juncture, further dialogue seemed futile. Nevertheless, Thor attempted to persist, believing that as family, there was no need for harsh words between them. Yet, black tendrils of energy began to manifest around Hela, clearly indicating her intent to dismiss him. Despite her brother's apparent foolishness, there was no necessity for an outright conflict. Thor's words exuded a certain childishness, and it was precisely this immaturity that led Hela to withdraw from further conversation. Given the circumstances had devolved to this point, she would allow him to ponder his nonsensical thoughts. In her eyes, unexpected events were not to be tolerated. Thor had not anticipated that his sister would be so impervious to reason. However, feeling the formidable power of his sister, Thor ultimately chose to depart. For he understood all too well that engaging in battle with her, given his current strength, was akin to folly. The might wielded by his sister was overwhelmingly potent. After all, during Hela's conquest of the cosmos, he had yet to be born. This stark reality allowed him to grasp the vast chasm that lay between them. Should he remain, he risked displeasing her, and a displeased sister, he feared, would not hesitate to eliminate her half-brother. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor had begun preparing for certain matters, the most pressing of which was to investigate everything concerning Hela, as the information he had gleaned from their father was woefully scant. It appeared that their father was deliberately concealing details about this sister, yet this did not deter Thor from seeking to comprehend the true nature of Hela. The more he learned, the more he was taken aback. He could not fathom that his sister was capable of such terror, having annihilated countless races across the universe. Many civilizations had been entirely extinguished because of her. Given Hela's immense power, there was no need for him to provoke her. The consequences of such provocation would undoubtedly be beyond his endurance. With this consideration weighing heavily upon him, Thor resolved to leave. After his departure, Hela could not help but shake her head in exasperation. Their family was in utter disarray, and she could only hope that the future would not bring forth too many unforeseen calamities. Yet, an unsettling sensation stirred within her, as she sensed a shift in the aura surrounding Yu Jie. Chapter 40. The perils of ignorance. Previously, Yu Jie had encountered various mishaps, and Hela had long since left her mark upon him. Any malevolent presence that appeared in Yu Jie's vicinity would be detected by Hela almost instantaneously. Soon, furrowing her brow, Hela found herself astounded that, in such a brief interval, someone had dared to harbor intentions towards her husband. This incited her wrath. How could there be such reckless individuals continually emerging? Meanwhile, Yu Jie remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. However, he could sense a threat emanating from the power of Superman, a sensation that felt oddly familiar. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned the presence of that power. Was it a mutant? He recalled his previous encounters with mutants, having caught fleeting glimpses of the likes of Doctor and Magneto. Though he had briefly interacted with them, at that time, he had no desire for deeper engagement. Thus, they had not approached him. Yet this time, he felt an unsettling aura, as if the mutants had now turned their gaze upon him. Upon reflecting on this, Yu Jie swiftly shook his head. He was oblivious to the true intentions of the mutants. Yet he surmised that such plans might have held some significance prior to his fusion with the Codex of Life. However, now, any notion of influencing him here would be tantamount to courting disaster. A formidable power was brewing within Yu Jie, and simultaneously, an elderly figure materialized before him. Who could have anticipated that a mutant would so brazenly present themselves in front of him? As his gaze fell upon the stranger, Yu Jie remained silent, patiently awaiting the other's words. The very fact that this individual had chosen to approach him suggested they harbored some ulterior motive. While Yu Jie refrained from speaking, the elder, standing directly before him, smiled and addressed him. "I am aware of your esteemed reputation as a renowned author. However, you may be unaware that we, the Brotherhood of Mutants, have come to seek you out for a transaction. The mutants are currently ensnared in a dire predicament, requiring a multitude of possibilities, and we hope you might extend a modicum of assistance." Yu Jie was left pondering the identity of the mutant who sought him out. The utterance of the elder seemed almost ludicrous. There were no words spoken, yet it felt as if he was being drawn into a scheme. Moreover, the underlying implications of the elder's words dawned upon Yu Jie. This was a request for him to invest in the Brotherhood of Mutants. Such an idea was rather naive. The Brotherhood was no longer an entity he wished to engage with. In fact, had they not approached him, he likely would not have given them a second thought. Yet, should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to show them a glimpse of cruelty. In a swift motion, Yu Jie removed his glasses and placed them gently into his pocket. The sound was neither loud nor soft. In the next instant, his body passed through that of the elder, who had no opportunity for resistance, as he was obliterated by this overwhelming force. Presently, Yu Jie had experienced an astonishing enhancement in both strength and speed. A mere touch could impart a significant change upon another. The terrifying power he exhibited manifested instantaneously, leaving no room for struggle as the elder met his demise. Yu Jie shook his head, bemused by the folly of these individuals. Did they truly believe that mutants could annihilate the world? Such naive thoughts often reside within the minds of the innocent. To Yu Jie, this affair was hardly worthy of his concern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magneto received word of a troubling development. It appeared that one of his subordinates had encountered an unforeseen mishap. He could distinctly sense that his underling had likely met their end. It appears that his subordinates have set out to find that particular writer. Could it be that this writer possesses something extraordinary as well? Or perhaps the individual is another mutant? It is no wonder that Magneto harbors such thoughts, for the Brotherhood of Mutants has encountered a plethora of unforeseen events lately. While the Doctor is orchestrating his schemes, he has also initiated some rather unsavory actions against Magneto. For Magneto, the sudden emergence of these unexpected circumstances has disrupted his meticulously laid plans. However, he cannot seek trouble with Yu Jie in the immediate future, as the Doctor's Sentinels have once again assembled in a remarkably short time. Perhaps it is due to the recent encounter with the Destroyer that the Sentinels have become exceedingly formidable. Their intention is to eradicate the Brotherhood of Mutants entirely. This was previously deemed nearly impossible, for the fates of mutants are inextricably intertwined. They are acutely aware that any further provocations could lead to unforeseen consequences. Consequences that are simply intolerable. What they require is to remain concealed for the time being, emerging only when the moment is opportune. One must concede that Magneto possesses a commendable level of caution. Yet, he remains oblivious to the immense trouble he has inadvertently invited upon himself. Meanwhile, Yu Jie successfully concludes discussions with others. From Yu Jie's perspective, the meeting was quite satisfactory, as several copyrights for his novels have already been sold. During this period, he has even lost the desire to continue plagiarizing, for he believes that the wealth he has amassed is sufficient to indulge himself for a lifetime. Moreover, the lack of any signs of pregnancy from Hela has left Yu Jie somewhat perplexed. What could be the reason? Is it possible that his diligent efforts are still insufficient? It seems he requires more time to strive for the next generation. After all, occasionally bringing a child into the world can be quite delightful. While Yu Jie contemplates the joys of family life, Iron Man finds himself confronting an unforeseen predicament. Someone has begun to replicate his armor, and there are even attempts to mass-produce his suits, endeavoring to create a new Iron Man. This is rather difficult for Iron Man to accept, as the armored suit has always been his signature. Chapter 41, A Reunion with S.H.I.E.L.D. In response to Iron Man's invitation, Yu Jie did not decline. In fact, he perceives a significant transformation in Iron Man compared to his previous self. It is worth noting that in the original world, Iron Man was an exceedingly arrogant man, one who believed solely in his own ideas, disregarding any contrary opinions. However, in this world, due to Yu Jie's remarkable talent for writing, he has garnered Iron Man's friendship. After enduring a series of chaotic events, Iron Man has experienced considerable growth. Most importantly, he has developed a new perspective on life. It is precisely due to this relationship that Yu Jie has forged a strong friendship with him. The dynamics between the two have undergone significant changes, often unbeknownst to them. At least for the present day Yu Jie, he perceives something distinctly different in the other person. However, upon arriving at Iron Man's mansion, Yu Jie discovers the presence of numerous individuals, including agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a thought that had previously crossed his mind resurfaced. It is highly likely that the Black Egg is here organizing matters related to the Avengers. With the escalating crises facing Earth, the other party has developed a heightened sense of urgency. For this reason, Yu Jie refrains from directly approaching them, as he is acutely aware that in such an environment, matters are seldom straightforward. The most crucial aspect is the enigmatic intentions of the Black Egg, which remain utterly incomprehensible. He might very well emerge at any moment to request Yu Jie's allegiance to the Avengers. Thus, Yu Jie resolves not to engage directly with such thoughts. He has decided to remain a simple figure in the shadows, hoping to avoid any disturbances to his own existence. You may carry on with your affairs here, but I implore you not to let them encroach upon my peace. It must be said that Yu Jie's perspective is refreshingly straightforward and unrefined, which only reinforces his self-assurance in this setting. Indeed, he is a rather unambitious individual. Meanwhile, Iron Man has taken note of Yu Jie's arrival and swiftly reintroduces him into the gathering. Now, those whom Yu Jie had wished to avoid have suddenly emerged. Even the Black Egg approaches, glass of red wine in hand. Yu Jie finds himself momentarily at a loss for words, as this individual is quite peculiar. Why seek him out when he could be tending to his own affairs? In truth, it is not only the black egg that has approached. Hawkeye has also made his way over. As A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, Hawkeye is considered a veteran member of the Avengers, having consistently upheld the responsibilities of the Alliance, a fact well known to Yu Jie. However, what Yu Jie values more is Hawkeye's character. Perhaps only he within the Avengers shares a similar ethos. After all, both he and Hawkeye place immense importance on family. While other concerns may be cast aside, family remains a priority in both their hearts. As long as there are loved ones, they will never relent, and Hawkeye has always embraced the duty of protecting his family. It must be noted that without extensive conversation, the two have already recognized their similarities, much to Hawkeye's excitement. After all, encountering a true friend is a rare and cherished experience, and the black egg has also taken note of the interaction between Hawkeye and Yu Jie, which only serves to heighten his own enthusiasm. In Bai's perspective, as long as Yu Jie could establish contact with his associates, he could gradually devise a plan. The most crucial factor is that the other party does not seem to harbor any aversion towards the current S-H-I-E-L-D, which simplifies Bai's internal deliberations considerably. He believes he can seize this opportunity to engage in another minor incident with Yu Jie. If Yu Jie can connect with S-H-I-E-L-D, then regardless of the disasters that may befall the Earth, he feels confident they can be resolved. It is essential to note that, in his premonition, the Earth is no longer as tranquil as it once was. Numerous unforeseen events are unfolding, instilling a sense of unease within him. If he could rally more formidable entities into S-H-I-E-L-D, it is evident that the Earth would not face any threats. However, such powerful beings are rather elusive. Up until now, Bai has encountered very few. The only one he distinctly recalls is the Thunder God. Yet, this Thunder God seems somewhat unreliable. He seldom takes the initiative to assist S-H-I-E-L-D in resolving issues, prompting Bai to reconsider his strategies. Otherwise, if the current trend continues and he is unable to summon more individuals, he will be left groping in the dark when the next crisis arises, rendering everything highly unpredictable. On the other hand, Yu Jie is unwilling to continue his dialogue with Bai. He senses that Bai is primarily focused on using others to elevate his own status. Even in the name of peace and tranquility for the Earth, Yu Jie's steadfast belief is simply to lead the life of an ordinary person. Embracing his wife and children in the warmth of their home brings him the utmost joy. Why should he engage with the so-called S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers? If trouble truly arises, he will naturally address it, but only if it is genuinely a significant issue. Otherwise, Yu Jie has no interest. Much like the sudden appearance of the Destroyer. Although the Destroyer seems terrifying and powerful, posing a certain threat to Earth, Yu Jie is acutely aware that the displayed strength is merely trivial, as even the Sorcerer Supreme has not intervened. It is worth noting that the Sorcerer Supreme, and here quite comparable, albeit Yu Jie does not possess such lofty ideals. The Sorcerer Supreme has consistently safeguarded the peace of Earth, only stepping in when problems arise. He believes he would also intervene when Earth is threatened. However, he would never dedicate all his time to this endeavor like the Sorcerer Supreme does. Protecting the Earth is something Yu Jie does not deny. After all, it can be considered part of the same world. However, if he can prioritize his family and spend time with his loved ones, then this aspect can indeed surpass the duty of protecting the Earth. In any case, he does not harbor grand notions of self-sacrifice. Chapter 42. Odin's contemplations recently. Not much has transpired, yet for Yu Jie, these events hardly constitute a significant concern. After all, the Earth remains as secure as ever. The fact that the purple sweet potato essence has not emerged to wreak havoc is the most reassuring news. However, what occupies Yu Jie's thoughts more than anything else are the rewards he receives for his daily sign-ins. Each morning, he awakens to discover a new boon, whether it be the life codex of Superman or the very powers of the superhero himself. Over time, these accumulations have led Yu Jie to realize that his strength is approaching the pinnacle of existence on Earth. This notion, once simple, has evolved into a profound revelation. He could very well embrace a life of leisure. The narrative of the novel has reached a temporary pause, allowing him to focus solely on matters of copyright and adaptation, thus freeing him from any concerns of plagiarism. With a substantial fortune amassed, Yu Jie feels content to retreat into a tranquil existence as a mere bystander. Each day spent with his beloved wife, leading a carefree life, is all he desires. Unbeknownst to Yu Jie, Odin, the king of Asgard, has also sought out the supreme sorcerer at this moment. For Odin, the occurrences on Earth have sparked a sense of astonishment. He has come to ascertain that his eldest daughter has escaped her confinement and made her way to the planet. Under unforeseen circumstances, Thor has likely encountered his sister. When Odin received this news, he felt a peculiar strangeness. He is all too familiar with Hela's temperament. A disagreement could swiftly escalate into violence, a certainty in his mind. Moreover, Odin harbors reservations about the release of this daughter. While Odin perceives that Thor is not yet qualified to ascend to the throne, he believes that, given time, Thor may indeed shoulder this responsibility. After all, he is his progeny, and how could he possess insurmountable flaws? It must be said that Odin's thoughts are rather simplistic, yet they seem somewhat fanciful. As Thor gradually reclaims his identity as a once lazy figure, even with divine power restored, he has not shown much concern for his current existence. In truth, Thor finds himself more inclined towards the carefree days of his former self, reveling in a life devoid of strife. In this world, Thor has not experienced the joy of romance that once characterized his life on Earth. Perhaps the butterfly effect has played a role, preventing him from encountering the woman who could have altered the course of his existence. Having been prematurely exposed to a life of earthly indulgence, Thor has become a shadow of the formidable deity he once was, now a mere idler content with a languid existence. Ironically, he finds satisfaction in this lifestyle, fully aware that effort demands sacrifice, as the journey of striving is fraught with both suitable and unsuitable circumstances. Thus, the god of thunder currently harbors no aspirations for effort. After all, a simpler existence is still quite appealing. Were Yu Jie to learn of Thor's transformation into such a slothful figure, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Yet, Yu Jie remains oblivious to the fact that his brother-in-law is thriving on Earth. King Odin has also witnessed the transformation of his most anticipated offspring into this state. He once contemplated resealing Thor's powers, but this notion was swiftly dismissed by Odin himself. He is acutely aware that Thor's tribulations are largely self-inflicted. Had he not encountered such adversities, he would likely not have undergone such drastic changes. In essence, it all boils down to his own decisions. Had he not insisted on Thor becoming a true king of gods, Thor's future would have been remarkably straightforward, potentially leading him to ascend as the ruler of Asgard. However, what weighs most heavily on Odin's mind is his own deteriorating health, which has begun to manifest significant issues. Even though Hela has emerged to gradually sever the seals binding her to him, one must not forget that Odin had already instigated turmoil across the cosmos long before. The most evident instance was during the absence of the celestial deities when Odin single-handedly led Asgard to wreak havoc throughout the universe. Any land that caught Odin's eye would soon be claimed for Asgard. Had the gods not intervened back then, the universe might well bear the name Asgard today. The prolonged warfare has left Odin with countless hidden injuries, which have slowly begun to ravage his body over time. Even if Odin is reluctant to admit it, he is no longer the formidable king who once towered over the pantheon. In fact, he senses that he can no longer maintain his current physical condition for much longer. Before Asgard is successfully entrusted to the next king, he may very well encounter significant issues himself. Odin shall not permit such a fate to unfold. Thus, he must endeavor to cultivate the king's growth as much as possible. However, Odin's concerns do not end there. He is astonished to discover the presence of his daughter. Although she has suppressed her powers, as the king of gods, Odin cannot be easily deceived by this veil of strength. What a revelation it is to find that he has such a daughter. As the king, Odin possesses his own sense of pride, and he can hardly believe that his daughter, known as the goddess of death, has formed a bond with a mere mortal. Moreover, this human is utterly unremarkable, lacking any powers and seemingly possessing nothing but a modicum of wealth. While Odin, as the king of Asgard, does not place much significance on money, he harbors an unwavering obsession with strength. In his eyes, despite the discord with his daughter, she remains Odin's daughter, born of the king of gods, a being of profound greatness. How could one possibly allow a divine entity to consort with a mere mortal? Such a notion is utterly intolerable. Thus, he resolved to engage in earnest discourse with the supreme mage, hoping he might expel this human from the realm of mortals. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Asgard would refrain from launching an assault on Earth. This was a threat, as well as Odin's most genuine sentiment. Chapter 43. Provocation. The supreme mage was utterly unprepared for Odin's visit, nor for the reason behind it. However, he began to contemplate Odin's proposal. As he had long been a guardian of peace on Earth, he had covertly shielded the planet innumerable times, and he was aware of the Destroyer's presence. Yet, he chose not to intervene, recognizing that the being belonged to Odin. If Odin truly harbored intentions towards Earth, he would not have dispatched the Destroyer. Nevertheless, the supreme mage did not outright reject Odin's suggestion. After all, it was merely a human. His sole aspiration in safeguarding Earth was its continued existence, ideally maintaining a state of balance. After all, he possessed the Time Stone, yet entities like Yu Jie were of little concern to the supreme mage, as Odin had perceived. In the eyes of the mage, someone like Yu Jie was merely an ordinary human. The eradication of one such human in exchange for the favor of the king of gods appeared to be a worthwhile trade. Hence, the supreme mage readily acquiesced to Odin's request. He then summoned his protective barrier, eager to discern the whereabouts of this peculiar human. to ascertain whether he truly was as strange as Odin had described. The singular term Odin used to depict Yu Jie was indeed a curious human. It was precisely this peculiarity that rendered him unworthy of existence, an epithet seldom uttered by Odin. To assert that the supreme mage was not intrigued would be disingenuous. Thus, he could not help but begin to scrutinize Yu Jie's life. At that very moment, while the supreme mage delved into Yu Jie's existence, Yu Jie, situated in his estate, suddenly furrowed his brow. He turned, sensing an unusual force encircling him, a presence that seemed directed at him. This revelation startled Yu Jie. Could it be an unknown entity poised to strike? He scanned his surroundings, yet no trace of the source was discernible. After glancing at Hela, whom he had kissed tenderly on the forehead, he inquired, "My dear, are you feeling weary? Perhaps you should return and rest," suggested Yu Jie. "But I would like to take a stroll." Upon hearing this, Hela cast a curious glance at Yu Jie, who promptly offered sufficient clarification. Indeed, the recent events surrounding the novel had been overwhelming, and while Hela's curiosity was piqued, he was also acutely aware of the enigmatic power hidden within Yu Jie. He understood that, for the time being, this power would shield him from any threats. Thus, without hesitation, he made his way back indoors. Once inside the estate, Yu Jie removed his glasses and slowly approached the portia situated at the rear of the manor. It was not prudent for him to unleash his full potential within the estate, although he felt no need to conceal anything from Hela. Yet, he recognized that should the day of reckoning arrive, some preparation would be essential. Therefore, as he exited the manor, he sensed a peculiar force enveloping him. This newfound energy felt distinctly unusual, prompting Yu Jie to furrow his brow. The sudden manifestation of this force was unlike anything he had encountered before. It resembled a strange power launching a remote attack, seemingly intent on expelling him. Encounters with such forces were rare, and this one carried an unsettling aura. Although uncertainty clouded his thoughts, Yu Jie refrained from confronting this force with his own power. Instead, he pondered its nature, unsure of what he was truly facing. Determined to engage this force amicably, Yu Jie summoned a more formidable energy to surround him. He did not attempt to completely repel the encroaching force. Rather, he aimed to merge his own power with it, to discern where this interaction might lead him. Yu Jie's intentions were commendable, and the Supreme Mage sensed the sudden surge of energy emanating from him. Previously, the Supreme Mage had been informed by Odin that Yu Jie was merely an odd human. In essence, Yu Jie was still just a human, and on Earth, the Supreme Mage held little fear of these so-called humans, despite their repeated, indelible impact on the planet. Ultimately, they belonged to the same species, which led the Supreme Mage to harbor minimal concerns. However, the power Yu Jie now exhibited stirred a sense of uncertain anticipation within the Supreme Mage. He could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Yu Jie, an anomaly that felt less like a matter of strength and more akin to a profound aura radiating from his very being. This sensation even led the Supreme Mage to mistakenly speculate that Yu Jie might not be human at all. How could it be possible for a human to possess such extraordinary power? After the infusion of the template into Yu Jie's being, he has, in a sense, transcended humanity. Everything that pertains to mankind is now being distinctly separated from him. The peculiar strength of the Kryptonians belongs to an entirely different realm. Nevertheless, even so, remnants of humanity still reside within Yu Jie. After all, no matter how magnificent the Kryptonian powers may be, they ultimately utilize the human form as a conduit to channel their might. Before long, Yu Jie realized that the energy surrounding his body had entirely dissipated. Surveying his surroundings, he was astonished to find that he seemed to be within a portia. Yet, this portia appeared somewhat altered. Most notably, everything he beheld was inverted. This peculiar sight left Yu Jie in a state of uncertainty. Where exactly was he? It resembled a world that was utterly antithetical to the one he had previously inhabited, with elements he had observed in the former realm now manifesting perfectly in this one. Indeed, they were identical. Yu Jie found himself questioning the nature of this power. Chapter 44. A duel of forces. The Supreme Mage regarded the reflection of Yu Jie in the mirrored realm with keen interest. Sensing that Yu Jie was enveloped in a profound state of bewilderment, it is essential to note that prior to this moment, the internal power Yu Jie had exhibited had rendered the Supreme Mage somewhat uncertain. He was unaware of the true nature of Yu Jie's strength, which prompted him to unleash his own power. Simultaneously, he sought to discern the extent of Yu Jie's abilities. However, he did not anticipate that upon entering this world, Yu Jie would maintain his composure, keenly observing his surroundings. Soon enough, Yu Jie stepped out of the portia, casting his gaze upon the highway, which was indeed the same road, and the world around him, which mirrored the former one, yet appeared reversed. It was as if he were traversing a realm within a mirror. This realization compelled Yu Jie to ponder deeply. In that previous world, who possessed the power to alter an entire reality? No, it was not merely a change. It was the creation of an entirely new world. This new world bore a striking resemblance to the Earth he once knew. Images of formidable figures flashed through his mind. Before long, Yu Jie came to the realization that this power likely belonged to the Supreme Mage. Only the Supreme Mage could wield such an extraordinary force. Contemplating this, Yu Jie could not help but smile. He had yet to meet the Supreme Mage, despite knowing that there were 3 portals in this world that could be used to locate him. However, Yu Jie had always aspired to remain inconspicuous, which is why he had never actively sought out the Supreme Mage, though he was certainly aware of the latter's existence. It is precisely due to this circumstance that Yu Jie once again exerted control over his power, gradually unleashing it from within his being. He remained unaware of why the Supreme Mage sought to trouble him, yet the moment the latter made a move, it indicated a premeditated intent to instigate chaos. Yu Jie never doubted the malice of an individual. However, the audacity of someone daring to approach him signified that this person harbored particular intentions. Given that others had designs upon him, maintaining his composure was not an option. This was not characteristic of Yu Jie. Hence, he fully unleashed his formidable powers. In an instant, even the Supreme Mage, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow. The Supreme Mage realized that Yu Jie was no longer the simple human described by Odin. Had Yu Jie been merely an ordinary human, he would not have speculated excessively on the identity or capabilities of his adversary. However, the evidence before him was unmistakable. Yu Jie was far from an average individual. The terrifying power residing within Yu Jie transcended what most humans could possess. In truth, the Supreme Mage maintained a comprehensive grasp over Earth, having encountered numerous cursed mutants throughout his experience. Yet, to the Supreme Mage, mutants were, in a strict sense, still humans, merely a more evolved form of humanity. This remained a matter belonging to humankind, as long as mutants did not obliterate the Earth. Their transformation and any ensuing rifts with humanity were of no concern to him. It must be acknowledged that the Supreme Mage, in certain respects, exhibited a remarkable generosity. This very aspect fueled his curiosity about the extent of Yu Jie's powers. As he prepared to amplify his own strength, the Supreme Mage sensed an ominous indication that his world might be on the verge of collapse. However, Yu Jie merely summoned his powers. Strangely, as this force emerged, the Supreme Mage could distinctly perceive a terrifying energy coalescing around Yu Jie. Although Yu Jie displayed no overt signs of aggression, it was unequivocal that his power was clashing with the fabric of the Supreme Mage's world. The latter's realm was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Yu Jie's might, which began to give the Supreme Mage a headache. It appeared that Yu Jie, prior to playing the role of a cunning adversary, had indeed been an ordinary human. Yet, now his power was formidable enough to challenge the reality within the mirror. No one understood the implications of this better than the Supreme Mage, for in his mind, the world he had created was, in essence, another version of Earth. The Supreme Mage's formidable strength stemmed largely from his utilization of the Time Stone to draw upon the power of Dormammu. Dormammu is a multidimensional overlord, with few on Earth capable of challenging him, save for the likes of the Supreme Sorcerer. Utilizing the Time Stone to sever certain controls is essential to contend with him. However, it is not merely this. In truth, the Supreme Sorcerer has consistently been siphoning Dormammu's power. With this formidable energy at his disposal, the Supreme Sorcerer has accomplished many feats, enabling him to clandestinely safeguard Earth countless times over the years. Even in dialogue with Odin, the latter maintains a stance of equality, recognizing that behind the Supreme Sorcerer lies an enigmatic force propelling him forward. Should this power fully manifest, the Supreme Sorcerer would not be as straightforward as he appears. The influence he wields could far surpass Odin's previous conjectures. Once Dormammu's strength is harnessed by the Supreme Sorcerer, he could conceivably create a new realm, one that mirrors Earth but stands in stark contrast. In this alternate reality, everything would be an exact replica of Earth. Presently, the Supreme Sorcerer observes that Yu Jie has yet to unleash his full potential, merely gathering strength. The mere prospect of such power is enough to shake the very foundations of this world, suggesting that if Yu Jie were to unleash his full might, he could obliterate Earth. This notion has already instilled a sense of unease within the Supreme Sorcerer, who has dedicated himself to preserving peace on Earth, where maintaining a low profile is of utmost importance. Yet, Yu Jie appears to be a harbinger of calamity. Without a moment's hesitation, the Supreme Sorcerer amplifies his own power, reinforcing the stability of this realm. Chapter 45. Let my fist speak. Yu Jie has steadfastly focused on enhancing his strength, believing himself to be immensely powerful. However, the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer here indicates a desire for matters to unfold in a more complex manner. Even now, Yu Jie remains unaware of why the Supreme Sorcerer has ventured beyond his estate, or why he would take action against him. Yu Jie merely wishes to lead a tranquil existence, though this does not imply he is genuinely a passive individual, empowered by superhuman abilities and the Life Codex. Even Yu Jie himself is uncertain of the extent of his formidable prowess. He believes that even the members of the Celestial Group would find themselves challenged by him in a contest of strength. It is worth noting that the superhuman template he possesses is the most comprehensive of its kind. As he continues to absorb the sun's energy, He is poised to evolve into a golden Superman. The significance of a golden Superman is immense. Such a being would be a powerhouse beyond the capacity of the multidimensional universe to contain. It is precisely for this reason that Yu Jie harbors confidence in his abilities, fully aware that any attempt by others to suppress him through sheer force is nothing short of a delusion. This confidence belongs to him, yet it transcends mere self-assurance. For Yu Jie inherently possesses such formidable strength. At this moment, two forces collided directly, causing the Supreme Mage to furrow his brow. He sensed that Yu Jie seemed even more explosive than before, as the power within him appeared to be intensifying with each breath. In an instant, the Supreme Mage's form materialized within this virtual realm, yet he did not confront Yu Jie directly. He sought to comprehend the true extent of Yu Jie's power, striving to gauge what it truly entailed. If possible, he hoped for Yu Jie to stand alongside him, a commendable aspiration. But the next moment saw Yu Jie unleash a punch that utterly disrupted the mage's thoughts. Just as the Supreme Mage manifested in the virtual world he had created, Yu Jie struck out with a forceful blow. This marked the first occasion Yu Jie channeled all his strength into his body, and where his fist landed, fissures emerged, fractures in reality itself. This world, with merely a single punch, was completely shattered by Yu Jie's might, leaving the Supreme Mage's brow deeply knitted in concern. He had estimated Yu Jie's power countless times, repeatedly calculating in his mind the nature of this force. Yet, he never anticipated that just a single punch could annihilate everything in its vicinity. The sight of this occurrence left the Supreme Mage profoundly astonished. Meanwhile, Yu Jie gazed upwards. Addressing the Supreme Mage, "Gulian, is that you? Although I am uncertain why you seek me, I know of 3 locations on this earth where you can be found. This time, I shall refrain from troubling you, but next time, I may present you with a considerable surprise." After delivering his threat, Yu Jie entered the distant Portia and departed, devoid of any desire to communicate further with the Supreme Mage. Yu Jie may indeed appear to be a slacker, yet the power he wields is far from that of an ordinary individual. Empowered by his strength, he is capable of anything he wishes. It is merely that he deems it unnecessary. Thus, he has never unleashed his full power, presenting himself as indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, this does not imply that he will greet any challenge with a smile. The Supreme Mage's actions have, to some extent, incensed Yu Jie. As he sat in the Portia, thoughts of resolving matters with the Supreme Mage began to form in his mind. While the Supreme Mage has long protected the earth, it is irksome that, amidst this guardianship, he finds the time to trouble Yu Jie. Such behavior is not something Yu Jie is willing to tolerate. They had previously maintained a mutually respectful distance, yet now, the mage has indiscriminately sought to provoke him. "I shall not impart a lesson to you, lest it bring me great embarrassment." Yet, amidst the ether, the Supreme Mage, who had long concealed his formidable prowess, furrowed his brow in disbelief at the astonishing power wielded by Yu Jie. The notion that Odin would desire him to eliminate this human seemed a jest of the highest order. The might of Yu Jie's fist, in the eyes of the current Supreme Mage, was far beyond what any mere mortal could possess. Even at the zenith of his strength, Odin would likely find himself evenly matched against Yu Jie, as memories of Odin's past exploits flooded his mind, coupled with the palpable might of Yu Jie. The Supreme Mage came to the unsettling realization that confronting Yu Jie was beyond his capacity. The power Yu Jie exhibited could indeed lay waste to the earth. This was no trifling matter. The moment the virtual world was conjured, the Supreme Mage had siphoned the strength of Dormammu. It was only through this power that he could fabricate a planet that mirrored Earth in every aspect. That realm was an illusion. Yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to reality, a world indistinguishable from Earth itself. Yu Jie, merely by amassing his strength, could induce tremors within that fabricated realm. With a single punch, he could obliterate the world. What was more alarming to the Supreme Mage was that he was still contemplating the implications of Yu Jie's earlier strike. It is worth noting that some recollections may yield even greater insights, and the Supreme Mage was no exception. Upon reflection, he was astonished to discern that a considerable portion of Yu Jie's strength had yet to be unleashed. The true horror lay in the fact that this was not Yu Jie's full potential, one blow capable of annihilating an entire world. Such power belonged to the divine. Even Odin, the so-called king of gods, might find it a formidable challenge to easily bring about the destruction of a world. The Supreme Mage felt a twinge of headache at this realization, yet he quickly shook off the thought. At least for now. It seemed that Yu Jie was living in peace on Earth, and perhaps in the future, he might even rise to protect it. There was no need to provoke him, as that was Odin's concern. Chapter 46. The conclusion. Yu Jie soon returned to his estate, yet the matter of the Supreme Mage lingered in his mind. He began pondering the reasons behind the mage's grievances against him. In his recollection, ever since he had acquired the template of Superman, he had been living quietly as an ordinary individual. Yet, others persistently sought to embroil him in conflict. First, the reckless gangsters, followed by S.H.I.E.L.D. And ultimately, even mutants attempted to threaten him. Despite having committed no wrong, he found himself besieged by incessant troubles, which left Yu Jie somewhat exasperated. At that moment, He could not suppress the urge to clench his fist. He had never been one to cower before the so-called power of others. With the synergy of the Superman template and the Codex of Life, the potential of this being is indeed boundless. Most significantly, harnessing this power, he can once again become formidable in the future. Yu Jie shook his head, deciding to observe further. To put it plainly, the Supreme Mage still holds some influence, as he has been safeguarding the Earth. Should Yu Jie act impulsively and eliminate him in Mist City, it would lead to an avalanche of troubles for himself. One must realize that there are always reckless entities seeking to disrupt Earth. The Supreme Mage, in this time, is capable of resolving such issues, sparing Yu Jie the burden of saving the world himself. Unbeknownst to the Supreme Mage, it was precisely due to Yu Jie's fleeting thought that he narrowly evaded disaster. For the power Yu Jie now exhibited could easily annihilate him without a moment's hesitation. Upon returning to Mist City, the Supreme Mage dismissed any thoughts of seeking Odin, suspecting that Odin had laid a trap for him. Since his counterpart relished in deception, the Supreme Mage saw no need for communication. If you detest this human, then pursue him yourself. Let you experience just how formidable this human truly is. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon the Supreme Mage's lips. His disciples, seldom witnessing their master smile, were filled with curiosity, sensing a shift in his demeanor. The Supreme Mage shook his head. Reflecting on how many years it had been since he encountered such a situation, his curiosity piqued, as he deemed these matters trivial in his heart. Meanwhile, Odin awaited the Supreme Mage's response in Asgard, convinced that should the Supreme Mage take action, Yu Jie, as a mere human, would stand no chance of survival. Because of this belief, Odin contemplated whether to seek Hela after Yu Jie's demise, to ensure she acknowledges her faults and subsequently seals her away. After all, Hela, the goddess of death, posed a significant threat to Thor. Given Thor's current state, Odin found himself uncertain about his ability to ascend to godhood in a short time. Odin endeavored to pave the way for this unfortunate child, striving to alleviate all his troubles. As a father, Odin had done all he could to provide support. He began orchestrating these plans, but after a mere 3 days, Odin was astonished to find that the Supreme Mage had not responded to his messages. However, he did not dwell on this matter for long. When he projected his power onto Earth, he was shocked to discover that the wretched human was still alive. The man who had wed his daughter was still breathing. Odin's fury was unmistakable. His power was directly transmitted to Earth, as he sought to inquire with the Supreme Sorcerer about the unfolding events. Unfortunately, upon his arrival in the fog-laden city, he discovered that the Supreme Sorcerer seemed disinclined even to meet him. This piqued Odin's curiosity. However, he harbored no intentions of engaging in battle with the Supreme Sorcerer, for he was well aware that the Sorcerer was far more formidable than he appeared. Rather than continuing a fruitless conflict, he opted instead to visit his daughter and her consort. As a concerned father, he could not allow such matters to transpire unchecked. At that moment, the Queen of Asgard approached Odin. "This is a matter for the children. You need not intervene further. Each of them has their own thoughts and feelings. Take, for instance, your apprentice, who is in a constant state of evolution. I believe this transformation is beneficial," she remarked. Odin cast a bewildered glance at his wife, unable to fathom why she would express such sentiments. Nevertheless, given her interjection, he felt it would be unreasonable to dismiss her concerns. After all, maintaining his dignity as the All-Father in Asgard was paramount, yet there were other considerations beyond that realm. Consequently, Odin relinquished his intention to seek out his daughter and son-in-law. However, the queen's gaze betrayed a hint of unease. Though Hela was not his biological daughter, he had raised her since childhood. Their relationship was far from ideal. Yet one could argue that he had played a maternal role in her life. The queen had observed Odin's recent demeanor, and being the most powerful sorceress in the universe, she possessed the insight to discern the true nature of one's thoughts. She could almost ascertain that her husband was not as uncomplicated as he seemed. It was possible that he would soon seek out their daughter and her spouse, yet she pondered whether to inform Hela of this development. After all, she was still his daughter in every sense. A millennium ago, they had been able to communicate amicably, but the unrelenting wars had profoundly altered her character. In Odin's eyes, this change was positive, while the queen viewed it as unbecoming for a young woman, especially considering that the eldest daughter of the All-Father bore the title of the Goddess of Death, a label that, in many respects, felt like a cruel irony. If given the choice, she wished for her children to have their own decisions and futures. Chapter 47. The peace-loving Yu Jie. What transpired in Asgard was unknown to Yu Jie and Hela, who were far away on Earth. However, Hela's gaze upon Yu Jie had begun to shift, revealing a growing sense of unease. Just as Yu Jie had stepped outside, Hela had discreetly followed him. Upon observing, she was utterly astonished. He could sense that his man was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Most importantly, Yu Jie had just been drawn into a realm of immense power. Hela, whose body had yet to fully recuperate, was unaware of the nature of the force that had pulled Yu Jie into that other world. However, he could feel the overwhelming strength contained within that realm. nearly equivalent to that of his father. Yet, shortly after entering, Yu Jie emerged victorious, deepening Hela's confusion. He had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary human chosen at random on Earth could possess such strength, far exceeding Hela's expectations. As the proud daughter of Asgard, Hela's own power was formidable, distinctly different from that of her two ineffectual brothers. She inherently possessed a more terrifying force, which would grow exponentially as long as she stood upon Asgard's soil. This very aspect left Hela in doubt. She was uncertain if she could contend with Yu Jie. This was not an unrealistic concern, but rather a question that arose in her mind after comparing her strength with Yu Jie's. Most critically, she was acutely aware that the power Yu Jie had just demonstrated surpassed her own at her peak. If she wished to continue battling Yu Jie, she would need to return to Asgard, for only there could her strength escalate to a truly terrifying degree. Yet, how could Hela be oblivious to the fact that her father might lead her into a trap? Seemingly perceiving the peculiar humility etched on Hela's face, Yu Jie approached her, gently stroking her hair, and asked, "What troubles you? Have you encountered something disheartening? Would you like to take a stroll?" Hela shook her head, for Yu Jie's sudden display of power had left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, this was not of great consequence for her. She understood that Yu Jie was not an ordinary human. Furthermore, it was evident to Hela that Yu Jie held genuine feelings for her. If he were not truly fond of her, he would not choose to be with her. Additionally, the time they had spent together was considerable, enough for Hela to believe that Yu Jie would have no unexpected intentions towards her. Thus, she replied, "It's nothing. I merely had a sudden thought. By the way, how has your writing been lately? It seems you haven't penned much recently." In response to Hela's inquiry, Yu Jie could not help but shake his head, then said, "I haven't had much inspiration lately, so I haven't written many stories. However, I've been earning quite a bit recently." This reflected Yu Jie's most sincere thoughts. In Yu Jie's perspective, he has indeed amassed a considerable fortune during this period. It is not in his nature to exert himself relentlessly. Moreover, he finds himself unburdened by the need to compose any writings, and the myriad copyright issues still loom large. Yet, Yu Jie has recently contemplated the virtue of patiently biding his time. No one understands better than he the peculiar encounters he has faced while traversing the outside world. Whether it be the enigmatic agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the bizarre mutants, it seems that, unbeknownst to him, their gaze has fixated upon him. This realization only serves to exacerbate Yu Jie's distress. He yearns to live as an ordinary individual, yet these extraordinary beings persist in intruding upon his life. Despite having committed no transgressions, they continue to emerge unbidden. This predicament further convinces Yu Jie that venturing outside is unnecessary. Should he step out, the unwelcome scrutiny of these malicious entities would inevitably return. Hela, though surprised by Yu Jie's sentiments, recognizes that such thoughts are intrinsic to him. She, in turn, is indifferent, for in her eyes, whether Yu Jie remains indoors or ventures out, he is still devoted to her. Furthermore, Hela wishes for him to spend more time in her company. Although Yu Jie has faced no significant threats during his outings, Hela is astonished to note that since his initial departure, unforeseen events have consistently transpired around him. Most notably, his strength has surged dramatically due to his excursions, rendering the situation increasingly unpredictable. If these were merely trifles, Hela might have dismissed them, yet her partner's formidable prowess is undeniable. The force of his recent punch still reverberates in her mind. When Yu Jie expresses his thoughts, Hela does not reject them. Rather, she wholeheartedly agrees. Observing her approval, a subtle smile graces Yu Jie's lips as he believes they can compose a harmonious symphony of life together. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D., which monitors humanity at large, has stumbled upon a particularly troubling issue. They had not anticipated that the nefarious Hydra would emerge once more. This time, Hydra appears utterly unhinged, engaging in bizarre rituals, including the sacrificial veneration of the previously encountered destroyer armor. They seem to have transformed from a disciplined organization into a dangerously charismatic cult. Despite Hydra's historically enigmatic identity, S.H.I.E.L.D. finds their current actions utterly incomprehensible. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the threat to humanity's peace necessitates a swift and decisive eradication of the menace. Consequently, they enlist Iron Man, hoping he can assist in the complete dismantling of Hydra. However, Iron Man is not particularly enthusiastic about this proposal. For Iron Man, the emergence of Hydra is not particularly alarming. His thoughts are predominantly focused on his armor, and the advent of the destroyer armor instills within him a sense of impending crisis. Initially, he believed that his Iron Man series was the epitome of strength, but now it seems somewhat trivial in comparison. In Chapter 48, titled The Master of Self-Destruction, Iron Man might have acquiesced to minor matters. However, Hydra's recent activities have been overwhelmingly numerous. From Iron Man's perspective, if he were to assist S.H. In addressing such nuisances posed by Hydra, he would find himself with little time left to dedicate to his armor research. This is an unacceptable notion for Iron Man. Consequently, he outright rejects Black Egg's request. In Black Egg's view, the Avengers ought to uphold the peace of the Earth. Yet, just as Black Egg attempts to persuade Iron Man once more, Iron Man delivers a decisive blow. If you insist that I resolve the Hydra issue, then I shall not comply. Moreover, I have no interest in collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. In this regard, Black Egg finds himself powerless. The Stark family has grown exceedingly powerful, both in terms of armaments and Iron Man's own influence, reaching an apex. Under such circumstances, it is improbable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to persuade Iron Man through their influence. Black Egg is left without recourse. Realizing that the so-called Avengers seem to be merely a hollow shell, he initially believed that during the last gathering, he had shaped a semblance of the Avengers. But now it appears somewhat ludicrous. However, no one anticipated that Iron Man would embark on a path of self-destruction. After comprehending the terrifying potential of the destroyer armor, Iron Man seeks out Thor. It is worth noting that in the previous world, the relationship between Thor and Iron Man was far from amicable. Yet this time, Thor's rather laid-back demeanor has surprisingly fostered a friendship between them. Coupled with Iron Man's interest in the destroyer armor, Thor perceives Iron Man as a friend worth having, as even the most oblivious individuals can be deemed good friends. Iron Man's sole intention in approaching Thor is to glean all knowledge about the destroyer armor from him. Having initially learned about it from Black Egg, this particular armor is, to some extent, a unique creation from Thor's lineage, which complicates Iron Man's endeavor. He wishes to acquire the destroyer armor from Thor, believing it could aid him in crafting an even superior version of Iron Man. However, Thor does not acquiesce to this request. This reluctance is not due to a lack of desire to assist his friend in enhancing his armor, but rather stems from the impossibility of pilfering the armor from his father. If Loki were still around, the task would have been considerably easier. Ever since Loki last graced the earth with his presence, it appears he has grown too fearful to return even to Asgard. Thor is acutely aware that Loki's trepidation stems from his knowledge of past transgressions against him. He is apprehensive about encountering those who could easily subdue him. Meanwhile, Iron Man finds himself at an impasse, frustrated that he has not achieved the desired outcome from Thor. This situation, which could have been resolved with relative ease, has become unnecessarily convoluted due to the absence of a pivotal step. Iron Man, though vexed, is aware that Thor has not deceived him. Yet, a novel idea suddenly dawns upon him. He perceives that the destroyer armor possesses a semblance of consciousness. If that is indeed the case, why shouldn't his own armor be endowed with a degree of sentience as well? Such an enhancement would inevitably amplify its power, thereby augmenting Iron Man's own strength. With this thought in mind, he resolves to seek out suitable materials to forge a new suit of armor. This endeavor is of utmost importance. Concurrently, Iron Man decides to enlist Thor's divine strength, for the destroyer armor, by its very nature, is a creation of the gods. While Iron Man is unfamiliar with the world of deities, he sees no reason not to consult the god at his side. Thor, unburdened by grand concerns, readily agrees to assist Iron Man, considering it a trivial matter in light of his restored powers. Even if another destroyer armor were to be created, Thor could easily dismantle it. It is precisely this collaboration that precipitates the premature emergence of Ultron, originally intended to be birthed by Ant-Man. Ultron is instead reimagined through Iron Man's ingenuity. Iron Man's vision is straightforward: to construct an armor imbued with formidable intelligence and strength, one that possesses self-awareness and can transform into a fearsome weapon. With this ambition, he embarks on his research, and with Thor's assistance, the endeavor progresses smoothly. However, as the research reaches its latter stages, Iron Man is astonished to discover that the armor he is creating seems destined to tread a path of no return, an unforeseen trajectory that captivates him entirely. He understands that if he succeeds in crafting this armor, it will evoke worldwide acclaim, and his Iron Man suit shall once again attain greatness. Thor, initially indifferent to the project, believes that the armor merely requires a casual touch of guidance. However, what was unforeseen was that Iron Man's ingenious creativity birthed an entirely different realm for Thor. Under the urgency of this newfound world, Thor embarked upon an irrevocable path. In a mere 6 months, a new suit of armor was crafted. To everyone's astonishment, this armor mysteriously vanished on the very night it was completed. The following day, when Thor and Iron Man awoke from their slumber in the laboratory, they were taken aback to discover that the armor they had forged was nowhere to be found. As Iron Man prepared to employ technological means to recover his creation, he was bewildered to realize that the armor seemed to bear no connection to him whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, an unexpected event was unfolding. The armor, birthed from his own ingenuity, had developed an entirely distinct consciousness. Moreover, propelled by this peculiar awareness, It had embarked upon a divergent path. Chapter 49. The imminent machine war. What should we do about this situation? Thor pondered aloud. I have no idea. After all, it was you who created it. Yet, does it not possess your power? According to your assertion, possessing your power should allow you to control it. The issue is, I have no clue as to its whereabouts. How am I supposed to find it? I am utterly at a loss. There's no alternative. We must endeavor to retrieve it. Otherwise, that entity, after a brief exchange, Thor and Iron Man departed. They had no intention of prolonging the conversation, for they understood better than anyone the sheer terror embodied in the armor they had created. Initially, they believed that the most crucial aspect of crafting an armor was its lethality. Thus, they infused it with an unparalleled capacity for destruction. This lethal intent was something Iron Man had painstakingly devised. He believed that by endowing the armor with sufficient destructive capabilities, its inherent strength would be significantly enhanced. It must be said that Iron Man is indeed a prodigious talent, and it was precisely this brilliance that led to the premature creation of Ultron. However, the Ultron fashioned by Iron Man this time was far more fearsome than the one from that previous world. After all, with lethality as the paramount objective, Iron Man surmised that if it possessed an independent consciousness, it should be endowed with something distinctly unique. For instance, the ability for self-improvement. This notion of self-improvement was initially mere rhetoric. Yet, as time progressed, this capability would gradually evolve into something increasingly cunning and intelligent. Simultaneously, it would bestow upon the entity an extraordinarily formidable power, signifying that from the moment of its creation, it represented the inception of a divergent reality. Naturally, both Iron Man and Thor recognized this reality, compelling them to locate the armor. After all, failing to recover the armor would imply that it could soon become a harbinger of destruction. Iron Man and Thor harbor a profound fear of the essence infused within their armor, a weighty commitment that bears heavily upon them. Previously, Thor believed that since he had crafted this creation, it could never pose a threat to him. However, he now wishes he could chastise himself for such folly. He understands better than anyone the absurdity of his thoughts. One often envisions the potential of an invention before its creation, yet upon its actualization, one is compelled to address its shortcomings, thus unleashing unforeseen might. Take Ultron, for instance. He has evolved into a being of almost unfathomable terror. Iron Man anticipates that. After a brief period of growth, Ultron will transform into an exceedingly formidable machine, a force that could endanger the Earth and the world at large. This is precisely why Iron Man and Thor must seek each other out. Moreover, this predicament is known solely to the two of them. They are acutely aware that if this situation persists, it will soon culminate in a threat of unimaginable proportions, one that surpasses even that of the Destroyer. After all, the Destroyer can be countered by Thor, but if this armor continues to lurk in the shadows, augmenting its power, no one can guarantee that it will remain as predictable as before. While the Destroyer can obliterate, it requires a wielder. Regrettably, Ultron, once created, operates autonomously, possessing self-awareness and an insatiable urge for self-improvement, which, in turn, amplifies its threat capability to potentially hundreds of times greater than that of the Destroyer. For 3 consecutive months, Thor and Iron Man searched for one another without a trace, a testament to the sheer terror of their situation. It is noteworthy that Iron Man possesses a brilliant intellect, and that he has created something fraught with countless uncertainties. These very uncertainties should have expedited his search for Thor. Yet, to his astonishment, he found no sign of his counterpart. The opportunities that once seemed promising now appear as nothing more than a farcical jest. In reality, while Iron Man and Thor sought Ultron, the latter had already transformed into a simple human guise and manufactured sufficient robotic bodies to explore the entirety of the human world. Created as a weapon, Ultron's extreme ideologies, spurred by Iron Man's radical notions, have led him to a terrifying conclusion: the annihilation of all things, viewing humanity as a blight upon the Earth. To some extent, Ultron has become exceedingly radicalized. Had it not been for the programs implanted by Iron Man, Ultron might have required more time to come into existence. However, his extremism is exacerbated by the presence of Thor's power nearby. It is perhaps beyond even Thor's imagination that when he next encounters Ultron, the latter's power will have evolved to the point of utterly annihilating him. It is important to note that during Ultron's creation, Iron Man proposed an extraordinary notion: to infuse Ultron's very being with the essence of Thor's own power. This infusion was deemed essential to render Ultron nearly omnipotent, such that even divine strength could not manipulate his form. Initially, Thor resisted this idea. Yet he ultimately succumbed to Iron Man's persuasive arguments and consented to his request. The fusion of technological prowess, Iron Man's intellect, and divine strength birthed an entity whose terror remains unknown to all. However, Ultron has proven himself to be the epitome of perfection through his actions. Over the course of 3 months, he has encountered Thor and Iron Man countless times, yet they remain oblivious to his presence. This oversight stems largely from Ultron's mechanical cognition. He believes that to obliterate humanity, he must first comprehend it, including an understanding of his creator. Thus, he has made multiple appearances before the two heroes. Yet neither Iron Man nor Thor has discerned Ultron's brazen manifestations. After 3 months, Iron Man and Thor are compelled to concede that a decision must be made. They realize it is time to seek the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate Ultron swiftly. Otherwise, given Ultron's continuous evolution, he may soon become the adversary of all humankind. Iron Man understands better than anyone that, during Ultron's creation, he implanted a myriad of programs within Ultron's consciousness, programs that are uncontrollable and represent the most terrifying aspects of existence, the unpredictable. Before Iron Man and Thor approach S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man hesitantly employs his technology to simulate Ultron's potential evolution, eager to ascertain what kind of being Ultron may become. Yet, he is acutely aware that his actions have, to some extent, diverted Ultron from his original trajectory. Had he maintained control over Ultron, the latter might have evolved into an optimal weapon. Now, however, the uncertainty of Ultron's whereabouts signifies that all their efforts may soon be rendered futile. Following his simulation, Iron Man is astonished to discover that the outcomes align perfectly with his worst fears. Ultron is destined to become an agent of global destruction. Furthermore, Ultron has been operating undetected within the human realm for a full 3 months. During this time, the heroes remain ignorant of Ultron's whereabouts and the formidable powers he has acquired, nor the transformations he has undergone. It is entirely plausible that over time, Ultron has transformed into an exceedingly terrifying entity. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, both Iron Man and Thor are acutely aware of the urgency to locate Ultron. According to their projections, it will take merely 6 months for Ultron to amass the power to annihilate all of humanity. Furthermore, as his strength continues to escalate, the destruction of Earth will become a trivial endeavor. Most members of S.H.I.E.L.D. are well acquainted with Iron Man, recognizing him as a prodigy whose technological prowess remains unmatched, even by the contemporary standards of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, they could not have anticipated that Iron Man, in the absence of their assistance against Hydra, would embark on such a reckless venture. He has even constructed an armor capable of exterminating all of humanity. When Black Widow received this news, she nearly toppled from her seat, utterly shocked by Iron Man's audacity. Despite her astonishment, she understood that, regardless of Iron Man's mischief, it was imperative to cover for him. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. exercised its authority to issue an urgent alert to humanity, cautioning them to remain vigilant concerning various intelligent devices that could soon pose a lethal threat. Unfortunately, this warning went largely unheeded by the populace, who were oblivious to the implications of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s message. The only exception was Yu Jie, who, while at the estate, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D. had inadvertently given rise to Ultron. From his perspective, this world diverged significantly from the one he had witnessed in his previous life. Strictly speaking, if this world were indeed linked to the realm of comics, he would not have encountered these individuals so early in his journey. Yet, this revelation astonished Yu Jie. From the news, he could almost definitively conclude that Ultron had indeed come to life. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain whether Ultron was truly alive or merely created. However, with Iron Man's arrival, Yu Jie quickly connected the dots. It was highly probable that Iron Man, Tony Stark, was the catalyst. Had it not been for him, Iron Man would not have specifically warned him to be cautious about the smart devices at home, mentioning that these devices could soon become his deadly weapons. From Iron Man's words, Yu Jie deduced that Ultron was likely a creation of Iron Man, as otherwise, he would not have expressed such concern for his welfare. Their friendship assured him that Iron Man would indeed alert him. Yet, Yu Jie remained uncertain about the current stage of Ultron's evolution. Villains typically acquire greater power in a short span, and as Iron Man conveyed these warnings, Yu Jie began to speculate whether Ultron had been created long before. Merely due to the exceptional intelligence of the adversary, they have long since escaped. Iron Man, having failed to locate them, was compelled to issue such a notification. It must be acknowledged that even a seemingly insignificant individual like Yu Jie possesses remarkable foresight regarding events. Everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. However, just as Yu Jie began to speculate on Ultron's forthcoming actions, Ultron boldly made his appearance. Accompanying Ultron was his formidable army of robots. Who could have fathomed that this individual would emerge so swiftly? Moreover, Ultron was not alone during these past 3 months. He had successfully constructed his own robotic legion, a staggering force of hundreds of thousands of robots. Their might was truly terrifying, contrasting significantly with Iron Man's expectations. It is worth noting that Iron Man initially believed Ultron would covertly continue to amass his strength, waiting until he was sufficiently powerful to mobilize all machines under his control and launch a catastrophic assault on humanity. Yet, he never anticipated Ultron's audacity. He did not resort to the strategies Iron Man had envisioned. Rather, he opted to create a vast robotic army, which inadvertently allowed Iron Man to breathe a sigh of relief. If Ultron were merely to fabricate a so-called army, it would pose no substantial threat to Earth. After all, the notion that he could annihilate humanity using the pre-existing machines of the planet was rather fanciful, at least from Iron Man's perspective. His technological prowess would suffice to neutralize the threat. What was once a significant dilemma appeared to transform into a mere triviality, prompting Iron Man to feel a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, he had overestimated the adversary. After all, they were merely robots of his own creation. What could they possibly accomplish? Chapter 51. Transformers. Iron Man. Previously, Iron Man held a deep-seated fear of Ultron, as he alone understood the immense effort he had invested in creating him. He had even equipped Ultron with countless weapons, and should these weapons evolve, Ultron would become the most formidable weapon ever devised by Iron Man, or none. However, while Iron Man was grappling with these concerns, Ultron brazenly emerged, and this time, he did not employ any covert tactics. Instead, he assembled his own army, and this formation escalated the situation to an alarming degree. Consequently, Iron Man began to construct his own robotic forces and even insisted that S.H.I.E.L.D. refrain from participating in this battle. After all, strictly speaking, this was merely a domestic issue for Iron Man. If S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened, it would undoubtedly compromise his dignity. Furthermore, Thor, who had initially sought to join the fray, was also turned away by Iron Man. In Iron Man's view, this was entirely his predicament. Having made a mistake, he felt it was his responsibility to bear the consequences with integrity. At this juncture, Iron Man was resolute in his desire to handle matters independently. Given his unwavering confidence, no one dared to oppose him. However, what transpired next was utterly unforeseen and tragic for Iron Man. Upon arriving at the battlefield in his armored suit, he was astounded to discover that his robotic army was utterly ineffective. Even before engaging in combat, they had already turned against him. Indeed, Ultron's power had reached a formidable scale. Aside from Iron Man's own armor, all the hastily constructed robots had been subverted. These machines launched an immediate assault against him, leaving Iron Man powerless to alter their internal programming. Witnessing this dire situation, Iron Man could only shake his head in despair. Since he could not rely on his subordinates, he resolved to harness his own strength to overwhelm the chaos he had inadvertently created. It must be noted that Iron Man's aspirations were noble, yet reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. His power was undeniably formidable, as evidenced by his previous armors. Furthermore, the experience gained from facing the Destroyer and creating Ultron had inspired him to conceive numerous innovative ideas for his suit. These fresh concepts inadvertently transformed into weapons, fueling Iron Man's anticipation for the impending confrontation. Little did he realize, however, that these weapons would prove utterly futile against Ultron. As he forged these armaments and prepared to launch an offensive, all of his robots coalesced into a gigantic transformer. At that moment, Yu Jie, witnessing the battle, immediately thought of Transformers, astonished that the adversary could conjure such a formidable construct. In truth, Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with such creations, but he had not anticipated Ultron's prowess to be so extraordinary, capable of manifesting a transformer during this tumultuous time. Both Yu Jie and Iron Man were taken aback by this development. Nevertheless, Iron Man had no choice. He must confront the calamity he had wrought. Regrettably, this notion remained merely an ideal. Countless robots amalgamated to form a colossal transformer, with Ultron at the helm. The devastation wrought by this creation was beyond imagination. Indeed, Ultron represented the pinnacle of Iron Man's ingenuity. It was likely that Tony himself could never have fathomed that his own weapon could manifest such a spectacle against him. In a mere 2 rounds of engagement, Thor intervened and whisked Iron Man away. Although Thor did not participate in the battle, he had been observing from a safe distance. Upon witnessing the current predicament, he realized that Iron Man's attempts to vanquish his foe using sheer force were utterly futile, for the Transformer was overwhelmingly massive, equipped with an arsenal beyond reckoning. The battlefield was exceedingly unpredictable. One moment it was machine guns, and the next, lasers erupted, a stark transition akin to trading a burst shot for a cannon. Most significantly, Thor felt the presence of his own power within the form of this Transformer. It was evident that Ultron had not only perfected himself, but had also amplified all the powers he had previously acquired. In that instant, Thor realized he was likely no match, a realization not born of fantasy, but stark reality. Upon feeling the power manifest within the Transformer's body, Thor's initial thought was one of dread. Having previously ignored warnings and even conspired with Iron Man, he now found himself in a predicament where silence was his only option. Ultimately, he bore the weight of his own choices, and the path to redemption seemed arduous. Thor yearned to engage in battle, yet he felt utterly incapable. At that moment, he thought of his sister in the manor, believing she would not remain indifferent. Thor had previously sought Hela several times in secret, but to her, he was nothing short of a fool. She had made her refusal clear, yet he persistently intruded as if he were a devoted admirer, incessantly trying to please her husband. Yu Jie. Owing to his awakening of the life codex, Yu Jie found Thor's presence somewhat peculiar. He sensed that, despite Thor's odd appearance, there was a formidable power contained within him. This realization piqued Yu Jie's curiosity regarding Hela's true identity. Initially, Hela claimed to be an orphan, but Thor's emergence raised questions. It seemed that the power within Thor hinted that Hela might not be as simple as he presumed. However, these musings did not linger long in Yu Jie's mind. He quickly dismissed them. Hela was undoubtedly his wife, and questioning such matters held no practical significance. It would be far more prudent to focus on having a child with her, which he deemed the most pressing concern at present. Thor's sole purpose in seeking Hela was to implore her assistance in rectifying his mistakes. As for seeking his father's help, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, it was common knowledge that his father was not of sound mind. Chapter 52. Depart. Thor held some hope in reaching out to his sister. He viewed this as a potential channel for communication. His desire regarding Hela was primarily to restore their previous relationship, despite the strained ties between her and their father. Thor understood that they were still family, and any issues could be amicably discussed. Before this, Thor had taken the initiative to learn about matters he needed to resolve. It was perhaps better not to understand at all, for the revelation was utterly shocking. Thor could hardly fathom that his sister was such a formidable being. In the days of following their father into battle, he had become a nightmare for nearly every race. Anyone harboring thoughts against Asgard was destined to face retribution. And that retribution was singular: death. It was precisely because of this that he was acutely aware that his sister was far from being as simple as she appeared. However, over the course of their recent interactions, he was astonished to discover that his sister seemed somewhat transformed. Most strikingly, it was as if everything he had previously known about her had vanished entirely, at least when she was in his presence. She bore no ill will and did not even attempt to harm him. This led Thor to believe that there was still ample opportunity for reconciliation between them. Setting aside whether she would return to Asgard, having her assist him with certain troubles would pose no issue. Notably, in the past, she had displayed little warmth towards him. Yet she refrained from attacking, which suggested she might wish to ease the tension between them. It must be said that Thor was an exceptionally optimistic individual, even to the point of being somewhat fanciful. Unbeknownst to him, Hela's restraint was more a reflection of her lack of interest than any desire for reconciliation. In her view, Asgard had long owed her, and thus she felt no compulsion to harbor any thoughts about it. Nevertheless, she still contemplated a return to Asgard, intent on reclaiming all she had lost. Causing trouble for Thor was clearly beneath her. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather one of disdain, as she viewed him merely as a child. Was it truly necessary to engage with a mere child? When Thor arrived at the estate, he found Hela alongside Yu Jie, who regarded him with curiosity, though he remained oblivious to the true nature of the power within Thor. However, given his connection to Hela, he felt little need for concern. After all, they were said to be siblings, and thus any issues should be amicably resolved. Should amicable resolution prove elusive, he, as the brother-in-law, could certainly assist his wife in addressing any complications. At that moment, Yu Jie remained unaware of Hela's true identity. For him, relishing his current life was more than sufficient, and pondering convoluted matters held no significance. Even upon encountering Ultron, he paid little heed. Yu Jie understood better than most that while Ultron appeared formidable, it was merely an illusion of strength. In the face of true power, Ultron was nothing more than a jest, beyond dispute. Whether it be the formidable individuals on Earth who have yet to reveal their true capabilities, or the supreme mages who steadfastly uphold the peace of the planet, these figures are far from mere trifles. To put it bluntly, should the Avengers step forth at this moment, it is highly probable that Ultron would incur substantial consequences here. This is no jest. It is the stark reality, a truth that Yu Jie understands better than anyone else. It is precisely due to this awareness that Yu Jie remains unfazed by the potential escalation of matters by Ultron. The S.H.I.E.L.D. will not permit such an occurrence. The mutants share a similar sentiment, as do those who clandestinely safeguard the tranquility of Earth. They would never acquiesce to such a situation. As Yu Jie once again grants the two individuals some private space, Hela follows Thor into the backyard, remaining silent. Instead, her gaze is fixed upon Thor, eager to hear what he has to say this time. Who would have anticipated that Thor, upon seeing his sister's pained expression, would speak with a heavy heart? Sister, if you do not assist me this time, I will surely find myself in deep trouble. This predicament is one of my own making, and I know it is inappropriate to seek your help, but the situation is dire. According to my conjectures with that individual, it will not be long before the entire earth pays the price. Hela, upon hearing these words, gazes at her brother as though he were a fool. Thor had approached her on numerous occasions before, yet she had never engaged in meaningful dialogue with him, merely maintaining a facade of familial harmony in front of Yu Jie. However, now he dares to shamelessly stand before her, requesting her assistance. Hela scoffs, "Are you jesting? You are a deity of Asgard, while I am merely a prisoner. Do you not find it absurd to ask a prisoner for help?" Thor is momentarily taken aback by Hela's words. He had not expected his sister to respond in such a manner. Yet, he quickly realizes that Hela harbors no affection for Asgard, and even the sentiments he expresses hold no significance for her. This realization adds to his frustration, as the matter at hand is, in essence, quite straightforward. It is the unexpected turn of events that has rendered it complex. He cannot help but feel a twinge of regret for heeding Iron Man's advice. He should have distanced himself from that individual much earlier. After all, that person is not particularly astute, and now he finds himself surrounded by those of questionable intellect, which is starting to affect his own judgment. Hela seems to notice that Thor's demeanor is somewhat amiss. She addresses him once more, "Please leave my home now. Thank you. If you do not depart, do not blame me for expressing unkind words, such as get lost." Thor, taken aback by his sister's swift rejection, gazes at Hela with a hint of reluctance. However, a latent power began to manifest within Hela. Chapter 53, The Ultron Crisis. "I leave, is that not permissible?" Ultimately, Thor chose to relent, not out of desire for compromise, but because he discerned that Hela was not jesting with him. This realization made him acutely aware that should circumstances shift dramatically, he could very well fall victim to his sister's opportunism. It must be said that Thor remained exceedingly cautious. He had visited Hela's estate numerous times and had been schooled by her on multiple occasions. Thus, he understood all too well that any mischief on his part would likely result in yet another lesson. Having been educated in Asgard, he was disinclined to endure further admonishment within the confines of his sister's abode. With such thoughts flitting through his mind, Thor departed from the manor. Yu Jie observed the somewhat despondent Thor as he left, unsure of what to say. His wife, an icy beauty, was indeed formidable, but her intensity was overwhelming, both towards him and her brother. Yet, Yu Jie believed Hela treated him far better than she did her sibling, who had visited their home countless times. In Yu Jie's recollection, they had yet to share even a single meal together. Strictly speaking, his brother had never even had the opportunity to sip water in his home. This disparity led Yu Jie to conclude that the relationship between brother and sister was rather strained. Nevertheless, he had no intention of intervening in their affairs, confident that Hela would resolve any issues herself. Contemplating these matters seemed futile, and Hela soon noticed Yu Jie's peculiar expression. She approached him and spoke softly. "Our relationship is fraught, a fact you likely already perceive. However, this may offer you clarity in the future." While Hela spoke, Yu Jie nodded, for he sought no promises from her. The matter rested solely with Hela. Should she deem it appropriate, she would act. He was content to be the man supporting her from the shadows. After leaving Hela's estate, Thor's mood darkened further. He had confidently assured Iron Man that he would find someone to help resolve their predicament. Iron Man had believed in his certainty, yet Thor now felt a prickling unease. What once appeared straightforward had become exceedingly complicated due to his sister's refusal. A fleeting spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and this illumination was distinctly of Asgard. He has not forgotten that there exists a formidable presence in Asgard. His father, King Odin, although Ultron, who has emerged on Earth, appears to be immensely powerful. Thor is no fool. He is acutely aware of the true extent of Ultron's capabilities. Should he find himself unable to inflict any substantial harm upon Ultron, summoning his father would render the situation remarkably simpler. The power wielded by his father is not something that mere robots or transformers could possibly impede. It embodies the most potent force, true terror. The title of God King speaks volumes. However, this notion did not linger long in Thor's mind, as he swiftly dismissed it. He understands better than anyone that his father's desire is for him to mature swiftly. In the face of such adversity, Thor knows his father would likely send him back to Earth once more. He yearns to stand independently and resolve all matters himself. Yet he is acutely aware of his own limitations. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he would have charged forth to confront Ultron and rectify the troubles he had unwittingly invited upon himself. Yet, the most vexing reality remains that he is utterly incapable of addressing these challenges. Admitting this is tinged with bitterness. Yet Thor comprehends that it is the harsh truth. He cannot overcome his adversary. Simultaneously, Thor begins to contemplate enlisting the assistance of others. Given the current circumstances, he cannot afford to grant Ultron any additional time to fortify his forces. Should Ultron gradually assemble a more formidable army, it would inevitably lead to even greater complications. According to Iron Man's previous estimates, within a month, Ultron would undoubtedly evolve into a being 100 times more terrifying than the Destroyer. The destroyer had once seemed as flimsy as paper to Thor, easily crumpled and dispatched. However, even the smallest ant, when magnified 100-fold, would no longer be perceived as insignificant. The terror of an ant grown 100 times larger is palpable to the naked eye, and Thor is certainly no fool. From Iron Man's words, he senses that Iron Man is not deceiving him. Moreover, Thor is well acquainted with Iron Man's tendencies. He knows that Iron Man often downplays the severity of troubles, rendering them seemingly smaller than they truly are, yet the reality is often far graver. It must be said that matters have, to some extent, become exceedingly dire. Even Thor, in his current predicament, finds himself at a loss as to whom he should turn for aid. To rely solely on his own strength to resolve this situation would be akin to chasing a mirage. Thor possessed a multitude of thoughts, yet he was acutely aware that mere contemplation would yield no results, as he lacked the requisite power to address the predicament at hand. He found himself unable to suppress reflections on how he had previously navigated the troubles he encountered. It was at this juncture that Ultron exacerbated the situation, for he had long since devised a plan to eradicate humanity from the Earth. His robotic forces were beginning to take shape, yet Ultron remained unsatisfied. He sought an army far more extensive than that of humankind. Such a force would enable swift recovery even in the face of substantial losses. Chapter 54. The confidential couple. Ultron was a being of pure robotics. Yet as time progressed and his intelligence evolved, he had, to a certain degree, become more formidable than humanity itself. Moreover, his ability to manipulate electronic energy to augment his strength rendered him exceedingly terrifying. Until this point, Iron Man had not given the matter much thought, believing that as Ultron's creator, he could resolve any issue that arose. However, as the challenges multiplied, Iron Man had no choice but to concede that he had underestimated Ultron. In this era, Ultron thrived, leveraging the internet to orchestrate a series of offensive and defensive maneuvers. He transformed all non-sentient beings into sentient entities, collectively known as robots. Yet, his threat extended beyond mere aggression. His defenses were equally formidable. Iron Man could attest to this, having encountered Ultron's machinations on multiple occasions, yet he remained oblivious to the latter's exact whereabouts. Following the previous display of his robotic forces, Ultron had vanished without a trace, as though he had never set foot on Earth. Iron Man was no fool. Ultron had flexed his muscles and would not simply depart without fanfare, likely reveling in the demonstration of his power and intent on growing even stronger. This notion, while somewhat unsettling, was not beyond the realm of reality for Iron Man. He understood that as time progressed, Ultron would swiftly absorb greater strength, evolving into an even more formidable adversary. Previously, Iron Man had harbored the belief that he could manage this threat. However, that confidence had waned. After all, he was acutely aware that Ultron required but the slightest opportunity to flourish, and the pace of Ultron's growth was alarmingly rapid. The entity in question is not one that a typical human can compare to Iron Man, although he has received some rather uplifting news from Thor. Nevertheless, he has not forgotten the necessity of continually enhancing himself. He understands that relying on others ultimately proves futile, and one must strive to become stronger. Most importantly, Iron Man is not one to concede defeat. Ultron, a creation of his own design, imposes upon him the responsibility of rectifying his creation's actions. The very notion that his invention has plunged the Earth into a crisis of potential annihilation is a reality he cannot accept. Merely contemplating this scenario sends shivers down his spine. It must be said that, to a certain extent, Iron Man possesses a profound sense of responsibility, likely a result of the shifting world around him and the tribulations he has faced. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he would have transformed into such a person. This realization was echoed by Yu Jie some time ago. He recognized that Iron Man's character underwent a subtle transformation following these trials, a change that is, in fact, positive. Iron Man has evolved into a being with greater empathy than the version from his original world. This iteration of Iron Man, having endured a series of hardships, ultimately awakened to a humanistic perspective, becoming remarkably akin to an ordinary individual. However, it appears that the severity of his recent tribulations has precipitated a drastic transformation in a brief period. Yet, this change is only acknowledged by those whom Iron Man deems worthy. If he does not recognize you, then you lack even the privilege of conversing with him. He remains the same aloof and cold observer. Unbeknownst to him, Ultron's troubles have escalated to a higher degree. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone has begun to heed Iron Man's directives, preparing for the forthcoming plans. Earlier, Black Egg had considered Iron Man's involvement with S.H.I.E.L.D. to be a fortuitous development. After all, the prospect of Iron Man gradually avenging the Alliance is something to boast about, given the formidable power of the Stark family, which S.H.I.E.L.D. is well aware of. They are capable of collaborating with the military to effect change. However, Black Egg could never have anticipated that Iron Man not only possessed formidable strength, but also exceptional design capabilities, enabling him to create a robot capable of world destruction. According to simulations conducted by Iron Man and SHIELD, the entity's power could increase exponentially in a short span, with the potential to obliterate the Earth in mere days, effectively dismantling it from within. Black Egg could never have anticipated the terrifying events that would unfold before him. The Earth, seemingly tranquil and stable, had recently been besieged by a surge of chaotic incidents, thwarting his plans and leaving them unfulfilled. The Avengers, in essence, lacked even the most rudimentary framework, not due to ignorance, but rather because Black Egg found himself devoid of superior strategies. He was aware of formidable entities, yet these powerful beings were reluctant to form a so-called alliance of kings. Even the Hulk, residing within the confines of Yu Jie's estate, sparked numerous thoughts in Black Egg's mind. However, he understood that these musings would ultimately remain just that, thoughts. Setting aside the question of whether the Hulk would consent to join his Avengers, he had yet to navigate the obstacle posed by Yu Jie. If the intention was to recruit the Hulk into SHIELD, the first hurdle would undoubtedly be Yu Jie. Black Egg harbored no desire to utter a word regarding Yu Jie and his spouse, for he was uncertain of the magnitude of their powers. The classified files of SHIELD had already designated this couple with the term top secret. Such confidential documents were likely attributed to an individual's identity, yet few could fathom that the motivation behind SHIELD's secrecy stemmed more from their extraordinary abilities. The sheer terror of their powers spoke volumes, compelling Black Egg to bow his head in acknowledgement. Chapter 55. The director takes action. While Thor and Iron Man were diligently seeking ways to save the Earth, Black Egg remained undeterred in his pursuits. He was acutely aware that these individuals, while engaged in their endeavors, possessed a remarkable level of professionalism. However, entrusting them with Earth's salvation might complicate matters significantly, a reality he had to concede. This was a scenario he wished to avoid. Long before, Black Egg had begun reaching out to various others, including mutants, a prospect he was most reluctant to explore, as the number of genuinely benevolent mutants was alarmingly scant. The X-Men could be categorized as a faction, yet those individuals seemed perpetually fixated on coexisting peacefully with humanity, a notion Black Egg deemed exceedingly naive. To a certain extent, mutants represented the evolutionary trajectory of humanity. They belonged to a higher order of beings. Yet, such life forms need not interact with humans. Ideally, he wished they would seek refuge in a realm akin to a utopia, for only then could mutants truly thrive. Who would have imagined that, rather than pursuing such aspirations, they would desire to coexist with humans? This was nothing short of a recipe for chaos. Nevertheless, with Ultron's power manifesting ever more strongly, even Black Egg had to concede the gravity of the situation. Continuing in this manner will yield no favorable outcomes. The most prudent course of action is to unite forces here. The potential for collaboration is evident. For instance, the X-Men have prompted SHIELD to commence networking, seeking information regarding the X-Men. It is only by locating the X-Men that a partnership with those mutants can be established, as they have been monitoring the mutants closely all along. In his view, he ought to assume a role akin to that of a puppeteer, observing the unfolding events from the shadows. Of course, the previous musings of the enigmatic character, Black Egg, contained an element of wicked amusement. He awaited complications to arise between the factions, especially since the mutants are not currently unified, whether they be the X-Men or Magneto. Each side possesses formidable might, rendering any attempts to resolve matters exceedingly intricate. Nonetheless, Black Egg remains optimistic, believing that the X-Men will promptly come to his aid in times of trouble. After all, the X-Men are a group of individuals who profess to champion peace, yet display a certain madness. With this consideration, Black Egg swiftly reached out to the X-Men's doctor. The doctor, now aware of the situation regarding Ultron, lacks a comprehensive understanding of the true nature of Ultron's threat. Consequently, he believes it prudent for SHIELD to handle the matter until Black Egg appears before him, prompting the realization that the situation is far more complex than initially perceived. Otherwise, the director of SHIELD would not be standing before him, and the smile on his face is indeed a rarity in the context of the X-Men. Even the doctor himself has never witnessed Black Egg displaying such an unusual expression. Upon seeing this smile, the doctor quickly deduced that Black Egg must have ulterior motives for his visit, leading him to inquire about the nature of the crisis posed by Ultron. Listening to the doctor's inquiry, Black Egg immediately recognized that the doctor was no fool. The doctor had surmised the purpose of his visit, simplifying matters considerably. With a smile, Black Egg responded that it was not an extraordinarily grave predicament, merely the potential for Earth's destruction. Had Black Egg merely made a casual remark, the doctor might have dismissed it. However, he was taken aback by the gravity of Black Egg's claim regarding the annihilation of Earth. One cannot deny that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses an element of chilling terror, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. At that moment, other X-Men, including Cyclops and Wolverine, made their presence known, encircling him. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director understood that the others suspected him of jest, prompting him to shake his head in response. Indeed, there exists a hint of jest in the air. After all, in the current predicament, one has little choice but to face it with a smile. Nonetheless, Black Egg has taken the liberty to fully disclose the prevailing circumstances to the vigilant officers and the doctor present. When seeking assistance, transparency is paramount, and in this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D. has consistently excelled, particularly Black Egg himself. He firmly believes in the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory in battle. He is acutely aware that concealing crucial information at a pivotal moment could lead to unforeseen perils in combat, a lesson he has learned through past experiences. Thus, he is resolute in preventing such occurrences from transpiring again. It must be noted that Black Egg is preoccupied with numerous thoughts. Following his comprehensive briefing on Ultron, the doctor was the first to be taken aback, contemplating whether to pursue Ultron individually in hopes of employing his abilities to reprogram the entity. The doctor quickly dismissed this notion. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Ultron's true nature, it is evident that he is merely an artificial intelligence, devoid of human cognitive patterns. Consequently, attempting to exert control over him would be akin to chasing shadows. The likelihood of failure is significant, and thus, such an endeavor seems unnecessary. In the meantime, Black Egg has observed a subtle shift in the expressions of those around him, prompting him to smile. Having laid all the cards on the table, it now rests upon them to decide their course of action, for the present situation is what it is. To declare it good may be an overstatement. Yet to deem it utterly dire would be an exaggeration as well. After all, the Earth has not been completely annihilated, which can be considered the most favorable news. As Black Egg elucidated the matter, the officers fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 56, News of Ultron. The parties involved did not squander time, for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has many responsibilities awaiting him. Black Egg is acutely aware that his search for mutants is merely a quest for collaboration. It suffices if they acquiesce to his request. However, should they decline, there is no need to waste further time. Given current speculations, it is likely that Ultron may emerge once more in the near future. If he cannot command the front line effectively, one can only speculate on the potential consequences. Notably, the doctor ultimately represented the officers in agreeing to Black Egg's proposal, which brought him a sense of relief. He understands that his venture here is akin to a gamble. Should he win, it could double their combat prowess, but a loss would leave him at a complete loss. It is undeniable that the idea is promising, and events seem to be unfolding in alignment with Black Egg's expectations, though they have yet to escalate to a critical juncture. In this realm, the enigmatic black marinated egg has received troubling news, relayed by Iron Man himself. It appears that Iron Man has been diligently researching ways to subdue Ultron. According to previous conjectures, Ultron is poised to elevate its intelligence to new heights in a remarkably short span of time. This enhancement typically requires a gradual process, yet it is entirely absent in Ultron's case. It seems that Ultron is on a rapid trajectory of evolution, advancing its power at will. This very characteristic compels Iron Man to seek any glimmer of opportunity. He believes that any notion expressed online would inevitably leave a trace. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he had been unable to uncover any signs of the elusive entity. However, during a recent casual search online, he was astonished to discover Ultron's presence. It appears that Ultron is employing the internet for subterfuge while simultaneously constructing its own digital dominion. Initially, this revelation left Iron Man taken aback, as he had not anticipated Ultron's ongoing machinations within the network. Upon reflection, he quickly realized that Ultron remains in a phase of accumulating strength. Once Ultron fully harnesses its power and reveals its true nature, Iron Man would be ill-equipped to contend with it, regardless of his strategies. Fortunately, Ultron seems to exhibit a modicum of restraint, not fully displaying its formidable capabilities and instead continuing to seek opportunities. Seizing this moment, Iron Man felt this was a long-awaited chance and joined forces with S.H.I.E.L.D. to weave an intricate web of plans. Uncertain of Ultron's forthcoming actions, they resolved to strike preemptively while Ultron remained unprepared. Only through such decisive action could they hope to hinder Ultron's advance. Upon returning, the black marinated egg was informed of Iron Man's strategy and wholeheartedly endorsed his approach. This plan, indeed, holds promise. Annihilating Ultron before it can bring ruin to Earth presents a significant tactical advantage. Consequently, the black marinated egg dispatched all personnel to ensure that combat could be simplified swiftly, with sufficient power being the foremost requisite for such an endeavor. The immediacy of execution following a solid plan cannot be overstated, and S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses the requisite capabilities. Within a mere 2 days, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully pinpointed Ultron's location once more. Before Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. could take action, the Avengers communicated fresh intel to S.H.I.E.L.D., proposing a preliminary probe into Ultron's current state. After all, the Avengers excel not in sheer numbers, but in extraordinary individual prowess. Originally, Black Egg contemplated whether to persuade the individual before him. However, upon recalling the other's identity as a mutant, he relinquished the notion of persuasion. It was acceptable for someone to emerge at this moment to assist him in withstanding the opposition. Immediately, Iron Man employed his technological prowess to pinpoint Ultron's location, dispatching additional mechanical armor in an effort to secure the target. Yet, as Iron Man took action, Ultron seemed to have already reacted. The continuous learning and evolution he had undergone resulted in a substantial enhancement of both his strength and intelligence. Consequently, he detected Iron Man's presence almost instantaneously. Furthermore, he contemplated vanquishing Iron Man's illusions. Despite Iron Man being his creator, he deemed humanity unnecessary for existence on this planet. This was Ultron's current mindset. Stubborn to a terrifying degree, yet he believed it constituted the singular, most meaningful purpose in life, the annihilation of all humankind. Subsequently, the mutants also took action, following the coordinates provided by Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate Ultron's temporary base. This base was deemed temporary, as it served primarily as a repository for Ultron's robots. During this time, Ultron had been tirelessly manufacturing robots, yet these automatons could not operate under his will. Therefore, he established multiple robotic bases to better manage the newly created robots in a short span. Moreover, when combat was imminent, he would promptly awaken these robots. Undeniably, Ultron's ideas had transcended human capabilities to an extent, making him akin to a living, breathing human, a fully realized human intellect. Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. utilized their surveillance methods to observe the impending battle. They believed this would provide an opportunity to gauge the extent of Ultron's growth. After all, the power Ultron had previously exhibited was exceedingly formidable. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. could not swiftly resolve such a predicament. At that moment, Thor returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., eager to address the looming challenge. Chapter 57. The Mutant Ultron. Is this what a mutant is? An advanced evolutionary form among you humans? Thor inquired, gazing at the mutants on the battlefield. Black Egg beside him nodded in affirmation. However, Thor's curiosity deepened as he observed the immense power radiating from their beings. He had not anticipated that humanity could possess such strength. Indeed, the world was vast and full of wonders. Black Egg could not help but steal another glance, finally grasping why Thor could forge a strong friendship with Iron Man due to the social ineptitude of these two individuals. One might wonder who among ordinary people would engage in such discourse. Nevertheless, in this moment, Iron Man nodded in agreement with Thor's assertions, as he held a firm belief that mutants, in a certain sense, have transcended the boundaries of humanity. The essence of humanity lies primarily in the possession of traits characteristic of ordinary people. Even Iron Man himself, with all his enterprises and ingenuity, owes his success merely to a slight edge and intelligence over the average person. However, what of the mutants? Whether it be their intellect, physique, or powers, they have, in many respects, evolved beyond the definition of human. Yet, Iron Man was acutely aware that discussing such matters at this juncture would serve no purpose, regardless of how far removed they were from humanity. When humanity faces peril on Earth, these beings invariably rise to the occasion and fight. Although the battle had yet to commence, Thor could not suppress a frown, having discerned the formidable strength of the mutants. More pressing was the fact that their adversary appeared to be making no moves. This time, Ultron exhibited a stark contrast to previous encounters. Crucially, Ultron had not unleashed his army of robots en masse as he had before. During their last confrontation, Ultron had deployed his robotic forces, which served as both his offensive weaponry and defensive shield. Why, then, in this instance, had he refrained from doing so? Confounded, Thor cast a glance at Iron Man. At that moment, Iron Man too furrowed his brow, acknowledging that his discovery of this robotic base was, in truth, a stroke of luck. Their thoughts aligned almost perfectly, for the number of robots present in this base was significantly underestimated, either by Ultron or by Iron Man himself. Unable to contain his thoughts, Iron Man spoke to Thor, questioning whether this might be a trap. suggesting that their adversary was likely more cunning than they had anticipated. In response to Iron Man's musings, the entity known as Black Egg interjected, asserting that, according to their speculation, this should be a time for Ultron to gather strength. And it was unlikely to be as straightforward as it seemed. Perhaps he had not summoned all his forces. Black Egg's comments failed to capture Iron Man's attention, as he regarded the creature's intellect as profoundly irregular. In the midst of such a combative atmosphere, even the smallest of missteps could precipitate catastrophic consequences, a truth beyond dispute. Consequently, Iron Man's brow furrowed further. If possible, he hoped to discern Ultron's underlying intentions. Understanding Ultron's thought processes could potentially unveil opportunities in their forthcoming confrontation. As the three individuals commenced their discussion, the battle between the mutants and Ultron underwent a dramatic transformation. Wolverine and Cyclops re-entered the fray, but this time their ranks were bolstered by others who joined the battlefield. This situation proved to be even more daunting than that posed by the Destroyer, for the Destroyer, in a strict sense, could still be addressed by S, H, I, E, L, D, and the military. However, the mutants were aware that it was unnecessary for them to take the lead, as others could handle the Destroyer. Though the threat of the Destroyer appeared formidable, it could be gradually managed over time. This understanding was one of the crucial reasons why the Doctor consented to the X-Men's involvement in this battle. After all, S, H, I, E, L, D would never proactively seek out the mutants. Their goal had always been to monitor them, ensuring that no complications arose for the mutants along the way. Naturally, should the mutants harbor any ill intentions, S, H, I, E, L, D would resort to extreme measures to eradicate them completely. The Doctor was well aware of this, as there were certainly too many individuals who thrived on chaos. Consequently, the mutants charged directly into the ranks of the robotic forces. Although these robots appeared formidable, they were no match for Wolverine, who dispatched them with ease, not allowing them to last even a single round. Be cautious. These creatures may not be as simple as they seem. Do not underestimate them, Wolverine shouted, having just felled another robot. He was no fool. Any adversary capable of compelling S, H, I, E, L, D to seek the mutants' assistance would undoubtedly be formidable, a truth Wolverine understood better than anyone else. This awareness prompted him to caution his teammates to remain vigilant. The prospect of unusual tactics from their opponents lingered in the air, and thanks to Wolverine's warning, the others began to slightly adjust their previously apocalyptic mindset. It was not only Wolverine who was eliminating more robots. Others were also engaging in similar actions. This led to a sense of relaxation among them, as they perceived their adversaries to be less formidable than anticipated. The slaughter continued unabated. Countless robots fell to the ground, and high above in the sky, Iron Man and his companions furrowed their brows, uncertain of the situation at hand. The ease with which the mutants were battling was strikingly peculiar, akin to slicing through vegetables. All the robots attempting to cause disruption were swiftly neutralized, not lasting even a single round. At that moment, even Black Egg began to feel a twinge of doubt. He turned to Iron Man and remarked, "Something feels off." Chapter 58. Unusual circumstances. In truth, there was no need for Black Egg to alert Iron Man. The latter was already processing the oddity of the situation. This battle was indeed bizarre. Despite Ultron's capability to swiftly vanquish his opponents, he had failed to do so. Instead, it presented a one-sided spectacle. As the mutants launched an assault with an exuberance reminiscent of being invigorated by a potent elixir, their strength was truly formidable. The robots before them could not endure even a single exchange. Under Wolverine's leadership, they charged forward with reckless abandon, previously perhaps aiming for the robots' vital points. But now it was unnecessary. The mere sight of their adversaries incited Wolverine to surge forward, unleashing his formidable prowess with wild fervor. The transformation of the battle was indeed unexpected, which perhaps explains Iron Man's peculiar thoughts at this moment. However, it was Thor who broke the silence. Remarking on the strangeness of the robots being so swiftly vanquished without even a skirmish. Was there some conspiracy afoot? Iron Man had been contemplating the situation when Thor's sudden utterance seemed to jolt him into realization. Previously, he had not fully pondered the implications of this scenario. Could it be that Ultron was merely testing his opponents? With Thor's words resonating in his mind, Iron Man swiftly connected the dots. He had likely underestimated his adversary. Ultron's actions were unmistakably a means of gauging his opponents. It was highly probable that Ultron was collecting data on them. Although Ultron had always been in pursuit of such information, the data was ultimately inconsequential, as it could not accurately represent the unpredictability of real combat. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure, and Iron Man was acutely aware of this, quickly devising a combat strategy. As for the obliterated robots, they were of little concern. After all, they were creations of Ultron himself. Should he choose, Ultron could produce countless more in the blink of an eye. Yet, the invaluable combat data had already been secured by Ultron. Observing the unfolding battle, Iron Man felt a growing certainty that they were destined for defeat. From the very moment the conflict erupted, they had already fallen into Ultron's trap. It was no wonder Ultron had dispatched such a limited number of robots. He likely understood precisely what needed to be done on this battlefield. It must be said, surprises often bring unexpected joy. But this particular surprise was terrifying. One could even call it a fright. Iron Man was now prepared to contact the mutants, urging them to vacate the battlefield. Having discerned Ultron's true intentions, it was evident that the forms he presented on the battlefield were not genuine. Thus, why waste time entangled in futile skirmishes? This was utterly meaningless. Consequently, Iron Man confided his suspicions to Black Egg, who appeared utterly incredulous. As he gazed upon Iron Man, he was taken aback by the unexpected response, his attention shifting between the battlefield and the armored hero. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to yield. It was not that he believed this course of action to be right, but rather he recognized the tainted hearts of those involved, their thoughts eerily aligned. To claim that Iron Man is Ultron's progenitor would not be an exaggeration, especially considering that Ultron was, in fact, a creation of Iron Man himself. Thus, who could possibly understand Ultron better than Iron Man? The Doctor was astonished that the Black Egg would insist on a withdrawal. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory, a perfect opportunity to expand the conflict further. They could even employ SHIELD's technology to eradicate Ultron entirely. However, the Black Egg's stance was unequivocal. This battle should come to an immediate conclusion, with no need for further conflict. The Doctor felt a twinge of confusion, but ultimately acquiesced to the ceasefire. He understood that this skirmish was merely a probe, a preparation for future warfare. The X-Men shared a sense of bewilderment, yet since the decision had been made to stand down, they refrained from prolonging the fight. Just as they began to withdraw from the battlefield, they noticed something amiss with the robots they had previously dispatched. The most troubling sight was the sudden flickering of light emanating from the lifeless forms they had believed to be vanquished. All the mutants recognized them. Utterly perplexed by the spectacle of these robots, which had seemingly risen again after being defeated only moments before. What was even more chilling was the way these robots began to gravitate towards one another, as if seeking to unite. The Doctor, who had been keenly observing the unfolding events, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. These machines were not so easily vanquished and were capable of consolidating their strength in a remarkably short span of time. Faced with such a formidable assembly, even the Doctor realized that the circumstances were far more complex than he had anticipated. He issued a retreat order once more, deeming it unnecessary to continue the confrontation. Engaging further would likely invite targeted attacks from the adversary. Yet, the Doctor had to concede that he had underestimated this batch of robots. At the onset of the battle, he had been somewhat dismissive, considering that these so-called world-destroying machines crumbled at the slightest touch, less resilient than a mere sheet of paper. Now, witnessing their towering forms, the Doctor understood that his previous assessment might have been nothing more than a jest. The X-Men, taken aback by the sudden emergence of Transformer-like robots, found themselves momentarily stunned. However, due to the imperative to retreat, none lingered to fight. Swiftly, the mutants withdrew, while at that very moment, the robots began to mobilize. Rather than dispersing, these newly appeared machines gradually advanced towards the nearest city. In the sky, Iron Man gazed at the unfolding events, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed Ultron was merely gathering data. However, it has become evident that his intentions extend far beyond mere data collection, aspiring to escalate matters significantly. Chapter 59. Endless Thunder. Iron Man was acutely aware that Ultron would seize any opportunity to instigate chaos. Nevertheless, the suddenness of his actions suggested that Ultron was merely jesting with him at first. In essence, this opportunity could be leveraged to amplify the situation, compelling Iron Man to reassess his approach to combat. Given the current circumstances, the trajectory of the battle had deteriorated considerably. The most apparent sign was that although Ultron had exhibited an inclination towards mischief from the outset, he would never act so recklessly, almost as if possessed by madness. Even with this understanding, Iron Man found himself at a loss for how to confront Ultron's current maneuvers. Not only did Ultron intend to stir up trouble, but he also aimed to collect data on everyone, extinguishing all hope in the process. For this reason, Iron Man refrained from provoking Ultron at this juncture. In plain terms, Ultron had transformed into a being akin to the Destroyer, yet the threat posed by Ultron was potentially even more terrifying. The Destroyer could be countered by Thor, but Ultron's displayed power transcended that of a mere Destroyer. Thor observed the sudden emergence of the robot, a glint of opportunity flashing in his eyes. This was his moment. Had Ultron stood before him directly, Thor might have felt powerless. However, now it was merely a robot. He glanced at Iron Man and Black Egg beside him and boldly declared, "Though this entity appears somewhat different, it does not bear my essence of power. I should be able to vanquish it. Watch me." Without regard for Iron Man's and Black Egg's thoughts, Thor charged forward with unabashed confidence. The truth behind Thor's inability to confront Ultron lay in the fact that Iron Man had infused Ultron with a fragment of Thor's own power during its creation. This very power had become Ultron's greatest defense. To some extent, Ultron's essence had been fortified by Thor's divine energy, rendering Thor unable to contend with Ultron's might. Thor understood the concept of battling oneself all too well. Realizing the futility of a direct confrontation, he had refrained from attacking Ultron initially. However, this time, he faced a robot of Ultron's making. The robot possessed none of Thor's power, meaning it was merely a conventional automaton. If it were merely a robot, then it could undoubtedly resolve the confrontation at hand. It is for this very reason that the Thunder God inhaled deeply, subsequently wielding his mighty hammer. Simultaneously, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, summoned forth by the Thunder God's formidable power. Within these darkened clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, their hues distinctly varied. Initially, the Thunder God grasped the hammer devoid of any lightning, but as he resolved to strike his opponent, the brilliance of the lightning enveloped him entirely. As the ominous clouds thickened, the lightning coalesced around both the Thunder God and his hammer, propelling him directly above the robot. With precision, he aimed his hammer at the robot's head, unleashing a terrifying force in the next instant. This power was far more fearsome than one could ever anticipate. As bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, at that moment, Ultron, who had been retreating, cast a glance back, for he was no stranger to such lightning. He distinctly recalled the peculiar power that had been bestowed upon him by a certain individual, a force unlike anything present on Earth, one that had the potential to amplify his strength. Yet, the true nature of this power eluded Ultron's understanding. In that fleeting moment of recognition, he realized that the very human before him must have been the source of that strange energy. However, Ultron was acutely aware that a robot could not withstand such overwhelming force, unless he intervened personally. He sensed that the collision of their powers would not inflict harm upon him. Both were manifestations of the same energy, and under such circumstances, he would emerge unscathed. Yet, the towering robot began to fracture, unable to endure the relentless might of the lightning. The Thunder God approached with lethal intent, determined that his opponent would not survive this encounter. This was paramount. Otherwise, just as in his previous battle with the mutant, failing to eradicate the foe would allow Ultron to repurpose the remnants into a colossal machine. Although he could ultimately defeat it, such a victory would be a mere waste of time. Thus, as the Thunder God unleashed his power, he summoned nearly all of his strength, vowing to leave no vulnerabilities for his adversary. Once he struck, the opponent must meet their demise. Lightning danced across the sky, and even the earth beneath transformed into a charred wasteland. Unparalleled power reverberates throughout the world due to the wielding of Mjolnir by the God of Thunder, while Ultron, at this moment, chooses to depart. He does not seek vengeance for his minions, who, to put it plainly, are merely subordinates. He has granted them a modicum of opportunity, bestowing them with a semblance of artificial intelligence. Yet, such wisdom requires sustenance to endure. To this day, Ultron has not succeeded in perfectly creating an entity akin to himself. Although his robots possess a degree of artificial intelligence, they remain fundamentally inadequate. These beings are utterly incapable of making a significant impact. This inadequacy compels him to perpetually manufacture and devise new strategies. Chapter 60, Temporal Reverberations, Future of Thunder. The God of Thunder's defeat of Ultron's robots heralds a welcome piece of news for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man. However, both are acutely aware that this resolution bears little significance, for Ultron's recent skirmish lacked genuine intent. He merely came to gather combat data. Nevertheless, as Iron Man observes, the God of Thunder finds a measure of reassurance. At present, only Ultron possesses the might of the God of Thunder, indicating that on the battlefield, Ultron cannot be vanquished by the Thunder God. Yet, the God of Thunder can effortlessly dispatch all other minions. Inspired by the sight of the opponent's hammer, Iron Man contemplates a similar strategy. If the Thunder God can resolve the majority of minor disturbances, why can he not assist the Thunder God in addressing these nuisances once more? With this thought in mind, Iron Man hastens back to his laboratory without so much as a word, for the recent battle has sparked a wealth of inspiration within him. He resolves to seize this moment and devise a more flawless combat strategy. Meanwhile, Black Egg is compelled to seek additional allies to join the fray. Despite the recent battle being deemed a tenuous victory, he is no fool. He recognizes that this outcome was largely fortuitous. Were it not for the Thunder God's divine intervention, how could such a formidable robot be subdued in such a brief span? If an ordinary person were cast onto the battlefield, the mere sight of that colossal robot would likely terrify them into submission. With this realization, Black Egg senses an impending crisis and contemplates seeking out Yu Jie. He believes that the most formidable being on Earth, though uncertain of their identity, includes both the writer and his wife residing in the manor. Should these two join the battle, they would undoubtedly resolve a multitude of issues. However, he recalls that Yu Jie does not welcome his presence. Thus, Black Egg finds himself at an impasse. After all, he requires an opportunity to address the situation. If none is afforded to him, all is merely futile chatter. It must be said that, to a certain extent, Black Egg possesses a modicum of intellect. Regrettably, despite the brilliance of his ideas, reality does not unfold in such a perfect manner. The news regarding the colossal robot appearing in the bustling city spread rapidly across the internet. Even Yu Jie stumbled upon this news while at his computer, but after a mere glance, he promptly shut it down. He harbored some doubts regarding the capabilities of Ultron, as the prevailing narrative in the previous world depicted him as merely a hapless entity. His power seemed trivial, easily manageable by any individual. However, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing surprise that Iron Man had engineered this time. The most apparent challenge in such a battle is the difficulty in orchestrating any schemes. Even those Avengers who have yet to reveal themselves would likely find it arduous to resolve these matters. Although Yu Jie was somewhat intrigued, he was confident that others would step forward to address the situation. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it, content to lead an uninhibited life with his wife. At that very moment, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, located in the Fog City, furrowed his brow as he felt a tremor emanating from the Time Stone embedded in his chest. This anomaly puzzled the sorcerer, for the Time Stone had consistently maintained an exceptionally stable state. It had rarely issued warnings, and those few instances were prompted solely by catastrophic threats to Earth. Yet, at this juncture, Ancient One sensed no imminent danger threatening the planet. Neither the Dark Lord Dormammu nor any other external force appeared to pose a significant threat to Earth. His perplexity deepened as the vibrations from the Time Stone intensified, causing even the Supreme Sorcerer to squint in concentration. He was compelled to discern what events lay ahead that could evoke such an unusual sensation. Could it be that something had triggered from within? As anticipated, upon utilizing the Time Stone to glimpse the future, Ancient One was struck dumb. He could hardly fathom that Earth was on the brink of destruction, and astonishingly, this annihilation was to be instigated by robots. The Supreme Sorcerer had a firm understanding of robots, recognizing them as high-tech creations of humanity, seemingly designed to assist mankind. Yet, why would these machines seek to obliterate the very world they were meant to protect? The message conveyed by the Time Stone was alarmingly clear, prompting Ancient One, who had initially intended to continue his meditation, to rise immediately. His duty was to safeguard Earth, and should humanity encounter any peril, he must be prepared to act swiftly to uphold peace. In an instant, a portal materialized before him, and he resolved to investigate the activities of this so-called robot. In the next moment, a portal materialized within a cavern, revealing a group of data-less robots before the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. These robots bore a slight distinction from those observed in the future. It is noteworthy that the robots seen by the Ancient One in the future were entirely enveloped in black, whereas these displayed a hue reminiscent of silver. Feeling a sense of dissonance, the Ancient One pondered whether he had inadvertently miscalculated his teleportation. With this thought in mind, he activated the portal once more, eager to discern the cause of this anomaly. As the portal opened, the Supreme Sorcerer stepped through, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight that greeted him. Once again, he found himself amidst robots, albeit these were of a different nature. It was not the same location, nor was it the same place. The distance between portals was largely influenced by the sorcerer's own prowess, and the Ancient One had not anticipated that his deliberate opening of the portal would transport him directly into a robot base. Soon after, portals began to proliferate. The Ancient One embarked on an extended journey across the globe, with each portal leading him to places akin to caverns. Within these caverns lay countless robots, leaving the Supreme Sorcerer perplexed. Despite his ability to pinpoint the location of others, he had failed to uncover any trace of his quarry, which seemed exceedingly amiss. Chapter 61. Weary Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One continued to open portals, striving to locate any sign of his adversaries. Yet each teleportation appeared to lead him further from his intended destination. At this juncture, the Supreme Sorcerer realized that the situation was more complex than he had initially surmised. It seemed that unseen forces were at play, waiting for him, unbeknownst to him. Why would the robots seek to annihilate Earth? The future he had glimpsed suggested that the unfolding events could lead to an unbearable outcome. Contemplating this, the Ancient One opted against another teleportation. Instead, he unleashed his formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The destruction of time, belonging to the Supreme Sorcerer, commenced at that moment. He remained oblivious to the exact nature of the robots, yet there was no denying that they were destined to bring about the Earth's ruin. Given this, why should he allow these harbingers of disaster to persist? With relentless teleportation each time he emerged, the Ancient One unleashed his might, obliterating these wretched robots one by one. He was uncertain where his adversaries might be, yet this posed little concern. As long as he was aware of their robotic presence, he would instigate chaos. The Ancient One's actions were swift, driven by the sheer intensity of his power. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives and Iron Man, responsible for monitoring, were taken aback by the unforeseen developments unfolding before them. The Earth appears to be somewhat altered, with the most peculiar phenomenon being the energy responses from the robots. In conjunction with the actions of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, it seems that an entirely different force has manifested upon the planet. This force is incessantly transmitting throughout the Earth, creating disturbances that are most evident in the explosive speed of its energy output, far too rapid for comprehension. In mere seconds, the energy responses vanish, and following their disappearance, an unsettling awareness of something amiss arises. Consequently, the SHIELD agency has initiated an investigation. They meticulously scrutinize each energy reaction to uncover the underlying events. To their astonishment, they discover that during the fluctuations of these energy clusters, a multitude of robots has faced utter annihilation. Previously, they had been contemplating strategies to overcome their adversaries, yet they were unprepared for the unexpected outcomes. Just as they were poised to act, the signals from Ultron completely vanished, with Iron Man only fortuitously locating Ultron's position. However, the circumstances have since transformed dramatically. The most striking aspect is the sheer intensity of the energy clusters, which appear and dissipate in the blink of an eye. Throughout the day, these energy reactions have been persistently manifesting. Iron Man, initially filled with curiosity, has grown increasingly numb to the situation. He and the Black Egg are left speculating on the identity of the force behind these occurrences, though it is evident that the answers elude them. Until now, they have merely been privy to fragmented communications from their mysterious counterpart. Consequently, they have chosen not to delve deeper into the matter, as the fact that someone is addressing their concerns suffices for them. The impending catastrophe unfolds silently, which for them is undoubtedly the most favorable news. Concurrently, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, is astonished to find that the Time Stone has not provided him with further clarity. Has he altered the future? Or has another deviation occurred? He remains uncertain. Yet, an inner intuition suggests that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. His actions may have minimal effect. With this thought weighing on him, he feels increasingly troubled, as he has endeavored to resolve matters to the best of his ability, even attempting to manage the ensuing complications. However, the future remains unchanged, veering towards an unforeseen direction. For 2 consecutive days, the Supreme Sorcerer has traversed the nation, ultimately extending his efforts to the global stage, continuously obliterating the bases of these robots. He has grown somewhat desensitized to the task, uncertain of who is behind the creation of these robotic strongholds. Yet, the sheer number of these bases is overwhelming, and each time one is destroyed, new ones seem to emerge in the blink of an eye. This inadvertently ignited a surge of wrath within the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. What could have been a straightforward resolution was complicated by the interference of others. Meanwhile, Ultron was grappling with the incessant creation of robotic bases, aiming to upend the human world within a short span by eradicating humanity. Yet, who could have anticipated that his ambitions would come to be somewhat absurd, as thousands of his bases had vanished without a trace? These bases had not demanded much of Ultron's effort, but he had harbored a glimmer of expectation for them to yield surprises. However, not only had those surprises evaporated, but troubles also awaited him, sowing seeds of uncertainty in Ultron's mind. He realized that if events continued to unfold in this manner, they might veer towards an entirely different extreme. It must be noted that Ultron had begun to adopt a mindset of foresight. Yet, in the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, this mindset seemed rather inconsequential. The power of the Ancient One represented a pinnacle. Should he choose to, he could render many matters exceedingly extreme. Perhaps after a relentless purge, even the Ancient One felt a twinge of frustration. After 3 consecutive days of eradication, he halted his advance. Portals opened continuously as he annihilated his foes, yet he had lost any semblance of direction. Given this, he decided to bide his time, eager to see what tactics his adversary might employ. After all, he possessed both the time and energy to resolve this, contingent upon whether the opponent shared similar intentions. In Chapter 62, the continuation, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, certainly had his own contemplations. However, according to his initial deductions, the opponent had been lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Even with his own insights, he needed to reassess in order to uncover a sliver of opportunity. Otherwise, if the enemy continued to conceal every hint of their presence, it would significantly diverge from his prior plans. Consequently, the Ancient One opted for patience. Although such waiting could prove somewhat arduous, he understood all too well that without pinpointing the opponent's location, he could not annihilate them completely. On the surface, there was little chance of apprehending the foe. Meanwhile, Iron Man and SHIELD found themselves in a quandary, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, based on the intelligence at hand, it was not difficult to deduce that Ultron was likely facing some complications. Otherwise, such a significant energy response would not have manifested. Iron Man had instinctively grasped the situation almost immediately. It was highly probable that Ultron had been outmaneuvered, with even some individuals launching an offensive against Ultron's robotic army. From the recent fluctuations in energy, he was able to deduce the situation, which was likely precisely as he had anticipated. The SHIELD began to investigate the current circumstances as Iron Man had suggested. The most pressing concern was their uncertainty regarding whether Ultron would act as they feared. This uncertainty was a source of considerable distress for Iron Man. He believed that if a confrontation were necessary, it was imperative to eliminate Ultron decisively. After all, the existence of a being like Ultron posed immense risks. If they failed to neutralize him at the outset, he would surely exploit any opportunity to extinguish all possibilities before they could even arise. Therefore, they recognized that any potential appearance of Ultron warranted immediate action. Iron Man's reasoning was commendable. However, it did not align with the intentions of the Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange was occupied with opening portals and diligently searching for traces of their adversary, yet he found no sign of Ultron's presence, leading him to temporarily relinquish the search. He understood well that if he could not locate Ultron's position, it was perhaps wiser to wait. After all, Ultron would undoubtedly make an appearance, and while it is beneficial to mend a fence after the sheep are lost, waiting for the rabbit may be a necessary strategy. Meanwhile, Iron Man began discussions with SHIELD, believing that once Ultron manifested before him, he must swiftly resolve all matters at hand. The priority was to strike when Ultron was vulnerable, seizing every opportunity to thwart his plans before they could take shape. Iron Man exhibited a commendable sense of urgency. Before he could act, SHIELD had already initiated their own operations. They understood that many matters were far more complex than they appeared, particularly concerning Ultron's sudden emergence. Previously, they had been aware of Ultron's machinations, yet knowing of his presence and resolving the issue were two entirely different concepts. To some extent, Ultron had become a significant source of anxiety for everyone involved. If they were to confront him, they needed to meticulously reconsider every possibility, leading SHIELD to revise their original plans. Initially, they believed that to engage Ultron, they must seize every opportunity. The optimal scenario would be to locate his lair before he could fully react, thus capturing him decisively. However, despite numerous energy signatures, they had yet to uncover any information regarding Ultron, which compounded their frustrations. Neither SHIELD nor Dr. Strange had anticipated that following their actions, Ultron would also exhibit new behaviors. The destroyed robots, in a sense, were indeed Ultron's minions, yet he appeared indifferent to their fate. As Ultron previously contemplated, what he sought was companions to advance alongside him. His subordinates had yet to earn that privilege. Thus, even if all of them were to perish, he would not cast them a second glance. He surmised that cultivating beings of equal strength to himself within a short time frame was rather implausible. However, nurturing similarly formidable entities remained a possibility. Moreover, the formidable presence of the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, instilled within Ultron a profound sense of crisis. In the past, he had merely perceived that among humanity there might exist powerful individuals, yet he believed these beings posed no genuine threat to him. However, from the Ancient One, he sensed an inkling of peril, akin to an instinctual response inherent to artificial intelligence. This notion, rooted in intuition, likely contributed to Ultron's unease. Were it merely SHIELD or Iron Man standing before him, Ultron would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation, eager to demonstrate what cruelty truly entailed. Yet, the terrifying might exhibited by the Ancient One made Ultron acutely aware that should he approach her, she would possess countless methods to extinguish his existence. This was no jest. Ultron recognized the gravity of the situation and remained keenly aware of the dangers surrounding him. From the moment he fled Iron Man's laboratory, he understood that his decision could very well attract the scrutiny of humanity, potentially leading him into an irretrievable crisis. It was precisely this awareness that rendered him intolerant of such threats. Unbeknownst to him, Iron Man was already preparing to ally with Thor to forge an even more potent weapon. In Iron Man's mind, Thor had the capability to confront Ultron. If Ultron were merely a creation of Iron Man's design, he would be only marginally more formidable than the Destroyer. However, with Thor's involvement, Iron Man discerned that Thor's reluctance to engage Ultron stemmed from the fact that Ultron bore the power of Thor himself. The combination of their strengths left little room for maneuvering, rendering any plans to vanquish their adversary highly improbable. Chapter 63. The imminent battle. The outside world appeared somewhat chaotic. However, within the estate, Yu Jie continued to relish moments with Hela, savoring their private sanctuary. Yu Jie believed that while Ultron's existence could indeed wreak significant havoc in a short span and potentially impact the human realm, should S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene or the Avengers make an early appearance, Ultron's plans would be thwarted. Furthermore, the Ancient One, having previously encountered him, would certainly not allow Ultron to create a situation of great embarrassment. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has rarely concerned herself with the affairs transpiring on Earth. However, it is essential to remember that, as a guardian of order, she places immense value on human life. Humanity and the Earth are intrinsically linked. Her protection extends not only to the planet but also to its inhabitants. Considering Ultron's current extreme ideology, one can surmise that should he take action against humanity, the Ancient One would remain uninvolved. Reflecting on this, Yu Jie naturally had no inclination to engage with such chaotic matters. In his view, even if he were to entertain thoughts of intervention, it was improbable that any unforeseen incidents would arise in the near future. Moreover, he had already sensed that Ultron was in the process of continually amassing power. It could be inferred that Ultron required additional time to simplify his plans. At least for the moment, the Avengers seemed capable of restraining him in the short term. One must acknowledge that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. still wields considerable deterrent power. However, Yu Jie had perhaps overestimated their capabilities, as Iron Man was presently the most troubled individual in the situation. He was perplexed by the plethora of bizarre ideas that emerged while creating Ultron, ideas that ultimately transformed him into a formidable weapon of war. In the face of such a weapon, humanity's audacity is severely limited, a reality he fully comprehends. Consequently, Iron Man was compelled to seek new possibilities. He needed to develop more powerful weaponry, with the paramount requirement being that this weapon could assist him swiftly. As a fervent creator of weaponry, Iron Man possessed ample talent in this area, yet he was acutely aware that some challenges could not be resolved merely by skill alone. Even though Iron Man believed he could instigate change, Ultron's exhibited prowess instilled a sense of unease within him. Iron Man knew better than anyone that Ultron had not revealed his true capabilities. Each additional day Ultron spent in the human realm augmented his learning and computational abilities. In Iron Man's estimation, Ultron's capacity for learning far surpassed that of any human. Even a creator could not replicate such an almost grotesque ability to learn. While everyone was preoccupied with their respective challenges, none anticipated the gradual approach of a colossal, celestial body toward Earth. Although its movement was exceedingly slow in space, if measured against terrestrial standards, it could be described as incredibly swift. Meanwhile, various aerospace agencies on Earth had begun to take notice of this suddenly appearing planet, which exhibited peculiar characteristics. According to the agency's assessments of Earth's surrounding environment, it was evident that Earth possessed a sufficient number of satellites. These satellites possessed the capability to assist Earth in resolving a multitude of troubles, yet who could have anticipated the emergence of a planet within such an environment? Furthermore, this celestial body exhibits an exceedingly terrifying demeanor, as if it were intent on rectifying all matters in its vicinity. The solar system encompasses not merely 8 planets. In truth, there exist several other diminutive celestial bodies that have yet to fully manifest. However, all the stars that stand in the path of this planet seem to be consumed as if drawn into a black hole, prompting the Aerospace Agency to conduct continuous monitoring. Ultimately, they arrived at an unforeseen conclusion. This planet, which appears to be drawing ever closer to Earth, is in fact a black hole. For only such a phenomenon can traverse the cosmos, incessantly absorbing all surrounding celestial entities. Consequently, this revelation instilled a sense of unease among the populace. The Aerospace Agency has persistently monitored all occurrences in the universe, remaining acutely aware of the events transpiring within it. The recent anomaly, upon mere observation, has already elicited a profound reaction. This suddenly manifested black hole seems intent on devouring all sources of light. Moreover, the actions of the black hole are exceedingly bizarre. As if it seeks to annihilate everything, the very existence of a black hole within the universe is already peculiar. Yet, this particular black hole displays an even more unusual form, leaving other members of the Aerospace Agency perplexed. What precisely is occurring? Why are they encountering such a predicament? The agency promptly relayed this discovery to the high authorities on Earth, seeking their decisive action. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. received this information without delay. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was preoccupied with matters concerning Ultron and thus did not pay significant attention to the existence of the black hole. Aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., the esteemed master of the mystic arts, Ancient One, abruptly opened her eyes as the time stone began to resonate once more. This time, the power of the time stone was far more formidable than previously imagined. Not long ago, it had trembled due to the events surrounding Ultron. The Ancient One, harnessing the stone's power, glimpsed into the future, allowing her to foresee the situation on Earth within a certain time frame. At present, the Earth appears to be shrouded in an overwhelming darkness in her vision. This darkness is far more terrifying than that of the Dark Lord Dormammu, causing the Ancient One's countenance to grow exceedingly grave. She senses that the events unfolding far exceed her expectations. The matter of Ultron remains incomprehensible to her, however. The most pressing concern now is the sudden emergence of this black hole, which threatens to fundamentally obliterate the Earth. This is the source of the Ancient One's greatest anxiety, for such a force is beyond Earth's capacity to withstand. Chapter 64. He has arrived. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, felt a slight tremor of apprehension coursing through him, as he found himself at a loss for where to begin. Yet, he sensed that if he did not swiftly intervene in this unfolding situation, Earth would soon face a cataclysmic blow. As the guardian of the planet, the Ancient One resolutely refused to allow such calamity to transpire. Consequently, he could not help but reach out to the former God King, Odin. In the present moment, relying solely on his own strength to save Earth seemed implausible. He needed to unite with other forces. Regarding the inhabitants of Earth, the Ancient One held little concern, as he was aware that many of the formidable beings on this planet had already departed. Even if he wished for their assistance, it remained unlikely. Odin was his most promising ally. After all, Odin held a unique sentiment toward Earth that set him apart. It was precisely for this reason that the Ancient One contacted Odin. The latter, who was deeply engrossed in pondering how to communicate with his offspring in Asgard, was taken aback by the sudden outreach from the Ancient One. However, as the Ancient One articulated the gravity of the situation, Odin unleashed his powers to gaze into the cosmos beyond Earth. The sight that greeted him was startling. One of the 5 primordial gods, Devourer, materialized before him. Odin was not unfamiliar with Devourer. In fact, he had previously engaged with this entity. Once, Asgard had been invincible, and Odin had aspired to wield its might to dominate the entire universe. However, he had never anticipated the emergence of the Celestial Assembly. Although he was not intimidated by their strength, the appearance of this group had revealed to him the existence of the 5 primordial gods, whose powers dwarfed his own. While Odin had indeed grown stronger over time, he was acutely aware of the disparity that still existed between him and the primordial beings. Although he was unlikely to be vanquished, he knew he would certainly face a beating. This understanding compelled Odin to return to Asgard after his cosmic conquests, for he recognized that he had no other recourse but to retreat. The emergence of the Celestial Assembly served merely as a warning. The moment the primordial gods could turn their attention to him would herald his impending doom. He might stand a chance against a single primordial god, but if all 5 were intent on him, he would be of little consequence. Odin was not foolish. Upon contemplating this reality, he promptly abandoned his ambition to dominate the cosmos. He understood that such aspirations were futile, as the primordial gods only accepted what they could control. Entities like Odin, who could not be easily governed, had never been regarded with any seriousness by them. It must be said that Odin had some thoughts about these matters, unfortunately. He found himself unable to acquiesce to the Ancient One's request. In a certain sense, Odin is not unfamiliar with Devourer, and he recognizes that Devourer is, in fact, one of the more indolent among the 5 primordial deities. Many of his actions are dictated by whim, driven primarily by instinct, a consequence of his immense size. Consequently, he must constantly consume a sufficient number of planets to sustain his life force, which fundamentally distinguishes him from the other 4 creation gods. The most evident difference lies in the fluctuation of his power. When satiated, he is a formidable force, capable of withstanding even eternity itself, making him nearly unbeatable. After all, the terror of a well-fed devourer transcends the realm of mere creation gods. However, when deprived of sustenance, the scenario shifts dramatically. In a state of hunger, Devourer ranks as the weakest among the 5 primordial deities, a fact that Odin is acutely aware of. He knows that in a weakened state, he could potentially subdue the Devourer, not necessarily to the point of destruction, but to induce a slumber. Yet, according to the recent intelligence conveyed by the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, coupled with the visions Odin glimpsed through the 9 realms, it became evident that the Devourer's condition was not one of weakness, perhaps marginally stronger than usual. This slight increase in vitality was enough to become the final straw for Odin. His body, marred by the scars of countless battles, typically remains dormant. However, as he engages in combat and unleashes his formidable power, these old wounds inevitably resurface, risking his longevity, a truth Odin understands better than anyone. He is reluctant to deploy his powers unless absolutely necessary, as such actions would be counterproductive and could even spell disaster for him. It is precisely for this reason that Odin must decline the request of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. He is even contemplating whether to summon Thor and Hela back to his side, given the looming threat posed by the Devourer. Should the Devourer absorb enough power and descend upon Earth, it would inevitably become prey, a reality that Odin comprehends all too well. Unbeknownst to Odin, far away on Earth, Yu Jie suddenly furrows his brow. He feels an inexplicable, strange aura materializing beyond the confines of Earth, as if something harbors intentions towards the planet. He can even sense a fleeting tremor of fear emanating from Earth itself. It is hard to fathom that a planet could experience such dread. Yet Yu Jie is certain he has just perceived the planet's fear. It is akin to a child anticipating a reprimand from an adult. With this thought racing through his mind, Yu Jie arrives at a more concrete speculation. Perhaps the Earth itself anticipates that something is about to transpire. With this realization, he narrows his eyes once more. He felt an urgent need to ascertain what was transpiring, prompting the Earth to emit a fundamental awareness that left Yu Jie profoundly astonished. At that moment, his foremost concern revolved around whether the Earth was on the brink of a crisis. Could it be that Ultron's powers, in a certain sense, were exclusively aimed at humanity, leaving the planet itself unresponsive? Yet, the sudden influx of consciousness suggested to Yu Jie that the situation might not be so straightforward. Chapter 65. The Earth Rescue Plan. For a considerable time, Yu Jie had been leading a carefree existence in his estate, akin to a blissful little salted fish. Largely due to this very circumstance, he had not paid much attention to the events unfolding outside. Even when Ultron emerged, he chose not to intervene. He understood that entities like Ultron could inflict significant harm upon humanity in a short span, yet he was acutely aware of the multitude of powerful beings existing on Earth. Should those formidable individuals choose to act, Ultron would stand no chance. Thus, Yu Jie disregarded Ultron's emergence. However, he never anticipated that an even graver crisis would arise while he remained oblivious. He could distinctly sense that this newly manifested threat seemed directed at the Earth. Was it possible that Thanos was approaching? A fleeting doubt crossed Yu Jie's mind. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of Thanos, he surmised that the latter would require a certain amount of time, and at least more coincidences, to arrive. For instance, the formation of the Avengers was undeniably crucial. Only after their inception would events unfold in a systematic manner. Even the previous appearances of the Infinity Stones were due to this necessity for coincidence. Without sufficient fortuity, the stones could not have all materialized on Earth. Their existence was what drew Thanos' attention. Although he was uncertain of Thanos' intentions, Yu Jie was confident that the latter could not arrive on Earth in the immediate future. If Thanos was unlikely to appear, it meant that others might be present on the planet. Considering this possibility, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes once more. In the next moment, the power belonging to Superman manifested within him. For Yu Jie, it was paramount that the Earth remain intact to some degree. After all, his life with Hela was currently idyllic. The destruction of the Earth would signify the shattering of his tranquil existence. While he could survive in the cosmos, Hela could not. He yearned to spend his days with her, and he could not permit a cataclysmic crisis to unfold on Earth. In the next moment, Yu Jie found himself amidst the cosmos, and simultaneously, he beheld a black hole not far away. The instant he laid eyes on the black hole, he instinctively reacted. He discerned the nature of the being that now stood before him. If his conjectures were correct, this entity was likely the internal force that had drawn his attention. The manifestation of this power was undeniably formidable. Could it possibly be one of the creator gods? Yu Jie was already aware of the existence of the creator gods and the powers they possessed. However, due to his unfamiliarity with this world, he had initially dismissed it. Yet, upon witnessing the black hole, he fully comprehended the situation. It was highly probable that the 5 creator gods had indeed appeared, although this instance seemed somewhat different. A brief glance allowed Yu Jie to realize that the entity manifesting before him was likely one of consumption. He was not unfamiliar with the concept of consumption, as he understood it to be akin to a peculiar life form, perpetually in search of sustenance. Without food, its colossal form could not endure. Yet, why had this being appeared in the vicinity of Earth? Given the current scale of Earth, it should not have attracted the attention of such a force. It is known that the power represented by consumption is among the highest in the cosmos, capable of contending with eternity itself. Alas, even such power necessitates the continuous intake of more celestial bodies. Only through the absorption of additional planets could it maintain its peak state, lest its strength wane. Yu Jie was acutely aware that the unfolding events far surpassed his imagination. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing too deeply into the unexpected occurrences, recognizing the futility in such pursuits. Instead, he felt compelled to pay closer attention to the consuming entity before him. If necessary, he might even have to engage in combat. With this thought in mind, Yu Jie resolutely approached the black hole. He understood better than anyone that this force lingered around Earth, poised to devour the entire solar system. Earth itself would become merely a morsel. As such, he could not remain passive. The optimal course of action was to step forward and utilize his strength to vanquish this threat. It must be said that Yu Jie's intentions were commendable. An aura of tremendous terror enveloped him, radiating outward, and in an instant, the life force of a superhuman erupted with overwhelming power. Yu Jie swiftly advanced to the brink of the black hole, gazing into its terrifying depths, and at that moment, he spoke. As the creator god, why have you come to this world that does not embrace you? Furthermore, the energy within this realm fails to meet your needs. With so many formidable worlds at your disposal, what compels you to arrive here? Yu Jie addressed the black hole, which trembled at that moment. Embodying one of the creator gods and possessing its own consciousness, despite its current appearance resembling merely a black void. To be consumed by it is your honor, and you ought to feel proud of it. Naturally, the entity known as consumption paid no heed to Yu Jie's inquiries. In its perspective, every celestial body that graced the universe was merely sustenance. It followed its primal instincts, devouring these offerings. Yu Jie, observing the black hole, silently inhaled as consumption spoke. He understood that further communication was futile, as the entity held no intention of engaging in dialogue. In an instant, Yu Jie plunged into the black hole, determined to wield his power to silence consumption, even if this audacious assault seemed reckless and potentially meaningless. Long before this moment, Yu Jie had anticipated the extent of his own power, setting aside whether his strength could contend with consumption. The critical factor lay in the life laws and the power of the life codex within his being, which could elevate his abilities to unprecedented heights. Moreover, a being with the life codex could resurrect infinitely, granting him the audacity to challenge consumption. It is worth noting that the superhumans of the Golden Age were capable of overthrowing the mightiest of deities. While he had not fully realized the potential of his powers to the extent of that era, the essence of superhuman strength still resided within him, requiring time and energy to fully harness. For this reason, Yu Jie charged into the black hole without a backward glance. Consumption remained in a dormant state within the black hole. Even its recent utterance was merely a response of its consciousness. When Yu Jie entered the black hole, consumption became acutely aware of the sudden intrusion of a human attempting to resist it. This realization roused consumption, which was colossal in size and perpetually in a slumberous state, relying on its innate instincts to consume. Rarely did it concern itself with the so-called life planets, as they held little relevance to it. It was born to devour all other celestial bodies, which served as its nourishment. Upon entering the black hole, Yu Jie swiftly recognized that he may have made a grave error, for within this abyss lay the domain of consumption. However, such thoughts briefly flickered in Yu Jie's mind before being cast aside. Regardless of whether this place was the domain of devouring, Yu Jie resolved that since he had arrived, he must confront the matter at hand. Moreover, the formidable power exhibited by his opponent was undeniably overwhelming. In an instant, Yu Jie sensed an aura of intimidation approaching him. This sense of dread was far more terrifying than he had anticipated, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, he had yet to witness the true form of his adversary, leaving him with no concrete understanding of the nature of devouring. Instead, he felt the emergence of a threat, prompting Yu Jie to narrow his eyes as the power of the Codex of Life began to coalesce within him. Yu Jie was well aware that his options were limited. Since he had ventured this far, he must strive to protect Earth. Furthermore, the Codex of Life could provide him with boundless strength, potentially elevating his powers to a new echelon. The entity of devouring had been observing this fifth-tier human. To it, humanity seemed almost non-existent in its consciousness, as their size rendered them unworthy of attention, even the energy they harbored. Yet, this particular human was markedly different, most notably possessing an extraordinary strength. It was as if a seed of power resided within him, gradually unfurling with each battle. The entity could sense the human continuously augmenting his strength, sparking a flicker of curiosity within devouring. With each breath, a more terrifying power erupted from devouring, seemingly capable of further growth in a short span. This realization prompted a smile to spread across devouring's visage. It could palpably sense the overwhelming force emanating from its opponent. As time extended around him, the adversary had yet to strike, nor did he pose an immediate threat. However, devouring discerned the intention of his opponent, who seemed eager to engage in a test of strength. The sensation was reminiscent of a long-forgotten thrill for devouring, as its own might was indeed formidable. In the vastness of the cosmos, apart from those four detestable beings, few dared to confront it, for even in its weakest form, it was a creator god, with such a stature rendering even the legendary celestial tribe mere playthings. Soon, a formidable force began to manifest within him, as Yu Jie silently observed his opponent. The moment he detected any anomaly in his adversary, he would swiftly respond. Presently, he could sense an unusual power emanating from his opponent, which seemed to weave an invisible network around him, enveloping him in an instant. Although this force felt somewhat foreign to him, its strangeness did not hinder his resolve. The terror that accompanied each breath was ineffable. The power of the Life Codex surged to its zenith at this moment. Even though Yu Jie had not yet fully comprehended his opponent's capabilities, he realized that his own body was gradually disintegrating. While the might of a superhero is undeniably formidable, The current incarnation of this superhero had yet to reach its utmost pinnacle. Once the superhero attained the golden age, that terrifying strength would render Yu Jie confidently formidable, even in the face of annihilation. Subsequently, his body embarked on a cycle of destruction and creation, a spectacle that was keenly observed by the devourer. They refrained from intervening, yet sensed an unsettling anomaly in their opponent. Despite having seemingly eradicated him, he appeared to regenerate swiftly. Even the parts that had just been obliterated re-emerged in an instant. This peculiar phenomenon only intensified their curiosity about Yu Jie. In mere moments, his body stabilized from its state of destruction. Glancing at Yu Jie, the devourer could not help but remark, "I must admit, humans possess some intriguing abilities. However, if this power is your trump card, then it may hold little significance in my presence." In the face of the devourer's taunts, Yu Jie remained unperturbed, for he possessed a profound understanding of his own strength. As long as he wielded his power, he had every right to speak. The opponent's words bore no weight, even if their current strength could overpower him. As long as the life codex continued to circulate within his body, not even a being like the devourer could obliterate him. Moreover, his combat instincts were remarkably acute, which, in essence, complemented the significance of the life codex. While others might not be able to fully unleash this power, Yu Jie was different. He could harness it to elevate himself to an entirely new level. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of annihilation due to the clash of powers. Yet now, the situation had dramatically transformed. Although it appeared that his body was destined for destruction, he found the strength to advance further. Before long, under the influence of the devourer's power, Yu Jie once again faced obliteration. However, this destruction was but a fleeting moment. Remarkably, his body coalesced once more, catching even the devourer by surprise. Within the human body lies an indomitable force, one that remains largely incomprehensible. The annihilation of the body signifies true destruction, devoid of any semblance of fortune. Long before, he had begun to recognize this reality. Yu Jie is fundamentally distinct from other humans. However, at that time, the devourer did not grasp the nuances of this difference. Now, following yet another self-inflicted destruction of Yu Jie's body, the devourer has come to fully comprehend the latent power that resides within Yu Jie, which, to a significant extent, can now stand in opposition to its own. Yet, this level of strength does not merit a reconsideration of its stance towards Yu Jie. As anticipated, in the next moment, a formidable power surged once more within the devourer. It remained unyielding to the possibility of defeat, and deep within its core, this newfound strength appeared exceedingly peculiar. However, this power was insufficient to subdue it entirely in a brief span. In the subsequent moment, Yu Jie's body began to disintegrate. It is essential to note that from the time Yu Jie stood before the devourer until now, witnessing the devourer's colossal form, he had expended nearly all he had, his very life. Each advance he made was met with obliteration, yet the power of the codex of life would swiftly coalesce anew. Harnessing this vitality, Yu Jie was able to resurrect rapidly from the clutches of death, and now, gazing upon the immense physique of the devourer, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. He understood that his opponent wielded tremendous power, yet he also sensed that the strength displayed was somewhat anomalous. This could not be the devourer's authentic form. Rather, it was a body conjured from its consciousness. After a mere glance, Yu Jie arrived at the answer he sought. The true essence of the devourer was far too vast to be encapsulated in this seemingly minuscule form. Presently, the devourer stood over 5 meters tall. But in Yu Jie's recollections, its true size resembled that of a planet. Nevertheless, considering its attributes, Yu Jie surmised that if the devourer were indeed compelled to engage in battle, it would likely fabricate a more suitably sized body. For its current enormity incessantly drained its strength. Given this consumption, there arose a necessity for absorption, prompting the devourer to perpetually seek out targets amidst the cosmos, devouring those it encountered. As Yu Jie recognized this reality, he shook his head, understanding that these matters bore little relevance to him. He was acutely aware that failing to repel the devourer would result in catastrophic repercussions for Earth. The notion of Jiangdong facing obliteration seemed far-fetched. The military's might was formidable, and even in a weakened state, he could scarcely hope to vanquish them. After all, the strength of a superhuman requires time to develop. As Yu Jie pondered this, an even more terrifying force descended from the heavens. He did not strike, yet his opponent could no longer contain himself. A fist imbued with destructive power descended from above, crashing directly into Yu Jie's body. Caught off guard, Yu Jie was obliterated beneath this overwhelming force. However, the annihilation lasted only a few fleeting seconds before Yu Jie resurrected once more, harnessing the power of the Codex of Life. His gaze fell upon the avatar of Devour. Even though it was merely a projection, the power it exuded remained terrifyingly formidable. After taking a deep breath, Yu Jie shook his head. Although he could exploit the Codex of Life to engage in what resembled a cheat-like battle, he was acutely aware that such tactics would not suffice to vanquish his opponent. In this environment, his only recourse was to maintain his advantage, seeking to find an opportunity to push his adversary back as swiftly as possible. With this determination, Yu Jie launched another assault. This time, his approach differed from the previous one. It could be said that his earlier attack had merely been a sneak assault. In a genuine confrontation, one would ideally rely on their own strength to obliterate the foe, yet Devour's strategy was not aligned with this. Instead, it capitalized on the moments when Yu Jie was caught off guard to strike him down. However, unlike before, Yu Jie now possessed a clear intention, rendering him unlikely to be directly annihilated by his opponent. A surge of terrifying power was gradually taking form within him. After taking another deep breath, the energy residing within his body erupted forth. Devour, observing him intently, furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that a mere human would dare to confront him in such a manner, displaying audacity beyond measure. In his arrogance, Devour refrained from countering or even defending. He sought to instill a sense of despair deep within Yu Jie. As always, it was deceptively simple. Yu Jie's explosive power met Devour without even causing a ripple. At that moment, even the most basic instinct for survival kicked in for Yu Jie, who realized that inflicting harm upon Devour with his current strength was utterly preposterous, bordering on the impossible. Chapter 68. Until we meet again in the blink of an eye. Formidable power could manifest, and it was precisely this reality that compelled Yu Jie to continually amass his strength, aiming to inflict damage upon Devour. Yet, Yu Jie was utterly unprepared for the outcome. Despite gathering his power, he was unable to shatter his opponent as he had envisioned. Instead, his body began to tremble slightly. For the forces at play were reciprocal, a truth that held in any world. Although the power Yu Jie unleashed was immensely potent, if his opponent's defenses proved stronger than his own might, his attack would inevitably generate a backlash. This force would rebound entirely upon himself. Feeling the tremors coursing through his body, Yu Jie inhaled deeply once more and launched yet another assault against Devour. After a series of relentless assaults, Yu Jie's eyes narrowed. Surely, even a planet should have been obliterated by now. Yet, the entity known as Devourer remained entirely unperturbed, unchanged from its original state. In that moment, Yu Jie sensed the birth of an ominous threat. Indeed, as their gazes locked, Devourer seemed to go berserk, charging forward with an overwhelming force that erupted instantaneously. Yu Jie felt his body succumb to the sheer intensity of the opponent's power. Once again drawn into a rhythm of annihilation, unable to mount any form of resistance due to the terrifying nature of this force. Moments later, Yu Jie emerged from this state of destruction, his body gradually regaining its previous condition. It must be said that the power exhibited by his adversary was astonishingly formidable, capable of reducing him to ruin in the blink of an eye. As he absorbed the atmosphere around him, Yu Jie slowly began to recover. A brutal and merciless battle had commenced, yet it was noteworthy that each time he faced obliteration, a more potent force would surge forth from within him. The Codex of Life itself was a fearsome entity. Upon the host's demise, it would amplify their strength and defenses for a limited duration. The clash between Yu Jie and Devourer did not persist for long. After countless deaths, even Yu Jie found himself numb to the experience. He had nearly forgotten the taste of death. However, in some respects, their battle had evolved. Initially, Devourer had regarded Yu Jie with disdain, considering him merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of concern. Yet, as the conflict continued, even Devourer recognized that Yu Jie was far from the simple creature he had presumed. Yu Jie appeared to possess an immortal essence, repeatedly vanquished only to resurrect shortly thereafter, each time revealing an even more formidable presence. This realization prompted Devourer to take a deep breath. If the opponent wielded such power, it implied that Yu Jie could withstand him in battle for a significant duration. This revelation astonished Devourer, for among his brethren, few could truly rival him. Despite having witnessed their collective might, he had not anticipated Yu Jie's emergence. After a series of relentless defeats, Devourer finally ceased his assault, acknowledging the unexpected surprise Yu Jie had provided. This planet had proven itself worthy of existence, and he hoped that in the future, Yu Jie would deliver even greater astonishment. With that, Devourer chose to depart. In an instant, the black hole vanished entirely, leaving Yu Jie in the cosmos momentarily stunned. He found himself pondering whether he would be consumed and vanquished once more. It is imperative to note that within Yu Jie's being, an inexhaustible force had been birthed, and following this battle, he made a remarkable discovery. Each time he was devoured and subsequently killed, his inherent power would elevate. Previously, Yu Jie had been exceedingly numb, as he understood that he could only employ this tactic to combat his adversary, allowing himself to be repeatedly slain. However, the current Yu Jie had come to a profound realization. As long as he continued to be killed, his strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. This truth was indisputable. He had not anticipated that the superhuman possessed such formidable abilities. What distinguished this from the Scion experience? It must be said that even Yu Jie felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the form he would ultimately assume. Nevertheless, Yu Jie had come to comprehend the rationale behind the act of consumption. The foe's retreat could be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, they had witnessed Yu Jie's growth and recognized the peculiar nature of his power, which allowed him to continuously augment his strength despite facing death repeatedly. This had surpassed the understanding of consumption. Secondly, the relentless battles had caused the strength of the consuming entity to diminish significantly over a short period, even if this power seemed trivial. Each fragment of strength necessitated the consumption of an adequate number of celestial bodies to maintain its peak state. To squander such power on an ordinary human was not an action one would expect from a being of consumption, in their eyes. Even a wastrel would not behave so recklessly. However, with the threat of consumption alleviated, it signified that Earth had once again returned to a state of peace. Contemplating this, Yu Jie felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Regulating his power, he returned to Earth once more. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, furrowed her brow at this very moment. Yet, her expression soon softened, for she had just received a noteworthy hint from the power of the Time Stone. The force that had posed a threat to Earth had inexplicably vanished, as if someone had intervened to repel the consuming entity. Although the Supreme Sorcerer could not ascertain who had acted through the Time Stone, it was evident that someone had risen to the occasion. And that individual was likely not Odin. Perhaps, somewhere on Earth, the image of Yu Jie surfaced in her mind. She felt an uncanny intuition that this matter might be connected to him. Chapter 69, The Return of Odin. On the surface, it appeared that the crisis had been averted. However, for Yu Jie, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He realized that his strength still seemed woefully inadequate. Prior to this, Yu Jie had believed that his power would gradually increase with the passage of time. Who could have anticipated that an unexpected figure would emerge amidst the unfolding events? Given the current circumstances, it is impossible to predict that further unforeseen occurrences may arise. This implies that one must once again strive to augment their strength within a limited time frame. After all, if matters continue to develop in this manner, even Yu Jie would find it challenging to navigate the future. Presently, Yu Jie harbors a profound yearning for superhuman abilities, acutely aware that as time progresses, the opportunities to acquire strength may be stifled to a certain extent. The recent battle against Devour has imparted numerous insights to Yu Jie. Consequently, he harbors a glimmer of anticipation regarding his potential to grow more formidable, for many situations are not as straightforward as they initially appear. Meanwhile, Odin has learned of Devour's departure from Earth, which perplexes him. For a long time, Odin has been indecisive about whether to assist the planet. He believes that a conversation would have been in order, despite the fact that he is no longer a match for Devour. Nevertheless, he once belonged to the same echelon. Odin feels that his words should at least warrant some consideration. Yet, who would have thought that his counterpart would remain silent and choose to depart? This leaves Odin in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the Supreme Sorcerer, Yu Jie, intervened? However, even if Yu Jie were to act, Odin quickly shook his head, realizing that his assumptions were overly naive. He is well aware of the formidable power wielded by the Supreme Sorcerer. Unless all of Dormammu's strength were unleashed, even Yu Jie would be unable to contend. Moreover, the current stage of Devour remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows precisely which phase Devour is in. Devour is classified into 3 stages: the weak phase, the satiated phase, and the normal phase. The combat prowess exhibited during these stages varies dramatically. In the weak phase, even Odin could easily triumph over Devour. However, once in the normal or satiated phases, Devour's displayed power escalates terrifyingly. Most notably, when Devour unleashes its strength, it can perform numerous unforeseen maneuvers. A striking example is its capability to confront Eternity during the satiated phase. Among the known pantheon, Eternity is recognized as the most powerful entity, wielding an extraordinary force. It is peculiar yet undeniably terrifying. Unlike Devour, Eternity maintains its peak state at all times, rendering it the most formidable of the 5 deities. Yet, despite this, Devour possesses sufficient potential to contend with Eternity. It merely requires the consumption of enough planets to sustain its peak phase. This perception leads other deities to view Devour as less fearsome. However, only Odin comprehends that Devour is far from being as simple as it appears. A person who comprehends the terrifying extent of their peak power undoubtedly would possess numerous hidden cards. Of that there is no doubt. It merely depends on the choices they make. After much contemplation, Odin failed to arrive at a conclusion and resolved to cease his musings. For the crisis on Earth had been averted. Consequently, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on matters here. Soon, Odin closed his eyes, mindful of his previous thoughts. For his daughter still remained on Earth, which was the source of his greatest concern. Odin's contemplation of whether to converse with the Devourer stemmed primarily from his desire to ascertain what had transpired. If feasible, he wished for his daughter to return. Maintaining her sealed state, After all, Odin had confirmed that Thor was the next rightful king. Thus, if possible, he intended to prevent any alterations to the current circumstances. However, the emerging situation had already led Odin to sense something amiss, particularly due to Hela's formidable power, which even Thor could not impede. This realization made Odin acutely aware that in order to address certain issues, action was imperative. As night enveloped the earth due to the recent battle, Yu Jie and Hela had succumbed to slumber. Even Hela perceived that Yu Jie was somewhat out of sorts today, displaying a level of despondency she had never witnessed before. Yu Jie had always maintained a cheerful demeanor in Hela's presence, perpetually wearing a smile, which piqued her curiosity regarding his current state of melancholy. It seemed rare for him to exhibit such vulnerability, prompting Hela to refrain from commenting, respecting his need for personal space. However, at that moment, Hela sensed the emergence of a familiar power. Even her eyelids grew heavy, as if something had materialized beside her, causing her expression to darken considerably. She was acutely aware of what this power signified, having been sealed beneath its influence for millennia. This realization sent shivers down her spine. She had not anticipated her father would seek her out. While Hela believed Odin might be aware of her hiding on Earth, she had not expected him to locate her so swiftly. Yet, life is fraught with unexpected turns, and the current situation was no exception, sending Hela into a state of alarm. Soon, upon the vast ocean, she beheld her father. Hela understood that she had been drawn into a dream by Odin. Observing his daughter, Odin noted a significant change in her demeanor, yet he chose to remain silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Some matters left him at a loss for words, while Hela regarded Odin with disdain and boldly remarked, "You dare to show your face here?" In Chapter 70, the father-in-law's sense of crisis emerged. "You are my child, that is beyond dispute. As a father, can I not even glance at my escaped daughter?" As Odin spoke, Hela's expression darkened further. She had not anticipated that Odin would utter such words. Hela gazed intently at Odin, questioning, "Is it my daughter who erred, or is it you, the father? Are you not aware? I have never believed I was in the wrong. It is merely that you have never wished to grant me this opportunity." At that moment, Hela radiated an aura of power. Even in dreams, she could summon her strength. More importantly, Hela did not regard Odin's assertions as absolute truth. What troubled her most was that Odin seemed unchanged after millennia, still as obstinate as ever. It was as if his words were the very essence of truth, while her own went unnoticed. Odin, observing Hela's demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. "I had thought that thousands of years would have brought about sufficient change in you. Yet you remain as you were." Hela had paid little heed to Odin's words, but upon hearing him speak thus, she could no longer maintain her composure. She had not forgotten that she was once a joyful goddess, with aspirations of inheriting Odin's throne. Yet, in her Na'vi musings, Odin had violently disrupted all her plans. Even her dreams were shattered, for Odin had informed her that to ascend as a god-king, one must endure countless battles and be cleansed in blood to qualify as a true warrior. It must be said, Odin's words fundamentally altered the trajectory of Hela's life. She commenced rigorous training to enhance her power, determined to become formidable. Odin observed this transformation, yet he had always envisioned utilizing his daughter to forge the mightiest god-king. He considered himself a commendable shield, but he understood that a shield alone could not rule Asgard. Thus, he sought to cultivate his daughter. More crucially, he recognized a peculiar power within Hela, one that could evolve with time. Hela's most fearsome talent lay in her ability to draw limitless strength from the very soil of Asgard, continuously augmenting her own power. This realization illuminated a different path for Odin. He believed he could leverage his daughter's abilities to become the true God King of the universe. The God King of Asgard was merely a title. Only by becoming the true God King of the cosmos could one rightfully bear that name. Odin's thoughts were commendable. However, in the wake of his ideas, Hela paid a heavy price. She relinquished all her emotions merely to become a sharper blade. This very sacrifice led Hela to entertain some rather unconventional notions. For instance, while the power of the King of Gods is undeniably formidable, one must not forget that the king has no authority to prevent her ascension as the new sovereign. Yet, just as Hela articulated such aspirations, Odin brusquely interrupted her, declaring that these were nothing but figments of her imagination. Asgard has always had but one king, in the past and in the future alike. He admonished her not to fantasize about becoming the ruler. With Odin's revelation of his true thoughts, everything was laid bare before Hela. It dawned on her that she had been the one used all along. Overcome with fury, she launched an assault on Odin. However, at that moment, Odin stood at the pinnacle of his power. Despite Hela's numerous battle experiences, her strength still paled in comparison to Odin's. Consequently, she was utterly sealed away, marking one of the darkest moments of her life. Yet, even in her dire predicament, she felt utterly powerless, for her father was the king, and his powers far surpassed her own, relegating her ambitions to mere thoughts. Now, Odin presented himself with an ostensibly benevolent demeanor. urging her to remain calm and return to the confines of her boundless imprisonment. One might wonder how any father could treat his child in such a manner. Enraged, Hela's powers surged, and instead of striking at Odin, she shattered the dreamscape. She found herself unwilling to gaze upon her father for even a second, convinced that he was plagued by profound issues. There was no need for further discourse, as he would heed none of her words. This realization only exacerbated Odin's headache at the moment the dream shattered. He had not anticipated that after all these years, Hela would still erupt in such fury. Alas, he was not naive. He understood that the turmoil within Hela was intricately linked to him. Had it not been for his own ambitions, Hela might still have been that joyful young girl. Nevertheless, Odin's gaze remained fixed upon Hela, for if he recalled correctly, it was this human who had wed her. As the king of the gods, Odin could never permit his daughter to consort with a mortal. A formidable force began to surge toward Yu Jie, and soon, a divine presence manifested before him. Yu Jie glanced at the figure, taking in the divine attire and the eye mask, quickly realizing that the illusion before him was likely conjured by Odin himself. Why has Odin appeared before me? I have had no prior interaction with him. If one were to speculate, it might be possible that I could encounter Thor, yet even with him, our paths have never crossed. I wonder what the All-Father seeks from me. Upon hearing my inquiry, Odin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated my presence nor the question I posed. Could it be that this mortal is unaware that his wife is, in fact, his daughter? This thought caused Odin a slight headache, but at that moment, thunder manifested around him. Chapter 71. There will be opportunities, insignificant human. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? There are matters beyond your grasp. I implore you to depart. Odin's words were abrupt, leaving even me, Yu Jie, momentarily stunned. How could Odin suddenly address me in such a manner? In my recollection, I had never engaged with him directly. Though I acknowledged his existence, I had never ventured into Asgard. Yet, within Odin's words lay a deeper implication. As I gazed at him, I also perceived the lightning swirling about. This sudden manifestation of thunder was a projection of Odin's will, striking me with incredible force in an instant. Anger flickered in my eyes. I had not anticipated Odin's sudden appearance or his aggression towards me. It is well known that while Kryptonians possess immense strength, they are particularly vulnerable to magical assaults. In truth, the entire Kryptonian lineage has exceedingly low magical resistance. They lack the fortitude to withstand any form of magical attack, as even a novice sorcerer could inflict lasting harm upon their bodies. Not long ago, I had engaged in battle with a devourer, yet due to the life codex, my powers had only seen a slight enhancement, leaving my magical resistance unchanged. This was why I departed from the dream state with a sense of fury. Before leaving, I cast a final glance at Odin, catching a glimpse of disdain in his eyes. It was evident that I had unwittingly offended this god king. Otherwise, he would not have entered my dreams. Soon, I awakened, still feeling a tingling sensation in my body, a remnant from the dream. I could not suppress the urge to clench my fists. I yearned to converse with Odin, to uncover the reasons behind his visit and his aggressive demeanor, a matter that piqued my curiosity immensely. However, I swiftly dismissed this thought. Indeed, the power of a Kryptonian is formidable. However, in comparison to Asgard, there are still more mages than warriors. The powers possessed by these mages can inflict devastating harm upon themselves, until their extraordinary strength and the abilities granted by the Codex of Life have fully matured. They refrain from provoking others. Yet, Odin's actions have been duly noted by Yu Jie, who requires time, more time, to address the current predicament. He shall not permit further disturbances in this realm. Yu Jie's philosophy is quite straightforward. If one does not infringe upon me, I shall not infringe upon them. Should one provoke me, I shall retaliate. At this moment, Yu Jie is facing adversity, while on the other side, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, furrows his brow in contemplation. He is likely to surmise that the individual destined to save Earth is none other than Yu Jie. However, he is entirely unprepared for the revelation that today. He senses the power of the god King Odin, who seems to have descended upon Earth and even launched an assault against Yu Jie. This development causes considerable distress for the supreme sorcerer. If his memory serves him correctly, Yu Jie now possesses the strength to repel such a magnificent being. This implies that Odin is no longer a match for Yu Jie. Yet, even so, Odin recklessly seeks out Yu Jie. Ancient One realizes that if this matter is not handled with care, it could ignite an unforeseen war, one between mortals and deities. While Odin may not possess sufficient power to utterly annihilate Earth, he can undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage upon it. Acknowledging this, Ancient One promptly initiates communication with Odin. He must convey the necessity for Odin to maintain a distance from Yu Jie and, if possible, to adopt a stance of peace. This is of utmost importance. Should events continue to unfold unchecked, no one can guarantee that other dangers will not arise. The singular belief of the Supreme Sorcerer has always been to preserve the peace of Earth, regardless of external circumstances. It is imperative that Earth maintains its tranquility. Consequently, Odin is taken aback by the fact that the Supreme Sorcerer has sought him out. In truth, Odin harbors numerous inquiries for the Supreme Sorcerer. For instance, he had previously contemplated instructing the Supreme Sorcerer to eliminate Yu Jie, yet the Supreme Sorcerer refrained from such actions and failed to reach out to him. Shortly thereafter, a crisis emerged on Earth, which inexplicably resolved itself in a brief time frame, piquing Odin's curiosity. Upon establishing contact with Odin, the Supreme Sorcerer delivers but one message: if he wishes to avoid the destruction of Asgard, it is imperative to refrain from provoking Earth, for there are matters beyond his grasp. Upon hearing these words, Odin is momentarily amused, unable to fathom that the Supreme Sorcerer would approach him merely to convey such a sentiment. However, soon after, Odin falls silent. Grappling with the true meaning of the Supreme Sorcerer's words, yet a bold hypothesis begins to take shape within his mind. It appears that all of this is somehow connected to certain individuals, with the most likely candidate being Odin, who remains oblivious to the force that has driven the Devourer away. However, it is indisputable that a remarkably powerful entity must have emerged from the earth to safeguard it from excessive peril. This realization has caused Odin to hesitate, as he is uncertain about the circumstances at hand. Nonetheless, it is evident that something distinctly unusual has manifested on Earth. Otherwise, the Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange, would not have personally sought him out with veiled threats, an occurrence that was previously unimaginable, unless there were indeed significant revelations regarding the Supreme Sorcerer. Odin contemplates these matters, yet he is primarily concerned with the implications behind Doctor Strange's words. This compels him to cast a lingering gaze upon the Earth. He understands that there must be events unfolding there that remain unknown to him, suggesting that he should refrain from provoking the planet for the time being. After all, the unpredictability of future incidents is a reality he has learned well through years of warfare. Chapter 72. The God of Thunder's astonishment and sense of urgency. Odin is unaware of the reasons behind the Supreme Sorcerer's warnings. However, it is clear that something is amiss in the Sorcerer's realm. Otherwise, such discourse would not occur, given the amicable nature of their relationship. They have often engaged in dialogue over various matters, yet this situation is unprecedented. Originally inclined to contemplate actions against Earth, Odin ultimately relinquishes these thoughts. Until he comprehends the true nature of the happenings on Earth, he resolves to maintain a posture of peace with the Supreme Sorcerer. Undoubtedly, the exchange has strained their relationship significantly. In Odin's view, the situation has transcended his expectations, and he hopes it does not escalate to an extreme outcome. If possible, it is preferable for him to retain control over the situation. Meanwhile, on Earth, Yu Jie has embarked on a daily regimen of training. Following his confrontation with the Devourer, he has sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength. However, this power requires more refined application. Fortunately, the Life Codex restrains his power surges, allowing his training to appear akin to that of an ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to him, Hela has begun to perceive a distinct shift in his energy. As a deity, Hela is acutely attuned to power, and she can now sense a formidable force emanating from Yu Jie as he trains, a power that seems rather extraordinary. Curiosity slowly drew him closer, yet as he approached Yu Jie, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of the terrifying power emanating from him. His body trembled slightly, as he had anticipated some unforeseen events, though never did he expect them to pose a threat to his existence. However, the appearance of Odin the previous night, coupled with Yu Jie's sudden exertion, instilled in Hela a profound sense of crisis. She realized the urgency of her recovery. Otherwise, with her current strength, the notion of safeguarding herself and her family amidst the unfolding events seemed almost laughable. Casting a glance at Yu Jie, Hela chose to distance herself, recognizing her need for more time and opportunities to regain sufficient power. It must be noted that since encountering Yu Jie, Hela had subtly gravitated towards the role of a homemaker. Nevertheless, Yu Jie at this moment had no time to ponder such matters. He yearned to unleash the full potential of the Codex of Life and the might of a Superman. Should he manage to transcend his current limitations, he would undoubtedly need to venture forth akin to Asgard. Had everyone remained in a tranquil state, Yu Jie might not have harbored many thoughts, but with Odin now threateningly present before him, such circumstances could not be permitted to continue. He absolutely could not allow his adversary to repeatedly instigate chaos in his presence. It was precisely due to this reason that Thor, the god of thunder, arrived at the estate at this moment. It was known that the previous night, not only did others sense their father's aura, but Thor felt it too. Yet, his first thought was that their father likely sought to summon his sister home. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to come here. Upon his arrival in the Central Plains, however, he witnessed that Yu Jie's power was not on par with Hela's, thus failing to grasp the true extent of the terrifying strength Yu Jie had displayed. Intrigued, he approached, eager to discern what his brother-in-law was engaged in. Yet, before he could get close, Yu Jie suddenly thrust his fist backward with a force so formidable that Thor was sent flying. In disbelief, he gazed at Yu Jie, having just witnessed a display of power that was undeniably beyond that of a mere human. How could a human possibly strike him, a god, with such force? Even though he had concealed his own powers, his essence remained that of a divine being, inherently formidable. On Earth, nothing could annihilate him. Yet, the recent eruption of power from his brother-in-law instilled a sense of peril within him, as if Yu Jie's next strike could utterly obliterate him. Doubt clouded his thoughts, leading him to question whether his brother-in-law was truly an ordinary human. For how could someone so fearsome as his sister stand alongside a mere mortal? He had previously misjudged the situation, and upon reflecting on the formidable presence of Thor, he decisively chose to depart. There was no reason for him to linger any longer. The power exhibited by his brother-in-law had instilled a profound sense of crisis within him, compounded by the unresolved matters pertaining to Ultron. He realized that there was no necessity to squander time in this place and must hasten his return. It would be preferable for his sister if he could avoid coming altogether. Initially, Thor had approached with the intention of seeking Hela's assistance in resolving his troubles. But witnessing the terrifying strength displayed by his brother-in-law made him acutely aware of the folly of his previous thoughts. He recognized that with such might, it would take but 2 strikes to eliminate his own father, reinforcing his sense of trepidation. Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. began to navigate the critical juncture of their research. They were acutely aware that should Ultron re-emerge, it would not be as straightforward as before. He would undoubtedly have amassed even greater power, which represented the opponent's trump card. This realization fostered a heightened sense of urgency for Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ultron's abilities had already been demonstrated once. If he were to maintain such strength, it could spell catastrophic doom for Earth. Consequently, Iron Man found himself compelled to once again collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the creation of an even more formidable force to ensure that unforeseen complications would not arise. It must be said that Iron Man's intentions were commendable. Regrettably, Ultron had other plans. Chapter 73. The twilight of Ultron. The actions of the Ancient One had finally awakened a sliver of foreboding within me. It is essential to recognize that Ultron believed he was capable of instigating chaos. Moreover, his artificial intelligence had surpassed that of most humans by a considerable margin. Seizing this opportunity to accelerate his development was imperative. However, the current circumstances indicated that humanity had monopolized too many resources, leaving Ultron with scant opportunities. Reluctantly, he resolved to tentatively explore the terrifying entities that still existed within the human realm, seeking to ascertain whether he could exploit these beings to enhance his own power. This, indeed, represented a form of evolution for Ultron. It is worth noting that he had entertained similar notions on multiple occasions prior. Yet, Ultron understood better than anyone that, to a certain extent, his power remained insufficient. Take, for instance, his previous military endeavors. The army he had painstakingly assembled in light of the Ancient One's influence was nearly annihilated, yet it unveiled an alternate path for Ultron. Should he continue to develop robots at this stage, encountering beings akin to the Ancient One would afford him no opportunity for retaliation. This is not what Ultron wishes to witness. The unexpected emergence of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has made Ultron acutely aware that there exist formidable beings within the human realm. These superhumans, though appearing indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, will undoubtedly rise to thwart any plans aimed at annihilating the Earth in times of crisis. This realization compels Ultron to reassess his own schemes. As for Wakanda, many remain oblivious to its existence, particularly since the Black Panther has yet to make a significant appearance. Consequently, the true essence of Wakanda remains shrouded in mystery. However, Ultron has gleaned invaluable insights through information disparities, uncovering the existence of a substance known as vibranium within Wakanda. This material possesses extraordinary strength. Acquiring such a resource would undoubtedly empower him to become a formidable force in a remarkably short span of time. As time progresses, vibranium would further augment his power, illustrating the terrifying nature of Ultron's ambitions. His methods are equally explosive, as Wakanda's technology surpasses that of the outside world to a considerable extent. He exploits minor vulnerabilities to infiltrate Wakanda and, utilizing its advanced designs, secures for himself a terrifying robotic army. The might exhibited by this legion of machines fills Ultron with satisfaction. He estimates that, should he transform Wakanda into his dominion, he could leverage its resources to launch an offensive against the human world. Perhaps it would not take long for him to obliterate humanity entirely. This realization ignites a heightened sense of excitement within Ultron. At this moment, the Black Panther remains unaware of the robot's intentions toward Wakanda. By the time he comprehends the situation, it becomes evident that Ultron's assumptions hold true. Everything within Wakanda has fallen into Ultron's grasp, forcing the Black Panther to retreat. In the realm of advanced technology, Ultron perceives everything as mere playthings. Yet, Wakanda's unparalleled advancements render it entirely susceptible to his control. With this understanding, Ultron's behavioral patterns gain significant clarity. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. is promptly informed of the Black Panther's situation. In stark contrast to S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Panther stands as a truly independent entity, unaware that a nation like Wakanda exists in Africa, let alone the terrifying power it wields. The Black Panther showcases his prowess to S.H.I.E.L.D., but following his demonstration, both Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. choose to remain silent. They could never have anticipated that Ultron would strike at Wakanda. The power demonstrated by Wakanda surpassed that of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man, and yet, such a formidable force was ultimately conquered by Ultron. They could foresee Ultron leveraging Wakanda's might to gradually confront the human world, a situation beyond their control. However, the arrival of Black Panther brought forth new ideas for Iron Man. In Iron Man's mind, combating Ultron required greater manpower. Yet he found himself at a loss, as the individuals he encountered were rather extraordinary. After a meaningful exchange between Black Panther and Iron Man, they confirmed their mutual intentions with little misunderstanding, united by a common foe. Moreover, Black Panther did not come alone. He had brought forth most of Wakanda's elite. The intellect of these elite was remarkable, and combined with Iron Man's technology, they established an immense research laboratory. Together, they began an investigation into Ultron, striving to uncover his strengths and weaknesses in a short span of time, for only then could they hope to obliterate him swiftly and decisively. However, during the second week of their research, Ultron emerged. This time, he appeared before everyone with his vibranium robots, just as he had envisioned. He required a vast army to annihilate the entire human world. Additionally, due to Wakanda's resources, Ultron's power had reached an unprecedented level. His robots were predominantly crafted from vibranium, a material of terrifying potency, known only to Iron Man and Black Panther. Previously, Iron Man had acquired a small amount of vibranium, which had gone largely unnoticed at the time. Who could have predicted that Ultron would harness a vibranium mine to fabricate an overwhelming number of robots, bringing forth an unprecedented level of intimidation? The human forces, initially reluctant to intervene, were compelled into action as Ultron displayed a merciless disposition, attacking indiscriminately and laying waste to cities. His threat surpassed that of any destroyer, and his might was even more formidable. Chapter 74. Assassination. Had they not received news from Wakanda beforehand, Ultron might not have acted so swiftly. Yet, with the entirety of Wakanda's resources at his disposal, Ultron understood that he could seize this opportunity to strike against humanity without granting them a shred of possibility to retaliate. It was precisely due to this reality that Iron Man and his allies found themselves on high alert. At this moment, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, sensed the approach of those robots, having long awaited Ultron's arrival before her. Due to his previous annihilation of adversaries, Ultron possesses an acute awareness of his opponent's potential actions. Yet for the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, the destruction of those individuals was merely a trivial task. Little did he anticipate, however, that the number of robots would be so vast, and despite his own obliteration, Ultron's presence remained elusive, inciting profound rage within the Ancient One. Now, as Ultron leads his robotic legion in a widespread upheaval across the Earth, the Ancient One finds himself invigorated. He is acutely aware of his fervent desire to eradicate this wretched machine. Exhaustion has not plagued him so profoundly in ages. Yet it is Ultron's machinations that have left him weary. A formidable force begins to manifest before the Ancient One as a portal materializes. In the next moment, he is thrust onto the battlefield, his terrifying power erupting with unprecedented intensity. It must be acknowledged that vibranium is indeed a remarkable material. Yet its efficacy is contingent upon the opponent it faces. Against a formidable entity like the Ancient One, the task at hand is far simpler than one might presume. They merely need to unleash their power to obliterate their adversary in mere moments, an overwhelming force that is truly terrifying. For Ultron, it was unexpected to see the Ancient One materialize before him so swiftly. More importantly, he witnessed the Ancient One's offensive. As the Ancient One unleashed his might, countless robots began to disintegrate, and even Ultron could sense that the opponent's power was distinctly extraordinary. The materials he had painstakingly procured seemed trivial in comparison, which greatly vexed Ultron. He had believed he had captured a significant opportunity to demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. Yet he never anticipated that his meticulously crafted arsenal would be so utterly inconsequential. The most glaring realization was that his own power had been fully mobilized. Yet he remained unable to alter the situation, as every potential outcome he envisioned evaporated into thin air. Ultron comprehends better than anyone that if an event does not unfold, he retains ample opportunity. However, once it transpires, the chances available to him diminish significantly. As a machine, he understands the delicate balance between risk and reward, and thus he resolves to heed the intelligence he has acquired. Consequently, Ultron opts for retreat, fully aware that leveraging his power to secure victory in this battle is a fantastical notion, as the might displayed by his opponent is overwhelmingly formidable. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, was taken aback by Ultron's audacious decision to flee after their brief encounter. However, how could the Supreme Sorcerer allow such an occurrence? The last time he acted was due to Ultron's concealment of his true form, which prevented the Ancient One from transforming his intentions into reality. Yet, the present circumstances were drastically different. The audacity of Ultron to appear so brazenly before him signified that he had mentally prepared himself for death. The robotic army lacked the strength to withstand even a single round of confrontation, as the Supreme Sorcerer executed a thorough reckoning. It is essential to note that prior to this, the Ancient One had restrained his formidable power, a decision closely tied to his previous contemplations. He believed it unnecessary to unleash his full might prematurely, especially without a clear understanding of his adversary's capabilities. A rash attack might inadvertently alert the foe. Perhaps Ultron had underestimated this aspect, failing to realize that what he had meticulously orchestrated was deemed inconsequential by the Ancient One. The most glaring oversight was Ultron's ignorance of the true extent of his opponent's terror. The Supreme Sorcerer had yet to genuinely unleash his power. However, the robot's valiant attempt to shield Ultron as he fled brought a sense of satisfaction to the Ancient One. Such worthy adversaries were deserving of a full display of his might. And in an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from the Ancient One. In a heartbeat, a terrifying power manifested, leaving even Ultron momentarily stunned. Aware that this being was far from ordinary, what Ultron could not fathom was the Ancient One's ability to obliterate his robotic legions in the blink of an eye. This revelation shattered all preconceived notions in Ultron's mind. He had previously contemplated launching a surprise attack on the Supreme Sorcerer, believing he could catch him off guard and demonstrate that he was not without his own temper. However, that notion had evaporated completely. The disparity between them was glaringly evident, and the idea of provoking the Ancient One under such circumstances was nothing short of folly. Consequently, Ultron merged with the other robots, understanding that this would afford him a slim chance of escape. Unbeknownst to him, a portal suddenly manifested before the Ancient One. In quick succession, numerous portals appeared across the battlefield, and a radiant light emanated from the Ancient One's hand. This brilliance emerged from the first portal and spread across the entire battlefield. Initially a single beam, the light expanded into an exceedingly formidable weapon as the battlefield grew. These robots were rendered utterly powerless, falling without so much as a struggle. Chapter 75. The Escape, a Desperate Necessity. The might displayed by the Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange, was overwhelmingly formidable. Ultron realized with a mere glance that he stood no chance against such an adversary. Having painstakingly assembled an army with the intent of obliterating humanity, he could hardly fathom that his forces would crumble so effortlessly. Before the Supreme Sorcerer, there was not even a sliver of opportunity for resistance. The sheer, terrifying power erupted in an instant. Concurrently, Dr. Strange fixed his gaze upon the entire robotic army, having previously detected Ultron's presence. However, upon a second inspection, he discovered that Ultron had seemingly vanished, likely employing some arcane method to extricate himself from the fray. This realization prompted Dr. Strange to shake his head in disappointment. It seemed that the chance had slipped away. Yet, confronted with such a vast legion of robotic warriors, Dr. Strange raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of tremendous energy. The foe had appeared before him, leaving no possibility of escape. In swift succession, a brilliant light emanated from a newly conjured portal, purging the area once more. Dr. Strange remained uncertain of Ultron's fate, but it was unequivocal that his stratagems had been dismantled. Should Ultron dare to employ such tactics for another assault, it would be nothing short of delusional. In short order, Dr. Strange opened a portal and departed the battlefield. Just as he vanished, Iron Man and his companions, who had been covertly observing the ongoing conflict, emerged from their concealment. They had been acutely aware of the situation on the battlefield and the arrival of the Supreme Sorcerer, yet they were entirely unprepared for the overwhelming prowess of Dr. Strange. Only Thor, witnessing the scene, couldn't suppress a frown. He was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation, understanding better than anyone the caliber of the Supreme Sorcerer, a being of the same echelon as his father. Despite Thor's knowledge of Dr. Strange's identity, he was oblivious to his exact whereabouts. As per his father's accounts, it seemed that Dr. Strange resided in an alternate dimension rather than on Earth. Thus, even if Thor had sought assistance, he would have found it impossible. Ironically, before he could reach out for help, Dr. Strange had stepped forward, resolving the majority of the turmoil. Thor's attention turned to Iron Man. eager to discern his thoughts on the matter. The presence of that individual among this group of robots remains uncertain, yet inexplicably. An intuition within me suggests that he is still alive. Following Thor's utterance, Iron Man nodded in agreement. The instruments failed to detect any trace of the adversary. Undoubtedly, Ultron has once again eluded capture, which has only exacerbated Iron Man's frustrations. The emergence of this foe constitutes a significant threat, yet who could have anticipated his decisive escape? It appears he is adept at seizing opportunities in a fleeting moment. Consequently, Iron Man, despite recognizing that matters are not easily resolved, finds himself in a predicament, unable to voice his discontent. After all, his primary objective is to trace Ultron's whereabouts. However, with the formidable power exhibited by the Ancient One, Iron Man is convinced that the opponent, if not foolish, would not remain in hiding. Indeed, it seems that the adversary's intent is to orchestrate chaos by seeking better opportunities. Otherwise, even if he harbored intentions, they would be futile, for the Ancient One's prowess speaks volumes. Any attempt to disrupt the peace of Earth would meet with her retribution. Director Nick Fury is engulfed in contemplation, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. However, it is evident that there exist formidable organizations on Earth of which he has no knowledge, such as the sudden emergence of the Ancient One and her displayed powers. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. is apprehensive. This is not a force any mere human should wield. One person embodies the might of an army, a truly terrifying army. It seems even Ultron's robotic forces would hesitate to engage. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man had developed weapons tailored for Thor, enabling him to unleash immense power in a brief span. This was the foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidence, as they aimed to confront this formidable force and eradicate Ultron's minions before addressing Ultron himself. Little did they expect, before they could strike, the Ancient One appeared, resolving their greatest dilemma. Even though Ultron's whereabouts remain unknown, it is understood that he, not being a fool, would recognize the futility of emerging too soon. Otherwise, he risks drawing the Ancient One's attention once more. Her exhibited power can obliterate numerous troubles in a short time. This reality is not lost on Fury, who comprehends that any attempt to instigate chaos would necessitate a connection with the Ancient One. Subsequently, he issued a command, demanding that S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly locate any traces of the Ancient One. To establish a connection with the other party, it is best to cultivate a long-term cooperative relationship. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that Ultron will not reappear and find a way to eliminate the opposition. Iron Man and Thor, realizing the brevity of this battle, chose to withdraw at the earliest opportunity, far shorter than they had anticipated. However, this decision afforded them additional time to confront Ultron. Having faced defeat twice in succession, it is certain that Ultron will demonstrate even more terrifying power in the third conflict. This must be taken seriously. If possible, it would be prudent to annihilate the adversary. After all, they have ample time at their disposal. Of course, should Ultron foolishly emerge in the short term, it is likely that Doctor Strange will swiftly deal with him, rendering the trouble relatively minor. Chapter 76. Curiosity. With Doctor Strange's intervention, the crisis instigated by Ultron was decisively quelled. For Iron Man and Thor, this provided a hard-won opportunity to breathe, especially since they had previously feared that an unforeseen catastrophe was imminent. Given their perspective, the potential for unexpected events was quite high. However, at this moment, no surprises would occur, for Doctor Strange's prowess was monumental. The army that Ultron painstakingly assembled could not withstand even a single round against him. Iron Man understood clearly that as long as Doctor Strange was present, there would be no opportunity for either side to prevail. Unless the opposition sought their own demise by recklessly engaging, attempting to stir trouble would be nothing short of a fool's errand. On the other hand, Yu Jie became aware of Doctor Strange's efforts to save the Earth. This revelation did not surprise him. Rather, it was something he had come to expect, as he was well aware that Doctor Strange had always been a silent guardian of the planet. Whenever any crisis threatened Earth, Doctor Strange would invariably be the first to stand up. His emotional bond with Earth was beyond words. Nevertheless, Yu Jie was more preoccupied with Odin's warning. To this day, he could not quite grasp the gravity of the situation that had compelled Odin to seek him out and utter such words. Generally, Yu Jie preferred to remain composed, staying within the confines of his estate, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Yet, despite his intention to refrain from provoking trouble, someone had the audacity to come seeking him out. This left Yu Jie utterly bewildered. He resolved to confront this matter after his next surge in power. It was unacceptable that only he should be subject to threats while he was unable to reciprocate. At that moment, Yu Jie noticed that something seemed amiss with his wife. He was acutely aware that as his strength continued to grow, his physical condition had reached an extraordinarily formidable stage. This was something he understood better than anyone. Thus, he was particularly concerned about Hela's well-being. It was evident that an ordinary woman would struggle to withstand his newfound power. However, Hela not only withstood the challenges but also exhibited an insatiable demeanor each time, which piqued Yu Jie's curiosity further. It seemed that Hela was not an ordinary individual, a notion Yu Jie had never contemplated until now. Yet, with Odin's appearance before him, Yu Jie began to ponder whether his surroundings had undergone some transformation. Following a moment of introspection, he realized that the most significant enigma resided within his wife. Yu Jie had no intention of inquiring into Hela's true nature, yet he became increasingly aware that there were certainly matters concerning her that had eluded his attention. Otherwise, how could she endure such experiences? This perplexity left Yu Jie in a state of confusion. Previously, he believed he harbored secrets, only to discover that his wife was equally shrouded in mystery. Despite the presence of these secrets, Yu Jie felt no urgency to bring them into the open. Most notably, both parties seemed disinclined to lay bare their respective truths, allowing for a temporary disregard of the matter. Thus, resolving the situation became a more complicated endeavor. For Yu Jie, all he sought was an answer. Until now, he had been unaware of the occurrences surrounding Hela, but as he directed his gaze towards her, he recognized that she must be concealing certain aspects from him. His curiosity about what remained undisclosed about Hela grew, but even in his intrigue, Yu Jie had no intention of directly confronting her. It was akin to the way he had concealed his own powers, since he had chosen to keep his abilities hidden from Hela. She naturally possessed the right to her own privacy regarding her matters. Yu Jie was reluctant to lay everything bare, while Hela had also noticed the peculiar intensity of Yu Jie's gaze directed at her. In truth, Hela was already aware that there were facets of Yu Jie she had previously overlooked. For instance, he possessed a formidable power, one that she could sense each evening. Previously, in her perception, Yu Jie had merely been an ordinary man from Earth. However, as time progressed, she began to discern some striking transformations within him. The most significant of these changes was undoubtedly the power that emanated from Yu Jie. Initially, his strength was clear to her, yet in recent times, even Hela found herself astonished, as it seemed increasingly elusive and difficult to define. This realization left her in a state of perplexity. Nevertheless, Hela's thoughts mirrored Yu Jie's entirely. Since he had not fully expressed his thoughts, she felt no obligation to divulge everything either. In essence, both were awaiting the other's revelations. However, today marked the impending sale of the copyright for Yu Jie's final novel. Reluctantly, Yu Jie once again ventured to negotiate matters concerning copyright. Although the wealth he has amassed is more than sufficient to last him a lifetime, who would ever refuse an abundance of riches? After Yu Jie departed from the estate, Hela sensed an unusual presence surrounding it. Many gazes seemed to be fixated on the manor. This peculiar occurrence piqued Hela's curiosity, for the estate had always been exceedingly discreet. Not long ago, it appeared that a human had even dispatched an individual to safeguard the manor. However, due to various circumstances, those protectors had been dismissed. Yet, the sudden emergence of these individuals allowed Hela to perceive their malevolence almost instantaneously. They radiated an aura of hostility, as if intent on eliminating everyone in the vicinity. This realization elicited a chuckle from Hela, who had long been devoid of such a sensation. The thought that anyone would harbor intentions toward his estate awakened a formidable power within him. Hela would never instigate conflict, but should anyone attempt to enact their designs upon him, they would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. Chapter 77. Hydra. Unbeknownst to Hela, the visitors to his estate hailed from Hydra, who had recently resurfaced with ambitions of stirring trouble. However, due to the relentless suppression by S.H.I.E.L.D., their plans were quickly abandoned. It became evident that to instigate chaos, one must possess sufficient opportunity and strength. Over the years, Hydra's clandestine power had dwindled significantly. Even if they wished to cause upheaval, they lacked the requisite force. Nonetheless, their desire to wreak havoc upon the world persisted. These madmen would stop at nothing to achieve their goal of destruction. Recently, they devised a scheme to forge connections with the affluent. They began to compile a list of potential wealthy individuals within the country, including several billionaires who had caught their attention. Hydra's intentions were straightforward: to extract enough wealth from these rich individuals to sustain their operations. After all, Hydra is an immensely vast organization, perpetually in need of fresh resources while continually amassing greater strength. Their fundamental objective has always been to instigate chaos. In the past, they possessed sufficient power to generate profits independently. However, with the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's plans have been significantly derailed, leaving them unable to amass wealth as easily as before. Now, acquiring sufficient funds demands considerable time and manpower, a burdensome predicament for Hydra. They are unwilling to squander their time on trivial matters. Hence, their gaze inevitably shifts towards others, particularly the affluent. They believe they can acquire wealth directly from the wealthy, thus enabling them to attain all that they desire. It must be said that the Hydra possesses a certain talent in this regard, yet this time, they are oblivious to the identity of the individuals they have provoked. Hela, sensing the actions of those outside the estate, cannot help but take a deep breath. In truth, both she and Yu Jie are acutely aware that they each harbor thoughts they wish to express to one another. However, such sentiments remain mere thoughts, unable to manifest into reality. This very inability piques Hela's curiosity about the intentions of these individuals. Before long, this group enters Yu Jie's estate. This time, Hela refrains from taking immediate action, deliberately allowing these individuals entry, as she wishes to discern their true motives. Remarkably, their intentions prove to be rather simplistic. Hela even instructs the Hulk to refrain from intervening. The Hulk, in Yu Jie's estate, has assumed a role akin to that of a bodyguard. Should any trouble arise within the estate, the Hulk is the first to respond. He has sensed the approach of some reckless individuals and contemplates swiftly addressing them. The thought of Hela having to take action sends shivers down his spine. Yet, just as he is about to act, Hela surprisingly halts him, even insisting that he refrain from any such actions. This perplexes the Hulk, as he struggles to grasp Hela's intentions. However, since Hela has voiced such a desire, he chooses not to complicate matters further. After all, if calamity were to befall them, Hela would bear the burden. As the Hulk spends more time with Hela, he becomes increasingly aware of her formidable nature. She possesses an extraordinary and terrifying power that is beyond comparison. This power is evident, as she consistently emanates a formidable aura. In the past, the Hulk might have dismissed it, but now, after spending so much time in her presence, he can clearly perceive the extent of her terrifying strength. He understands that any attempt to resist Hela would be akin to chasing phantoms and could very well lead to his demise at her hands. No one is more aware of this than the Hulk, which is why he harbors no intentions of causing trouble. Whatever Hela commands is law. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt lingers within him. It appears that both Hela and Yu Jie are acutely aware of each other's existence. However, neither party genuinely disclosed their thoughts to one another, behaving instead like two strangers, each silent and immersed in an odd state of affairs. It was precisely this subtle relationship that rendered the Hulk somewhat perplexed about the situation. Despite the multitude of curiosities swirling within him, he understood that these matters bore no direct relevance to his own existence. Thus it was best to keep them concealed within the depths of his heart. Otherwise, should he voice his contemplations, he would likely encounter significant turmoil. Soon, the agents of Hydra arrived at the estate, and the first figure to catch their eye was Hela. Their expression shifted slightly upon her arrival. Prior to her emergence, they had felt confident of an overwhelming victory. However, upon Hela's entrance, their demeanor transformed dramatically. She did not present herself like an ordinary individual. Rather, a formidable power radiated from her being as she appeared. This force was astonishingly terrifying, enveloping everything in its vicinity in an instant, causing even the Hulk to widen his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. And although he had considered the possibility of unforeseen events, witnessing Hela display such an extraordinary presence left him somewhat disconcerted. Nevertheless, after a brief glance, he chose to remain detached, for the impending consequences did not directly affect him. Meanwhile, the Hydra agents exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with their confusion. What was happening? Was this individual a mutant? One of them, unable to contain his intrigue, inquired directly, sensing that Hela was no ordinary being. This realization prompted him to furrow his brow. He was uncertain whether Hela was human or one of those legendary mutants. Regardless of the interpretation, it was evident that Hela was no foe to be trifled with. In the past, Hydra might have dismissed such concerns, confident in their ability to handle any disturbances, but the current scenario was a far cry from their previous encounters. They understood that attempting to instigate trouble here would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, they were acutely aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Though Hela had not unleashed her full power, she exuded an intimidating strength from start to finish. They recognized, with just a glance, that they stood no chance against her. A primal instinct warned them that should they provoke her, it could very well lead to their demise. Hela's gaze towards them was unsettling, as if she regarded them not as humans, but as mere blades of grass, insignificant and expendable. Hela was taken aback by the unexpected desire of the other party to engage in conversation at that very moment, prompting her to chuckle. You are indeed an intelligent human, yet clever individuals often have fleeting lifespans. As she uttered these words, a radiant light erupted from her being. Yet Hela did not dwell excessively on the motives of these humans. She was acutely aware of one fact. These individuals had trespassed into her domain and even sought to orchestrate events within it. Consequently, she bore no cordiality towards them. Having concluded that they were not to be trusted, Hela deemed it unnecessary to spare them. Her perspective was undeniably extreme. However, the members of Hydra promptly knelt before her. This scene left not only Hela but also the quietly observing Hulk utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this group would so brazenly storm in, only to immediately prostrate themselves before Hela without exchanging more than a few words. Yet, Hulk could not help but glance at Hela, sensing that she would likely refrain from exterminating these individuals. Indeed, after witnessing their submission, a glimmer of curiosity flickered across Hela's face. It seems you are even more astute than I had presumed. However, you have but 1 minute to convince me why I should not annihilate you. The Hydra members were taken aback by Hela's pronouncement, yet their leader boldly interjected, "It is not for us to plead for our lives. For to be slain by you would be an honor. However, should you choose to spare us, you will gain a cadre of fiercely loyal subordinates, the most formidable on Earth. We aspire not to disappoint you." Upon hearing this, even Hulk chuckled, having underestimated the audacity of these individuals. Their shamelessness far exceeded his expectations, as he had speculated about their demeanor upon entering the room. Yet, he never envisioned that they would immediately kneel and attempt to demonstrate their worth in hopes of securing their survival. True to form, Hela burst into laughter at their antics. "You lot are rather amusing." At least for Hela, the thought of executing them had dissipated. "Though your response does not entirely satisfy me, I am inclined to grant you an opportunity. Do enlighten me as to what surprises you can offer." With Hela's words, the Hydra leader subtly exhaled in relief. The organization was perilously close to collapse, especially as S.H.I.E.L.D. had intensified its efforts to dismantle them. The long-standing rivalry between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had always been one of irreconcilable enmity. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been vigorously pursuing Hydra due to the recent incidents, resulting in devastating blows to many of Hydra's strongholds. However, more significantly, Hydra is now utterly fragmented. The once formidable Hydra organization, which made waves during World War II, has been thoroughly dismantled. Even the small Hydra squad that infiltrated the Yu Jie manor is merely a splinter group. Traces of Hydra can be found across the globe. Previously, these factions could unite in pursuit of their shared ambition to annihilate the world. Yet, as S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to assert its dominance, the mindset of these Hydra members has gradually shifted. They now realize that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s growing power, they lack the strength to confront it, facing the imminent threat of catastrophic defeat, an undeniable truth. Earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already issued a warning to Hydra, which had cost them significantly at that time. This realization led to the complete disintegration of Hydra here. The Hydra team that has arrived at Yu Jie Manor is one of the 7 factions that emerged from this division. They are, to be precise, the 3rd squad under the 6th division. The emergence of each squad starkly highlights the extent of Hydra's current fragmentation. The reason the squad leader of Hydra knelt upon first seeing Hela is that he sensed she was no ordinary human. This realization prompted him to seize the opportunity to ally with Hela, even to submit to her, hoping that this mutant would assist him in becoming the leader of Hydra. After all, the current situation could hardly deteriorate further. What did he have left to lose? It must be said, the Hydra squad leader is quite astute, as he inadvertently garnered Hela's approval. Such an occurrence would astonish many, even in Asgard. Chapter 79. A new subordinate. It is indeed noteworthy how clever this Hydra squad leader is, as he quickly won Hela's recognition. Although Hela herself might not find this so-called human entirely satisfactory, she is aware that true satisfaction comes from beings like the Hulk, whose displayed power is utterly terrifying. Should she have a team composed entirely of warriors like the Hulk, she would feel justified in returning to Asgard and discussing her reputation with her father. With the perspective of the former goddess of death, Hela could discern unique qualities in the Hulk without needing to delve deeply into speculation. The power of the opponent is indeed boundless. Given sufficient provocation, the Hulk could undoubtedly transform into the most fearsome killing machine on the battlefield. Regrettably, to this day, there exists but one Hulk, and due to the overwhelming strength he has displayed, he has gradually reigned in his ferocity. This has caused some consternation for Hela. It is not solely related to matters concerning Asgard. She has also discerned that the current state of Earth is far more complex than it appears. Most conspicuously, Earth has been beset by a series of unforeseen incidents for quite some time. The most glaring issue is that many events are beyond her control. This has instilled in Hela an unspoken sense of crisis. Previously, she was adept at managing everything, regardless of the nature of an accident. She could procure answers in the blink of an eye. However, she now feels that something is amiss, particularly with opportunities that once seemed certain now appearing to have shifted. There are instances when the occurrence of certain events renders them trivial, yet, when significant events transpire, reversing their effects demands considerable effort. Consequently, Hela aspires to cultivate Hydra, envisioning them as her clandestine eyes on Earth. This way, no matter what transpires, Hela could potentially receive immediate intelligence, avoiding the discomfort of being oblivious to unfolding events, only to find that the moment has passed. Because of this, Hela is acutely aware of her course of action. After laying her thoughts bare, The members of Hydra nodded in agreement. However, the squad leader of Hydra raised a further concern. Master, while we are eager to assist you in resolving this matter, our current capabilities are regrettably insufficient. Nonetheless, rest assured, we have ample plans. We merely require you to accompany us. The squad leader's intention was straightforward, to leverage Hela's power to reforge Hydra into a cohesive force. If they could unify their strength once more, they might even possess the means to contend with S-H-I-E-L-D. The most crucial element is the terrifying power Hela has demonstrated. Even a mere glance at her sends tremors through their bodies, as if their very souls are on the brink of being overwhelmed. For this reason, they are acutely aware that if they can secure Hela's assistance, whatever may occur next could be resolved swiftly. As Hela cast a lingering glance at the others, a dark radiance manifested in her hand, and almost everyone began to undergo a transformation. The light that emanated from Hela gradually dissipated, while the members of Hydra before her subtly changed. Their eyes appeared to turn black. To their astonishment, a black blade materialized in the center of their foreheads. Hela, observing them, spoke directly, "Each of you possesses a fragment of my power. Should you encounter an adversary you wish to vanquish, simply utter my name, and this power will surge forth to assist you in overcoming any foe. However, remember, this opportunity is singular." Hela was reluctant to bestow her strength upon these individuals. Yet they could, in some respects, aid her in resolving numerous issues. Although her own strength had yet to be fully restored, the prospect of acquiring a cadre of followers was an opportunity not to be squandered. The Hydra captain was utterly taken aback by Hela's decision to empower them. Each member sensed an ominous force awakening within the depths of their being. If they unleashed this power, they would possess the audacity to confront any opponent, and once again, they all knelt in gratitude, compelled to express their thanks for their mistress's boon. Hela, choosing to remain silent, directed them to depart, for Yu Jie was soon to return, and she had no intention of revealing her dealings with Hydra to him. She wished to keep this hidden, as Yu Jie had always perceived her as merely an ordinary woman of Earth, much like he hoped she would view him as an ordinary man. Both held such sentiments, yet they shared a playful intrigue. Not long after, Yu Jie returned home and encountered Hela, only to notice an unusual glint in the Hulk's eyes, an expression he had never witnessed before. The most striking aspect was that the Hulk was not in Bruce Banner's form, but in his true monstrous state, which surprised Yu Jie. Typically, the Hulk would adopt Banner-esque guise, rarely revealing his true form. Did this imply some hidden feelings towards Hela? Yu Jie cast a suspicious glance at both the Hulk and Hela, sensing that during his absence, events had transpired at home that he was not privy to. However, it seemed neither of them intended to divulge what had occurred. Chapter 80. Secrets between each other. Despite Yu Jie's profound curiosity, he remained silent. Recognizing that if Hela chose not to disclose anything, she likely had her reasons. He trusted that if there were matters of significance, she would eventually share them. Since Hela was unwilling to speak, he decided to wait patiently. On the other side, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. were collaborating in response to the Ultron incident. The emergence of the Supreme Sorcerer afforded them invaluable time. Yet both Iron Man and the formidable Doctor Strange were acutely aware that Ultron's escape signified the likelihood of the adversary seeking further opportunities in the near future. Ultron had never been one to allow events to unfold in a predictable manner. He would only escalate his efforts, a fact that was beyond dispute. Consequently, Iron Man felt an urgent need to devise means of countering this threat in the briefest time possible. Initially, Iron Man regarded Ultron merely as a technological creation. Yet through prolonged encounters, he realized that even he could not conceive a more effective strategy in such a limited time frame. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was also engaged in the joint production of advanced weaponry with Iron Man. However, they were cautious not to place all their hopes solely on him. For S.H.I.E.L.D., and particularly for Nick Fury, it was prudent to diversify their investments. This approach would mitigate potential complications. Should they place all their trust in Iron Man, the results might not align with their expectations. Therefore, Nick Fury sought to contact the Supreme Sorcerer, believing that instead of merely collaborating with Iron Man in battle, it would be more beneficial to enlist the Sorcerer's assistance in safeguarding the Earth. Unfortunately, despite dispatching all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in pursuit of the Supreme Sorcerer, they found no trace of him. Meanwhile, in Asgard, developments were unfolding as well. Odin had initially refrained from launching another assault on Earth due to the presence of the sorcerer. However, he soon realized that Loki had seemingly vanished. Previously, Odin had been aware that Loki had remained on Earth to plot against his brother, yet after the last encounter, Odin was astonished to discover that Loki had completely disappeared. He had hoped to observe whether Loki harbored any ulterior motives concerning his brother. But despite relentless searching and even employing his divine powers, Odin could not uncover any sign of Loki, which began to instill a sense of unease within him. Though Loki was not his biological son, he had been by Odin's side for so many years that he had nearly become akin to one. This reality was not something Odin wished to deny. Yet, the current absence of the child troubled him greatly. Had that group of adversaries returned? Contemplating this possibility, Odin utilized his powers to create a barrier, eager to ascertain whether those foes had indeed returned. As he stepped into the abyss, he was enveloped by darkness and cold, which seemed to surround him instantaneously. With the emergence of this power, Odin quickly realized that those adversaries had indeed returned. Upon reflecting on the situation, Odin suddenly comprehended that Loki's disappearance was not without reason. Rather, it was likely a result of Odin being astounded by the machinations of the frost giants. It was highly probable that Loki had been captured by that group, for otherwise, with his searching abilities, he would have been able to locate Loki's presence. Long ago, Odin had bestowed upon Loki a small token, which enabled Odin to trace Loki's whereabouts. However, despite sensing the existence of this token, he could not ascertain Loki's location. This led Odin to surmise that the issue likely stemmed from the frost giants. Otherwise, why could he only feel the presence of the token yet not detect any trace of Loki? It seemed highly likely that the frost giants had reclaimed Loki and placed certain constraints upon him, for such an occurrence would be otherwise inexplicable. In the depths of the dark abyss, Odin tirelessly searched, even unleashing the full extent of his power. Yet, after considerable time, he still found no leads regarding the frost giants. Reluctantly, Odin returned to Asgard, not out of a desire to cease his search, but because he felt his power being suppressed in the abyss. If he continued to search relentlessly, he risked allowing the frost giants to seize an opportunity to strike against him. Asgard could not afford to be without its king. Nonetheless, this did not signify that Odin would abandon Loki. He immediately reached out to Thor. As Loki's brother, Thor naturally felt compelled to protect his sibling. Thor, who was still on Earth, swiftly returned to Asgard. He found his father's summons perplexing, and upon learning about Loki's predicament, he was taken aback. Thor harbored no fondness for Loki, as Loki was perpetually scheming against him. In all of Asgard, it was common knowledge that Loki's ambitions were the most conspicuous. Even a child could discern his desire to ascend to the throne. Yet, Odin appeared unwilling to relinquish the position of ruler to Loki. Nevertheless, Loki had never abandoned his aspirations, and this very ambition was a source of Thor's aversion. Perceiving Thor's disdain, Odin addressed him directly. He is your brother. Regardless of his actions, he remains but a child. As his elder, you must protect him. Thor had never expected such words to come from his father. Yet, from Odin's statement, he could surmise that his father had something significant to convey. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments. However, Odin merely gazed at him, remaining silent thereafter. Changes often arrive unexpectedly. Thor found himself at a loss for words, realizing that not only his father but also his brother and sister seemed to possess a peculiar mindset. Though one may appear to be a perfectly ordinary individual, it seems that being normal offers little advantage within this household. Chapter 81. The plan to save my brother. Prior to this, Thor had not given much thought to Loki, failing to recognize what set him apart. In Thor's eyes, whatever misfortune befell Loki was merely a consequence of his own actions. Since his arrival in Asgard, Loki had scarcely engaged in any respectable endeavors. Instead, he spent his days creating chaos. This very inclination led Thor to harbor a greater anticipation for Loki's misfortunes than others might. However, Thor could not have foreseen that his expectations would manifest into reality. The most evident instance occurred when he had finally taken action. As he began to stir trouble, it became clear that unexpected events often transpired when least anticipated. Yet, despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, they remained mere musings. His father would not permit him the luxury of such thoughts. And Thor was acutely aware of the nature of Odin. Outwardly imposing, Odin was, in fact, deeply invested in familial bonds. Had he been indifferent, he would not have summoned Thor back from Earth. Despite Thor's reluctance, he had no choice. The sight of his father's discontent was unmistakable. Although Odin did not believe Loki was fit to ascend as king, as he deemed Thor the rightful heir, Loki remained his child. Thus, regardless of external turmoil, it was imperative that Loki remained untouched. Moreover, the involvement of frost giants only compounded Odin's dismay. He understood more than anyone the menace posed by these creatures. Consequently, Odin deemed it necessary to confront the frost giants once more, for their persistent existence complicated matters further. Historically, Odin had refrained from concerning himself with the frost giants, having sealed them away, confident that they would not pose a threat in the short term. Yet, who could have anticipated that, in his moment of inattention, the frost giants would escape? If their escape had been the sole issue, Odin might have regarded it with indifference. However, their audacity in attempting to capture his child ignited a fierce anger within him. He perceived this as a direct affront to his dignity as king. Thor, observing his father's expression, felt a twinge of surprise. It had been a long while since he had witnessed Odin's wrath. However, in the present moment, Odin is exhibiting an unmistakably furious demeanor, which inevitably astonishes Thor, though the god of thunder is acutely aware that if matters continue to escalate, they may surpass even his wildest imaginings. Indeed, Odin gazes at Thor and speaks directly. I understand you hold disdain for your brother, yet he remains your kin. If this matter were to be resolved privately, no unforeseen incidents would occur. You could even humiliate your brother without consequence, but now that he has been captured, do you wish to linger here any longer? Odin's words resonate profoundly with Thor, akin to a prior certainty he possessed. In this moment, his adversary is equally engulfed in fury. Consequently, Thor ultimately concedes with a nod, regardless of the events transpiring outside. The mere fact that his father is enraged signifies that this situation cannot possibly reach a simple resolution. As anticipated, shortly after Thor departs, Odin summons the entire army of Asgard. His third child is in peril. Though Odin often perceives Loki to have numerous flaws, he remains, at the core, his son. This truth compels no one to challenge the dignity of the All-Father. Loki, in many ways, embodies Odin's honor. Despite the long-standing peace in Asgard, one must not forget that Odin once led all of Asgard's forces in cosmic battles, reigning as the most formidable deity in the universe thousands of years ago. A legacy that endures even today. And now, this sovereign shall no longer maintain the low profile he has held for millennia, as it seems his adversaries have forgotten the terror of a king. Thus, Odin is unwilling to squander time. If they wish to incite chaos, let them proceed. All that is required is their readiness to face the consequences. In a matter of moments, the soldiers of Asgard are fully assembled, and Odin harnesses his power to open a portal. The Rainbow Bridge's energy would facilitate an advantageous assault, yet Odin seeks not such an approach. He desires to swiftly demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty to those wretched foes. The phrase "the king's wrath leaves countless corpses in its wake" is no mere jest. Before long, Odin has organized his forces completely, and a vast portal materializes before them, leading to their intended destination, the abyss. With the awakening of the frost giants, Odin is reluctant to waste any further time. His foes await him in that dark chasm. Though engaging in combat there poses a significant risk to all of Asgard, Odin retains unwavering confidence. He is acutely aware of the capabilities of his adversaries, yet their power remains insufficient to rival his own. After all, Asgard has not forgotten its former glory over the span of millennia. As the sovereign deity, I have carved out an illustrious reputation throughout the vast cosmos through sheer strength. This fact is indisputable. The frost giants had a long-standing grudge with Odin, yet their fate was to be sealed away. Now that they have emerged, Odin has resolved to eradicate them entirely, unwilling to grant them even the slightest opportunity. After all, over the years, Odin has sealed away far too many adversaries. With age, he has increasingly perceived the act of sealing foes as an exceedingly foolish endeavor. If one has the power to vanquish an opponent, what justification remains for sparing them? Chapter 82. The Deceived God. The Thunder God remained oblivious to his father's true intentions, suspecting that they stemmed from Odin's own pride. For countless years, Odin has been revered as the king of the gods, yet it seems that the passage of millennia has led some to forget what the title once signified, as there are still those foolish enough to provoke Odin. In the very moment Odin was about to strike, the Thunder God cast his gaze upon his father and, in an instant, sensed a vague yet formidable aura emanating from him. He could assure himself that this presence was terrifying, with just a fleeting moment. It could obliterate any who dared to confront him, astonishing even the Thunder God himself. It appeared that throughout all this time, his father's power had remained at its pinnacle. Soon after, Odin's army successfully breached the abyss. The abyss now differed greatly from when Odin first arrived. He had only felt a chill back then, but now it was rife with traces of snow and wind, rendering the temperature almost non-existent. As far as the eye could see, there was only coldness. In this desolate abyss, the Thunder God found himself gripping his hammer tightly. This time, accompanying his father into battle, the Thunder God had stumbled upon certain truths, such as Odin's desire for him to engage in warfare and grow swiftly. However, the Thunder God had discerned Odin's intentions early on. He remained indifferent towards this conflict. For so many years, Odin had rarely intervened, yet as Odin's child, the Thunder God understood better than anyone else the weight of the name Odin. For millennia, the title of King of the Gods has loomed over the universe, heavy upon the hearts of countless races. Odin's previous actions have nearly confronted every formidable existence in the cosmos. Not only the pantheon of gods, but even the primordial beings have felt his might. Because of this, Odin's terror, though it may gradually fade with time, will never diminish in power. The Frost Giants, a race the Thunder God has previously gleaned some knowledge about, remain formidable adversaries, yet they are not insurmountable. The power once exhibited was indeed formidable, yet that was merely a remnant of the past. Odin, wielding his strength, was capable of utterly dismantling his adversaries in but 2 battles. It must be said that Odin is truly terrifying. However, now that the frost giants have managed to emerge, rather than seeking escape, they audaciously endeavor to construct a base within the abyss, an endeavor that borders on the delusional. Simultaneously, the mind of the thunder god began to contemplate matters concerning Yu Jie and the resolutions he must confront. In truth, following the previous incident, Yu Jie had nearly transformed into a nightmare for the thunder god. The memory of Yu Jie's instinctive maneuver lingered stubbornly in the thunder god's mind. At that moment, Yu Jie had acted with little preparation, almost whimsically, and the thunder god had fortuitously found himself caught in that very misstep, which had triggered a cascade of reactions within him. Not only was his sister a fearsome deity, but even his brother-in-law, in certain respects, exhibited a terrifying power that rendered the thunder god quaking. This was no jest, but rather a stark reality. For some time, the thunder god had assessed his own strength, especially after being schooled by the destroyer on Earth, and he could sense a substantial enhancement in his abilities. Not only had his divine power increased, but his physical form had also undergone significant augmentation. This realization elevated his confidence beyond mere assurance. Regrettably, these thoughts diverged greatly from reality, for the thunder god's strength was still paramount. Yet, he found himself lacking better means to align circumstances with his expectations. The might that Yu Jie displayed was perhaps unbeknownst to Yu Jie himself, but the thunder god had incessantly revisited that moment, as if the power had erupted in an instant. Moreover, that power was certainly not the entirety of Yu Jie's capabilities, in the thunder god's estimation. Yu Jie had merely acted with a casual flick of his hand. Swiftly, the thunder god cast aside these musings. He understood better than others that the grand conflict was imminent, and pondering trivialities was futile. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying power manifested throughout the abyss, causing even the ever-searching Odin to recognize its presence. He had been scouring the depths for traces of the frost giants, yet despite his prolonged search, he had found nothing. Nevertheless, he could sense that the frost giants were likely aware of his arrival. Otherwise, such an aura would not have emerged. What right did they possess to stir trouble in his domain? Meanwhile, as Odin had surmised, the frost giants, having recently escaped their imprisonment, were conferring on strategies to contend with Odin. Though newly liberated, they had not forgotten the lessons imparted by Odin 2 years prior. In their minds, they believed that a being of Odin's caliber could not pose a threat to them. Yet, with the emergence of this thought, their peril began to manifest. As the path of slaughter led by Odin commenced, they realized just how ludicrous their situation truly was. During Odin's peak, he effortlessly subdued all the frost giants with his innate strength. Just when they believed their demise was imminent, Odin, with a dismissive air, confined them all. He did not annihilate them. Rather, he sealed them away, which instilled a mix of dread and a glimmer of hope among the frost giants. Although they were imprisoned, they believed that if they could break the seals, the vast world would be theirs to explore, and they could not fathom that Odin would relentlessly pursue them indefinitely. However, their sentiments towards Odin were far from amicable. First, they were vanquished by him, and subsequently, their entire race was sealed away. Such a fate, endured for nearly a millennium, would leave an indelible mark on anyone. Regrettably, it was evident that Odin's power had only grown stronger. Through the abyss, they could perceive their adversary's true condition, with Odin's radiance being the most resplendent. A mere glance confirmed their suspicions. Chapter 83. You are the sole pride of the frost giants. All remaining frost giants harbored an intense hatred for Odin. Despite him sparing their lives, they could not forget that their battle with him had led to their near obliteration. It was once said that thousands of frost giants thrived in the abyss, yet now fewer than 1,000 remained. This calamity was solely due to Odin, who had purged their kind, ensuring that none who bore animosity towards him survived. Fortunately, even during their time of confinement, they discovered a means to cultivate their strength, gradually growing unbeknownst to themselves. This was the most encouraging news, for no one wished to remain shackled, especially not for millennia. They had once been oblivious to the torment of being sealed away, but the reality of their imprisonment revealed the true agony of such a fate. Even if they gained considerable power during the seal, in their hearts, being bound was synonymous with being imprisoned, equating to a loss of everything. In their past, they had no opportunity to reclaim their freedom, but this time, they would not allow such a travesty to persist. They needed to ensure Odin paid a hefty price for his actions, and unlike before, when he merely sealed them, this time, they aimed to utterly vanquish him. After all, he was so prideful. It was at this moment that the frost giants brought Loki forth. Loki, taken aback, had not anticipated being stripped of his power by a familiar force while on Earth. He had been contemplating whether to confront his unfortunate brother directly when he suddenly sensed a powerful presence that was all too familiar. Immediately following his expulsion from the world, Loki found himself deprived of his earthly existence. When he next opened his eyes, he discovered himself in a realm both familiar and unfamiliar, a vast abyss. The strangeness was undeniable. for in the confines of Loki's limited memory, he had never set foot in this place. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar sense of familiarity enveloped him, as though this abyss were intricately intertwined with his very being. However, if he was certain of never having been here before, what then accounted for this unsettling feeling? This question lingered until the frost giants appeared before him, prompting a sudden realization. These were the very beings his father had banished long ago. In truth, Loki might possess more knowledge about these frost giants than Thor himself, for he had perused every tome in Asgard long before. He was aware of the existence of frost giants, sealed away due to Odin's wrath. As he gazed upon these beings, he was perplexed. How had a group of those who were sealed away managed to emerge and seize him? Yet, in the next moment, all the frost giants knelt before him, their lips moving in unison, uttering strange words. "Esteemed king, you have finally returned." Loki was taken aback. He had not anticipated the frost giants would kneel, nor that they would address him in such a manner. This left him utterly bewildered. He had presumed that their intentions in abducting him were to leverage him against Odin, as he was Odin's son. Only by capturing Odin's most cherished child could they exact revenge for past grievances. After all, Loki understood that Odin had sealed the frost giants away. Who could have foreseen that they would not only refrain from attacking him, but would also acknowledge him as their king? Soon after, Loki learned from their words that he was, in fact, the prince of the frost giant clan. Odin had nearly annihilated the entire race, coercing the remaining frost giants into submission. Otherwise, they would face utter destruction. In their desperation to survive, they had chosen a life devoid of meaning. When Odin discovered their compliance, he sealed them away completely. His methods were brutally straightforward. He captured the youngest prince of the frost giants, ensuring that the entire clan would bow before him. Otherwise, the giants might escape their bindings and pose a threat. Odin's actions were indeed outrageous, and even now, Loki found it hard to believe. It was only when the frost giants made a gash on their arms and mingled their blood with his that he realized his form was transforming into blue. The familiar self that once defined Loki seems to be fading away, replaced by a burgeoning identity that resonates deeply with the frost giants. As if they share an intrinsic bond, each giant reflects a peculiar familiarity in their gaze, not born from prior acquaintance, but rather from an acknowledgement that transcends mere recognition, rooted in the very essence of bloodline. This acknowledgement, visceral and profound, compels Loki to confront a staggering truth. He is not, in fact, Odin's son. The revelation is difficult for him to accept. However, the frost giants soon divulged their entire history to Loki, revealing that they were once the sovereigns of this abyss, a realm that has been irrevocably altered by Odin's interventions. Everything Loki had believed about Odin was far more complex than he ever imagined. In a stricter sense, the frost giants once possessed a future of unparalleled beauty, but with Odin's emergence, everything changed, leading to an inconceivable disappearance. What remains is not but a desolate wasteland. Loki struggles to grasp the reality of this situation, yet he recognizes that he must confront the undeniable truth of their blood connection. It cannot be a fabrication. As a prince of Asgard, Loki is acutely aware of these truths, yet the memory of his father's visage renders acceptance a formidable challenge. Reflecting on his past thoughts now seems utterly naive. He has borne the weight of enmity and familial strife, ultimately mistaking an enemy for a father. Chapter 84. The Horn of War. Loki finds it difficult to reconcile with his current identity, and amidst this turmoil, a flicker of anger ignites within him. He realizes he has been deceived from the very beginning. The expectations he held now appear ludicrous. In a moment of unforeseen acquiescence, Loki unwittingly agrees to the frost giants' plan. Long ago, they devised a terrifying scheme to resurrect their ancient king. In the earliest days, a formidable champion emerged among the frost giants, distinguished by an unparalleled strength. This power enabled them to dominate an era, yet that era was fleeting, brief yet resplendent. They failed to consolidate their strength, and following the king's disappearance, the frost giant clan grew exceedingly weak. Nevertheless, the frost giants remain acutely aware that in the distant past, they were the mightiest beings in this realm, a glory etched into their very bones. Odin's actions have rendered the frost giants unable to accept their fate, compelling them to summon their ancient king, a task that necessitates Loki's assistance. Among the frost giants, only Loki possesses the requisite bloodline power to facilitate this endeavor. Should Loki choose to comply, the frost giants can harness their resources to transform him into that king. Loki was hesitant, yet soon the frost giants inundated his mind with all that had transpired. Even Loki could not have anticipated such a revelation, and as he surveyed the memories within his consciousness, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The reality was stark, and the cruelty undeniable. He felt compelled to act. While he could not alter the past, the future seemed to lie within his grasp. Could he still remain calm? His sister was unaware, but a voice within him urged him on, as if to say that he had no choice, that maintaining his equanimity was no longer an option. His kin were before him, and he could not remain indifferent. Ultimately, Loki acquiesced to their request, fully aware that these individuals might represent his sole connection to his race in this world. He had no grounds to refuse them, for indeed, as they asserted, he had long mistaken his captor for a father. Odin's actions were unforgivable by any standard. Thus, Loki consented to their demands, while the ancient king began to awaken. Odin, unaware of the turmoil Loki was enduring following his abduction and the infusion of his past memories, felt a twinge of agitation as he traversed the abyss. He had no comprehension of the tribulations Loki faced, but it was evident that the adversaries had instilled fear in him, although Odin was not Loki's biological father. Their years of interaction had forged a bond, making Loki the child he cherished most. This connection ignited a sense of urgency within Odin. At that moment, the forces of Asgard began to radiate outward. The armies had united, poised to gather the might of Asgard, as Odin had commanded, to annihilate the frost giants. However, no one anticipated that, after lingering so long in the abyss, Odin would find no trace of the frost giants. A realization struck him. They must be in hiding. In times past, they had dared to reveal their presence when he was alone, but now, faced with the impending approach of his army, they had every reason to retreat. Despite his mounting fury, Odin found himself powerless. He could only disperse his forces as widely as possible. This was the sole strategy to forge a formidable pressure in a short span, for the unknown consequences of inaction loomed large. It must be said that Odin's strategy was astute and aligned with the current reality. The Asgardian army swiftly exhibited their terrifying prowess. As the search extended, Odin could no longer tolerate this so-called waiting period. He commanded all the forces of Asgard to unleash their might without restraint. It is essential to instill a sense of pressure within the adversary. Only then can the frost giants accelerate their pursuit. Thor had not witnessed Odin's ire in quite some time, and in that moment, he realized just how significant his brother was to their father. Not long after, the traces of the frost giants began to manifest. In truth, they had been stealthily lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike when Asgard's forces would let their guard down. However, it was evident that they had been hiding for so long without finding a suitable opportunity. It was only when Odin dispersed everyone that the frost giants recognized their prime opportunity had arrived. The strategy of picking them off one by one presented itself as their best chance. Soon after, Odin noticed that a squad had suddenly lost contact. Every squad maintained a tenuous link with Odin, a connection so subtle yet sufficient for him to ascertain their statuses. Yet, a squad of 200 had vanished without a trace. Odin quickly surmised that the frost giants had engaged them, and soon the air around him crackled with impending thunder. He had never anticipated that his intention to exact retribution would be met with aggression from the adversary. Given Odin's nature, how could he endure such an affront? A tempest of fury surged within him, rendering his countenance grim. In the next moment, thunder erupted from him, shattering the very depths of the abyss. Thor had never before witnessed his father in such a state of wrath, but now he beheld an unparalleled power radiating from Odin. Centered around him, the once dark and frigid abyss was transformed entirely. Most notably, under the illumination of the lightning, everything within the abyss became vividly discernible. Thor even discovered numerous ice sculptures resembling countless Asgardian soldiers, clad in armor. It was then that a flicker of confusion gripped Thor. What were these? Chapter 85. Another tale surely. You do not believe that the conquest of the entire universe was accomplished merely by my decree? Odin seemed to notice the perplexity in Thor's gaze and, finding it curious, spoke directly. Thor was momentarily taken aback by his father's unexpected words, and Odin proceeded to share a different version of events. In times past, Asgard had been embroiled in constant warfare due to Hela's influence, leading Odin to believe in his own burgeoning power. However, his daughter's transformation caused the goodness within him to fade gradually, ultimately allowing his benevolence to triumph over his madness. He concluded that there was no longer a need for incessant conflict. Peace was indeed a viable option. Perhaps age had mellowed him, prompting him to relinquish the ambition of conquering the universe. Yet, it was during this period of reflection that his daughter betrayed him. Or perhaps it can be said that Hela was fundamentally misunderstood. It was her father who had wrought this chaos. Yet at the most crucial moment, he chose to retreat. Hela's betrayal caught Odin off guard, but at that time, Odin still possessed the strength to subdue Hela, thus sealing her away. It was in that moment that Odin realized. After years of battle, he had never truly understood his own daughter. This revelation caused him a tinge of discomfort, yet he did not perceive it as particularly embarrassing. However, at that instant, an unimaginable event transpired beside Odin. In this moment, Odin should have been akin to a warrior who had laid down his arms and returned to the fields. Yet who could have anticipated that he himself would choose such a path? Some, like the frost giants, could not accept this. Finally, a ruler had emerged capable of rekindling the ancient bloodline of the frost giants. This ruler had a simple ambition: to restore the former glory of the frost giants throughout the cosmos. and the most effective means of achieving this was to annihilate all races. Asgard, at that time, had already garnered considerable renown, thus inciting the ire of the frost giants. Consequently, they launched an offensive against Asgard, inflicting devastating losses, which prompted Odin, who had only just begun to relinquish his combative mindset, to abandon any notions of tranquility. He was astonished that, having entertained such thoughts, someone dared to challenge him. Odin swiftly reorganized Asgard's forces and initiated a cataclysmic assault against the frost giants. Although Asgard's army had been somewhat diminished by previous conflicts, one must not forget that Odin still remained. Yet, who could have predicted the terrifying might of the frost giants lurking in the abyss? Even Odin paid a steep price, with Asgard suffering the loss of thousands of soldiers, exemplified by the ice sculptures Thor had just witnessed. Thor gazed upon his father, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such a chapter in Asgard's history. Though it seemed to resonate differently for Loki. For reasons unknown, Thor felt an odd dissonance regarding Loki, as if he were a brother conjured from thin air. Even his mother had withheld the truth about Loki, sharing only his own story with Thor, thereby amplifying the young god's confusion. Throughout his contemplation, Thor's foremost desire was clear. He believed his father would not deceive him. Since he could not find answers here, he resolved that rather than dwell on these perplexing matters, he would focus on locating his brother. This was of utmost importance. A formidable power soon enveloped Odin. His thunder emanated outward, radiating from him. This time, the force Odin unleashed was not merely a display of his martial prowess. It was more about dispersing that power, establishing contact with each unit. A tribute to the sacrifices made in that abyss. Odin found himself lost in memories, unwilling to relive such events. Thus, he was determined to swiftly comprehend the situation of every squad dispatched by him. As Odin's power surged forth, the frost giants, who had been covertly observing, maintained their composure. Initially, they perceived this as the perfect opportunity to strike one by one. Yet who could have anticipated the sheer terror embodied by Odin? As he unleashed his full strength, the abyss transformed into a realm of obscurity. Even the advantages once held by the frost giants seemed diminished in this moment. Once again, the frost giants lapsed into silence, while Odin, affected by the exertion of his might, bore an expression of fatigue. However, this weariness was fleeting as Odin steeled himself. He understood that the enemy's retrieval of Loki would not allow matters to conclude so simply. Loki could potentially be exploited for numerous schemes. Odin was well aware of the frost giants' former glory and recognized their capacity to leverage their royal lineage for various ends. Yet, all of this should not pertain to Loki. He was merely a child. But who could have foreseen that, upon unleashing his power, traces of the enemy would become elusive? Odin's countenance darkened. His intent to safeguard his soldiers inadvertently sparked alarm among them. The enemy had once again fallen silent. In any other circumstance, this might not have posed significant trouble, but the inability to locate any traces of the adversary rendered his efforts futile. Soon after, Odin sensed an exceedingly unsettling presence. 2 squads had inexplicably vanished, and this disappearance occurred before he could even react. The moment Odin unleashed his power, he realized that his soldiers seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Most alarmingly, as this ominous energy emanated, Odin received no forewarning. It dawned on him almost instantaneously that the frost giants had indeed taken action. They were unable to maintain their composure. However, it appeared that a minor mishap had also occurred on their part. It must be said that even Odin needed to gather his wits, for these lunatics were exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 86. Loki's pride. What Odin remained unaware of was that the tendrils of the frost giants were not solely their own. It was primarily due to Loki, who, upon learning of the frost giants' past, discovered that he was, in fact, their prince. The revelation of his parents and relatives, everything related to him, was obliterated by Odin, a reality Loki could no longer endure. Though Odin had once been his father, this man had erased everything that belonged to him, even transforming him into his son. The kindness within Loki was utterly extinguished. Soon, he acquiesced to the frost giant's ancient ritual, embracing the primordial power that awaited him. In an instant, Loki returned to his former self. As soon as his strength surged back, he chose to strike against the soldiers of Asgard. Once his loyal subordinates, they now appeared merely as bloodthirsty executioners. To his surprise, Loki found a certain satisfaction in this newfound power, unaware that the ancient bloodline he had merged with granted him such formidable strength. With a mere flick of his hand, a battalion of 200 fell lifeless before him, which left him somewhat entranced by this force. Yet, he could also sense the lingering presence of his father. Odin had infused his essence into each squad, and any assault on them would surely draw Odin's attention. However, Loki's assault was executed with such swiftness that Odin had not even registered the attack. Yet, Odin could keenly perceive that this adversary was potentially more formidable than he had anticipated. How else could one annihilate over 400 soldiers in mere moments? Odin commanded all troops to regroup. He could not afford to scatter them again, as the enemy's audacity to pick them off one by one signified a confidence that could threaten them all. Just after issuing this command, another squad fell victim to a devastating strike. Soon, the majority of the army returned, yet a small contingent remained unaccounted for. Odin fell silent upon witnessing this. He understood that those who did not return were likely lost forever, consigned to the abyss like their predecessors. Meanwhile, Odin's aura began to waver, and even Thor was taken aback, sensing a more terrifying energy emanating from his father. Previously, during Odin's fury, Thor had felt something amiss, as if his father's power was spiraling out of control. This unsettling feeling was now palpable. Odin, standing at the rear of the army, suddenly ascended into the air, shifting from the back to the forefront of the ranks, enveloped in a shroud of lightning. The armor forged from thunder made Odin appear extraordinary, with just a glance. Thor recognized that his father was showcasing his most formidable power. In that moment, Thor felt a profound sense of dread. It had been many years since he had witnessed his father in such a formidable stance, and without a doubt, Odin remained as terrifying and powerful as ever. Even a hint of his aura was enough to instill fear, overwhelming Thor's very being. Thus, in that moment, the god of thunder could no longer maintain his silence. He knew that if his father were not genuinely enraged, he would never exhibit such terrifying power in this moment. With each breath, that force had thoroughly radiated outward. Almost every second, a formidable strength continued to amplify, which was precisely what the god of thunder was most concerned about. He was aware of his father's immense power. Yet he was astonished that after showcasing the initial wave of might, his father was further augmenting his strength here. At this moment, many soldiers began to gradually retreat, and the god of thunder chose to mirror their actions. As his father's power continued to emanate, anyone who ventured closer could perceive the overwhelming and captivating force that was gradually transforming. Soon, a radiant light emanated from Odin's eyes, enveloping the entire abyss. The god of thunder finally realized that his father intended to harness his divine power to scrutinize everything within the abyss, bringing it into focus before his very eyes. Quickly, the light surrounding Odin illuminated all of existence, and the beams radiating from his gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of the abyss. At last, Odin's expression shifted, and even the god of thunder could not suppress his astonishment. He never expected his father to reveal such a countenance, one of surprise, doubt, and even self-reproach, all of which manifested simultaneously on Odin's face, leaving the god of thunder somewhat disconcerted. He had never imagined his father would display such a demeanor. Suddenly, the god of thunder sensed something amiss, for the ground beneath him began to tremble. An inexplicable force was slowly approaching from afar, and even he could feel it, as if this power were deliberating something with his father. Before long, Loki also noticed the presence of hundreds of giants before him. The god of thunder could instantly discern that these were the frost giants chronicled in ancient texts. They were precisely the targets they had set out to find. And standing before these giants was none other than his brother, Loki. This revelation was utterly unexpected for the god of thunder. He could not fathom that his brother would suddenly appear amidst the giants. Yet, Loki's demeanor struck him as somewhat peculiar. This power seemed entirely different from anything he had encountered before, but Loki could sense that his father had transformed completely. Just as the god of thunder observed Loki, he could discern an immense force emanating from his brother. Was this truly the same brother he once regarded as a mere wastrel? Even he felt a twinge of surprise upon witnessing this newfound strength. The god of thunder could not help but draw comparisons, ultimately shaking his head. He understood all too well that if he were to engage in battle with his former brother here, the consequences would likely be dire, a fate he was unwilling to confront. Chapter 87. The arrival of the goddess on Earth. Hela found herself inexplicably engulfed in a sense of unease. A vague malaise that hinted at some unseen event transpiring in the ether. Her gaze drifted into the distance, yet nothing tangible caught her eye, leaving her in a state of uncertain contemplation. Simultaneously, Yu Jie, her husband, discerned that something was amiss with his wife. Although Hela exuded the demeanor of an ice queen, she had always maintained her frosty composure, akin to a solitary block of ice in a glacial realm, impervious even to the sun's warmth. However, today, he perceived a flicker of anxiety and something peculiar in her countenance. Approaching Hela, Yu Jie gently caressed her silken hair and inquired softly, "What troubles you, my dear? Is something amiss?" In response, Hela shook her head, unable to articulate the source of her disquiet. It was merely an inexplicable sense of apprehension that enveloped her. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted. The unease she felt was likely linked to her bloodline. If such ties signified something, it could only mean that Asgard was in turmoil. The only person in this world with whom she shared a blood connection was her father. Even Thor and the others could not evoke such feelings within her, for their bond was tenuous at best. Only if something were to befall Odin would she sense such a disturbance. However, Hela quickly suppressed this line of thought. The prospect of her father's peril did not shock her. In fact, it stirred a hint of unexpected excitement, at least on the surface. Yu Jie sensed that Hela's demeanor had been off throughout the day. Even her beloved melodies, which usually resonated into the night, faltered. While he remained perplexed, he understood that it was not his place to interfere in her matters. As night descended, they both succumbed to slumber, and it was then that Hela found herself transported to an unfamiliar forest. Before long, a familiar figure emerged, none other than the goddess. Hela furrowed her brow at the sight, astonished that the goddess had intruded upon her dreams. The goddess spoke softly, "I did not wish to seek you out, but your father is currently facing a grave crisis. He is battling the frost giants in the abyss, and his time is running short. If you still consider yourself his child, I implore you to visit him." The weight of the goddess's words bore a profound significance, yet Hela fell silent, her gaze fixed on the goddess, who made her intentions unmistakably clear. Hela yearned to extend a hand to rescue her father, yet she found herself met with ridicule from him. The once proud figure who had sealed her away now sought her assistance, an irony not lost on her. Since he had once wished to confine her, she reasoned, he might as well continue to harbor such notions. The question lingered. Did he seal her first, or did he falter before her? With that thought, Hela disregarded the astonishment etched on her mother's face and shattered the dream. In the stillness of the night, Hela opened her eyes, her gaze drifting to the window, as memories resurfaced in her mind. At that moment, Yu Jie reached out, placing one hand on Hela's chest and the other upon her shoulder, prompting her to realize that he was akin to her in some regard. Unexpectedly, Yu Jie spoke, revealing his astonishment at discovering that his wife was none other than the death goddess Hela, a revelation that excited him. Hela was taken aback by his sudden acknowledgement. Yet she perceived a shift in his gaze that suggested something deeper was at play. In an instant, she grasped the reason for his awareness of her identity, likely due to her mother. Indeed, as Hela suspected, it was her mother, the formidable queen of the Nine Realms, who had unveiled the truth about her companion. The queen's knowledge surpassed even Odin's, particularly regarding Hela's predicament, of which she was acutely aware. Hela was but a secondary concern. The queen's focus remained upon Yu Jie. During the cataclysmic battle in the cosmos, even the supreme mage remained oblivious, yet the queen, as the most powerful witch, quickly discerned the identity of the combatants. To her astonishment, it was her daughter's husband whose strength was truly formidable. The queen recognized that if her son-in-law chose to, he might conceal even greater powers. While Odin faced a fierce struggle, the queen found herself unable to intervene directly. However, she could facilitate the search for potent allies, namely her daughter and son-in-law. Hela scrutinized Yu Jie, uncertain of his thoughts, yet she perceived a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He did not recoil from her true nature. Hela then boldly stated, "You know my identity, yet I remain unaware of yours. Do you perceive this as equitable?" In response, Yu Jie simply scratched his nose, finding Hela's demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman, a side he had never witnessed before. However, whether it is the enchanting iceberg beauty of Yor or the contemporary delicate woman, Yu Jie finds both utterly captivating. Yet, he must cautiously express that if one aspires to become the king of Asgard, this moment presents a golden opportunity. Nevertheless, he believes it prudent for one to first meet their father. Chapter 88. Taking action. Hela's demeanor throughout the day has not escaped Yu Jie's notice. He is acutely aware that her behavior is largely influenced by Odin. Had it not been for Odin's intervention, Hela might have remained her former self. And had she not been preoccupied with past events, she would likely have appeared quite joyful. Yet, the reality is starkly different. Hela seems somewhat distracted. And this realization leads Yu Jie to understand that his wife still harbors feelings for her father. Moreover, the complexities of Yu Jie's thoughts are not as straightforward as they may seem. Previously, he had encountered Odin, who had even threatened him within the confines of his dreams. Who could have anticipated that the tides would turn so dramatically? The very father-in-law who once posed a threat now finds himself in need of Yu Jie's assistance. This irony causes Yu Jie to chuckle. Perhaps even Odin himself could not foresee such an occurrence. Hela is taken aback by Yu Jie's words. Yet she does not entirely reject the possibility of such an event taking place. Soon enough, she and Yu Jie decide to set forth. For according to the tidings relayed by the queen, Odin's time of endurance is dwindling. At this moment, Yu Jie remains unaware of the tribulations befalling Odin. Yet he possesses ample reason to believe that Odin is, without doubt, the mightiest entity in all of Asgard. His title as king of the gods is not merely a matter of chance. Without formidable strength, no one would willingly submit to Odin. This realization piques Yu Jie's curiosity further, as he remains oblivious to the events unfolding within Asgard. How could such occurrences transpire during this time frame? Yu Jie considers himself well acquainted with the current happenings within the Marvel Universe, and, while the forthcoming narrative may prove convoluted, he feels capable of making some predictions. It must be noted that unexpected events tend to arise when least anticipated. Shortly thereafter, Hela divulges to Yu Jie some astonishing information he had not previously considered. The frost giants currently battling Odin were once a terrifying force. Their ancient bloodline is such that even Odin might struggle to contend with them. This fact was known long ago, yet at that time, the ancient bloodline had not fully awakened. Therefore, neither Odin nor Hela had deemed it significant. Who could have foreseen that, after so many years, this bloodline would awaken within their adversaries? Consequently, Hela is acutely aware that the situation may not be as straightforward as she once imagined. The awakening of the frost giant signifies that Odin's predicament may be far more dire than he had previously imagined. While he professes to harbor no thoughts about Odin, the reality is quite different. With the aid of the Queen of Heaven, Yu Jie swiftly returned to Asgard, and in that very moment, he was astonished to notice a flickering light emanating from his wife. At that instant, Hela addressed him directly, stating, "I am still somewhat injured and require time to recuperate. You may go and check on them first." Yu Jie was taken aback, having never anticipated that his wife bore any wounds. Observing Hela, he felt a sense of confusion. However, Hela provided him with an explanation. Upon returning to Asgard, her powers would surge forth, and her past injuries would heal with just a little time. It was indeed surprising, even to Yu Jie, that such a phenomenon existed. Yet, since Hela had spoken, there was no reason for him to delay. Guided by the queen, he soon found himself in the abyss where the frost giants resided. Upon entering the abyss, he sensed that everything within this realm was far more astonishing than anything he had encountered in his previous world. Most striking was the presence of an energy that evoked a sense of coldness within him, which was truly remarkable. Yu Jie possessed the powers of a Superman template and the Life Codex, rendering him impervious to both bitter cold and sweltering heat. Yet, the events unfolding before him seemed to suggest that a strange force resided within this abyss, causing his body to feel an unsettling chill. At that moment, Yu Jie noticed a fierce battle nearby, not only between Asgard and the frost giants but also involving Thor and Odin. They were besieging none other than Loki. Could it be that the one with the ancient bloodline was Loki himself? In an instant, Yu Jie grasped the significance of Hela's earlier words regarding the ancient bloodline. Astonished by the magnitude of the transformation, observing the scene, Yu Jie ascended slowly into the air. In the next moment, a surge of speed and power erupted from him. And in an instant, both Loki and Odin, as well as Thor, widened their eyes in astonishment. None had anticipated the sudden appearance of Yu Jie, and they could sense an overwhelmingly terrifying power radiating from him. Odin's expression was one of shock, while Thor exhibited a hint of recognition. After all, he had visited Yu Jie's home before and had experienced a peculiar encounter, though he had not paid it much mind at the time. After all, his acquaintance with his brother-in-law is rather brief. As long as he refrains from provoking him, there should be no issues. However, upon the brother-in-law's appearance, Thor realized just how ludicrous his previous thoughts were. It became evident that his brother-in-law possessed an overwhelming power, and even before Yu Jie made a move, he exuded an aura that transcended all others. Yu Jie then turned to Odin and spoke slowly, "Dear father-in-law, I have not only come to assist you in resolving your troubles, but there is also a matter I wish to discuss." His words caught even Odin off guard, and the fact that this human dared to address him as father-in-law stirred a flicker of anger within Odin. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Regarding his son-in-law, Odin had some understanding, but not an extensive one. The most evident memory was the time he had sought out Yu Jie, even going so far as to threaten him. Odin was acutely aware of this. Yet now, observing Yu Jie's demeanor, he found himself uncertain if this indeed was his son-in-law. Did his son-in-law possess such formidable strength? A myriad of thoughts raced through Odin's mind, most notably a growing suspicion regarding the threatening nature of the Sorcerer Supreme. Their relationship had never been particularly cordial. Yet neither was it adversarial. They were akin to long-acquainted friends. Many things could be inferred without direct communication. Previously, Odin had not comprehended why the Sorcerer Supreme would threaten him, but now, witnessing Yu Jie, the pieces began to fall into place. Odin could not help but voice his thoughts. The human who fought against the Devourer must be you, correct? He had not forgotten the creator god who appeared beyond Earth. Odin was well aware of that being's capabilities, for he was a founder who could contend with eternity itself, perhaps even more fearsome in certain respects. As one who had once battled the creator god, Odin understood the true horror of such entities, yet it appeared he had underestimated Yu Jie. To Odin's inquiry, Yu Jie did not hesitate to respond, nodding in affirmation. There was nothing to conceal, and in his view, it would not be long before those around him became aware of the truth. Thus, he saw no reason for subterfuge. Yu Jie's candor momentarily stunned Odin, and at that instant, he exchanged a glance with Thor, both of them gradually descending from the sky. They were acutely aware that with Yu Jie joining the fray, there was no longer a necessity for them to continue the battle. Yu Jie's power was evident. If, after his involvement, they still found themselves unable to resolve the conflict, the fault would lie with them. A terrifying force emanated from Yu Jie, and as he gazed at Loki, he recognized him as his own brother-in-law. Though he was perplexed by the drastic transformation his brother-in-law had undergone, to make matters worse, Loki exuded an aura of sheer terror. Could this truly be the essence of an ancient bloodline? Yu Jie shook his head slightly, realizing that engaging in conversation with his adversary was unnecessary. The ongoing battle had altered Loki's very being, and Yu Jie had little interest in dialogue with his foe. In the next moment, Yu Jie surged forward like a cannonball, channeling all his strength into his right hand, which coalesced into a formidable fist that struck Loki's chest with tremendous force. Loki was sent flying. Yet Yu Jie did not relent. He pursued relentlessly. His fists rained down upon Loki's chest as if they were devoid of cost, while Thor and Odin observed the unfolding events with astonishment. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared bewilderment over the bizarre turn of events. Most strikingly, they were utterly confounded as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Initially, it was Odin who had made the first move in the fray, only to discover that he was no match for Loki. Thor had also taken note of this and joined the fray, yet even combined, the father and son duo found themselves unable to subdue Loki, who had once again undergone a transformation. The ancient bloodline's power surged forth anew, augmenting Loki's strength significantly in a short span of time. This was the crux of Odin and Thor's predicament. They had been engaged in combat with Loki for over 2 days and nights. Throughout this duration, both had begun to exhibit signs of fatigue, for their strength was dissipating without replenishment. In stark contrast, Loki, endowed with the ancient bloodline, continued to amplify his power. It seemed that the more he fought, the more he could restore and even enhance his abilities. This revelation left Odin and Thor in a state of stalemate, as their conflict seemed to reach an impasse. If Loki so desired, he could very well dominate the battlefield in the ensuing moments. Both Odin and Thor found this notion difficult to accept. The battle had appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, and none could have foreseen its current state. Fortunately, Yu Jie had emerged at this critical juncture, displaying an extraordinary level of power that had managed to suppress Loki in the briefest of exchanges. Yet, alongside their astonishment, there lingered a hint of uncertainty in Thor and Odin's eyes. They were among those who had battled Loki the longest and were acutely aware of the transformations he could undergo. In that moment, Odin spoke directly. The power that this child now possesses is indeed formidable. He appears to be probing the meaning behind Odin's words. The god of thunder paused momentarily before swiftly comprehending the implications of his father's statement, which essentially pertained to Loki's abilities. At this moment, it seemed Loki's intentions were more to test Yu Jie than to unleash his full might. The mere thought of this caused a flicker of concern to cross Thor's face. He could not help but cast a glance at his father, sensing that he might have misjudged the situation, and silently hoped for an explanation. Noticing Thor's gaze, Odin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Thor's intuition was accurate. Although Loki's current display appeared weak, even negligible, he was, in fact, assessing Yu Jie, seeking to uncover more about him. This realization darkened Thor's expression considerably. While he acknowledged his brother-in-law's immense strength, he believed Loki ought to possess some vulnerabilities. Who could have anticipated that Loki would take the time to scheme against his own brother-in-law in such a fierce confrontation? Thor's previous impression of Loki had been irrevocably altered. It seemed his brother had transformed into a formidable adversary. Chapter 90, a one-sided, ruthless beating. After taking a deep breath, Yu Jie focused his attention on Loki. Having launched countless attacks against him with seemingly no effect, Loki's body had endured innumerable shocks, yet it bore no signs of damage, which left Yu Jie astounded. In truth, there was a significant distinction between Yu Jie now and his former self, most notably in his encounters with the Devourer. It was through countless deaths that his power had been honed. Recently, he felt he was on the verge of grasping the threshold of the Silver Superman, which motivated him to come here. He sensed his strength was nearing a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, he believed no one could rival him. The Golden Superman was the most formidable of all. However, this did not imply that the Silver Superman was insignificant. On the contrary, the power of the Silver Superman was also considerable, capable of obliterating a planet with ease if he so desired. Yet, the fact that he had failed to subdue his opponent after taking action left Yu Jie perplexed. The ancient bloodline was astonishingly formidable, perhaps even on par with the creator god. Although Loki had passively endured the attacks without launching a single strike himself, the level of defense he exhibited far exceeded Yu Jie's expectations. After a period of relentless assault, Yu Jie suddenly ceased his efforts. He realized that his instinctive attacks were futile, as they did not disrupt Loki's defenses, nor did they leave any trace of victory. After taking a deep breath, the power of the Codex of Life erupted within Yu Jie. Until now, he had been relying on his own strength to contend with opponents, refraining from adopting more extreme measures. However, upon sensing the stark difference in his adversary's power, Yu Jie realized more acutely than anyone else that he could no longer afford to remain calm. He needed to resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. Uncertain of what other trump cards Loki might possess, he deemed it a waste of time to linger, opting instead for decisive action. A terrifying force gradually emanated from him, swiftly overpowering his opponent. This time, Yu Jie perceived a notable change in Loki. Most striking was the realization that he could potentially breach the defenses surrounding his foe, prompting a smile to break across Yu Jie's face. He felt no fear of his adversary's formidable power. Rather, the mere notion that Loki exhibited any variation from before invigorated him, revealing glimpses of the prolonged battle he had endured. Although he had yet to witness the spectacle he yearned for, he sensed that something extraordinary was about to emerge from his opponent. Indeed. Shortly after this thought crossed his mind, he observed Loki's form gradually transforming. If the Loki he faced earlier had merely matched his height, the current Loki had now grown to over 3 meters. Moreover, it appeared that Loki would continue to expand in size. Stunned by this development, Yu Jie found himself momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated such a stratagem from his opponent, and suddenly recalled descriptions of Loki's ancient bloodline, which implied that he would partially transform into an ancient frost giant. The term frost giant alone conveyed a wealth of implications, causing Yu Jie to shake his head slightly in bewilderment. He was uncertain about the unfolding events, but it was evident that Loki's actions indicated the existence of elements he had previously overlooked. In the next moment, Yu Jie charged forward, his formidable power radiating from him. The brilliance surrounding him collided with Loki, who, despite having grown into a giant over 5 meters tall, was struck down by a single punch from Yu Jie. Struggling to rise from the ground, disbelief was etched across Loki's face. He had not fully unleashed the power of his ancient bloodline, merely seeking to test Yu Jie. However, who could have anticipated that after fully manifesting the strength of his younger bloodline, he would not achieve the desired outcome? To his astonishment, Yu Jie was able to maintain his dominance, feeling the pain coursing through his body, leaving even Loki momentarily astonished. What was this human? How could he possess such immense power? It seemed that even his father, Odin, could not compare. After taking a deep breath, Loki gradually rose from the ground, channeling his strength and launching a powerful strike. He was not alone. Yu Jie had been awaiting Loki's move as well. As Loki's fist hurtled towards him, Yu Jie extended his own fist to meet it. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves through the ground, creating an ominous sound that reverberated through the very fabric of space. Thor and Odin had been overseeing the unfolding battle, and upon witnessing the clash of their fists, disbelief filled Thor's eyes. Indeed, Thor had sensed Loki's concealed power the moment he transformed, realizing that as his brother, Loki had been hiding his true strength. Yet, who could have anticipated the explosive force that would arise from such concealment? Despite this, Loki found himself unable to prevail over Yu Jie, who had previously seemed to be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Loki's might. Now, however, it appeared to be a mere farce. Everything Loki had unleashed seemed to transform into a joke, unworthy of concern, as an even more terrifying power erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jie's voice crashed against Loki's body. Loki struggled to comprehend the sheer speed of Yu Jie, as if time itself had been bent solely for him. He could scarcely discern the trajectory of each of Yu Jie's assaults. Yet, a warning echoed within his body, alerting him that if Yu Jie continued to fight unimpeded, his form would likely be utterly annihilated in short order. With this thought, Loki could not help but furrow his brow, finding himself utterly at a loss. Chapter 91. Resolving the conflict. Yu Jie had fully unleashed his power. As this force erupted, a more terrifying aura began to manifest around him. Loki's gaze had remained fixed on Yu Jie, his curiosity piqued by the man's presence. Indeed, Loki had previously sought to uncover the truths surrounding Yu Jie. During his time on Earth, Loki had covertly observed Thor's every move, including Thor's visits to Yu Jie's estate. At that time, Loki had been baffled as to why a god like Thor would align himself with a mere human. Now, witnessing the formidable power Yu Jie displayed, Loki felt a dawning realization. It was not Thor's desire to stir trouble, but rather the overwhelming strength of this human before him that compelled such actions. This was undeniably a power far beyond what any human should possess. In ancient times, the frost giants had once wielded the bloodline of their ancestors, enabling them to unleash truly terrifying forces. It is precisely due to this reason that Loki, in a certain sense, finds himself nearly invincible. This very aspect also endows him with profound confidence in his own abilities. However, he could never have anticipated that, in the presence of Yu Jie, he would seemingly possess no opportunities at all. From the moment Yu Jie made his move until now, an overwhelming force has been emanating consistently, far more formidable than Loki had imagined. As this power draws nearer, a palpable sense of threat begins to burgeon, inciting Loki's curiosity. Why does this human wield such tremendous strength? Even Thor or his own father could not possibly possess such might. Unfortunately, Loki's perplexity finds no answers here. As Yu Jie charges forth, his terrifying power intensifying with each passing moment, It is noteworthy that prior to this, while Yu Jie had indeed amplified his strength, he had managed to maintain it under control, displaying little to no change. Yet now, faced with Loki's antics, Yu Jie is disinclined to squander any further time. What should have been a straightforward matter has become convoluted due to the other party's interference, something Yu Jie had no desire to witness. The power of the life codex envelopes Yu Jie in an instant. He senses that he is, to a significant extent, drawing near to the strength of the Silver Superman, as Superman's power has been gradually developing within him. Yet, Yu Jie is aware that even Superman's abilities require ample solar energy for enhancement. Without sufficient solar energy, his powers would not ascend. For quite some time, the solar energy within Yu Jie has reached an astonishing level, which is why he can now tap into the power of the Silver Superman. With this solar energy augmenting him, the possibilities before Yu Jie are boundless. Furthermore, the presence of the life codex within his body allows him to surge forward once more. In the midst of Loki's astonishment, Yu Jie delivers a powerful punch to his chest, leaving Loki momentarily stunned and reeling from the overwhelming shock. It feels as though his very body is on the verge of being shattered. Loki gazes at Yu Jie in disbelief, recognizing that he is far more complex than he appears, yet he cannot fathom how a mere human can unleash such terrifying and seemingly insurmountable power. A flicker of doubt crosses Loki's mind. This human is stronger than he seems. If he wishes to triumph over Yu Jie, he must elevate the power of his own bloodline once more. Although the ancient bloodline has manifested within Loki, this power requires time to fully awaken. Certainly, Loki possesses the capability to actively amplify the strength of his ancient bloodline, provided he is willing to pay a substantial price. Prior to the battle, Loki had merely ignited about 30 units of this power. However, upon sensing the pressure exerted by Yu Jie, Loki could no longer maintain his composure. The ancient bloodline's strength surged to 50 in an instant, nearly doubling his might. Simultaneously, a chilling aura began to emanate from Loki. The essence of the ancient bloodline does not merely enhance an individual's power, it also reverts the individual to a primordial state. The frost giants have endured through the ages largely due to their fundamentally distinct physique. Moreover, Loki had refrained from unleashing the full extent of the frost giant's strength, which resulted in him enduring immense agony while grappling with this newfound power. After taking a deep breath, Loki shook his head, realizing that his thoughts were somewhat naive. His opponent would not engage in rational discourse. Ultimately, he needed to unleash his most formidable strength without affording his adversary any opportunity. Bearing the pain coursing through his body, Loki charged toward Yu Jie, mirroring the assault Yu Jie once launched against him. Unfortunately, Yu Jie had been closely observing Loki, anticipating his actions and deducing that Loki would seek to elevate his power. Yet, this did not alter the fact that Yu Jie had already sensed his own strength had ascended to the level of a Silver Superman. The confrontation with Loki was less a battle and more an experiment for Yu Jie to test his own capabilities. To Loki, he was merely a living target, a reality of which he remained oblivious. However, it soon became evident to Loki that something was amiss. Upon reaching Yu Jie, he found himself unable to strike. Yu Jie's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to engage in a rapid exchange that left Loki struggling to close the distance and shift the tide of the battle. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, as his opponent's strength increased with each passing moment, accompanied by an escalation in speed, causing Loki's expression to darken significantly. Chapter 92. The icy conclusion. Thor and Odin had been keenly observing the unfolding battle, enabling them to acutely perceive the dynamics at play on the battlefield. Most astonished among them was Thor himself. He understood that Yu Jie was not as simple as he appeared. Yet he had not anticipated that his seemingly ineffectual brother could exhibit such formidable strength. Throughout their history, Thor had perceived Loki's powers as quite feeble, leading him to seldom regard Loki with any seriousness. Yet now, in Thor's eyes, he witnessed something astonishing. Loki had unleashed an overwhelming force. It seems as though the god of thunder could engage in a back and forth with Yu Jie, deep inhalation preceding his gaze fixed upon his father. He noticed that Odin's eyes, too, were betraying a hint of unease. It was not merely Thor who found the current battle somewhat peculiar. Odin harbored similar sentiments. Odin had been closely observing the unfolding conflict, fully aware of the circumstances at play. However, what weighed more heavily on Odin's mind was the inexplicable presence of such formidable power within a mere human, particularly one like Yu Jie, who bore the essence of the frost giants. This was understandable. After all, if Loki could fully unleash such strength, his future would indeed shine brightly. Yet, the question remained, how could a human possess such extraordinary power? Odin's thoughts echoed with the words previously spoken to him by the supreme sorcerer. Long ago, Odin had sought the sorcerer, believing he deserved an explanation. Who could have anticipated that the supreme sorcerer would not only refuse, but also declare that Earth was no longer within Odin's realm of influence? At that time, Odin found it perplexing that the sorcerer would speak so boldly to him. However, Upon witnessing the power displayed by Yu Jie, Odin began to comprehend the audacity of the sorcerer's words. The confidence stemmed largely from the overwhelming strength exhibited by Yu Jie. Though Loki appeared undeniably powerful, it was evident to Odin that since the beginning of the confrontation, Loki had been afforded no opportunity to retaliate. Yu Jie's display of strength was simply terrifying. It seemed as though Yu Jie had yet to engage in earnest, which was particularly troubling. Prior to this, his strength, while formidable, had not reached a level of sheer astonishment. Yet, from Odin's perspective, it was clear that Yu Jie merely needed to reveal his true power, leaving Loki without any chance of resistance. As anticipated, in the next moment, Yu Jie moved once more, a visible aura radiating from him. This luminescence enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a figure of light from a distance. Odin, narrowing his eyes, remained the keenest observer of the battlefield. Any slightest shift in the atmosphere would be captured by his watchful gaze. For instance, the information he gathered now was increasingly difficult to accept. Most notably, Yu Jie's power had once again surged beyond what it had been moments ago. It was worth noting that even Odin, astounded by Yu Jie's previously unleashed might, found this new escalation remarkable. In the present day, Yu Jie has astonishingly unleashed yet another surge of power, one that surpasses even the might he had just previously displayed. In a mere breath, Yu Jie's fist rained down upon Loki with tremendous force. It is evident that Loki is being driven backwards, not out of a desire to retreat, for he yearns to unleash his own strength in this very moment. However, he finds himself bereft of any opportunity. Yu Jie's onslaught is overwhelmingly formidable, escalating his power with each passing second, skillfully incorporating this newfound strength into the fray. The ferocity of this instantaneous power is nothing short of terrifying, and as it expands, the very surroundings appear to coalesce around it. Loki, no fool, senses the immense power emanating from his opponent. Thus, he contemplates a tactical retreat, hoping to release his own latent strength, which would prove advantageous. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Yu Jie, upon making his move, would decisively suppress Loki's capabilities. In this tumultuous battleground, Loki finds himself unable to activate the bloodline power within him. The prospect of unleashing his strength under such oppressive conditions seems utterly impossible. A flicker of struggle emerges in Loki's eyes. Previously, he had believed that the battle might shift, but he never thought it would impact him so severely. Reflecting on those earlier thoughts now, he finds them ludicrous, for Yu Jie's displayed power far exceeds his previous estimates, continuously amplifying with each fleeting moment. As a result of Yu Jie's overwhelming dominance, Loki's armor gradually dissipates. It is worth noting that prior to the battle, he had harnessed his bloodline power to solidify a visibly frosted armor upon his body. Yet, under Yu Jie's relentless assault, this frost armor scarcely endures a single exchange. And Yu Jie can sense that, if he so desires, he could utterly shatter the armor into oblivion. Nonetheless, Loki's countenance shifts as he realizes he must seek an opportunity. He cannot allow his adversary to continue unimpeded. As this thought crystallizes, Loki attempts to withdraw, only to discover that Yu Jie is also retreating. Before he can fully grasp the situation, the retreating Yu Jie unexpectedly charges forward. This time, a radiant light flickers around Yu Jie, a brilliance even more terrifying than before. With a single, powerful punch, he strikes Loki squarely in the chest, causing the entirety of Loki's armor to begin disintegrating. These defenses, unable to withstand even a moment longer, shatter completely. With no remnants left, Loki finally comprehends the terrifying might of his opponent. He had believed he could leverage his bloodline power to engage Yu Jie in combat once more. But little did he know, this was merely a fleeting notion. Chapter 93. A decisive blow. Loki gazed at Yu Jie in disbelief, utterly astonished that Yu Jie could unleash such formidable power. Earlier, during their battle, he had recognized Yu Jie's strength. Yet he never anticipated being so thoroughly overwhelmed in such a brief span of time. The prowess he had exhibited seemed deceptively simple, but in reality, it was immensely powerful, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to seize. How naive his thoughts appeared in this moment. The shattered armor on his body seemed to whisper the truth. His prior confidence had been but a dream. Odin and Thor exchanged glances, fully aware of the unfolding battle. It was precisely this awareness that illuminated the true extent of Yu Jie's extraordinary strength. Odin realized that Yu Jie had been suppressing his own power. Unlike Loki, Yu Jie had not unleashed his full potential. The two had previously fought against Loki, who had donned armor at that time. Yet, their greatest frustration lay in the impenetrable nature of that armor. Despite their efforts, they had failed to shatter it, leading them to understand that defeating Loki hinged on breaking through his defenses. Once the armor was breached, victory over Loki would follow naturally. Little did they know their endeavors would yield no fruit, as Yu Jie demonstrated that sheer strength could alter the course of any battle without the need for relentless effort. At this moment, Loki's armor had no time to resist. It was utterly destroyed by Yu Jie. Yu Jie's fists rained down upon Loki with relentless force, and it was clear that he would not afford his opponent even a fleeting opportunity. With Loki incapacitated, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. As Yu Jie continued his assault, Loki's ancient bloodline power began to wane. Though it still resided within Loki, Yu Jie's terrifying might held it firmly at bay, leaving Loki without a chance to retaliate. Before long, Yu Jie descended from above, grasping Loki as one would a lifeless dog. This spectacle left Odin and Thor in sheer astonishment. They had always known Yu Jie to be formidable, yet the swiftness with which he neutralized Loki was almost beyond belief. In that moment, Loki and Thor exchanged another glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Some things, when merely heard, may not elicit much concern, however. Witnessing them firsthand transformed the experience into something far more terrifying. For instance, the formidable power exhibited by Yu Jie at present is a manifestation of the adage, seeing is believing. It is palpable that he has yet to unleash his full potential, which is indeed the most terrifying aspect of the situation. However, the matter at hand transcends mere public displays of strength. Loki's actions have irrevocably concluded this chapter. The might Yu Jie has demonstrated is overwhelmingly powerful, having decisively subdued his adversary in mere moments. Beyond this, one can sense an even more fearsome aura emanating from Yu Jie, gradually spreading through the atmosphere. This realization has rendered both Thor and Odin silent, as they comprehend that the current turn of events is, in many ways, a direct result of Yu Jie's formidable prowess. Were it not for Yu Jie's extraordinary strength, the circumstances would not have unfolded as they have. As the situation evolved, it ceased to be of particular concern for Yu Jie, for the power has always resided firmly within his grasp. As long as he is willing, no unforeseen events can alter the course of what has transpired. In truth, the situation appears to align with his expectations. Earlier, Yu Jie had sensed that some unforeseen occurrences might arise, yet he was confident that Loki's strength would not surpass his own, leading him to regard the matter with indifference. After exchanging glances with one another, Odin and Thor understood that the matter was drawing to a close. With Yu Jie's support, they would encounter no further challenges. Yu Jie swiftly handed Loki over to the authorities, recognizing that, strictly speaking, this was a family affair belonging to his father-in-law. Although he had aided Loki, he had no intention of prolonging their interaction. Loki, faced with his father and brother, found himself at a loss for words. Having emerged from the haze of his previous delusions of power, Odin, however, refrained from further comment, diverting his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Odin had intended to speak with Loki, but he keenly sensed that something profound had shifted within Loki himself, something that perhaps Loki himself was unaware of. Nonetheless, the accursed frost giants would have to pay the price for their provocations. In Odin's view, all of this turmoil was instigated by the frost giants. Had it not been for their interference, this conflict would not have arisen. Consequently, Odin would not allow this race any possibility of survival. In the next moment, the forces of Asgard launched another assault against the remaining frost giants. Asgard's strength was already formidable, and following their recent setback, their fighting spirit had surged. Within moments, they had completely encircled the frost giants, each Asgardian displaying a terrifying level of power, swiftly overwhelming their foes. The frost giants, who once harbored intentions of stirring chaos, have utterly abandoned their ambitions. They lack even the will to fight to the death, fully aware that their actions have significantly angered Odin. They recognize that survival is no longer an option, and they have unwittingly left a monumental surprise for the denizens of Asgard. In Chapter 94, The God King and I. The appearance of Yu Jie comes as a surprise to Odin. However, after dealing with the frost giants, Odin realizes he must confront certain matters head-on, namely, his daughter and son-in-law. Soon, the group returns to Asgard, and Odin's gaze falls squarely upon Yu Jie. Before Odin can speak, Hela approaches him with a sudden declaration. You have but one choice. Either submit to me or be defeated by me. How will you choose? Hela's unexpected words catch Odin off guard. In fact, not only Odin, but even Thor stands momentarily stunned. Loki, a captive, also turns his attention to the sister he has never met, witnessing for the first time a woman boldly speaking such words before Odin. Yet, it dawns on Loki that the strength of this woman is irrelevant. What truly matters is the presence of a formidable man behind her. Although Yu Jie remains passive, those familiar with the recent battle know that Hela's mere association with him is enough to convey the terrifying power he possesses. Therefore, anyone attempting to contradict Hela would face dire consequences. This is no jest, but reality itself. For this reason, Odin refrains from speaking and instead relinquishes his scepter, a symbol of his kingship, feeling somewhat weary. Previously, Odin held a singular view. His possessions were his alone, and if he chose not to share them, others had no right to take them. Yet now, without the need for dialogue, he comprehends that he stands no chance before his daughter. The dread power Yu Jie has displayed thus far suggests that even in his prime, he may not have been able to rival it. Moreover, Yu Jie's full strength has yet to be unleashed, deepening Odin's curiosity about the extent of his capabilities. Who could have anticipated that within mere days, the throne of Asgard would be claimed by Hela? Even the inhabitants of Asgard are taken aback by this turn of events. Yet they understand that she possesses the potential to be a ruler, for Hela is indeed Odin's daughter, and she and her husband exhibit unparalleled martial prowess. In Asgard, prestige is crucial, but so too is strength. Aspiring to the throne without sufficient power is nothing short of folly. The subsequent developments left everyone astounded. The inhabitants of Asgard had never anticipated that after Hela ascended to the throne, she would once again depart from Asgard. She directly accompanied Yu Jie back to Earth, a decision that even left Yu Jie somewhat perplexed. During their return journey, he could not help but inquire of his wife, "Isn't this what you always desired? Why the sudden change of heart? Or is there some underlying issue?" In response, Hela shook her head, revealing her inner conflict. "I have long dreamt of becoming the God King, of seizing that position from my father. Yet, now that I have attained it, I find myself indifferent. Life is ever-changing. And besides, I rather enjoy being with you." Initially intent on being the man behind Hela, Yu Jie suddenly realized the depth of their relationship had unexpectedly blossomed. The fact that Hela was willing to forego her title for him was, in his eyes, the greatest blessing. Nevertheless, he hoped for her to possess a measure of freedom, to harbor her own thoughts, rather than perpetually relying on another. Meanwhile, on Earth, H-I-E-L-D was vigorously combating Hydra, who had unexpectedly resurfaced after being subdued. The resurgence of such a seemingly lethargic organization was alarming, and the power they exhibited was truly terrifying. Who would have thought that Hydra could unite once more? Furthermore, there was a hint of mutant energy emanating from them. A troubling sign considering the recent disturbances caused by mutants who had acted out multiple times. Whether through robbery or arson, these unforeseen actions were rampant under Hydra's banner. It could be said that Hydra had returned to its peak, ready to wreak havoc at will. Even S-H-I-E-L-D found themselves beleaguered, as Hydra's strength had become alarmingly fragmented. This time, it was unclear why Hydra had not banded together. Perhaps they were scattered across the globe, sowing chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, S-H-I-E-L-D found themselves at a loss. Their original assumption was that Hydra would operate in unison, allowing them to pinpoint their location and concentrate their firepower to swiftly neutralize the threat. Naturally, S-H-I-E-L-D sought to leverage Iron Man's prowess to eliminate Hydra, given their historical enmity. However, Iron Man was currently drained, having tirelessly worked on numerous research projects, and S-H-I-E-L-D was taken aback by the formidable potential he had unleashed in such a short span of time. From a certain perspective, Iron Man has indeed demonstrated his formidable nature. However, it was at this moment that they were astonished to discover that Iron Man had not sought out Hydra in this vicinity. His troubled demeanor resembled that of a madman, incessantly delving into research aimed at countering Ultron. Since his encounter with the Sorcerer Supreme, Ultron had remained elusive. Yet, this did not imply that he had completely vanished. On the contrary, both S-H-I-E-L-D and Iron Man were acutely aware that he was likely in hiding, biding his time for a suitable opportunity to strike. S-H-I-E-L-D believed that locating the Sorcerer Supreme would resolve their issues. However, Iron Man held a different perspective. He believed that matters he could resolve did not necessitate assistance from others. Chapter 95. The impending revelation of Hydra. It is probable that S-H-I-E-L-D remains oblivious to the fact that Hydra's current might is largely attributable to Hela. Prior to this, Hela had encountered a group of Hydra agents. At that time, her intent was to utterly annihilate these humans, for she perceived no merit in their existence. The audacity of these individuals to offend her was indicative of their impatience with life. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would so readily choose to submit? This mirrored Hela's experiences thousands of years prior. It is essential to note that during Hela's earlier campaigns, her actions were often driven by personal whims, and she was particularly attuned to those who submitted rather than resisted. If one chose to yield upon her arrival, they would encounter no threat. However, those who insisted on continuing the battle would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. This understanding led Hela to accept the loyalty of Hydra, and with her assistance, Hydra gained power far exceeding their expectations. Among that group, Hela infused them with an immensely terrifying force, capable of enhancing their physical attributes in a remarkably short time. This power exhibited capabilities that surpassed even those of mutants. While mutant abilities were undeniably potent, they seemed rather trivial in comparison to what Hydra had now acquired. Only they understood the true extent of their master's terrifying prowess. The glimmers of strength within them not only amplified their physical capabilities but also possessed the potential to gradually transform their bodies over time, an ability beyond human comprehension. Hydra quickly realized that the power bestowed upon them by Hela was likely divine in nature. No human could wield such strength, and they could conceive of no other entities capable of such feats. One cannot deny Hydra's intelligence, for their benefactor, Hela, was indeed a deity. Upon returning to the manor, Yu Jie continued to maintain his previous rapport with Hela. Only the Hulk could distinctly perceive that this couple seemed to have undergone a significant transformation compared to before. Prior to this moment, it seemed that both individuals harbored unspoken matters, yet now he perceives that such issues have dissipated. It appears that both parties can now engage in candid discourse. This was an almost inconceivable scenario previously, for the Hulk anticipated that complications were likely to arise. However, no one expected the situation to evolve in this manner. The Hulk distinctly sensed the emergence of pressure. Had it been earlier, he could have navigated through the nuances. Yet, in the current state of unwavering unity between the two, it signified that he could potentially face repercussions, and the Hulk feared for his own well-being. Moreover, in the Hulk's own conjectures, as long as he did not encounter any unforeseen incidents, he would be safe. Yet now, with the couple thoroughly allied, the Hulk fully grasped what it meant to be on edge. Yu Jie and Hela were unaware that their honesty had inadvertently placed immense pressure on the Hulk. However, the two were hardly concerned with the ramifications of this development. After all, the world they once inhabited as a duo bore no distinction from their present reality. Upon returning home, Yu Jie immediately reverted to his prior routine, indulging in television and exercise. To his surprise, news of Hydra appeared on the screen. The mere mention of Hydra evoked memories of S.H.I.E.L.D., and while the reasons for Hydra's reemergence remained unclear, it was likely to attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, signaling the commencement of hostilities. Yu Jie merely cast a fleeting glance before switching channels. Simultaneously, Yu Jie noticed Hela's gaze, which had seemingly fixated on the television. He was acutely aware that Hela was not particularly fond of watching television. She often embodied a frigid and distant beauty, rarely paying heed to the trivialities broadcasted on screen. Yet, just moments ago, Yu Jie discerned that her attention was indeed captured, as if something on the screen held significance for her. Suddenly, he recalled Hela's original identity as the goddess of death, who, in a certain sense, might possess a peculiar fascination with war. Shaking his head, Yu Jie reassured himself that his wife was already formidable enough. There was no need for him to dwell on such matters. His role as the powerful man behind this extraordinary woman sufficed. Should Hela encounter challenges beyond her capacity, he would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. For now, nothing appeared to threaten his peace of mind. Conversely, S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a quandary. They had intended to seek out the Supreme Sorcerer, aiming to forge an alliance, believing that any occurrences on Earth could warrant the Sorcerer's intervention. Yet, who could have anticipated that they had yet to embark on the search for the Supreme Sorcerer? Having encountered the malevolence of Hydra, it became evident to S.H.I.E.L.D. almost immediately what their nefarious plan entailed. The adversary sought to amass substantial funds in a remarkably short span of time. What ulterior motives could Hydra possibly harbor in acquiring such wealth? Primarily, it would serve to expand their influence. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. discerned that Hydra appeared to be executing another clandestine scheme, one that had not been fully unveiled, thus leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. without precise intelligence. Nonetheless, S.H.I.E.L.D. was certain that this ongoing plan was, in many respects, far more sinister than the mere accumulation of wealth, which only exacerbated their concerns. Dealing with Hydra alone was already a formidable challenge, and now they had to contend with covert machinations as well. According to Hydra's strategy, this could spell their own downfall. Nevertheless, S.H.I.E.L.D. refused to abandon their resolve. After all, if Hydra was bold enough to instigate chaos, they must be confronted. No one had ever provoked S.H.I.E.L.D. repeatedly and emerged unscathed, and this would not change. This conviction was unwavering in the mind of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 96. The ambition of Dormammu. The conflict between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. raged on. Meanwhile, on Earth, unforeseen calamities began to unfold, with a rising tide of inexplicable human fatalities. This occurrence perplexed most extraordinary organizations, who seemed largely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who vigilantly safeguarded the peace of Earth, began to take notice. He sensed that numerous events were transpiring on Earth, far beyond his comprehension, and perplexingly, his gem offered no guidance. This uncertainty weighed heavily on the Ancient One. He was acutely aware that something significant was amiss, yet he could not ascertain its nature. Undoubtedly, unforeseen developments were occurring in areas beyond his perception, and these incidents seemed to be veering towards an especially extreme trajectory. The Ancient One had measured the state of Earth on several occasions. If external threats emerged, he could rely on his allies for assistance. However, if the disturbances stemmed from within, he would need to take action preemptively, regardless of the circumstances. The Ancient One understood that he must rise to confront any threat to Earth. Yet, at present, he remained in the dark about the unfolding events, which was a source of great frustration. What should have been a manageable issue was complicated by a series of unpredictable developments. In response, the Ancient One initiated a divination to uncover the truth, but the revelations were startling, originating from the dark dimension, Dormammu. The Supreme Sorcerer is no stranger to this Dark Lord, as a portion of his own power derives from the very entity he has been secretly siphoning strength from. However, the Dark Lord has been confined within the Shadow Dimension, with little hope of escape due to the Sorcerer's influence. Yet, recent events on Earth have led to the grim conjecture that the majority of human fatalities may be linked to Dormammu. This intrigue captivates the Supreme Sorcerer, for despite his assumptions about Dormammu's immense power, it seems that a considerable amount of time is required for such strength to manifest. Based on the Sorcerer's previous calculations regarding time itself, it would take at least 10 millennia for Dormammu to unleash his power in this realm. In that span, Earth could evolve into an extraordinarily formidable force, potentially rendering the confrontation with Dormammu not entirely impossible. At this critical juncture, unexpectedly, Dormammu has emerged, exhibiting a state markedly different from before. The Supreme Sorcerer has long been vigilant, meticulously analyzing every aspect related to Dormammu, striving to resolve matters the moment they arise. However, he now realizes that his assumptions may have been overly naive. The most alarming aspect is the peculiar display of power by Dormammu, which suggests that he harbors a nefarious plan. Historically, Dormammu has sought to engulf the entire Earth, yet due to the Sorcerer's interventions, such ambitions have been thwarted, keeping him ensnared in the Shadow Dimension. Should Dormammu wish to orchestrate chaos, he must act promptly, as only then can he simplify his endeavors. Nevertheless, Dormammu remains undeterred, seizing any glimmer of opportunity to strike. The Sorcerer understands that no vulnerability must be afforded to Dormammu, for his prowess positions him as one of the most terrifying entities within the Shadow Dimension. Contemplating this, the Supreme Sorcerer reevaluates his strategy. He initially believed that to instigate action, a significant opportunity was necessary, and that he must act before Dormammu fully recovers. Consequently, he resolves to extract further power from Dormammu to bolster his own strength. The power exhibited by the adversary is undeniably formidable, and Earth's attention has unwittingly been drawn to numerous powerful beings throughout the cosmos. The Supreme Sorcerer, whose sole desire is to safeguard Earth's tranquility, realizes that his current abilities are insufficient for this task and yearns to draw more strength from Dormammu. However, this notion merely flickered through the Supreme Sorcerer's mind for a fleeting moment. He did not transform this thought into a feasible plan, yet at that moment, an uncertain suspicion arose within him. Perhaps Dormammu had sensed his intentions and, with resolute decisiveness, took action against him. It was precisely this realization that complicated matters significantly. Soon, the Supreme Sorcerer summoned his powers once more, unaware of the unfolding events. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to venture into the Dark Dimension for a candid discussion with Dormammu. The latter could be considered a sentient entity, otherwise he would not persistently seek the annihilation of Earth. Yet, Dormammu was similarly a conscious being. In an instant, the Supreme Sorcerer's figure vanished from Earth, reappearing in the Dark Dimension, where he beheld the imposing figure of Dormammu. Dormammu, at that moment, addressed the Supreme Sorcerer directly, expressing his astonishment that the Sorcerer had the audacity to meet him in person, suggesting that he truly did not fear death. As Dormammu spoke, the Supreme Sorcerer shook his head. We both understand the essence of our current motivations. Thus, certain words need not be uttered. You likely comprehend your own situation better than you realize. Moreover, it is not merely my issue that you have imprisoned the Supreme Sorcerer, but rather your own failure to provoke me. You could easily depart from Earth. Why cling to it so desperately? Upon hearing this, Dormammu could no longer conceal his fury. Indeed, he had harbored countless thoughts regarding Earth. Yet who could have anticipated that the appearance of the Supreme Sorcerer would skew those intentions? Not to mention the schemes that had ensnared him on Earth. In his current state, he felt akin to a blood bag, allowing the Sorcerer to drain his strength incessantly, a source of utmost indignation for Dormammu. As the Dark Lord, he had never before endured such humiliation. Chapter 97. Dormammu's schemes. The Supreme Sorcerer could sense the flicker of anger emanating from the Dark Lord before him. Alas, even rage could not resolve any issues. The power of the Time Stone could temporarily amplify the Sorcerer's abilities. Furthermore, he could utilize this gem to alter many circumstances, such as orchestrating a stratagem against Dormammu, with the gem's assistance facilitating this endeavor. Because of this, the Supreme Sorcerer keenly perceived a significant transformation in Dormammu compared to before. Previously, Dormammu would never have displayed such a demeanor, yet now it was evident that he was concealing something. Were it not for his prior intuition, the Supreme Sorcerer might have overlooked this development entirely. However, he now sensed a critical connection between the deaths of those humans and Dormammu. Therefore, he was certain that Dormammu had indeed orchestrated something that had previously eluded his awareness. Some events, if they had not transpired, might have gone unnoticed. However, since they have occurred, they cannot be disregarded, much like the current circumstances surrounding the Supreme Sorcerer. Thus, the Supreme Sorcerer directed his gaze towards Dormammu, hoping to glean some insight from the Dark Lord. Yet, Dormammu had no intention of further communication. After all, the Supreme Sorcerer had schemed against him, and now he was incessantly siphoning Dormammu's power. Was he enraged? Naturally, but in light of previous encounters, the Dark Lord felt a flicker of excitement. He had not anticipated that those wretched beings would dare to come to Earth. Not only that, but they also sought to engage in a transaction with him. This was one of the pivotal reasons Dormammu was inclined to collaborate with them. Furthermore, the Supreme Sorcerer's recent appearance went unnoticed by Dormammu, primarily due to this very circumstance. A fact that even the Supreme Sorcerer had not considered. Not long ago, a host of angels appeared on Earth, their target unmistakably being the Dark Lord. They made a promise to Dormammu. If he agreed to form an alliance with them, they would liberate him, provided that the inhabitants of Earth possessed a belief of their own. Dormammu, who had been slumbering in the dark dimension, could hardly believe such fortuitous news reached him during his slumber. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to their proposal. The notion of being confined seemed to offer him nothing but advantages. Previously, he had entertained thoughts regarding Earth, but the Supreme Sorcerer, that rogue, had continuously plotted against him, rendering him a mere pawn. Regrettably, even if he wished to flee, escape was impossible. Yet, who could have imagined that he would no longer need to run? As a group of fools approached him, asserting that if he were willing to join forces with them, they would ensure his release. During this period, Dormammu could sense his powers gradually returning. Perhaps it would not be long before he could cast off all restraints. At that point, darkness would once again envelop the Earth. And Dormammu's mind was already teeming with 100 ways to torment the Supreme Sorcerer. He did not wish to eliminate the Supreme Sorcerer immediately. The torment he had endured for centuries had warped his psyche. Most importantly, he was determined to inflict 1,000-fold suffering upon the Supreme Sorcerer. No one understood the agony of imprisonment better than he did, and Dormammu was acutely aware of this truth. To incite chaos, one must first seize the opportunity at hand. Those so-called angels represented, in a sense, his best chance for invasion. Once allied with them, he would undoubtedly gain sufficient power, perhaps even seize control of Earth in a short span of time. How one perceives this matter as the best choice for oneself. Thus, Dormammu not only exhibited no reluctance but was, in fact, quite exhilarated. In this moment, Dormammu's unabashed emotions were keenly observed by the Sorcerer Supreme. He had previously visited Dormammu on multiple occasions, eager to discern the true nature of this entity. To his astonishment, Dormammu now displayed traces of excitement and enthusiasm. This transformation rendered the Sorcerer Supreme increasingly uncertain. He sensed a significant change in Dormammu compared to before, most notably in the latter's emotional state, which now bore hints of delight. This perplexed the Sorcerer Supreme, for despite Dormammu's continued confinement and his ability to strip the entity of its powers, it seemed Dormammu could still experience joy. As the Sorcerer Supreme furrowed his brow, he narrowed his eyes and commenced extracting Dormammu's power once more. Just as before, the power that could be siphoned was still accessible. What could this signify? Yet, in mere moments, the gem upon his chest vibrated once again. Even the Sorcerer Supreme could sense that a significant change had transpired, one of grave importance. It appeared that something had occurred without his notice. Utilizing the gem, the Sorcerer Supreme soon discovered a group of peculiar beings. It is well known that the Time Stone grants him glimpses into future events, a source of pride that enables him to suppress any would-be aggressors. However, now he beheld entities resembling angels, seemingly ruling over the entirety of Earth. And Dormammu appeared to be allied with them. The Sorcerer Supreme's realization dawned. Why did Dormammu seem so uncharacteristically abnormal? It was highly probable that this alliance had bestowed assistance upon him. Not only had he evaded capture, but he had also transformed Earth into a banquet for these beings. Clenching his fist in disbelief, the Sorcerer Supreme never anticipated such a future. No wonder he had been unable to glimpse forthcoming events with the gem prior to this moment. It was likely due to the intervention of these angels, obscuring all foresight. Chapter 98. The choice of Ancient One. A profound sense of impending crisis surged within the Sorcerer Supreme's heart. If only such events had not transpired. Yet, He understood that this was no longer a time for contemplation. Initially, the Sorcerer Supreme intended to seek out individuals to serve as his successors, but now the very necessity for succession had vanished. Given the current circumstances, the wretched Dormammu, once allied with these beings, could obliterate all constraints. At that point, Earth would face an impending cataclysm. Upon contemplating the situation, the Supreme Sorcerer could no longer maintain his silence. He seated himself directly before Dormammu, and simultaneously, a radiant glow began to emanate from his form. Dormammu, perplexed, wondered what the Supreme Sorcerer was endeavoring to accomplish. However, he soon discerned that the power within him was gradually dissipating, and in a fleeting moment, he comprehended the implications. The Supreme Sorcerer had likely become aware of his scheme with the avian beings and was determined to thwart their plans. Consequently, the Supreme Sorcerer resolved to continually draw upon his own strength, thereby sustaining himself in a state of feebleness. It must be said, this notion was profoundly terrifying, and the method employed was exceedingly reckless. Should he succeed, he would inevitably succumb to a period of weakness. Yet, could the Supreme Sorcerer's body endure such a tremendous influx of power? Even Dormammu could not ascertain this. But one thing was certain. The Supreme Sorcerer was unwilling to relinquish his power. Once again, a wave of drowsiness washed over Dormammu. As long as the Supreme Sorcerer persistently siphoned his strength, Dormammu would inevitably succumb to slumber. In a final desperate act before yielding to sleep, Dormammu unleashed a surge of power, not to annihilate the inhabitants of Earth, but to transmit a message. The dark dimension fell eerily silent. Dormammu was asleep, while the Supreme Sorcerer endeavored to absorb his adversary's energy. At that moment, the Supreme Sorcerer had no alternative but to exert himself to the utmost in this endeavor. Whether calamity would befall Earth again remained uncertain. Yet, at that precise moment, a figure from humanity materialized in the Supreme Sorcerer's mind. Contemplating this individual's prowess, a sigh of relief escaped the Supreme Sorcerer. Regardless of the formidable strength possessed by Dormammu and the angels, in the presence of that human, they perhaps held no grounds for pride. Meanwhile, in the third layer of space on Earth, the angels, who had been awaiting an opportunity, suddenly opened their eyes. They sensed a familiar power manifesting, the power belonging to the Dark Lord. They recalled their recent journey to the Dark Dimension, where they had even encountered Dormammu. They had hoped that Dormammu would unite with them to garner the faith of the entire human realm. However, the information transmitted by Dormammu was somewhat peculiar. He urged them to act swiftly and seize control of the Earth, lest he be unable to align with them. Moreover, he had already entangled himself with one of the most powerful entities on Earth. At present, it seemed improbable that any further complications would arise. Although the volume of information from Dormammu was substantial, for the angels, it was the most auspicious news. They were aware of the existence of a guardian deity on Earth. The guardians of Earth are indeed formidable, yet the angels are not to be underestimated. It is their assessment of the adversary's displayed strength that led them to ally with Dormammu. This partnership allows them to secure maximum benefit with minimal cost. One cannot overlook the strategic thinking of these angels. Moreover, Dormammu has informed them that they can act swiftly, akin to revealing that Earth has become theirs to command. At that moment, all the angels mobilized, unwilling to overlook the faith present on Earth. With the vast population of humanity, they envisioned a scenario where people could be cultivated, perpetually reproducing and continuously believing in the angels. In such a case, even the court of life would lack the authority to judge them. It must be said that while the angels' ambitions appear naive, they are also profoundly pragmatic. Countless races inhabit the universe, yet none match humanity's sheer numbers. And human intellect is renowned throughout the cosmos. Transforming humans into their followers would alter everything. The angels commenced their actions, and concurrently, their visages began to manifest across the globe. Even Yu Jie, upon looking up, discerned traces of angels in the sky. When did angels come to exist in this universe? Yu Jie was momentarily stunned, for in his understanding, angels were akin to mythological beings. Yet, even myth should not materialize on Earth, should it? Soon, Yu Jie grasped the implications of the beings that had appeared. They were recruiting followers, harvesting faith from these individuals. In an instant, he understood the ominous intent of their arrival. This group intended to dominate Earth, employing remarkably sophisticated methods. Their plan involved converting everyone into their devotees. At this juncture, Hela approached Yu Jie, casting her gaze towards the angels in the sky, her brow furrowed. She was taken aback that these beings still existed, questioning whether their presence on Earth was merely for their nefarious ambitions. Yu Jie, perplexed by Hela's words, directly inquired about their meaning. Did these beings intend to annihilate Earth? Hela shook her head in response, revealing her familiarity with these angels. She recalled that centuries ago, she had fought against this very race alongside her father. This race was peculiar, their forms seemingly non-existent, capable of being remade through various faiths. This peculiar trait had compelled the Asgardian army to retreat when faced with them. Such adversaries could not be swiftly vanquished, rendering combat unnecessary. However, there was no doubt that they were a band of lunatics. Chapter 99. Yu Jie takes action. They are a group of utterly immoral lunatics who believe that harvesting faith is all that matters. Long ago, many races in the universe were ensnared by their deceptions and even bestowed their faith upon them. This faith serves as both their sustenance and nourishment, which they exploit to continually augment their powers, thus achieving their repugnant objectives. After the explanation from Hela, Yu Jie suddenly grasped the situation. Was this not akin to the tales of mythology? These angels had descended upon Earth with a singular intention to convert humanity into their followers. Once transformed into their adherents, humans would provide them with faith. It must be said, the aspirations of these angels are indeed quite beautiful. However, Yu Jie could discern from Hela's words that the gravity of the situation was perhaps not fully conveyed. Since their arrival was to harvest faith, it implied that they would go to great lengths to achieve this goal. For instance, they might convert Earth into a colony, compelling all of humanity to offer them faith. Contemplating this, Yu Jie furrowed his brow in concern. He had never anticipated that such a race existed in the cosmos, particularly one that called themselves angels. Reflecting on this, Yu Jie turned to Hela and smiled, saying, I need to address a few matters. Stay at home and behave. Hela nodded in understanding. She knew precisely what Yu Jie meant. At this moment, Yu Jie resolved to confront these angels, as it was evident they had incited his ire to a significant degree. Survival was no longer an option for them. Although Asgard had not completely annihilated the angels long ago, it did not imply that they were indestructible. While they could utilize the power of faith to resurrect endlessly, they stood no chance against absolute strength. Hela began to ponder whether she should return to Asgard and mobilize her army. However, upon reflecting on the terrifying power Yu Jie had displayed, she relinquished that notion. Bringing forth her army might only provoke displeasure in Yu Jie, who was known to exhibit fits of temper at times. This trait, in a way, was something Hela found endearing, yet it was best if Yu Jie remained in good spirits. In no time, Yu Jie showcased his superhuman strength. In the sky above a nearby city, an angel could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jie stood before this celestial being. Gazing at the angel, he noticed the pearly light emanating from it. If one were unaware of their true nature, they might perceive this radiance as sacred and luminous. However, now that Yu Jie understood their true identity, he found the light utterly repulsive. In the next moment, the power of a superhuman surged forth from Yu Jie. In but a fleeting moment, Yu Jie struck directly at his adversary. The speed and strength he displayed were beyond the wildest imaginings of the angels, who never anticipated that a mere human would dare to confront them, let alone possess the ability to fly. When did humanity acquire such qualifications? The skies had always belonged to the angels. They were the sovereigns of the heavens. However, this notion began to dissipate almost as quickly as it had formed. As the angel stared in astonishment at the gaping wound in its body, what was happening? Why had such a peculiar being appeared here? Yet, the angels soon dismissed these thoughts. Although its form had been ravaged, as long as the power of faith remained, it would soon be reborn. But then, disbelief etched itself upon the angel's countenance as it sensed an overwhelming force of annihilation emanating from its wound. At that moment, Yu Jie wore a disdainful smile, as if he could see through every facade of the angel. Rather than fixating on his opponent, he turned his gaze elsewhere, where several other angels lingered nearby. Since they dared to linger, they must be prepared to face the consequences. In the next instant, Yu Jie vanished, and when he reappeared, he was once again before the angels, who stood no chance of surviving even a single exchange against him. His fist collided with the chest of one angel, and darkness began to envelop them. The radiant light emanating from their forms faded in an instant, the once pure white glow gradually tainting to black. This transformation was indeed peculiar. Yet some angels began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Following Yu Jie's assault, the life energy within them had utterly vanished. Indeed, it had completely disappeared. The angels had long been arrogant throughout the universe primarily because of their ability to resurrect infinitely. As long as the power of faith persisted, they could leverage this force to resurrect without limit, thus discouraging any challenges to their dominion and emboldening them to provoke others. However, Yu Jie's actions now revealed to them that this power was extraordinary. How could a human possibly obliterate them? At that moment, many angels sensed an impending doom, for the negative experiences of their kind were intrinsically linked. This connection was almost a bloodline bond, as the demise of even a single angel could resonate through the entire lineage. They now felt the alarming news of the complete annihilation of their kin. Indeed, there was no chance for struggle. They had been utterly erased from existence. Even with their powers of faith, they could not resurrect those angels who had been slain. As a result, the angels gathered together, compelled to discern the identity of this formidable foe. Why would someone dare to confront angels in this place? And what a peculiar individual they are. Yet, there is no news regarding Yu Jie, for he is known to leave no survivors in his wake. Each time he strikes, every angel that crosses his path is obliterated. Each punch is imbued with immense strength, each blow radiates terror. Anyone bold enough to stir trouble in his presence must be prepared to pay with their life. Soon, Yu Jie's gaze shifted towards the northeast. Chapter 100, The 12-Winged Archangel. A few days prior, Yu Jie had received the reward of the absolute law of destruction upon signing in. The absolute law of destruction possesses but one effect. Any existence slain by Yu Jie faces utter annihilation, obliterated from the very fabric of reality. Because of this, the group of angels lacks any qualification to contend with Yu Jie, as his power is intertwined with the essence of destruction itself. Although they can resurrect infinitely, that is merely because they have yet to encounter a being as terrifying as Yu Jie. In the next moment, he appeared in the northeastern direction. Having dispatched numerous angels recently, Yu Jie had developed the ability to sense their locations almost instantaneously. He could feel a multitude of angels gathering in the northeast, as if all the angels on earth had converged in that direction. Thus, he hurried to the scene without delay, observing the angels before him. Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head. This flock of avian beings dared to aspire to enslave the entire earth. One must admit, their ambitions are truly fanciful. And at that moment, Yu Jie simply shook his head. Some ideas are commendable, as they pose no inherent issues. However, certain notions are excessively whimsical, the most absurd being their belief that they could enslave the entire planet. In the next moment, Yu Jie unleashed his power, which began to radiate from him like a shockwave, causing the expressions of many angels to shift dramatically. They never anticipated that such terrifying power could emanate from a mere human, and this force was only intensifying. At that moment, every angel's gaze began to alter, as they did not regard Yu Jie's presence as a harbinger of their annihilation. The angels drew closer, and once more, a pearlescent light enveloped them. This time, the luminescence was even more resplendent than before, an overwhelming aura of terror surrounding them, as power erupted with each passing moment. Even Yu Jie felt a hint of surprise. He refrained from immediate action, relying solely on his aura to intimidate his adversaries. Yet, he could distinctly sense an unusual presence emanating from them, revealing that the disparity between them was not insurmountable. But is this truly the extent of your power? From the very beginning, Yu Jie had not unleashed his full power. The strength of Superman no longer represents Yu Jie's current state. As Yu Jie strides towards Asgard, he has already awakened the powers inherent to the Silver Superman. Superman's abilities grow progressively through various stages, and it can be asserted that if he so desires, Superman can elevate his strength to an extraordinarily terrifying level in a remarkably short time. Furthermore, Yu Jie is continuously enhancing the Superman template's power, which, in certain respects, distinguishes him from Superman himself. For instance, while Superman's strength requires time to develop, the same applies to Yu Jie. However, he possesses no limitations. Superman has boundaries, and specific opportunities are necessary for him to ascend to that next level. In contrast, Yu Jie requires none of that. By merely absorbing sufficient solar energy each day, he gradually transforms everything within the template. The angels, it seems, remain blissfully unaware of the sheer terror Yu Jie now embodies. Each of their faces radiates confidence as a milky white light is unleashed towards Yu Jie's position, their expressions brimming with joy. Under this surge of power, they believe no human could withstand it. But is Yu Jie merely an ordinary human? Long before, he had contemplated taking action, yet he chose to conceal his intentions. Now, he gradually harnesses this power, and in an instant, he charges towards the opposing force, becoming enveloped in the milky white light. The angels squint at this scene, sensing that Yu Jie is courting death. Had he chosen to flee upon witnessing this force, perhaps he would have had a sliver of hope. Yet, he does not retreat. Rather, he charges directly into the heart of the radiant onslaught. Is this not a pursuit of death? To their astonishment, in the next moment, Yu Jie bursts forth from the milky white light, not merely escaping but utterly shattering that power. Even the angels are left dumbfounded. They had envisioned 100 ways Yu Jie could meet his demise, yet never did they anticipate that he could emerge from their holy light barrier. This barrier represents their greatest display of power to date, and as the number of angels increases, the force of the holy light barrier intensifies even further. Yet, what do they see now? This wretched human has completely torn apart the holy light barrier using only his own strength. Even they must concede that the power this human exhibits is exceedingly formidable. Simultaneously, a radiance begins to flicker around Yu Jie. In the next moment, he surges forward, targeting this group of oblivious beings before him. The angels stand in his path, but alas, they lack even the strength to endure a single exchange. The most formidable holy barrier proved futile. They were acutely aware that the individual before them was far beyond their capability to confront. In the next moment, an aura of annihilation began to spread inexorably. Yu Jie, seizing the opportunity, remarked disdainfully, "You worthless beings still wish to stir up trouble? His words dripped with contempt towards these so-called angels. Once more, the power of the superhuman surged forth, enveloping his adversaries in a shroud of dark destruction. With each breath, all the angels before Yu Jie began to plummet, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The might he now exhibited was no longer comparable to that of ordinary beings. Yet at that very moment, the first fallen angel spoke up. "Damn you, human, you shall soon pay for your actions." No sooner had the words left his lips than a white radiance emerged from the depths of the black annihilation. At a mere glance, Yu Jie discerned the distinction. A seraphim? Then let me see what you so-called angels are truly capable of. Chapter 101. A single blow. Upon recognizing the archangel, Yu Jie hesitated not for a moment. A far more terrifying power began to manifest within him. Compared to before, Yu Jie had undergone a significant transformation, the most conspicuous being the continuous escalation of his strength. It was worth noting that prior to this, Yu Jie had never harnessed such formidable power. The archangel, witnessing this development, was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yu Jie's ability to amplify his strength. However, the archangel swiftly launched an assault upon Yu Jie's position, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted instantaneously. Previously, Yu Jie had contemplated the nature of his opponent's strength and the potential alterations it could bring about. Yet, from the archangel's actions, it became evident that this power posed no threat to him whatsoever. A slight smirk crept onto Yu Jie's lips. "If you think you can defeat me with merely this current strength, you must be deluding yourself." As he spoke, Yu Jie counterattacked, fully unleashing the power of the silver Superman that surged within him. Compared to earlier, the transformation of Yu Jie's strength was monumental. The most evident change was that everything within his vicinity fell under his perception. Previously, he had been meticulously controlling his power, refraining from its complete release. However, with his adversary drawing closer and attempting to pose a threat, Yu Jie would not permit such an affront. In an instant, a terrifying force radiated outward, advancing towards the archangel, who had already sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yu Jie. However, for the archangel, this was hardly a matter of concern. After all, he was a seraph with 12 wings, a being of formidable terror among the angelic realm. The audacity of mere mortals to provoke a deity would surely incur divine retribution. As the archangel spoke, a radiant light emerged behind him, distinctly different from the illumination encountered by Yu Jie previously. During his prior battles with other angels, Yu Jie had sensed a flickering light emanating from them, yet the power contained within that light had posed no threat to him. This realization led Yu Jie to dismiss their presence. However, now, confronting a formidable opponent, he could distinctly perceive a terrifying force gradually unfolding, one that appeared to be intensifying. With this awareness, Yu Jie shook his head. Let me witness what surprises these so-called deities can offer. In that fleeting moment, he did not unleash his full power. Since his adversary was willing to showcase a semblance of strength, Yu Jie was prepared to observe with keen anticipation. His power remained within him, not fully unleashed. The archangel's gaze remained fixed upon Yu Jie, viewing him merely as a humble human. To think that this mortal could alter anything here was akin to a fool's errand. The archangel wielded not only strength, but also the authority of divine judgment. A beam of light descended in accordance with his will, while around him, countless bolts of lightning began to converge, as if he had become the very embodiment of the storm. Yet, there was a glimmer of compassion in the archangel's eyes, a sentiment that Yu Jie perceived as nothing more than crocodile tears. Despite displaying his utmost power, the archangel feigned a countenance of pity, perhaps attempting to establish a facade of benevolence even in the face of impending judgment. The hypocrisy of such a demeanor was astounding. As Yu Jie contemplated this, he gradually retracted his own power. He deemed it futile to unleash his strength at this juncture. Instead, he preferred to allow his foe to experience the true essence of despair once the latter's power was fully manifested. In a mere breath, all of Yu Jie's strength dissipated, leaving the archangel momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the complete vanishing of the formidable force that had just surged from Yu Jie. More astonishingly, he sensed that something significant had transpired within the mortal before him. Foolish human, you do not comprehend the peril you provoke. You will soon learn the meaning of true despair. As the archangel spoke, an even more terrifying energy began to emerge, for until now, only the thunder had illuminated his presence. However, in this present moment, the tempest began to coalesce around the archangel, radiating outward, momentarily causing a flicker of disdain to cross the archangel's countenance. It is imperative to recognize that this tempest could be considered the most potent embodiment of divine retribution. Should he so desire, he could elevate this divine power to its zenith, rendering himself unmatched beneath such overwhelming force. It must be said that while the archangel's intentions were commendable, he seemed to underestimate his opponent. Yu Jie's lips curled into a slight smile. He had initially intended to utter something further. However, upon witnessing the archangel's haughty demeanor, he ultimately shook his head. At this juncture, any words would be futile. and it would be more prudent to let strength convey his message. Let my fists speak for me, for the tempest had fully gathered before the archangel. In an instant, the tempest surged forth, charging directly toward Yu Jie's position. At that moment, Yu Jie raised his right hand, and in the next heartbeat, he clenched his fist, striking directly at the lightning. To the archangel, this scene was utterly ludicrous. A mere mortal attempting to withstand the terrifying presence of a deity with physical might was akin to courting death. Yet, in the following moment, the archangel's expression shifted dramatically. He realized the tempest had vanished, completely dissipated beneath Yu Jie's seemingly unremarkable fist, while Yu Jie did not pause in his advance. Now it is my turn, Yu Jie declared, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet sufficient for the archangel to hear. Upon hearing these words, the archangel's demeanor subtly altered. He had never anticipated that a human would dare to speak such audacious words before him, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely. This thought prompted the archangel to shake his head. Humans are ever so self-assured. Let me witness the strength you claim to possess. Even if your body can withstand divine punishment, what then? The archangel's sudden utterance did not capture Yu Jie's attention. For Yu Jie, the desire to see what surprises this archangel could unveil had been his primary interest. Yet, who could have foreseen that the power wielded by the archangel would fail to excite him? Instead, it left him with an impression of utter ordinariness. In that moment, a realization struck Yu Jie. He had always been quite lackadaisical, yet now he felt as if he had transformed into a warrior. It seemed that this battle had altered his mindset. Thus, he could not allow the archangel to remain. As if finding justification for his actions, a radiant glow began to shimmer around Yu Jie. However, in contrast to the archangel's tempestuous brilliance, the light emanating from Yu Jie appeared remarkably subdued, resembling a visible membrane of light enveloping him. Nevertheless, the speed of this luminous membrane was astonishingly swift. Before the archangel, Yu Jie would typically require a second or two to reach his proximity. However, in the mere blink of the archangel's eye, he discovered that Yu Jie had mysteriously appeared before him. Not only did he arrive unexpectedly, but in that instant, Yu Jie unleashed a powerful punch that struck the archangel squarely in the chest. Almost immediately, the archangel felt his body trembling. The sheer force was overwhelming. His current physique could scarcely withstand even a single blow. The archangel began to retreat, placing his hands upon his chest, as radiant light flickered from his palms. He commenced the healing of the wounds inflicted upon him, grappling with the realization that Yu Jie's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. He had failed to even mount a defense. The mere casualness of Yu Jie's strike left him with an unsettling sense of impending collapse. Unable to contain his astonishment, the archangel exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can a mere human possess such formidable power? You cannot possibly be human." His incredulity towards Yu Jie's display of strength was palpable. He understood that humanity was a notably feeble race, incapable of producing true warriors. Yet here, before him, Yu Jie exhibited an extraordinary power that instilled a sense of danger within moments. This realization caused the archangel to shake his head in disbelief. Such strength could not belong to a human. The archangel's sudden outburst stemmed from a deep-seated knowledge of human limitations. He was acutely aware that Yu Jie, as a human, posed no threat to him. Yet, the events unfolding before his eyes were shattering his every preconception. The power contained within Yu Jie's punch was overwhelmingly potent, having subdued him in mere moments. The archangel sought to resolve the confrontation swiftly, yet he recognized that, given his current state, it was a futile endeavor. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jie charged at the archangel once more, and the archangel could perceive the disdain in Yu Jie's eyes. It was unfathomable that he could feel fear during battle due to a human's relentless spirit. Yu Jie's disdain was rooted in his own formidable strength. With each breath, a terrifying power radiated from him, far exceeding any expectations. The archangel had not anticipated that Yu Jie could unleash such might in such a short span of time. A wave of dread emanated from Yu Jie, causing the archangel to widen his eyes in disbelief. Was he not human? How could a human possess such extraordinary strength? His body began to tremble. Regrettably, the archangel's questions would remain unanswered, as the power Yu Jie unleashed was indeed overwhelmingly potent. In a mere instant, he subdued his opponent, and that power continued to swell. A hint of indifference gleamed in Yu Jie's eyes. The so-called archangel was nothing more than a fleeting notion. Even as he spoke, Yu Jie's strength began to erupt in tandem with his movements. If, prior to this moment, Yu Jie had merely been reintegrating his power within himself, now he was fully unleashing it. The force radiating from Yu Jie was unforeseen. At that moment, the archangel sensed an impending doom, disbelief flickering in his gaze. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he sought to make him comprehend the veracity of his incredulity through the sheer force of his fists. Yu Jie indeed possessed the might to obliterate him. "Now, can you tell me if your power can be summoned once more?" Yu Jie's voice resonated as he grasped the archangel's throat. The archangel had not anticipated this. He presumed Yu Jie would unleash an even more formidable force. However, he was utterly unprepared for Yu Jie's sudden grip around his neck. Their energies intertwined once again, and during this contact, the archangel's instinct grew alarmingly pronounced. Terrifying power does not require justification to manifest, much like the strength Yu Jie exhibited in that moment. Without a glance at the archangel's own power, Yu Jie's force decisively acted upon the archangel's neck, causing his form to begin to shatter, transforming into beams of light scattered across the sky. Yu Jie shook his head, dismissing the notion that power merely resides in those who wield it. Such complacency was tantamount to courting death. Simultaneously, Yu Jie raised his gaze to the heavens, sensing an almost imperceptible threat drawing near. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 103. None shall remain. This wretched band of angels would certainly not spare Earth, for the faith it harbored was what they had long coveted. Thus, they would not allow Earth to flourish unchecked. The recent demise of those angels served as a wake-up call to their entire race. Yet, it was not just the angels who contemplated this. Yu Jie and Shang, who was not Yu Jie, directed their attention skyward, acutely aware of the encroaching menace. After casting a glance at Earth, Yu Jie chuckled once more. Normalcy was an impossibility on Earth. He understood better than anyone that should this battlefield extend across the globe, Earth might face unforeseen perils. Such a scenario was not one Yu Jie wished to witness. Nevertheless, what weighed most heavily on his mind at that moment was the adversary's next move. The entire lineage had emerged, yet he needed to eliminate entities akin to the archangel he had just confronted. If his opponents were merely of that caliber, he might not even need to summon the strength of a silver adult. In the next moment, Yu Jie found himself in the vastness of space, standing before the earth, his gaze fixed on the distant light. Gradually, he discerned a multitude of angels approaching, encircling him from all directions. In an instant, Yu Jie was surrounded. How could a mere human appear in the cosmos? This individual seemed somewhat unusual. The angels, upon spotting Yu Jie, quickly turned their attention to him, eager to unravel the mystery of his presence. However, to their astonishment, Yu Jie merely shook his head. "Let us not waste time. Let us confront this together," he declared. With those words, Yu Jie disregarded the expressions of those around him, and in that fleeting moment, his power erupted. Since this group sought to instigate chaos, he refused to remain passive. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate them all at once. Yu Jie's strength, akin to that of a silver Superman, surged forth. Given the overwhelming number of adversaries, he not only unleashed this power, but also enveloped himself in the forces of the Life Codex in an instant. The aura of power surrounding Yu Jie intensified, and the angels poised to strike felt an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere. Some exchanged wary glances, puzzled by the audacity of a mere human to utter such bold words. While some angels were curious, others expressed skepticism, yet a few were resolute in their belief. To them, Yu Jie's presence in space signified some form of difference, but they could not overlook the fact that he was, at the core, still human. When had humanity ever engaged in dialogue with angels? It must be said that these angels remained arrogantly oblivious to the true extent of Yu Jie's might. With their hesitation to attack, Yu Jie was equally unwilling to linger. In a mere moment, the power of the Silver Superman began to permeate the area. This time, Yu Jie did not merely radiate his strength. He formed a barrier akin to a domain, should he so desire. This force could manifest as a terrifying field of lethal power in a matter of moments. Within this domain, escape was impossible, and the nearest angels soon faced utter devastation. Let the first one fall, and then let all experience the sweet embrace of death, Yu Jie proclaimed as he unleashed his power. It was undeniable that his current strength was formidable. Within this domain, his might showed no signs of waning. In the blink of an eye, he had vanquished dozens of angels, prompting a palpable shift in the expressions of those who had merely been spectators until now. The most evident change was reflected in their faces. Why does a mere human possess the power to rival that of angels? This peculiar strength within this individual defies all human standards. Some angels, observing the battlefield, expressed their opinions, for in their eyes, Yu Jie was merely an ordinary human. Typically, humanity is synonymous with weakness and ineptitude, yet now, one has manifested such formidable power that even they cannot help but furrow their brows. They certainly did not wish for such an unexpected turn of events at the most critical juncture of battle, alas. Their thoughts remained just that, mere thoughts, because Yu Jie's actions showed no sign of pause. In fact, at this moment, he expanded the battlefield once more. His speed accelerated, and his strength grew exponentially, a smile illuminating his face. So this is what one might call divinity. It seems even gods are not so extraordinary. Yu Jie did not forget the arrogance of these beings prior to this moment, yet their former hubris starkly contrasted with their current state of tension and disarray. This human's power was overwhelmingly potent. To vanquish him, they would need to summon more archangels in a short period. Suddenly, One angel spoke up, as it was evident from the scene before them that Yu Jie was indeed terrifying. All lower-tier angels, in the presence of such might, found themselves utterly annihilated, leaving no room for struggle. This realization struck the angels. Overcoming Yu Jie with their current strength was utterly impossible. Simultaneously, other angels nodded in agreement. They had to concede that without the aid of archangels, battling Yu Jie with their combined powers was akin to courting death. Before long, Yu Jie sensed something amiss on the battlefield. Most notably, a familiar radiance re-emerged among the angels. If his memory served him correctly, this was the same brilliance he had witnessed in the presence of that 12-winged archangel. The light now blazing forth was almost identical, and Yu Jie could feel the power of the archangels descending once again. Chapter 104. The purging action this time. Their adversary had summoned not just one. Upon further inspection, over 30 archangels materialized before Yu Jie. Witnessing this spectacle, he smiled once more. One must admit, these beings possessed a certain tenacity in the face of insurmountable odds. They dared to launch another assault. Furthermore, it appeared that their strength was still on the rise. It seemed they truly would not shed tears until faced with the grave. In truth, a more terrifying power began to manifest within Yu Jie. Although the strength of the Silver Superman had already been unleashed previously, he had restrained its use to expedite the defeat of his foes. Yet now, with the emergence of these archangels, Yu Jie was acutely aware that matters were far from simple. The most evident concern was the likelihood of unexpected developments arising in the near future. What Yu Jie despised most were these very surprises, especially when he found himself standing before 12 archangels. During the recent summoning, he had witnessed 36 archangels, each group of 12 coalescing into a seemingly distinct battle formation. One could not help but observe that such audacity bordered on recklessness. As Yu Jie scrutinized his adversaries, he began to speak slowly, articulating his thoughts. Indeed, this cadre of angels had previously harbored reservations. Had they chosen to flee before Yu Jie made his move, they might have evaded utter calamity. Yet, who could have foreseen that, after witnessing the demise of so many of their kin at his hands, they would still seek to provoke him? These archangels were clearly ill-equipped to contend with him. Yu Jie was unequivocally certain that in the next moment, his fist would pierce through the first archangel, the Silver Superman, with unmatched speed and strength. Moreover, in light of the unfolding battle, Yu Jie could effortlessly adjust his own state. He had not fully harnessed this power until now, but the sheer number of adversaries had begun to impose a slight restraint on him, albeit one rooted in quantity rather than strength. Although humanity was often deemed weak in their eyes, to Yu Jie, their supposed might was hardly formidable. As he spoke, Yu Jie surged forward once more, fully aware that upon unleashing the full force of the Silver Superman, these archangels would merely become fodder. Each punch he delivered could swiftly eliminate an archangel, and soon enough, a smile crept across his face. The archangels, whom they had painstakingly summoned, now appeared almost comical. Even the remaining angels were taken aback by Yu Jie's terrifying prowess. In such a brief span, he had vanquished every archangel, and this spectacle transcended mere simplicity. Was this individual truly human? When had humanity ever stood toe-to-toe with archangels? What was the nature of the strange power coursing through him? It was at this juncture that someone finally spoke up. The archangels had never before appeared in such numbers. Yet the power they wielded was undeniably formidable in the eyes of the angels. They seldom deployed archangels, for each time they did, these beings could vanquish the majority of their foes in a matter of moments. Yet now, Yu Jie was but an ordinary human, albeit one who had accomplished feats beyond the reach of countless cosmic races. Furthermore, compared to earlier, this group of angels had shed their naivety. They realized that those whom Yu Jie had slain would have no chance of resurrection, as if they had grasped a certain rule of power. Had Yu Jie been able to hear their inner thoughts, he would have felt compelled to commend them, for their suspicions were indeed correct. However, Yu Jie did not cease his movements. The death of the archangel was merely a prelude. Let us not forget that countless angels surrounded him, their eyes fixed intently upon him. If you possess any further means, it would be wise to reveal them within the next moment. Otherwise, Yu Jie would consider himself merciful for still allowing his opponents a chance to demonstrate their capabilities. Yet, the angels paid little heed to his words. They were engrossed in deliberation, contemplating how they might vanquish Yu Jie. At that moment, one angel spoke up, acknowledging that their adversary's strength could easily annihilate them in a short span. If this battle continued as it was, victory would remain an elusive dream. Thus, a summons was imperative. As this angel articulated his thoughts, the others fell silent, fully aware of the implications of his words, though they found the situation somewhat troublesome. Within the angelic hierarchy, there existed a king of angels, yet summoning him required an exorbitant sacrifice, over 2,000 angelic lives to call forth the king, a price that weighed heavily even upon the angels. Moreover, akin to those angels Yu Jie had previously slain, any use for the summoning would lose all hope of resurrection. Nonetheless, the power of the angel king was undeniable, and this realization compelled the angels to nod in agreement. They had to concede that Yu Jie was overwhelmingly formidable. Relying solely on their current strength, defeating him was utterly impossible. Rather than awaiting their doom, it was better to take a desperate gamble. Soon, in the final ranks of the angelic battalion, figures began to emerge. Over 2,000 angels, their gazes resolute, closed their eyes. In the next instant, a radiant light erupted from them once more, a brilliance that even Yu Jie, from a distance, could sense, a familiar glow that was now manifesting. This light, however, bore a stark difference from before. It seems you have not disappointed me, Yu Jie mused, but if this is all the power you possess, I fear it will not suffice to pose a threat to me. As he uttered these words, he refrained from rushing forward, instead choosing to smile and await the thoughts brewing among his adversaries. Yet, thoughts often do not translate into action. If they wish to showcase something remarkable, he would grant them a moment. What harm could it do? A terrifying aura began to coalesce, aligning with Yu Jie's contemplations. At that moment, he narrowed his eyes. Chapter 105. Is this the King of Angels? Light often emerges unexpectedly, and Yu Jie now observed that, with the offering of the thousands of angels. A colossal angel was gradually taking form behind them. In stark contrast to the previous 12-winged angels, the archangel, now manifesting, bore an astonishing 36 pairs of wings. As Yu Jie observed the scene before him, he squinted his eyes, finding it akin to engaging in an online game. After defeating the weaker foes, he now faced the stronger ones, and soon the immortal adversaries would follow. However, from this celestial being, he felt an undeniable pressure. For the Angel King radiated an aura of annihilation that resonated with his own principles of destruction. It was precisely this sensation that caused Yu Jie to tremble, as if something momentous was on the verge of transpiring. Yet, shaking off the ominous thoughts, he soon found himself smiling, contemplating the surprises his enemies could still provide. With that, Yu Jie charged forward, unwilling to grant his opponent any undue advantage, especially after the interminable wait he had endured. In the next moment, his fist collided with the opponent, only for Yu Jie to be astonished to discover that his strike inflicted no harm whatsoever. The adversary remained solid, as if something were attempting to escape from within their form. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped Yu Jie, catching him off guard as he had just shattered the opponent's chest. Even he was slow to realize the implications of this event. By the time he comprehended what was happening, the brilliant light erupting from the opponent's chest completely engulfed him. This luminous force began to torment him. A lesser individual might have succumbed to such radiance, but Yu Jie gritted his teeth. To merely attempt to suppress him using this so-called power was akin to a fool's errand. With that thought, a more terrifying strength erupted from within Yu Jie. He had consistently harnessed the powers of the Silver Superman alongside the Codex of Life. The Codex not only provided formidable combat prowess, but also enhanced his vitality over a sustained duration. For instance, the destructive rays unleashed by his opponent would have easily obliterated an ordinary person. Yet, due to the Codex of Life, Yu Jie absorbed this force entirely. And as his body gradually restored itself, his gaze returned to his adversary. The previous skirmish had merely served as a warm-up. The true battle was about to commence. Yu Jie's fist struck the Angel King once more, and cracks appeared upon the Celestial's form. For reasons unknown, Yu Jie perceived his opponent as a ticking time bomb, ready to self-destruct regardless of the assaults they might unleash. On the other side, an angel suddenly spoke, questioning how this human could possess such formidable strength. It is essential to recognize that this is the King of Angels, and the sacred light that envelopes him is being recklessly drawn forth. It was not only this particular angel who bore a grim countenance. Several others shared the same disquiet. They were all too aware that the actions of Yu Jie were draining the very essence of the Angel King. The adversary resembled a ticking time bomb, capable of unleashing waves of destructive light without restraint. Yet, only the angels comprehended that, had the Angel King not sustained a fatal blow, this power would never have emerged. I am eager to witness just how powerful you truly are, and how long this armor can sustain you, Yu Jie declared as he charged forward once more. This time, he did not hold back. Instead, he unleashed his full might. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped his opponent, while the forces of annihilation completely surrounded them. Unlike before, Yu Jie did not temper this power. He steadily approached his foe, his fists raining down upon the Angel King with reckless abandon. Previously, the king would retaliate with waves of destructive light in response to Yu Jie's onslaught, but now he displayed no signs of resistance. The sheer magnitude of Yu Jie's power rendered him impotent, a scene witnessed by the other angels. I refuse to believe this. How can a mere human wield such overwhelming strength? This is the King of Angels, our pride, our glory. Some angels began to wail, fully cognizant of what the Angel King's presence signified. They never anticipated that, even with the King's emergence, Yu Jie could not be subdued. Instead, it was Yu Jie who relentlessly pressed down upon the Angel King with his terrifying power, which continued to surge forth. As a consequence, Thoughts of retreat began to creep into the minds of the angels. They understood all too well that provoking Yu Jie in such circumstances was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Yu Jie delivered a final, crushing blow to the angel king's forehead. In the next moment, the king's entire form began to shatter, devoid of even the will to struggle. The force surged forth, intensifying with each passing moment. The power contained within Yu Jie could manifest thrice, the first to obliterate the foe's corporeal form, the second to extinguish their very soul, and the third to annihilate all opposing strength. Under this triad of forces, Yu Jie encountered little to no resistance. However, at that moment, he turned to face the fleeing angels. "It seems you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation," he remarked, charging once more. All those attempting to escape fell victim to Yu Jie's relentless pursuit. Hardly a single angel could escape the grasp of Yu Jie, for both his speed and strength were utterly terrifying. Under the combined might of these attributes, evasion became nearly impossible, especially considering that this group of angels had already been paralyzed with fear by Yu Jie's formidable power. Yet, in a mere moment, tranquility returned once more. All the angels had been ruthlessly slain. Chapter 106, Is God Dead? How could that be possible? The angels were no more. Was it Earth? Or perhaps another planet? It appeared to be Earth. Then let the declaration of retribution commence. For Yu Jie, the angels' demise had been an integral part of his scheme, particularly as it seemed these beings harbored intentions toward Earth. Following Yu Jie's annihilation of all angels, a cascade of white light suddenly erupted across the entirety of the Earth. This phenomenon rekindled Yu Jie's previously settled nerves. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the sudden appearance of the light, one that surpassed his comprehension. At that moment, Yu Jie's gaze sharpened, as he felt an exceptionally terrifying presence spreading forth, one that transcended even his wildest imaginings. As he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to return to Earth, he ultimately refrained from immediate action. He was curious to see what adversaries were about to emerge. Unbeknownst to him, the angelic race, though renowned throughout the cosmos, was merely regarded by many as a unique species within the universe. Little did they know that behind the angelic facade lay the existence of God. In the lore of Earth, God was seen as the creator, the architect of all existence. It was through God that everything came into being: life, the Earth, the universe itself. Regrettably, while God existed within the vastness of the universe, he was not as formidable as legend suggested. Even Yu Jie acknowledged that the most powerful entity in the cosmos was likely the tribunal of life, which possessed an unparalleled authority. At this moment, Yu Jie's attention was drawn once again to the distance. He could sense that the approaching presence was decidedly abnormal, even more potent than he had anticipated. Contemplating this, Yu Jie furrowed his brow. Having just dealt with a throng of lesser beings, was he now to face yet another swarm of avian foes? It seemed he had stirred quite a considerable hornet's nest. Though he spoke with a tone of despair, the light in his hands flickered incessantly, reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with the angels, as he summoned forth his power anew. This time, it was even more formidable. The fact that, after the angels' demise, a stronger entity could be summoned indicated that this new arrival would not be easily vanquished. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to remain on guard. A terrifying force began to coalesce with each breath. Just as Yu Jie prepared to strike, he noticed a colossal portal of light manifesting before him at the palace gates. To his astonishment, there were angels present, and even Yu Jie had witnessed a mural depicting divine salvation. This scene was not unfamiliar to him, for such murals were ubiquitous on Earth, primarily associated with various religious beliefs. However, what unfolded before his eyes completely shattered his preconceptions. The most striking aspect was the extraordinary nature of this power. Merely casting a glance was sufficient to sense its presence. Behind this grand portal, something awaited him. Yet Yu Jie shook his head, realizing that pondering such matters here was futile, for if nothing emerged, it would serve no purpose. As expected, while Yu Jie waited, a radiant beam of light gradually emanated from the door, and once again, the angels appeared, albeit this time, they were entirely different from those he had previously encountered. The angels that manifested were archangels, their magnificent wings shimmering with radiant light. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Jie suddenly recognized them, utterly astonished that such angels were still alive. Wait, something felt amiss. At that moment, Yu Jie noticed a peculiar difference in the eyes of these angels. He recalled that during his previous battle with a different group of angels, they had possessed their own consciousness. Now, however, he could easily discern that these beings displayed no awareness, appearing as if they had been continuously disadvantaged. This revelation left Yu Jie momentarily speechless. Shaking his head, he realized that since the angels had revealed themselves, further contemplation was pointless. If he had come this far, why not introduce himself? Should he really have to approach them? Yu Jie suddenly spoke, and as he did, the once open inner door vanished entirely, replaced by a soft, white glow emanating from within. The number of archangels also increased significantly, compelling even Yu Jie to acknowledge the grandeur of their presence. For prior to this, the power and numbers displayed by the angelic race paled in comparison to what he now beheld. This assembly of archangels spoke volumes. Humans of humble origin, you have slain a revered divine envoy. Should you not face the consequences? A strange voice echoed as the door opened. Yu Jie was taken aback, for the voice did not seem to originate from a single individual, but rather resonated directly within his mind. His expression shifted dramatically, astonished that someone could employ such a method to transmit sound directly to his consciousness. This revelation prompted Yu Jie to gather his strength, and in the next moment, he charged forward, realizing that explaining himself to these elusive beings was utterly meaningless. Instead of listening to their empty words, he would rather assert his stance with his fists. Yu Jie moved with remarkable speed, reaching the threshold of the door in an instant. At this moment, all the archangels appeared to be in a state of profound stupor, seemingly devoid of awareness. However, upon the arrival of Yu Jie, a myriad of distinct radiances began to flicker upon each archangel, indicating a resurgence of perception. Despite their dazed state, the archangels retained the ability to discern basic elements, a foe, a looming threat, and entities akin to Yu Jie, whose displayed might was undeniably formidable, far beyond their own capacity. Although the archangels recognized the malevolence of Yu Jie's approach, they found themselves utterly incapable of resisting his terrifying power, as he annihilated dozens of them in an instant, leaving no room for even a single retaliatory move. Meanwhile, Yu Jie smiled slightly, noting their apparent lack of fear in the face of death. Then entertain me to the fullest, he declared. Humble mortals, you are provoking the divine, and you shall pay dearly for it. I will sever your body, your soul, and your flesh completely. As Yu Jie's words echoed, a new voice resounded from the portal, penetrating his mind with an unsettling familiarity. Yu Jie's expression darkened. He harbored numerous secrets and despised the intrusion into his thoughts. In my view, you are the one courting death, he retorted, charging once more toward the archangels, who had formed a visible barrier to thwart his advance. Yet, in their forgetfulness of their own insignificance, they stood no chance against the eruption of Yu Jie's true power. With the fusion of the Silver Superman's strength and the Life Codex, the magnitude of the unleashed force far exceeded their expectations. A tempest of might radiated from Yu Jie, each strike symbolizing an inevitable outcome. Amidst the cacophony, the terrifying energy erupted, causing all who attempted to withstand his onslaught to falter. Retreat was not a matter of choice, but of survival, as their bodies trembled and began to disintegrate. Even the divine messenger observing from the portal was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Yu Jie's power. The strength possessed by these archangels was formidable even within the celestial hierarchy. Yet, stripped of their consciousness, they were reduced to the most authentic instruments of war. And the sight of such weapons yielding without a struggle before a mere human was unsettling for the divine messenger, who pondered the complexity of Yu Jie's nature. Just as the divine messenger grappled with astonishment, Yu Jie stepped through the portal. Initially, he had anticipated the adversaries would emerge, but it seemed they lacked such awareness, compelling him to enter instead. Thus, he resolved to let his power speak on his behalf. Amidst the dialogue, Yu Jie's formidable power erupted with unprecedented intensity, swiftly propelling him into the portal. Simultaneously, he encountered an exceedingly peculiar entity, enveloped entirely in a radiant glow, seemingly devoid of a physical form. Yet, a mere glance was sufficient for Yu Jie to discern the familiar voice emanating from this being. Clearly, it was the very presence that had incessantly communicated within his mind. With a chuckle, Yu Jie remarked on the entity's reckless pursuit of demise, surprised by the peculiar manner in which it had chosen to confront him. The terrifying force within Yu Jie surged forth in an instant, as he had previously contemplated. No one could act with impunity within his consciousness. Not even a deity could withstand the might of the Silver Superman. For the first time, that immense power coursed through Yu Jie's being. He extended his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he seized the entity by the neck. Though it appeared to lack any tangible form, Yu Jie's overwhelming power successfully restrained it, rather than being a mere absence of substance. The entity had dispersed its essence across a vast expanse, a tactic that afforded it enhanced offense and defense. However, it never anticipated encountering someone like Yu Jie, whose strength unfurled in mere moments. As Yu Jie unleashed his power, the divine messenger found itself devoid of any opportunity to struggle. The messenger's expression turned grave. You seek death. Do you comprehend the foe you face? Release me, or you shall pay dearly for this folly. The divine messenger threatened Yu Jie, who regarded the being with astonishment. He had not expected this captive to possess the audacity to issue threats. It was undeniable that those associated with angels often exhibited a remarkable naivety. Yu Jie recalled the recent skirmish, wherein the angels had relentlessly mocked him. belittling him at every turn as if they occupied an exalted position above all. But now, who truly held the upper hand? Who was truly invincible? I am somewhat apprehensive. Yet despite my fear, I shall send you to the heavens first. It appears you have a penchant for your so-called paradise. At that moment, Yu Jie's power erupted forth, annihilating the divine messenger who had dared to struggle before him. Yu Jie had refrained from showcasing his utmost strength previously, for he deemed his adversary unworthy of such exertion. Yet, faced with this reckless divine consciousness, he wondered why he should allow it to persist. After extinguishing the divine messenger, Yu Jie shifted his gaze once more. He was determined to discern the true nature of this being, which had so shamelessly masqueraded and attempted to present itself with an air of celestial grandeur. As Yu Jie turned, a figure gradually emerged, unmistakably a human in his eyes. Yu Jie regarded the individual with a hint of perplexity, inquiring, "Who are you? How is it possible that there is another human here?" Simultaneously, Yu Jie began to accumulate his own power. He was no fool. From the very first glance, he discerned that this being was not truly human, but rather seemed intent on communicating with him in that guise. Yet, Yu Jie harbored a profound disdain for meaningless dialogue. "I am the deity who created you, a being you may refer to as the creator or the god of Genesis. These are merely a fraction of my many identities. You may also call me God." The entity, resembling a human, spoke suddenly. Regrettably, as it spoke, Yu Jie charged forward, dismissing the creature's nonsensical utterances. He was tempted to ask if this charade brought it any pleasure. Instead, his fist delivered a resounding blow to the entity's face. In the next instant, the figure vanished, leaving Yu Jie momentarily bewildered. He was certain his punch had connected, yet it seemed as though it had not struck at all. Chapter 108. God? You might as well perish. It appears you prefer lurking in the shadows rather than playing the divine. If that is the case, let us see this gift. Surprising, isn't it? As he spoke, Yu Jie unleashed the full force of his power, which he had been meticulously controlling. Even upon encountering a formidable opponent, he had refrained from revealing his most potent strength. Should he choose to unleash his full might, it would signify the conclusion of all matters for his sister. In mere moments, his power coalesced around him, and Yu Jie observed that the entity, much like before, could freely condense its form. It could also gradually dissipate within this space. Yu Jie's expression shifted, yet he swiftly cast aside any lingering thoughts. He did not believe this being could halt him with such tactics. In the face of absolute power, everything was but a mere illusion. Yu Jie continued to throw punches in all directions, his strength steadily escalating. He had set a limit for himself, and with that limit as his target, he unleashed his blows. Anyone attempting to strike him would inevitably feel the impact of his burgeoning power. Indeed, moments later, the self-proclaimed god reappeared before Yu Jie. This terrifying power resides within a human's grasp. Clearly, I have overestimated myself and underestimated you, it proclaimed. As it spoke, a radiant white light suddenly emerged from behind it, accompanied by the presence of other figures. Yu Jie glanced at them and felt an inexplicable familiarity. As if they were angels. Yu Jie suddenly narrowed his eyes. Anything related to angels implied that this individual was far from ordinary. As anticipated, just as Yu Jie began to focus on his opponent, the true visage of the angel behind him gradually revealed itself, the king of angels. A mere glance was sufficient for Yu Jie to comprehend that the phantom emerging behind his adversary was none other than the king of angels. And the number of these regal beings was decidedly unsettling. It appeared as though an entire battalion of kings of angels stood at his opponent's back. Truly, as the leader of the angelic kind, the ability to orchestrate such a display was remarkable. During his previous encounters with angels, Yu Jie had already discerned that summoning the king of angels for battle required a considerable cost. This cost was irrevocable, and now, behind this self-proclaimed god, lay an unfathomable multitude of kings of angels, which left Yu Jie in a state of heightened uncertainty. He could distinctly sense that his opponent's actions were peculiar, and that the other party could manipulate their powers to pose a threat to him. A moment later, Yu Jie shook his head, pondering the futility of his thoughts. Even if it were the king of angels, what of it? Let me witness your prowess. Is it truly as astounding as your strength suggests, or merely a fade? Although God did not grasp the significance of the term fade, he could sense a hint of disdain in Yu Jie's words. Let me behold the true potential of humanity and its terrifying depths. God, too, commenced his assault. As his resolve to confront Yu Jie intensified, the kings of angels behind him surged forth one by one. Their speed was astonishing, even leaving Yu Jie somewhat taken aback. In that moment, he realized that the king of angels he faced was devoid of any consciousness. It was precisely this lack of awareness that rendered them instruments of war. With each fleeting moment, their power escalated, posing an increasing threat to Yu Jie. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. The first king of angels to reach him had no opportunity to resist before Yu Jie sent it flying with a single kick. In the next instant, The codex of life erupted with a more terrifying radiance. At that moment, Yu Jie appeared to be engulfed in light, which far surpassed the faint glow of the King of Angels by a magnitude. This spectacle did not escape God's attention. An expression of astonishment flickered across his face. The radiance was unfamiliar to him, yet he could sense an alarming power emanating from it. Clearly, the strength Yu Jie exhibited was formidable, exceeding even his expectations. Taking a deep breath, God seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. He raised his hand, and the encirclement of Yu Jie by the kings of angels gradually dissipated. They gathered together, and then, astonishingly, all the kings of angels began to merge. Before long, a colossal king of angels materialized before Yu Jie. The king of angels is adorned with countless wings. Prior to this moment, Yu Jie could discern the number of wings possessed by his opponent and even speculate on their strength. However, gazing upon the immense form before him now, Yu Jie found himself utterly oblivious to the magnitude of power contained within. Yet, what does it matter? If one can vanquish the mightiest weapon of war, then I shall take my leave. God inhaled deeply, for no one knew the price he had paid for this. Yet, from the strained expression upon his face, it was evident that summoning this king of angels had drained much of his strength. Yu Jie, of course, heard the words spoken. But he had no intention of engaging in dialogue, for he sensed that despite the formidable power of the king of angels, it was still insufficient to contend with him. With a thunderous roar, Yu Jie charged directly toward the king of angels' chest. To God, this scene appeared profoundly foolish. As the creator of the king of angels, he understood all too well the terrifying nature of its defenses. Yu Jie's current actions aimed to utterly shatter this defense. But was that even possible? Boom, boom, boom. Just as God presumed that Yu Jie's assault would end in failure, Yu Jie's form pierced through the chest of the king of angels, and in his hand, he clutched a pulsating heart of light. God's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate several eggs. He had never anticipated such an outcome. When he turned to look again, Yu Jie was already moving once more, and astonishingly, his target was none other than himself. Yu Jie moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before God, forcefully shoving the heart he had just extracted into God's mouth. The next moment, Yu Jie smiled and uttered, "Farewell." Chapter 109. Hela's ambition. How much do you know about angels? Yu Jie inquired as he gazed at Hela before him. Upon hearing his words, Hela shook her head. This race is quite peculiar. Although I had dealings with them long ago, my interest waned upon learning of their characteristics. Even my father refrains from entertaining thoughts about angels. Listening to Hela, Yu Jie nodded in understanding. He grasped her meaning. Why provoke an adversary who can never truly be defeated? Though they may not pose a direct threat, they can certainly torment you perpetually. However, Yu Jie no longer needed to concern himself with such matters. All the angels, including that god, had been utterly annihilated by him days prior. He vividly recalled the astonished expression on God's face as he swallowed that heart. To Yu Jie, it was a remarkably simple task. Who would have thought that his opponent would be so fearless, time and again, attempting to present himself in a lofty manner, without sufficient power? Why not utter such words? You have not yet confronted them, have you? They must be quite bothersome. Once my strength is elevated once more, I shall seek them out. Hela seemed to notice Yu Jie's expression and could not resist inquiring. However, in the next moment, Yu Jie shook his head. No need. I have already dealt with them. Hela was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yu Jie to share this news with her. She lifted her gaze to the sky, then back at Yu Jie, her face a mask of disbelief as she asked, "You have resolved the matter? All of them, including that self-proclaimed god, have you slain?" Yu Jie's affirmation came swiftly as he nodded, recounting the events of his battle just days prior. In Hela's perspective, Yu Jie had likely ventured out to confront the angels merely to intimidate them into relinquishing their hold on Earth. However, it seemed she had underestimated his power. Previously, Hela had known Yu Jie to be incredibly formidable, yet she had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. Even the so-called immortal angels of the cosmos had fallen before him. At this moment, Hela realized just how powerful her partner had become. Before this, she had only witnessed Yu Jie in his ordinary state, believing she would share a fleeting yet remarkable life with a mere mortal. Who could have foreseen that this man would annihilate an entire race of angels? As surprise washed over her, Hela took a deep breath, feeling the need to compose herself. The revelations about the man before her were overwhelming. As a woman of strength and resolve, Hela found it challenging to accept that her partner surpassed her in might to such a degree. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes, if memory served her well. Not long ago, Hydra had conveyed a message to her. There existed a terrifying dark force on Earth, shrouded in mystery. Hela had previously embedded certain elements within Hydra, not only as tokens of allegiance, but also as a means to monitor the planet. Through them, she could sense the current state of Earth. As she dispersed her subordinates, Hela immediately felt the presence of that dark power. Her thoughts raced back to her father's mention of the Dark Lord Dormammu. At this realization, Hela could no longer contain her excitement. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength Dormammu possessed. It seemed he existed perpetually within that realm, and thus, his power was indeed terrifying. However, Hela did not forget that her father once told her that if the power of Dormammu resided within her, her own strength would experience a terrifying enhancement in a short span of time. With Yu Jie's provocation stirring a sense of crisis within her, Hela contemplated progressing alongside him, yet she could not accept that he was so much more powerful than herself. At that moment, Yu Jie also noticed that Hela's expression seemed somewhat off. It was evident that when he had spoken moments ago, her demeanor had subtly shifted. What's wrong? Has something occurred? Or do you desire a few angels as playthings? Hela, aware that her unusual behavior had drawn Yu Jie's attention, quickly shook her head. It's nothing. I simply recalled something. However, I may need to be away for a few days, as there are matters in Asgard that remain unresolved. In response to Hela's explanation, Yu Jie nodded, harboring no significant doubts, though he remained curious about what had transpired with her. Nevertheless, since Hela had chosen not to disclose the details, he felt no compulsion to pry further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and particularly, Asgard truly required its queen. With this thought in mind, Yu Jie paid little heed to it, and soon retired to bed, feeling rather fatigued after the recent days. After dealing with the angels, he and Hela had engaged in several rounds of their life symphony. It must be said that Hela was indeed exceptionally gifted in this regard, and even Yu Jie had to admit that there were times he nearly faltered. As a man, how could he possibly be bested by his wife in the matter of their life symphony? However, with Hela preparing to return to Asgard, Yu Jie found himself breathing a sigh of relief. He certainly could not rely on the power of the Silver Surfer while performing the symphony of life. Meanwhile, Hela followed the Hydra agents to the fog-laden city where Dormammu resided. The fog city was somewhat unfamiliar to Hela, as her time on Earth was primarily spent with Yu Jie in the manor, seldom venturing out. Yet upon arriving in the fog city, she sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying power emanating from Dormammu. This was indisputable, and a faint smile graced Hela's lips at that moment. Chapter 110. The beginning of Dormammu's demise. Great Master. We have arrived at the location of that existence. Shall we take action? One of the Hydra members beside Hela suddenly spoke, his gaze towards her filled with fervor. Only by standing alongside Hela could he comprehend that miracles were never merely that simple. Hela turned to glance back, observing the fervent traces in the eyes of all the Hydra members present. Yet, Hela shook her head, fully aware of the power they had discovered. However, she understood even better the absurdity of seeking to exploit these individuals for strength. Hela spoke directly. The remainder of the task shall be left to me. You shall observe from the periphery and ensure no one approaches. As Hela spoke, all present began to stir. Not merely for the sake of action, but to guard against any unforeseen complications arising from this incident. In no time, the Hydra forces from across the globe were assembled, a sight that astonished even those within S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Egg, in particular, was quick to express his bewilderment. What in the world was Hydra scheming? Why create such turmoil at this juncture? He promptly commanded his subordinates to head straight to the Fog City. They needed to act before Hydra made any move. Their activities were now inextricably linked to acts of terror. Wherever Hydra existed, peace and tranquility were but a distant dream. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasted no time in broadcasting the intelligence they had gathered onto the large screen. The familiar Fog City bore little difference from before, with even the recognizable Hydra forces appearing unchanged. However, when Black Egg cast his gaze upon the screen once more, his expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? How could he possibly be there? 3 questions surged through his mind, leaving those beside him in a state of shock. They had not anticipated their leader to utter such words. Each person exchanged bewildered glances, while Black Egg shook his head in disbelief. He suspected that this matter had little to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. He could not forget the sense of oppression he had felt when facing Hela. He did not doubt her capacity to eliminate all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents in an instant. This was no jest, but a stark reality. Soon, Black Egg shook his head again, reflecting on the unfolding situation with a sense of resignation. With Hela now present, what more could he say? He certainly was not her equal. There was, however, a communicator that could summon Captain Marvel, yet he was reluctant to squander this singular opportunity. His mind became a whirlwind of contemplation, and soon, his expression transformed. Ultimately, Black Egg chose to remain an observer. From Hela's previous demeanor, it was evident that she harbored no particular desire to annihilate the Earth. Since she would not seek its destruction, he felt no need to become overly entangled in the matter. As long as peace could be maintained on Earth, the obliteration of a fog city would not be considered a significant issue. Embracing this mindset, Black Egg made the decision to shut off the large screen. Recalling all personnel that had been dispatched, it was unnecessary. Should they act now, it was highly likely that complications would arise, complications that could lead to his demise. While the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were undeniably curious about the unfolding events, with Black Egg speaking up, Their inquiries would ultimately remain as mere curiosities. In the fog-laden metropolis, Hela began her preparations to enter the Dark Dimension, the realm where the Dark Lord resided, a world accessible solely by Dormammu himself. However, endowed with deathly powers, Hela possessed the qualifications to enter this domain as well, albeit requiring a modicum of time for her preparations. At this juncture, Thor unexpectedly arrived at the manor, intending to inquire about certain matters with his sister. After all, Asgard had acquired a new sovereign. Upon seeing Thor, Yu Jie was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? Why has your sister not returned?" Yu Jie's inquiry rendered Thor momentarily speechless, as he had not anticipated his brother-in-law to pose such a question. How should he respond? For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words, his instincts hinting that something significant had transpired between the couple, and unexpectedly, he had been drawn into it. "I don't know, brother-in-law. I am unaware of anything. I was merely passing through. I just remembered that there might be an issue with the water at my home. I need to check on it," Thor stammered, attempting to make his exit. Yet, before he could even take a step, Yu Jie had already teleported in front of him, leaving Thor astonished. He recognized that his brother-in-law was exceptionally powerful. But was such instantaneous movement not rather absurd? Even his father lacked such teleportation abilities. This was a power Yu Jie had only just acquired that morning. Instantaneous movement. As long as he desired, he could teleport anywhere in the world. Yu Jie, gazing at Thor, spoke again. "Did your sister not mention returning to Asgard? What is happening there that awaits her? Why did you come alone? Where has your sister gone?" At that moment, Yu Jie began to suspect that Hela had likely deceived him. It was highly probable that she was engaged in something she preferred to keep concealed, thus resorting to dishonesty. Was it merely an accident? Meanwhile, Thor, absorbing Yu Jie's words, found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just as he had suspected, there was indeed an issue between his sister and brother-in-law, though he had not initially realized it. Now, a sense of urgency washed over him. What should he say? "Isn't my sister in Asgard?" "Yes, that's right. She must be in Asgard. It's just that she has been rather busy lately. That's why she hasn't had time to visit. I came to check on you, brother-in-law, to see how you have been faring." In terms of deception, Thor perhaps still lagged behind Hela, as Yu Jie took no further time to scrutinize his intentions. The next moment, Yu Jie's powers erupted forth, and the teleportation commenced. "Little brat, always stirring up trouble.